2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Pred of Optic Gaming. How you going, mate?
Doing great, man. Doing great, man. Enjoy being here. I love it here. My first time, and it's been a great experience.
Good experience so far. I'm going to start this off with, I think, my favorite question of this entire tournament, which is, I've seen a comment under one of your posts that says you are the best Aussie since Steve Irwin.
Wait, when did I say that?
Somebody said that about you.
Somebody.
What do you think of this claim?
Oh man, it's a tough claim. There's a lot of good Australian people out there.
But that's premium gas.
That's good gas.
That's good gas.
That is some good gas. I'll take it. I'll take the good gas. That is good gas. That is some good gas. Steve Irwin is a legend.
He is a legend, man. I mean, on that topic though, how does it feel to be the first Australian to win the ring?
Oh man, coming from where I am in Australia, there's not many opportunities. I'm the only player that survived for more than a year. I mean, no one's ever won, let alone a ring. So, you know, coming from Australia, obviously it's a tough road to get here. So, yeah, I feel very, very proud of myself, for sure.
What does your family think of that? I mean, you obviously took a massive risk. Like, you're leaving home is one thing at a young age.
Yeah.
You gambled on this career.
Yeah.
It's obviously going good so far. What's that been like?
Yeah, it makes my family proud. I mean, you know, they were obviously very stressed, worried, just leaving them, going to another country, living by myself. They don't know what to expect. They know the pressure I put on myself to do well, so they're just glad to see me doing well. I feel like for them, they're just very proud.
That's really cool, man.
Yeah.
On that same topic, a lot of folks have seen the Bosnian flag on your jerseys.
Yes.
For the folks who don't know, can you explain that?
Okay, so the Bosnian flag is where my parents are from. So my mum and my dad and my grandparents are all from Bosnia. So that's like a part of my background, and you know, I pay a lot of respect to that because that's my family's where they came from. So everyone knows me as an Australian player, but I also want them to know that I have a heritage as well, which is Bosnian people, and it's a big thing for me too.
Beautiful, man. I mean, we could put that on the resume as well.
Yeah,
first Bosnian player.
First Bosnian, I'll take it.
There you go. Okay, so as far as this season's gone, man, you've won a major, you've won the championship, and now here at the Esports World Cup, you've got the possibility to do the unthinkable, which is have a pretty much perfect year. I mean, as far as it goes, you've won them all. You've also had, as far as we're concerned, the trajectory of your career, you've only been a pro for 2 years, has been sky high. How's that going so far? How do you feel about, you know, where things are going?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm very, very proud, and you know, like I've worked really hard to be where I am. So yeah, obviously the thing is with me is, like I said, I put a lot of pressure on myself to do well. So like, there's obviously times throughout my career maybe where my team hasn't done too well, but being where I am today, like a few championships, a ring, and potential to get the World Cup. I mean, it's a big opportunity, and I'm excited, man.
This entire year for you has been exciting enough. I mean, playing for Optic is one thing, the biggest orgs in gaming, but after Major 3, hit rock bottom, mate. What was going on there?
Man, after Major 3, man, we just had, like it's just a slump, man. There's no other way to put it. Internal, it's not like it's internal, external, just a whole bunch of things, and it happens to a team, but that's where you get tested, you know? That's where champions are made. It's either you keep going down or you rise up, and I feel like we were tested in that moment, and it was all about the bounce back, and bounce back was good.
Yeah, it was good. Is there anything, I mean, obviously the doubters were there, Reddit was on fire, social media was on fire, I mean, yourself, your teammates, everything. There was obviously a lot of pressure. What do you say to those haters now, mate?
Honestly, like I said, I got nothing to say to them. I mean, they can say what they want. there's no bigger critique than myself for myself. And my team, we all critique each other more than any of the other people. So for us, we know what we're capable of, and we just make sure that we stay level-headed and focus on what's ahead. And like I said, man, like you just got to make sure that you don't let that stuff creep into your mind and affect your mindset.
We're gonna have a little bit more fun now. Who's your favorite teammates, past and present?
Okay, for Seattle, it would, man, because that one's tough, because that was my first year and I'm so close with all three of them. But I would say like Lamar in terms of leadership. And you know, when I first came to the country, I didn't really know anyone, and he kind of like brought that comfort and helped me grow into the player I am. So I'd say that. But like Mac and Dante, I mean, in terms of friendship, I mean, I'm so close with them both, and they're my guys. For Optic, I'd probably say Ant, because I just feel like me and him just like naturally just get on, and like we just have like, I don't know, we just have good energy. I mean, and I feel like I'm kind of rubbing off on him. So
yeah,
in a good way, like he's on stage going crazy. So like, yeah, I'd say him, man. He's brought a lot of good stuff to me, and I've brought good stuff to him. So yeah, I'd say them too.
Vaznev or Rival 9, and why?
Oh, the Vaznev, for sure. Vaznev, for sure. I mean, that gun was insane. That was like a 3-bullet from any range. It was the most best gun in the game. Rival 9 is so mid, compared to like the AR, especially in this patch, wow. Nah, Vaznev for sure.
Vaznev for sure. Brett, thank you so much.
No worries,
Good luck
man.
in the tournament.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Ready, set, go.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm here with the round table with the Atlanta FaZe, the one and only, probably the best squad in the game. Obviously, it was a long travel way to get here, but the people want to know more about you guys, you know? So when this team was formed in the beginning of the year, what was the difference from when you started to where you ended, like at Champs? Like, what was the difference in like your teamwork and the chemistry that you guys were able to develop over that time?
I mean, I feel like we started the year out pretty strong, obviously. You know, we placed second at the first major. didn't exactly go how we wanted it to. I mean, I feel like we probably this season alone peaked at Major 2 and Major 3. I feel like our S&D was the only factor at Major 3 that caused us to lose. I feel like we should have won that event, in my opinion, if it wasn't for that. And then even at Major 4, we played really good COD up until the end. It was just like, but I feel like the ending of the season was very disappointing for every single one of us, because obviously I feel like we thought we were the best team and it just didn't show at all at Champs.
You guys played fantastic until, you know, unfortunately you didn't.
Yeah.
So now that you guys bombed out at Champs, not the placing that you guys wanted to get, what's your guys' goals coming into this one?
It's obviously winning. I mean, that's our goal every event. So I think all of us are like hungry for this one, because I think the Champs was like a disappointment for all of us. So our main goal is to win. So.
After Champs, what was the practice like going into this one? Like, were you guys going even harder, realizing the situations needed to change a little bit? Because obviously you've been hearing around the world. You play too damn slow, MC.
Yeah.
Are you gonna speed it up at this event?
Well, it's a mixture of like playing, like, I guess it's for sure some stuff that I play too slow, but I think it's a mixture of everything. Like, I think me and Tyler know, like it's like me and Tyler, like, he plays too fast sometimes, I play too slow sometimes, and I feel like me and him are trying to like work on it. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's more of like a fundamental thing, I feel like, for the most part with our team, and I feel like it always has been kind of that, and I feel like that's the main thing we've been focusing on going into this event.
Now, the one and only, Draza. Man, oh man.
Yeah.
How does it feel to like play a whole season with this kind of roster and like get to know these guys? What's your guys' like chemistry outside of the game? Like, what do you guys do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously joining the roster, I knew these guys were gonna be good, but I was coming from a really good team, LAT.
Yeah.
But it's just crazy because like playing against them, you know they're good, but when you play with them, you're like,
damn,
you can't be this good. Like, you're like, okay, I was like kind of over looking at them before I was playing with them, but no, these guys are great, and I feel like our chem has only been getting better throughout the year, and I feel like right now, honestly, I think our chem is the peak that it's ever been. Like, we're doing stuff out of the game all the time. We're always chilling in the facility, and I feel like even we just had, I mean, most teams are doing it, but a 20-hour fly day normally sucks pretty bad, but I feel like, you know, with this team, it's, you know, it's a little bit better, you know?
You guys all sat next to each other?
Not per se, but just like the layovers and whatnot. It's always a good vibe with this team, so I feel like our chem right now is probably the best it's ever been. So I'm excited going into this event, and I feel like this is an event that there's no pressure. We already lost Champs, that's the big one, and you know, it's time to have some fun and show people like how good we actually can be.
The crazy thing is that you said there's no pressure, but I feel like when you're representing Atlanta FaZe with this kind of roster that you guys have, the pressure's at the highest. So how do you manage that? How do you manage when everybody's expecting you guys to always be on top, to stay on top?
Obviously, it's a little bit different for them than me because they've been on FaZe for a long time, but I feel like for me, I've always had pressure since I joined my Vanguard team. I was the amateur going into Pro League. So I've always had that kind of pressure, and it's just, for me, it's just playing the game outside of the game to keep my confidence at the high, but everyone wants to see me lose, so I'm gonna have that pressure forever. So for me, it's just, you know, playing the game, trusting that what I do at home, what I do in these scrims will put me on top in these matches, and hopefully we can get this one.
Yeah, I feel like for me and MC, obviously we've been on the team for so long, so it's like everyone, like even with him, everyone wants to see us lose. I think every time we walk on that stage, we're getting booed. So it's like, it's a crazy feeling, but at the same time, it just makes you want to win even more, you know what I mean? So it's like a combination of like a good and a bad feeling. But I mean, for us, I feel like we've dealt with it for so long that we're just like used to it now almost to a point. So it's like I said, like we go out there and we just expect to win most of the time. So yeah, I mean, that's really it.
You guys play the villain role really well. You guys have been doing it for a long time, you know? So now going into this tournament, it's a completely different format. We got challenges rosters coming in. We got group play back. You got to win 2 matches before you lose 2 matches. What do you guys feel about that?
I feel like group play, I mean, I'm excited for it because obviously I competed in BO4. That was like my I did in World War II, but I was on an amateur team, and then I came into BO4, and that was like my first real professional year doing group play. And that was like my favorite format, like of all time. Like it was so fun that year with just like going to events, having pool play, and then going into the bracket and having like a double in bracket. So I'm excited for the group play this event. I feel like that's really dope that we're going back to it just for this event.
It's a lot of games, man.
Oh,
It's gonna be a lot of games, bro. But it gets you hyped for the moment, you know? When you're playing all those guys, obviously you guys played against these 11 out of the 16 teams
Yeah.
that we have here, all the challenger teams that are coming in, obviously they're coming in to try to make some noise. You
Yeah.
know, they're playing against the big dogs. They're trying to make a name for themselves this year.
100%.
So you guys just got to make sure we take care of business. Don't mess around,
Yeah.
all right? Do you think that there's any underdogs throughout any of the challenger teams that stand a chance versus any of the pro teams?
I'd probably say Omit, I think. Is Omit Alex's team? Or
No, Alex's team is
Lore.
Lore.
It's Lore.
Okay. I'd probably say Lore then. I'd probably say Lore, Alec and them. I think they won the last tournament. So I think that they're going to come in. And the thing about amateurs too, obviously I was an amateur for a few years. Like, I feel like their S&D is completely different than pro S&D. And I don't think a lot of pro teams scrim amateur teams. So I think S&D is going to be big for them. And I think Lore could probably come in, take some S&Ds. And if a top team or even a middle pack team slips up, then they better not lose a respawn, because I feel like these teams will win S&Ds. So I feel like they gotta make sure they're locked in against Lore.
Yeah, the way I look at like the amateur team is like they get more practice, I feel like, than pro teams, because they have their cups every weekend, so they're always playing S&D like every single day. So it's
good
like
old days.
Exactly. And like we're not scrimming S&D every day. Like we'll do it like obviously before this event we scrimmed a lot like of S&D, but for the most part, like throughout the season, they get way more S&D practice than we do. So it's like they're always going to be on top of it when it comes to S&D. Obviously, I just feel like pro teams are a lot more clutch than they are.
So now reflecting on the past tournaments that you guys have been second place, first place, second place, top 3, 4th place. Hey,
Yeah.
what's going to take you guys to get over the hump on Championship Sunday? Because that's what it is for you guys. Every time you guys get on Championship Sunday, you guys play flawless all throughout the weekend, but on Sunday, besides that one event. So like, what's going to be the biggest difference for you guys? Like, wake up, have some oatmeal, a little bit of OJ. Like, we got to change some up, MC.
Yeah, I would say for us, like Sunday, like for me personally, just like play the same game you played like the other days. I feel like Sunday sometimes, I noticed it happened for me once. Like at one event, I played too slow at some points in hardpoint, which like it hurt us because hardpoint's a big mode. So I feel like for me, just playing the same game as I was like the other few days, you know. So
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just, I don't know. I obviously we kind of like know it, but I mean, at the end of the day, it just comes down to like performing in the final. You know what I mean? And obviously, in a lot of these like recent finals, like we haven't performed how we should have, and you know, we're looking to change that.
yeah.
Okay, so now we're talking about dynamic duos, and this is more specifically for you. You and Chris have been a duo for God knows how long, man. You guys have been probably the best duo ever created. How do you guys continue to have that chemistry between each other?
I mean, I feel like we just always have had the, you know, for the sub role, like we have like, not like complete opposites, but like we have him playing more of like the methodical and then me more of like the fast, like, you know, just running it down type player. So I feel like our just combo of that like works so well together, and it always has over the years. And I mean, yeah, like it's been an insane like 5 seasons with him. Like we've had like our ups, obviously, we obviously had our downs, like Vanguard, we had our down that year. And I mean, it's just like unbelievable, like our consistency, I feel like over these past few seasons. Like he's literally insane too. Like I feel like during MW2, like I know I could tell he was like frustrated with how he played that year, but I feel like this year he just like lights out,
man.
like, you know what I mean? So I feel like it's always like an up and down with us sometimes, but at the end of the day, we're just so consistent.
So the thing that makes you guys such a great team is that I feel like you guys always have good vibes with each other. I feel like you guys are never like stepping on each other's toes, like getting mad at each other. And if you guys do, you just let it out immediately so then you guys can hash it out and then continue to move forward.
Yeah.
When you get put in those tough situations as a team, like specifically at Champs, like what was the conversation like after that? Because you know you still have one more tournament to go. Obviously, people start talking about roster changes and stuff. There was a whole lot of stuff between your guys' roster, and obviously you guys decided to stay. What was the reason to that?
I feel like after you lose a big tournament like that, especially with the placement of 6 when you're supposed to win the event, or everyone expects you to win the event, I feel like the only thing you can do is be honest with each other. Obviously, we took a few days after we got back, and you know, just be honest. What do we think went wrong? What do we think that we have to fix to win this next event? And at the end of the day, like, if you can't be honest with your team, then you probably shouldn't be teaming. So I think it's just having the hard talks, and that's what, you know, the good teams do and the great teams do, and that's, for me at least, I feel like that's why.
What's the game mode that you guys put a lot of work into going into this event? I know that's like a generic question, but it's like, whenever I look at you guys, I feel like you guys are great at hardpoint, one of the best teams, if not the best team in control. And the search and destroy, when I look at the roster that you guys have, it should be polished. Like, what's the game mode that's gonna win you guys this one?
Yeah, I feel like for us, it's always been hardpoint. I feel like it's been our issue throughout I feel like for Atlanta FaZe, without Zach being on the team, our issue has always been hardpoint. And I think a lot of it, like I said, comes down to fundamentals. So I feel like if we play good fundamental COD this event, we should just smoke everybody because our talent is always above and beyond everyone else.
That's facts.
Yeah.
So obviously you guys know it's a new title coming out in a couple months. We're back on Treyarch, Black Ops 6. You guys seen the movement, you guys seen the gunplay. Like, how are you guys feeling for that new title?
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. It's Treyarch. So
Yeah, like I'm always
like
excited for Treyarch. Yeah, I feel like obviously we won, like Atlanta FaZe, like we won champs in Cold War, and then obviously me and Chris won champs in BO4. So like we just love Treyarch COD. Like I think I'm always excited because I feel like they make the most like fundamentally good competitive COD that you can have, and I don't know, I just can't wait.
Are you ready for like all that dash to the left, dash to the right,
Well,
backwards dashing?
So me and Chris, like I don't know why we just changed to it now, but you know, hybrid, like how you can
dive and everything.
For some reason, me and Chris didn't change to it until after champs, which is like, I feel like, in my opinion, like we were behind the meta with that, and I feel like we trolled not switching. So now that we are, I feel like going into this event, because we've been like diving around and everything in scrims, and I feel like I'm excited for just the Omni moving now. Yeah, I'm moving now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, the fact that you guys weren't playing with that is insane.
Yeah, I don't know
you sit
why.
there, you watch Hydra and all these guys just dash, even shots, he does it all the
No,
time.
yeah.
I would expect you to be that kind of player as well.
I know.
So we're sitting in a whole new Tiny Terror duo this week. Are you guys having it on too? You guys down?
Nah, they won't, but me and Chris are gonna have it on, so I'm excited for that.
Okay, cool. And that has been the roundtable with Atlanta FaZe. Make sure you guys tune in for this weekend and watch how they perform at this event. It's gonna be an absolute blast.
Ready, set, go.
My name is Mars Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Kismet of Cloud9 New York. And we are playing Duo Clutch Choke. Kismet, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
Who is your duo?
Duo's easy. It's got to be Paco. You know, 3 years now teaming with him. won multiple events, won a ring. I stole his MVP.
That's your MVP
That's
now.
mine. That's
your
my
MVP.
Nah, yeah, that's my guy.
Abizi. Guaranteed duo.
Guaranteed. I mean, it's statistically the longest in
Yep.
the league. I mean, that makes sense.
Has to be.
I would say Ant. In game, just because we're both subs, we just run around together. You know, we speak a lot about the game together. Out of the game, I say Ant too, just because like we just get it. Like we have a really good friendship, and we always talk and hang out at the game. So yeah, I'll say Ant.
I'll give it to Paul Diddy. I'm Paul X.
Paul Diddy. Why Paul Diddy?
Because we have this thing going like where we have to be we call ourselves the pillars of the team because like we have to be like the ones that just hold. We can't do anything like any special like thing in the game. Like we just gotta make the game easier for our subs and let the subs just go fly. That's just how Call of Duty works these days.
I love that. Who is most likely to clutch for the team, in or out of game?
Clutch is definitely Caesar, in game and out of game. In game, he's got a little finesse, which is good. Sometimes we troll him because he looks like, you know, he has no finesse, but sometimes he does. And then out of game, that guy is, you know, your Ubers. If you want food, he's always got food. Drinks, he's got everything. You know, well, Caesar's a good guy, out of game and in game.
Team dad. We're learning
Yeah,
now.
he's
We're learning
basically
who.
a dad. He's like 30 now. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Dashi.
Bruce is the clutch.
Dashi. I mean, you see him in the 20v1 out of game. 20v1, he was clutching up, and in game he's clutching too. So I was like, Dashi.
Ice. He's got the ice.
got
All right,
ice.
well,
What's the last one?
Joke.
Oh man. Oh, I gotta get to Yuli Clutch. He's just. I've teamed with him for the last couple of months, and I still don't know what he's gonna do in the SDs. I'm like, oh, he's trying to go for like. I tweeted a video of him like flying off the map in a control, and like there's a spot he was trying to get into. It's like I still have no idea what he's gonna do.
Yep.
He's always 2 steps ahead.
Most clutch? Can it be the same person?
Nah, it's got to be now.
Most clutch? I mean, honestly, I'd have to say Zach out of the two. I feel like he's he'll lock it in.
He locks it in.
Yeah,
IRL locks it in.
Yeah,
as
he
well,
locks
Raz
in.
does?
Yeah.
Right on, man. Okay, well that means that last is MC, is Celium. Why is MC in the choke department here?
I mean, you can just always expect MC to either like. I honestly don't even know how to describe it. MC's just like. But either, like I said, he can either be late. He might be early. Might be late. He also might just like teammate you.
Yep. I've seen him on GTA roleplay as well. He's a wild card. For sure,
he's an absolute demon in GTA roleplay. I can't even say what he does on there. It's that bad. It's that bad.
Honestly, Ken's on the choke, not because he's choked, it's just because Bruce is just clutching all the time. Ken has no time, we have no chance to clutch because Dash is just clutching.
He's always there for the clutch.
So like, yeah, Ken doesn't get the chance.
Why too real on the choke?
I love the kid, man. He's just so innocent. Like he's just gonna smile and say, yeah.
yeah. Dude, that's it.
In game, he's good. We'll give him his flowers. Out of game, my God. No, I'm kidding. I'm trolling.
And cut. That's going on Reddit, folks. We'll see you later. See you at the next one.
No, but I guess out of game just, I don't know. I guess the biggest thing is he likes to push time limits. That's just his thing, but I don't know. We'll go with that.
Fashionably late.
Yeah, fashionably late. He's always looking good, so.
There we go. Well, that's it, Kismet. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Day 3 of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup is here. This is where it gets serious. But before we get into business, look at that over there. The Club Championship Trophy here at EWC. Now, I have been wanting to get my hands on this thing since the start of the tournament. It's very well guarded, but I've got the perfect plan. I have already stolen one of these team keys, which is also going to get me in a lot of trouble if I get found out. But check this out. It's all going to make sense. Hey, Atik.
Hi.
How are you doing? You all right?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. Who do you think is going to win this COD tournament?
I'm rooting for FaZe. How are you?
I'm going Optic. I'm going Optic.
Ah, that's interesting.
Hey, have you seen these keys?
Oh, honestly,
They are so heavy. You've got to feel this.
I always wanted to hold it, by the way.
Hold that. It's amazing.
It is heavy. It is quite heavy. And I heard that it is actually made 24% of gold. Very interesting.
Hey,
And
hey, hey. He's trying to steal a key. He's trying to steal a key. Get him. Get him. This is it. It's even better up close. I can't believe this. The first person in history to touch it. I pulled it off. Ah!
Hello to everyone around the world. We are live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup, and we're here for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and if you've been joining us over the last 2 days, you know we started with 16 squads, but today it's down to the final 8. It's all about the playoffs, and to break down all the action, we've got the 2 regulars, the Emmy-nominated Alley Cat and Nameless. I want to start with you, Alley Cat. What did you learn through the group stages? We saw some new teams, some fresh faces. What'd you take away?
I learned that our top teams in the Pro League continue to show out and qualify. Unfortunately, no challengers were really able to make it to bracket play, but there were a couple close calls.
Nameless, we had some awesome games on the Amazon stage. If you're looking back over days 1 and 2, which games are still in your memory bank?
Yeah, you know, I think yesterday, the Optic match versus Carolina, absolutely awesome match. The hardpoints were very close, and then Optic ran away with them towards the end. We saw some special performances, from some of the players as well. The energy has been electric. And I got to tell you, this morning, the energy on the way to the venue, we just knew bracket play, single elimination, is going to be crazy.
Absolutely. Only 8 teams remain, and they'll be playing for some serious money. And, of course, they're playing in front of the awesome audiences here in the Middle East. Let's take a look at our Amazon Arena. This baby is absolutely beautiful. When score streaks come down, the whole thing blows up. When you see a player popping off, they got his face on the big screen. And it's got AR as well.
It's my favorite thing because at the end of the day, I love going on X and seeing EWC tweet out those moments and some of the comms. You can see Cloud9. Kismet was like, dude, they called in a streak and the whole stage started blowing up. I didn't know what was happening. It's been unreal.
Nameless, the loudest the venue was this entire weekend, though, is when Falcons was playing. They went all the way to a Game 5 against Lore Gaming. What did you see from the fans here?
Yeah, it was awesome. They got so loud, obviously supporting their team, and the Falcons players, they showed off what they can do. Exnid with the individual plays and that talent, we know he has a bright future, and the crowd was certainly rocking for that one.
Well, speaking of the Falcons, they are still in the running for the club championship, even though they've been knocked out of Modern Warfare 3. So let's take a look at what they could walk away with. Just 2 weeks to go.
So jealous.
And this hardware is so sick. If you haven't been following the $20 million bonus competition, let's catch you up as we send it over to Quickshot.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Quickshot, the host of EWC Central. Today, we're kicking off the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 playoffs with the top 8 teams in the world fighting for a share of that $1.8 million prize pool. Let's check out where these clubs are standing in the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, first and foremost, Team Falcons and G2 Esports, two of the most notable clubs participating in Call of Duty, have been eliminated in the group stage and will not earn any points for this game. Donut, I'm taught, is what it's called. But for Atlanta FaZe, as well as Cloud9, Call of Duty marked their third top 8 finish, but both clubs are only sitting at 180 points currently. So deep runs in this bracket are required if they want to increase their share of that $20 million prize pool. One team taking a step towards making it to the top 10 of my beautiful graphic is Toronto Ultra. With them being on the easier side of the bracket, a finals appearance would bump them to 1,260 points, which would put them into the top 4 and potentially a huge success for the club. Meanwhile, Team Falcons do have the opportunity to win the title of best club in the world today, mathematically, if results in the other games go their way. If you'd like to keep up to date on exactly how that EWC Club Championship plays out, as well as every other game taking place here at EWC, why don't you tune into our show right here at EWC Central. We broadcast from 3 until 7, Thursday through Sunday, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been your host, Quickshot, and this has been another episode in the EWC Club Championship Update brought to you by SDC.
Awesome stuff there from Quickshot. He's been killing it there on the Central stream, but we got to talk about Call of Duty specifically. And you saw Toronto Ultra, 720 points, Sally. If they win, they get another 1,000. That would boost them all the way to the top 3.
Which is crazy, because that means they might overtake T1, and that just makes my gears grind just a little bit. So Toronto Ultra, a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
We got a Faker fan in the venue. Let's talk about the prize money, though, for Call of Duty. $1.8 million for a week of work. We have 16 teams. 8 of them are out. They've already cashed either 20 or 40K. Everyone else playing today already guaranteed $80,000.
Yeah, I mean, this is the World Cup. It's unbelievable. The biggest international event that we have ever had in Call of Duty. And with one match win today, you do double up your money. A couple of match wins, you're looking at almost $100,000.
We got to catch you up on what went down in the group, starting with Group A, where the #1 seed is Optic Gaming. After winning the World Championships, not only were they the #1 seed, they were the favorites, and they put on a show against Carolina. In particular, there was one man, the Aussie. The dominating Great White Shark, Pred, was just tearing through competition.
If you don't know much about Pred, he was an electric SMG all of last year. He gets picked up onto Optic Gaming, where expectations were incredibly high. He had a little bit of a slow start in the season, but as you can see on your screen, that is no longer the case. He is a demon when it comes to respawn, and he is a very difficult player to shut down.
And you were pointing out the MCWs. He's been flexing over to the AR, and this seems devastating.
Yeah, he's been so good. Any situation that you need him in, and some of the maps where we do see, you know, more MCWs, they do have that edge versus the other teams because he is a fantastic flex. And, you know, for Pred, he could do no wrong in his previous teams. This year, with this many eyes on him being on the green wall, he's had so much criticism, but he stayed cool, calm, and collected and improved his gameplay, so now they're the best.
Optic dropping 2 maps along the way, one to Omit Brooklyn at the very start of the tournament. They dropped one to Carolina last night. But speaking of Carolina, they rebounded and they beat Vegas Legion twice. So we're going to see Carolina not only here in the top 8, but they have an arguably easy road as they'll be matching up on the other side of the bracket from Optic.
Yeah, and you'll see that we're going to be playing the Vancouver Surge, right? That's a good draw in that round #1. Surge are nasty, but if I'm Carolina, I'm pretty happy with how the bracket shaped up.
Let's take a look over at Group B, Alley Cat, because this one was headlined by the team that made it to the World Championship Finals against Optic, the Subliners, now rebranded Cloud9. Unfortunately for Kismet and crew, Not the cleanest run through the bracket, but they did get a second chance through the elimination qualifier where they took down Gentlemates, and it looked like this team is back in their winning ways.
Yeah, they did end up falling, but the thing about Cloud9 is when they fall, they tend to come back 2 times stronger. We saw that in the series versus Gentlemates, especially if you'd like to go back and watch that map number 4. That is where we saw the traditional Cloud9 hardpoint. Everybody was filling their roles and filling their roles properly. We also saw maybe a glimpse of 99 Kids. So Cloud9, they were able to steal a search and destroy as well, which will be the difference maker, I feel, moving forward.
Of all the top teams, though, they've had the weakest group performance by far. I mean, they had to go through Gentlemates, who, you know, one of the lower tier teams here when it comes to the respawns. And, you know, for Cloud9, the search and destroy hasn't been excellent. And then you saw the respawns versus the surge. They did not play great whatsoever. So a lot of questions need to be answered here. Was the practice good prior to the event? They have a huge matchup coming up.
At the end of that battle, we of course saw the key crushing, and Ali, this is one of our favorite parts of the Call of Duty competition here at the Esports World Cup. Everyone who enters the tournament gets a key. When you lose, you have to hand your key over, and Caesar Skies had the glory as he was able to smash this one, waving goodbye to the Europeans.
This has been my favorite thing to watch so far in the past 2 days. I feel like this really fits the COD community, especially the fact they get to pick a key to put in their trophy at the very end if you end up taking it all.
So toxic.
It's awesome.
It's fantastic.
It's awesome.
And of course, Gentlemates putting up a fight. They were the team that knocked out G2 Esports. That was accuracy in the Minnesota boys, so they walked away with $40,000. Unfortunately for Bansa Crew, you are done for the year. Over in Group C, we had to take a look at some of the big dogs, and this was a fun matchup to watch. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Boston Breach. Yeah, the Boston who only won 7 matches all season, they got one, and then a second one to make it into our top 8.
Yeah, and oh man, sweet victory and revenge for Purge. You know, he spent some time on FaZe Black, now Stallions earlier in the year. They dropped him, doesn't work out. Anybody who drops Purge, I want this to be the official notice. It will not work. You will get worse. And everybody having huge performances, Cammy in particular.
Now last night, Purge earned our Bravia MVP, but Cammy deserves some highlights of his own. What does Cammy bring to the table for this Boston squad? He went down to Challengers, now he's back up in the big leagues.
He brings some AR aggression, and that's something we've kind of been waiting for Cammy, and he struggled a bit in the Pro League. He had to get sent back down to Challengers, and he was dominating. But again, we got another key crush, and you know Purge has the biggest smile on his face to be able to do this for his against his former team.
Everyone had Boston in the bottom tier on their tier rankings. They are now not only to the top 8, they have an opportunity to power into the semis. The bad news for them, a tough opponent who we'll talk about in a moment. Toronto Ultra, though, the top squad from Group C, they only dropped 1 map. And Scrap, I've never heard him talk more trash than he has out here in Riyadh.
Yeah, they've been feeling really good. You know, Scrap's obviously been talking trash, basically calling everybody buns. But for me, it's been Envoy who's just been so incredible. And as we saw earlier, Toronto Ultra can move up in our overall rankings here at the entire World Cup.
We're going to see Toronto Ultra a little bit later today, but let's turn our attention to Group D. We saw an epic matchup as it was Atlanta FaZe going up against 100 Thieves. We've seen some great showdowns between these two teams, especially recently at Champs. And now you see Atlanta finding their form. It looked like everyone was just hitting their shots. They were on the rotations perfectly. You looked for a close matchup, but really it was 50-point difference minimum in the hard points.
Yeah, you know, the hard point maybe looked a little closer than it actually was. Abizi dropped 40 kills, by the way. And
Is 40 good?
Yes, I think it's pretty good. And then in the game 2, he went 8-1 with 2 first bloods. It was the Abizi takeover. And I know we've all been watching the interviews, you know, that our wonderful casters have done with Atlanta FaZe, and they've been saying when Abizi's frying, we're going to win championships.
Of course.
So that's sort of the narrative for them. And I think he can continue it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not even to knock on Abizi like he isn't consistent. It's just when he has insane games like that, it takes a lot of pressure off the rest of Atlanta FaZe. On the flip side, 100 Thieves unfortunately will fall in quite the way. They've been good at search and destroy most of the season. We did not see that versus Atlanta FaZe. I will say I want to tip Atlanta FaZe for that situation. Not so much 100 Thieves falling short.
They've had an
Atlanta,
easier road, though.
The only team, though, to go perfect 6-0, and we've mentioned it, They start off hot in a lot of tournaments. The question is, can they continue on Saturday and especially Sunday, Nameless?
Yeah, that is the question, right? And, you know, I was talking about Celium slows down when we get to Sunday versus those top teams. He knows it. He said it in the interview. So that's something that they've been working on, talking about. It's a tough cookie to crack, but hopefully they can figure it out.
The group stages have been so entertaining on our Amazon stage. And, of course, the players, they show it on their faces. Let's take a look at some of the best Pepsi reactions. Did I just see my man Inside doing a little jiggle there? The boys are getting loose up here on the main stage.
A little loose, and, you know, they're keeping it pretty friendly, you know, just holding up some 3-0s, not too yelling, you know, good, great games, guys. Yeah. See you later. All wholesome.
Well, and we kind of mentioned it earlier. Group stages are fun and all. But if you listen to Kismet in his interview last night, the real tournament starts right now. 8 teams left in your playoffs. Let's take a look at how it all breaks down.
The Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 tournament at the Esports World Cup is now entering the playoffs. Over the past 2 days, Challengers teams have been given the chance to prove their worth against the teams of the Pro League. However, only the best can continue. Keys have been crushed, and the winners have had their first taste of victory. Who will prevail onward to Championship Sunday? The playoffs begin now.
The playoffs begin right now, and you can see at the top of that a huge matchup. The rematch from our World Championship, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9 for a fight in the top 4. But as you look down this list, what other matches are starting to shine for you, Allie?
I feel like the easy answer is going to be the bottom of that bracket, Vancouver Surge versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. But I do want to take a different angle here and go Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach. Boston Breach kind of been the talk of the town heading into this. They didn't have much success during the Pro League, and these players would love nothing more than to take down the big dog in Atlanta FaZe.
I think we have some incredible storylines here. I mean, you're talking 100 Thieves versus the Toronto Ultra, 1-1 at Champs. You got the Grand Finals rematch, Optic versus Cloud9, and then you got Surge and Royal Ravens. One of those teams will be top 4 here at the World Cup. A huge placing for either.
Awesome stuff for all 8 teams remaining, but the biggest match of the day, you gotta say, it's Optic Gaming facing off against Cloud9. The Jamil Motorsport match of the day is gonna feature a showdown between 2 key SMGs. Shotzi, the Movement King, taking on Kismet, who's reached level 99 at least once already.
Oh yeah, and friendly reminder, Optic Gaming had to go home after hearing that post-match interview with Kismet saying he wants their key. And you know if they take it all, they're gonna wanna put it in that trophy.
Listen, words mean a little bit, but when you talk about LAN matchups, Optic have dominated Cloud9 this year. Last 4 matchups going Optic's way.
That'll be the 4th match on the day, but right now, the players are ready to get the party started, so let's highlight the first fight of the night. Coming up right now, we have Vancouver Surge taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens, and we haven't seen Hook on the main stage yet. He's been popping off over on the side stage, and now he's ready to take the Amazon Arena by storm. Let's take a look at the boys rockin' blue.
They're so happy walking in, man, and this team is all vibes. You know, it felt like a Major 4 qualifying stage earlier in the year. Surge was making a breakthrough to be one of our top teams, right? They had some unfortunate Game 5 losses. They got back in the lab, and now it feels like it's their time. Going up against the Royal Ravens, they know they have the edge. They play at a faster pace, and they have the talent to walk through this match.
Carolina's on the other side of the stage, Alley Cat, and we saw some great performances. Beans was boppity bop in Vegas Legion, but when he ran up against Optic, definitely kind of got pushed around. So what do you want to see from these boys tonight?
The biggest thing right now is my eyes are going to be on Beans. He's the new addition to this roster heading into this event. And like you said, Chris, he was not putting up the damage as the damage dealer versus Optic Gaming, and he's their backbone for success right now. So that's my player to watch.
We want you all to weigh in before this match kicks off. You got 20 seconds. Head on over to stcplay.gg and let us know who you see winning. Let's hear from the analyst. Who do you guys got moving forward?
Honestly, I might have to go Vancouver Surge. I don't see Hook smiling that often.
And
I got Surge. The pace that they set, I do not think Ravens will be able to keep up with it. I got Surge in a 3-0.
The playoffs start right now.
Call of Duty fans around the world, welcome to Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup, live from Boulevard City in the heart of Riyadh. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the fantastic Kay Ali.
We kicked off this competition with the best 16 teams from all over the world. Now 8 remains. The lion's share of the $1.8 million awaits alongside the trophy. Consistency maketh champion, for only the strong prevail. Welcome to the playoffs.
Yes, indeed. The temperature outside is a cool 48 degrees Celsius. And for those of you stateside, that is 118 Fahrenheit. But that is nothing compared to the heat that these players are about to bring to the main stage.
Yes, Barney, we got 4 more keys to crush alongside the hopes and the dreams for their keeper. What are we waiting for? Let's bring out our contenders for today. Vancouver Surge versus Carolina Royal Ravens.
Surge with an absolutely glorious competition run so far, especially coming off of that series win yesterday. But can they maintain that momentum today?
And like the cunning and relentless Ravens, they emerge from the lower brackets with a fiercer hunger and a chip on their shoulders. This one is going for distance.
It is indeed. It's time to begin day 3. It's the playoffs.
We've got quarterfinal matchups for you guys all day today here in Riyadh, and like Barney Banks had said, it is getting toasty up in here, not just at the venue, but of course outside. We got Carolina and we got Vancouver. Really interesting matchup here for us, Stud.
Oh yeah, very interesting matchup because the way that Vancouver have been able to play so far here at EWC, they have been absolutely lights out.
Sure.
And I think the reason why I'm saying that is because they were able to take down Cloud9 and not in like a Game 5 situation. They went all the way up to a Game 4, winning 3 maps in a row. And I think the biggest difference for them now is that they have finally added a second map to their control map pool, so they can play either High Rise or the Karachis or even an Invasion at times, which we are going to have in this series.
The control really has been a big moniker for success for this Vancouver squad. The other interesting thing, though, about these two teams playing up against each other, Search and Destroy has been kind of a one-sided affair.
Oh, yeah.
The respawns have been pretty close, so maybe there's something to look into what happens on map 2 and 5 in the series.
Yes, 6-0 on the side of Vancouver Surge. Historically on the season versus Carolina, you have to make sure you need this to at least respond in that game number 2 if you fall short in that map number 1, because what is it between them? Like 3 and 5? So the hard points are basically 50-50. Controls are a little bit more preferred on the side of Carolina, but this is an absolute matchup. And if you're Carolina, you had a tough day yesterday. You go up against Optic, Gaming, you fall short. You were at least able to take the search and destroy, but you had a great performance out of Gwyn. You have to make sure everyone is on the same page today.
Really, it just feels like for Carolina, just get a little bit better at the control, and then everything else seems to come with it. I mean, Beans has been a massive addition towards the slaying presence that the team has been able to bring to the table, and that's one of the things I think that's helped boost their confidence. So it'll be interesting to see if that honeymoon phase extends into a third day here for Carolina, whereas the team that I think a lot of people looked at as a potential dark horse at champs is now all of a sudden starting to realize their potential. 2 map 5 losses, both in their upper round 1 and their lower round 1 at champs, but here at this event, they have been undeniable.
They've only lost 1 map, man, and it was an opening hard point versus Cloud9. Okay, you will take that. You were able to respond in the search and destroy, clutching up in the round 11, but the most important, impressive thing was that 3-0 on the invasion control. You had players like Hydra going almost triple negative, but enough about that. It's time to get into our first matchup of the day. Winner moves on to top 4.
A 6-star to start. We're going to have High Rise for map number 2. You can see it all at the bottom part of their screen as Abuza. How about him? And we talked about it. If he was running this AR all year long, he would have been far and away probably the rookie of the year, and he's starting things off hot here for Vancouver.
Yeah, that was the recipe for success yesterday versus Cloud9. The ARs played outstanding. Brezzy and Abuza were 2 men on a mission with those ARs in hand, and already into this P1, they were finding a little bit of success, but you can see Carolina swing their way back on in, all the kills going in their favor, and now they're continuously soaking up this P1 time.
We talked to this Vancouver team, we're saying, hey, Hook is coming way different today. What's been the sauce? He's just feeling confident. He's now back to nuke form and will clean shots at range. Gwyn able to respond to 1, and he actually gets the second as well. Nade will take him out of the picture. Hardpoint goes neutral, but you look at the minimap, and you got Vancouver setting up for P2 first.
Yeah, Surge have the rotation over towards New, but Carolina on your minimap, they're finding all the kills to that front side, so that's already 3 dead. If you are Vancouver now, you have to play for these kills instead of playing for the objective, but now the reinforcements are here, the trades are in, and Carolina hold on to the first push.
Really clean stuff for Vancouver, and now they're trying to get a little bit of separation from this next hit. Hook hitting the pinch. He's able to find not just 1, but 2. A teammate unfortunately lands right into the lap of Fellow, and as 04 tries to step up, it will be Beans to shut down the play. So maybe one more chance here for Carolina to try to break.
Yeah, it wasn't Carolina holding, it was actually Vancouver in the 2v4. Great plays out of 04 to basically take the lead right on back. 30 seconds still to fight for here. You have Beans finding a double. I feel like that's what that young man has been able to bring to this roster. Just that slaying ability. 9 and 3 start, already on 4 in a row. Only 20 seconds still to fight for here at this P2, and you already see on your mini-map that they're taking a step ahead. Felony, nice and early off that rotation to do.
Good pinch, though, coming off for Hook. Just trying to play for the rest of the scrap time. Beans gets to 5 in a row before falling. And this has been really kind of a paradoxical start for Carolina. Fellow's just at 0-3, while Beans is 10-4. So the dichotomy of the ARs is completely separate at the moment.
But if you remember yesterday for Carolina, these are the 2 hills that they tended to struggle with versus Optic Gaming. These P3s and P4s, they couldn't find early successful breaks, and that led to them walking away with the game by 100 points. So starting off at least trading effectively, Felony able to come out on top. You were also able to flip those spawns towards the back end. So successful rotation from Carolina. Now you just got to run up that score.
No trophy system here, though, for the Royal Ravens. Seattle setting up for their break attempt around the outsides. Fellow in trouble. Going to be stunned and naded. Gwyn, though, from the front, just holding onto the waterfall jump up. He's going to take down 2. Long pinch on the way from Hoop, but that's shut down by Beans. So just when you thought for a moment that Vancouver were going to find entryway, Carolina say no, not today in the last 18 seconds.
And look at how well they are playing so far. A flawless hold. You're starting to take the map away from them. Beans already finds himself on another 4-3. Make it 5, trying to earn himself his first cruise missile, but unfortunately, again, does get shut down on 5 in a row. But that is a flawless hold right there from Carolina. Seattle Surge, able to get those final 10 seconds, but at least you already have a couple players off that rotation. But Vancouver, they said, screw the rotation. We're going right through the middle of the map.
Beans is gunning. 17-7. Peeling players off headies. It just seems like no gunfight is a bad one for him to take at the moment. And with that, the Royal Ravens find themselves up about 40 points. Time being earned. Pinch also on the way. Carolina just spreading the map, and Vancouver have no idea how to deal with it. Hook, the last one standing, tries to force the engagement, but he's shut down, and 3 Ravens will survive.
And that's Beans trusting his teammates. He was holding down security, realizing, okay, you guys are spawning on the opposing side. I just want to hold these angles. You guys got to clutch up on those gunfights. And clutch up on every single one of them to still hold on to this hard point. He's having himself one hell of a start to this series. Already breaching that 100-point mark, still 20 seconds to fight for, and this is perfect for Carolina. This junk time is going to be yours, and you're already showing presence around that mid-map.
I mean, when Beans is finding not just kills, but damage like this, I'm sure TJ's like, I'm in there. Like, let me run and fly at him. And it's working out beautifully through this first set of hills for the side of Carolina. Beans is still just popping off. 20 and 8. More damage. Talon slows down this next hit for the Surge, who have to just group up and try to flood this from mid.
Right now, 0-4 is not having the best performance, and neither is Brad. You got to turn it around on the second half of the game. There goes the SMG duo to strike. They're able to find a double with TJ now with the AR. He's trying to get it done. Unfortunately, he does fall, so the break comes in for Surge. But this is the time you need to get back into this game and also maintain those spawns for next.
And it does look like they have an idea that Beans is here, but it doesn't make a difference. This guy is unbelievable right now. 21 and 10 eventually shut down. Pook holding on to the interior of the bar, up and over the head. He's able to find one, leaving Gwyn by himself, but there's no follow-up. 0-4 is tagged. He can't come on back through, and just as soon as he makes the challenge, TJ turns that into 2, and Gwyn follows up to cleanly wipe out the floor.
And now this is where Carolina can be the aggressors. They're already walking away with this final 20 of junk time, but Surge realizing, all right, this game is starting to get out of hand. We can't give this up for free. We're still going to try to go for the contest, and Abuza with the double is going to be able to secure that final 10 seconds. Vancouver again start off with the initial spawns for the backside of P2. You just cannot allow Carolina to slay their way to the front and make it way more mixy.
And you might just need to slow down for a beat here if you're Surge. I mean, you're dealing with a 12 and 32 between Brezzy and 0-4 combined. That's not good, and also not very common. But as Vancouver start to set themselves up with the spawns, now it's just down to if they can break the hills and jump into a Surge listening.
I'm behind you, He's front. I'm coming for them. Left us. I need it. Keep putting I'm behind you. Nice. Go in. Where's your mid-life? It's not time. He's like backward corner. Okay. Yeah. Where's mid-life, guys? Nice action. That's you. You can
one guy's cutting mid, I think.
Go mid. I'm here.
I'm pretty sure he's mid somewhere.
Someone. Okay, that's you. Watch that curve. Left side. Give me a second. Close right. Yeah, right. Jordan, right.
Yo, he's in white.
He's 40, dead. Nice job.
In white on me?
One time. 1 HP time. Hop up. 1 HP.
I'm showing white. One guy's...
I'm long right now.
Show me.
Yeah, we can go.
One time.
Where they
Maybe wait.
Well, Hook is trying to inject some energy, but still Carolina winning on rotation as they grow their lead back to 60+, so we bounce right into a Royal Ravens listening.
Alright, nice. Full flip. I'm blocking. I have blue.
I'm looking wood, Teach.
I have wood. What do you want, boys? I'm popping.
Wood, 0-4 dead.
Blue in mid.
Upstairs, I'm one shot.
There are 2. Open.
My front hop's open. I'm looking wood. I have wood. Get my hop. I have wood.
I'm trying to get it. Pop up.
I'm looking wood. Nice, I'm going to wood. One more hop. Nice, good shit.
Open.
Nice guy. I'm leaving that bed. I'm going office.
Listen, I'm going office, okay?
Yeah, I'm coming to new.
Let's get to new.
It could be you, Isaiah. It could be you.
No. We're going to wrap the.
Let me come out here.
Might play through.
Alright.
I'm looking your top.
Yo, you look lobby, Ben.
Look mid. Just hold my U.
Their side. Going top office. One to hit the deep right, I think.
Brezzy top office. Brezzy top office.
Take some on the break, guys.
And the comms from the Roy Ravens is fantastic. You can already hear Beans. No one is messing with him right now on the map. 32 and 13. He's finding a 2-piece, finding a 3-piece. The only thing he has yet to earn on this map is a cruise missile, but he is shooting tremendously straight right now.
I mean, it's just Carolina could do no wrong. Everyone is sitting at massively positive stat lines. 0-4 finally starting to heat up just a touch. A double there keeps the Vancouver Surge into the new hard point. 35 seconds still to fight for in Carolina, looking to set up from mid-hit.
Still a lot of time, though, at that P4 HP, but if you are Vancouver, you got to make sure you're maintaining around the rest of the map, but that initial 2 kills going in favor of Carolina, they're going to apply all that pressure through mid-connector. Bahook and Abuza combined for 3, so this is a potential start back up for Surge. You need to walk away with this final 15. You're already showing a lot of presence over towards that middle of the map, but if you pay attention to your mini-map, Felony gets blessed with a free pinch spawn, and he's also able to get that kill.
And the last 2 left alive are the 2 players that you need to start seeing wake up. Now it's just down to 0-4, trying to get out and save his life. Not going to happen. Gwyn turns that into a double, and it's just the quickness, the tempo that Carolina are putting on the map. Vancouver cannot hang with. Unreal scenes, 50 seconds to fight for here at New, and Ravens could win the game right here.
That's crazy when you talk about tempo, because on the opposing side, you got 0-4 and Hook, who are the 2 fastest players that we had throughout the entire season. Just not in sync right now. Carolina are able to breach that 200-point mark. They're continuously running up the score. Boozer trying to put himself in a position to not let this time get away from him. But every time you turn, there's another player from Carolina ready for the gunny. Already 3 dead in the feed. Gwyn on 5 in a row. They can still win it here.
I don't know what these guys had for breakfast or lunch, but I'm going to need it immediately sent to room service because, oh my goodness, even Fellow getting involved. Abuza's double gets immediately countered out by one of Beans, and now all of a sudden, it's all Ravens just trying to take this over the finish line, and why not? Fellow getting aggressive. Beans right there to follow up as, well, they will at least maybe see one more hill, but look at the setup. TJ still finding kills, and the Ravens are going to fly on into a map 1 win.
Yeah, and the spawns all the way so across the map for Vancouver. They're not going to have an opportunity to get back into the game. And Carolina Royal Ravens, the team that has preferred this hard points versus this Vancouver squad, they get another one added to the tally in dominant fashion to go up 1-0.
I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, walking double kills for every single member of the Carolina Royal Ravens. And for Brezzy at 04, the monitor's on because, wow, I don't think we've seen them get bullied that badly in a long time.
Showed up a little bit late to the party, man. They were not ready to spawn it on the 6-star. Obviously, if you're Carolina, you had the opportunity yesterday to play this versus Optic. You were able to go back and realize the mistakes that you were able to make. You need to step up in the pacing. That was fantastic, but the slaying department was way too easy. It was a 40 burger right there out of Mr. Beans, and then 30 plus out of Gwyn. He started to turn up out of nowhere. Also 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill. And if you're T-Fel, it's all about 12 and 17. I promise you, he's leading in the comms, making sure everything is orchestrated properly, and that was a dominant opening hardpoint.
They didn't need him.
No.
I mean, wow. Unreal scenes. Nearly 6K damage for 2 members on the Ravens. 41 and 17? Are we kidding each other right now? Unreal stuff. On the other side, what was like 27 and 56 combined in terms of the KD for Brezzy at 04. So, I mean, legitimately, that is a 1v2 pretty much the entire way for the side, Mr. Ben Beans.
And if you are Vancouver, you got to shake that one off and shake it quickly, because yesterday, at least you had stellar performances out of both your AR players. Brezzy was going unbelievably bonkers versus Cloud9, especially in the search and destroy. And in 04, having a slow start, sometimes when you're running that SMG, you're feeling like, okay, I'm playing too slow at moments. But then when you're playing too fast, you're always running into gunfights and spawning so far away across the map. It's taking a lot of the time for you to even get back into the play.
Yeah.
And it was just very difficult from start to finish for Vancouver, even though they did have a majority of the spawns for that P2. But everything else, Carolina flawless off the rotation towards P3, great on early breaks around that P1 area, and then P4, they were the team that soaked up a majority of that time as well.
Clean stuff, man. I mean, you can break it down a million different ways, but you're going to come away with the reaction that Carolina dominated. Yep. That's pretty much the only words you need to know from start to finish. So now all of a sudden we start to take a look back over the series. We got a high-rise search and destroy coming up here. And again, it's one of those things that this is still a new team, so to speak, here for Carolina, but it does feel like their search has come in pretty darn prepped up for this event.
Oh yeah, because they were able to take this map yesterday versus Optic Gaming, the only one that they took in the series, even though it was all the way in round 11. It came down to a 1v1, and Beans was able to beam dash it across the map, but you were able to go back and watch that. And that is fantastic. So you were able to make those adjustments. Obviously, Gwyn dropping 14 and 7, earning the cruise missile going into the round 11 definitely helped. But you're more focused today, if you are Carolina, on working this objective. I feel like they did not get a single plant yesterday versus Optic because they made it very tough, especially showing a lot of presence towards top heli. You cannot get early picked off.
Yeah, that's the big part. And I think the person you're looking at in particular could just come down to TJ. I think he had 4 first deaths in that matchup versus Optic when we were casting them. So that's going to be kind of a focus point, whereas for Vancouver, they were one of the top search and destroy teams at one moment in time throughout this year. So can they continue to find success here? Opening first blood, good for 04. That's a heck of a way to start, too, especially after the slow hard point. Follow-up good from Abuza, keeping 04 safe, and that's now a 4v2 for Vancouver.
Yeah, that's the dynamic duo right there for Surge. Making sure you're having each other's backs covered. So now it turns into a 2v4, Beans and Fellow. Left to try to clutch on up. You can already see Vancouver getting aggressive up on the map. Hook is just waiting to strike. He finds that kill on the Beans. 1v4 for Felony. He's only able to take down 1, and that is a perfect response to stop the bleeding off of that map, number 1. Come out swinging in round 1 and search and destroy.
I think as well, on top of that, 04 finding first blood is just part of the equation. It's where he finds it.
Yes.
If Vancouver can continue to have that pit dominance, that's been one of their linchpins towards success on the entirety of the year, is being able to freely go from underground to underground, using bottom blue as kind of a route that they can both utilize both on the defensive side as well as on the offensive. So to be interested to see if 04 can just really kind of feel himself out down towards bottom blue in that underground area.
Yeah, just continue to play around your teammates. Obviously, that was an orchestrated setup there. You find that first blood, you back down, you throw a shoulder, gain the info, and set up Abuza for that second kill. So teamwork makes the dream work for this Surge roster, and Abuza this time around, he's able to find that first blood all the way across the map. 04 getting aggressive. The confidence is roaring through this young man, already to a 3-0 start, trying to make it 4, but he's just going to play his life.
Yeah, really smart route here from 04. Takes this player out of the A windows. Follow-up is easy from Hook. And wow, okay, this has been just as convincing as the hard point was for Carolina. Nice shots from TJ. Can he find a second, though? He's going to get overwhelmed from his left and right simultaneously, and that will be enough for, again, Surge to take a quick first blood and turn that into an easy round.
Yeah, and you're probably expecting there, if you are Carolina, all right, they're not going to get aggressive on offense. There's no trophy system still to work with, so we're just going to spread the map out and see what they're going to throw at us. But when you find Abuza getting that first blood from window to window, that makes it a lot easier because now you have the man advantage. 04 already took a lot of space over there towards the propane for that second kill. And then you know Hook is bound to be in the play somewhere. He sets up the pinch for the final. And then TJ left in the 1v3, stood no chance. So Vancouver, 2 rounds in a row.
Look back over this route from 04, like we talked about, using that blue side of the map. Definitely something to keep in the back of our minds here is now 04. Hook going to try to make a play over towards A. And that's going to be convincing control over towards Helly's side. Fellow in trouble, but the wallbang does not connect, so 04 will still stay on just a 4-0 start.
They have a lot of their bases covered over towards this B site. They realize that it's not going to be easy to work this objective over towards A. Positioning right now out of Abuza, holding down that B lane by himself.
Yep.
This is such a crucial spot to try to shut down this play in 04. Sitting on 0-4, but we potentially are going to have an engagement on the cards through bottom blue. Look at the play.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You also see Brizzy was kind of watching the backside of this, and yeah, this is a really good late rotation here from the side of Vancouver. You called it perfectly, Jay. Abuza's out there by himself, but 04 getting the cross, and then Hook coming back over from the front side at Helly will once again utilize that bottom underground position to overwhelm Carolina. It starts with the long crossing battles, but it finishes with the close-up action.
It's just beautifully played right there out of Vancouver, man. Like making the play come to them. The fact that Abuza is able to find one, but also the second kill as well. 04 didn't even have to shoot his gun. Their setups right now are flawless. They're realizing of what Carolina are trying to throw at them, taking the ground away. When you're finding success in that first blood category, now 3 rounds in a row, always up in the man advantage is going to make your job a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. And the cushion of 3 rounds allows you to do some weird things if you want to. Just keep Carolina on the back foot. This has been as convincing as any search we've seen so far on the weekend. And how about this? 3-man hit over towards the A side of the map initially. Fellow up top, going to be catching some nades. I don't know if he gets tagged by that, though. 04 is in a good spot to watch for the jump peek, and yep, he will confirm that Fellow's here at windows.
Oh, and another first blood, this time out of Brezzy. Look at how aggressive, though, Carolina take over towards that B street. They take that away from Vancouver, but they said, screw that, we're just going to find that first blood across the map. And now in the man advantage, this is where you have the playmakers ready to make some plays. Hook roaming through bottom pit. Sort of has a read that there's at least a couple players around this site, puts down shots into beans, but just going to give the info to his team.
Stun lands, Brezzy on the hunt, and that should be isolation. I mean, this is perfect in every form of the word. Absolute perfection from Vancouver. They have gotten, what, 4 deaths at most? And we're 4 rounds in. This has been beautiful.
You can always rely on Vancouver Surge to show that teamwork prowess in Search and Destroy specifically. They have been great from the start of the season. They're closing out the season as one of the top teams in this mode for a reason. Because that's now, what, 4 first bloods?
Yep.
They're slowly working around the map. You're forcing Carolina to change their defensive look because a lane is open. Someone has to sort of pick that up, and then every time that lane gets switched out, a player is making his way through, making the plays.
That's exactly it. It's legitimately layer after layer. It is checkpoint Call of Duty of hit condition 1, move to condition 2, find success there, and, well, Brezzy, an aggressive battle through mid. But again, because that player at mid is not being able to watch anything, who gets into the site for free? He's got help up top over towards elevators. I mean, again, Vancouver are getting the defensive setup that they want.
They're already trying to take B Street away from them, but they do not read the positioning out of TJ. He gets aggressive over towards the propane side. Finally, a first blood in favor of the Ravens. They have the man advantage, and they also were able to isolate onto Abuza. So this should be a round in the 4v2. Just got to play your trades correctly.
I will say I like the idea from Abuza right there, though, to try to come around the backside of the play, but Carolina are very privy to it. And now it is just down to Brezzy, and he's been figured out a while ago in terms of him playing towards A windows. Gonna dance with the devil a little bit here as he resets the position, but bomb will be planted, and this will be a 1v4 chance for him.
Yeah, Brezi's on 4 in a row, so how aggressive he decide to be in this situation? Because he could potentially earn himself a cruise missile, and he's not going to even attempt to try to clutch up on this round. Carolina had them trapped in towards the back. Don't know if they're going to try to play for this kill to not allow him to potentially pick up that cruise, but everyone is sending it.
Yep. Stuns won't land initially, but it looks like Brezi will be caught from behind here. Or maybe not. Okay, decent attempt, but good heads-up awareness from Carolina. Don't allow him to have a chance to keep playing for this. If he earns a cruise missile, this search is just done.
Yeah. Thankfully, TJ was able to put himself in a position for that first blood. Finds that kill onto the player on top Propane. And then into the 3v4, Abuza realizes, okay, we're in a man disadvantage. I have to try to make something happen. Gets aggressive up through the B street and was not prepared for 2 players to turn that corner. So Vancouver successful on the round after getting that first blood, but you need a couple more to even get yourself back into this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, big time. But, hey, first blood turns into a first-round win. Okay, we can work with that. Just comes down to can they change the patterns and the trends, which have still been largely controlled by what the Surge have been able to do. Gwyn quickly in towards the site. Beans now looking to get a little bit more aggressive towards B alley. TJ playing the opposite side of the map, and Vancouver will continue to try to just work towards this bottom pit angle.
Showing a lot of presence through bottom mid, but TJ now taking a little bit of pages out of Shotzi's book. Finds that second first blood of the map. Early man advantage in favor of Carolina, but Luke is just ready to go. The nuke strikes. He's only able to take down 1, and Gwyn and TJ respond with 2, so Abuza now in a 1v3.
Yeah, I love that from Carolina. I mean, you get the first blood, but nothing gets aggressive afterwards. What we've seen to this point, and this is not just extensional towards this particular map, but what we've seen throughout the weekend is if Vancouver can get a first blood, they're going to run at you.
Yeah.
If they get first blooded, they're going to try to slow down and find one guy to hit her out. So the fact that Carolina have gotten a good read on the pacing that Seattle, or Vancouver, pardon me, have been able to pull is a good sign towards potentially bringing this map back.
Yeah, the mid-game adjustments are starting to come in for Carolina. They've realized that, okay, we can't give up our first bloods for free. Let's stall out these rounds a little bit and force Vancouver to switch up their defensive looks. So that's now 2 rounds in a row for them. This time a different approach. They're going to double stack through bottom mid. They're instantly going to contest over towards that B street, so that objective might get instantly planted.
But I love this read from TJ. He sees the defensive stun get thrown towards top blue, so he knows he needs to lock down the lane, and now TJ's on 5. And on top of that, he's found a rival 9 to play with if he wants to. Shots from Brezi alert now Carolina to the position over the defense towards A. TJ not able to quite scout him yet, but focus or Carolina can go right back over to B now.
Yeah, you have a lot of time to work with, so let's continuously play for a little bit of information before we even think about that objective, because you know players like 0-4 are always going to put themselves in a position to contest it, and he's able to hit the hopper for at least 1 kill, but Gwyn effective on the trade. Still the man advantage in favor of Carolina. TJ on 5 in a row. He's going to set up this pinch play potentially for this free cruise.
That silence about to expire, but he's seen the target he needs to, and now a cruise missile earned from TJ. Wow, what a flip of the script here from Carolina. So Brezi will find himself in a 1v3 playing from the opposite side of the site. Maybe a chance up the ladder, but no, Gwyn watching it the entire way, and it's 3 in a row for Carolina.
And realistically, it's all about TJ right now. You said it yesterday. He had 4 first deaths. So far, that's 3 first bloods in a row from TJ. He earns himself the cruise missile. It's 3 rounds in a row for Carolina fighting their way back into this game. And now if you are Surge, that pacing and everything that you had for your initial game plan, you got to throw something totally different because you have a cruise missile now to worry about.
Absolutely. I'm loving what I'm seeing in terms of the immediate adjustments for Carolina. I think this team in the past we've also kind of seen have moments like this, but to be able to pull it in forms of first blood tallies, getting a read on the tempo that Vancouver's trying to throw at you and dealing with it. Beautiful stuff. And this time going to be passive defensive setup here for Carolina. A lot of focus through the mid lane. With just Gwyn playing aggressive, he may have been stunned there, but doesn't dissuade him from still holding his position. The follow-up nades don't land, so he's very healthy here.
Yeah, Gwyn's in a great position to contest over towards this B site. You also have TJ contesting over towards B street. He is on 6 in a row, potentially a round that you want to call him that cruise, but 0-4 finds the angle for the first blood.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of a misstep right there from Gwyn. He's trying to get extra information at mid. He just gets caught. And now TJ trying to force some sort of a trade. That's not going to work out. Defense holding back now for Carolina, trying to receive wherever this hit is coming from. You've got Hook and 0-4 trying to play through the underground, and TJ's not going to be able to get the timing for it. 4v2 for Surge.
So now Beans and follow the ARs for Carolina. left to try to clutch on up. Only 30 seconds left on the game clock. Eventually, Vancouver have to commit for these objectives over towards this B site. They just don't want to get caught off guard. And now you have Felony slowly working his way up through bottom pit. He potentially is going to find the angle, but the bomb goes down. He still finds the kill.
Beans trying to help him on the cross. Whoa! Nice shots from Fellow. Just can't quite finish off the kill towards Abuza. And now Beans is in trouble top helipad. Decent shots, but can't finish Abuza at range. And now he will be completely taken advantage of over towards top heli. No worries there. And with that, Vancouver put themselves on map point.
Yeah, so far it's been a battle of the first bloods. Whoever has successfully found that first blood has secured the round win at the very end. But with 0-4 finding that angle onto Gwyn, it's a great start off, and then see TJ gets aggressive up through the B street. He was just not prepared for the bad timing he was going to get through underground. You put it into a 4v2. You let the game clock wind down. You work that plant. You find the effective trades to close it out. Now you're at game point.
This will feel familiar, though. Carolina brought around 11 back by winning 3 in a row against Optic yesterday. And they had a cruise missile to help for that. So it just comes down to, can they repeat? And opening nades towards pit are going to land. Hook will drop in Carolina. They may try to go quick here to try to take over the surge side of underground.
Yeah, and that's beautifully timed right there. And teamwork out of Carolina, because they realize, okay, we're going to get aggressive through bottom blue. Everybody chuck your nades for that first blood. Gwyn also finds his second kill onto the round. So now in a 4v2, you do not have to invest a cruise missile. Here, TJ across the map is able to strike onto Brezzy. Now, Babusa left in a 1v4, but he's in a really good spot.
If the first transfers, doesn't finish off the second. Oh, if he gets that kill, maybe there's a world where we start to talk about the possibilities of this. It's not over yet, but obviously Carolina are now very alerted to where he's positioned. The bomb's been collected and will be tracked back over for a Planet A.
Yeah, you Planet A. It's basically a GG in a 1v3. He's going to be able to find the freebie, though, onto Gwyn. The snap, not good enough, though. That is going to send Carolina at least to force this round number 10. And now on the defensive side, all you want to do is play for the info. No one drop early, because TJ with that cruise missile is instantly going to be able to stop that objective when it goes down.
Yeah, that's the big point about this, is I think you can try to set up your defense to play off the cruise in this round. Offensively, they found some pretty decent success. Now, keep in mind the patterns here. Vancouver, their most amount of success in First Bloods have been by getting aggressive over towards the B side of the map, whether that be at the alley or more particularly down low in the underground. Can they find a way to get that success again? Bomb being left. They're looking to get aggressive with nades early here.
Look how fast Hook is playing in towards bottom blue. But they know that TJ has a cruise missile, so that's why they're going to play a little bit safer. Putting themselves in close quarter situations where they can at least keep themselves alive from that cruise missile. That's already been 25 seconds knocked off the game clock. The cruise is going to get invested. This is all the information now gained for Carolina. Do they decide to take the map away from them?
Oh, Gwyn's trying to chase. He's trying to chase down Brezzy. Doesn't find him, though. Cruise missile. Oh, no. I mean, what are we talking about? That is Gwyn down low, near the door. Cruise missile takes him out of the picture, and simultaneously as it being called in, Beans will drop, and now it's a 4v2 for Vancouver.
And Hook's able to find Felony across the map, so now it's a 1v4 onto TJ. Does he have a miracle in him? Positioning already known, and 0-4 is able to close it out with that final kill. Vancouver tied the series up at 1, but what we doing with that cruise, Teach?
Man. I mean, if you're Gwyn, you're sitting there like, really? That cruise missile was hit top windows, and he's bottom pit door.
That's tough, man, because you got to keep in mind, the cruise missile was coming in nice and slow. Gwyn was the player that was getting aggressive, taking the map away from them, trying to catch them off guard with his positioning. But the unfortunate team kill happens from TJ. I feel like TJ always has at least one of those moments in every single title. Remember last year, he dated himself in a 1v1. You just don't see things like that happen. But Vancouver were able to respond on the back of the first blood again. 6-4 is the final score in that column. 6-4 in the final score of this entire Search and Destroy to tie the series up at 1.
There's a lot of ways that we can be critical of that last round, but I think most importantly, it's something we don't even see. It's the fact that Brezzy gets isolated, but he gets out of bottom underground. Because that wasn't just Gwyn on the hunt. You also had Beans playing over towards the A side of the map, looking to trap him bottom blue. And unfortunately, Beans drops in the same breath. Gwyn can't quite find Brezzy, let alone the fact that he gets team killed out from the cruise. So just tough scenes overall. A heck of an effort from Carolina, but the opening start for Vancouver just too dominant.
Yeah, they came out swinging, man. Carolina started to turn the game around, though. Like TJ with multiple first bloods, 3 in a row. It was able to earn himself the cruise missile. I thought when you're in a 4-3 situation, you probably want to invest that cruise missile there, because you could tie the game up at 4, then you're making the Surge very, very nervous because you started off swinging in this game. But then Carolina have made those mid-game adjustments. Just unfortunate at the very end when they actually decide to call in the cruise, a team kill happens with it.
Yep. Good reads, though, from TJ midway through, allowing Carolina to start to bounce back. Plus, of course, earning the cruise missiles in the first place was a lifeline. Definitely kept us on the edge of our seats just a touch here. But all things told, Vancouver continue to really impress us with what they've brought to the table with the Search and Destroy. So with that, now we start to look at an invasion control. And this is, again, not just the map, but the mode overall has been where Carolina have really suffered. We did get a chance to talk to them a little bit this afternoon before everyone started to come to the venue. They know that their control is poor. They also know that the spawns that they had in Karachi are sometimes unavoidable. So it's weird, like we heard it from, I think it was TJ in particular, like invasion control is the best map that we have right now in terms of options. So at least they've got that going for them.
Yeah, it tends to be their best bet, but if you think about the season, like even when Clay was back on the roster, they couldn't really find a lot of success on invasion overall. So obviously you want to avoid the Karachi bad spawns. You're spawning all the way across the map for apparently no reason. And in the high-rise they played yesterday versus Vegas, they got 3-0'd on it and completely outslayed. So they try to bring a different recipe for success here, throwing in the invasion control. And if you are Surge, at least tying up the series in Search and Destroy, this is a map that you dominated versus Cloud9 yesterday. Your ARs played fantastic. 0-4 pulled out that third or fourth AR at times, and he was also able to slay with the best of them. So you're very confident if you are Surge to at least put yourself in a 2-1 advantage on this invasion.
The other side of things, too, is that Rio hardpoint that's still lingering. Yes, Vancouver did drop this to Cloud9 yesterday, but it's a very tight map. So it just comes down to, again, trusting the SMGs are not going to have back-to-back bad hardpoint. Oh, yeah. That will be there for us. But Jay, I think overall, happy to see both these two teams be as evenly matched as we are.
Yeah, we've already seen the adjustments coming in. Obviously, yesterday for Carolina, they play that 6-star versus Optic. They get smoked. They make the adjustments today. They do the smoking. And then the Surge, they responded to Search and Destroy. What is that, 7-0 on the season versus this lineup? They are good at S&D for a reason.
Sometimes you just get a rock that meets paper, or paper that meets scissors. That seems to be what we have in the Search and Destroy, but at least we're going to get a control and another hard point when we come back at the backside of the break. Don't go far.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
In the Esports World Cup featuring Modern Warfare 3, that's Jay Stud. Hey, of course it is. How are you doing, buddy? You look good today. I love this shirt, by the way.
Yeah, man. You know, I was trying to match the vibes of Riyadh. You know, it's not the best, but it seems pretty nice.
Oh, I'm liking it. It looks really airy, really light. It's
yeah,
hot.
Yeah, I'm still sweating, though. You know me.
I do, dude. It's hot out here. But we got ourselves a great series here for our opening quarterfinal. Hopefully the coffee's kicking in for all of you in North America still waking up, because this series deserves your full attention. We've got a 1-1 count between the Vancouver Surge and the Carolina Royal Ravens. Now going into invasion control. Feels like the best opportunity for Carolina to show us some life in control, generally speaking.
This is a map that, at least in the first series versus Vegas, they were able to walk away victorious in a clean 3-0. So both of these squads on the weekend have a 3-0 underneath their belt. So this might be the deciding factor of who's going to walk away with this entire series here, as it's going to be Carolina on the attacking side early on. They're not showing any presence over towards A. They want to get the easy one out the way first at this B point.
The interesting thing is they're not really stacking for it, though. They're still trying to feel out where the Surge defense is coming from. And as Beans gets a read that there are a couple of contestants over towards mid-tank, Fellow has to keep his eyes now over towards the DVD alley push, and that's where Surge will make their play. But whoa, TJ pops off for 2 in the feed. Fellow trying to finish off the final. That's all 4 down and a chance, not just for B progress, but keep your eye on number 3. Beans has an opportunity to play up the alley.
Yeah, look how aggressive Beans takes over towards that B street. He realizes that, okay, my teammates are most likely going to capture over towards that B point. So let me just show a little bit of presence at Ace, force them on this side of the map, and allowed them to extend this time early on, as Carolina currently leading in this lane department by 2, almost 3 kills, but Abuza with the snap onto Beans gets it done, and now you have to get past that pre-aim when your Beans off the respawn.
Yeah, and he actually spawns over towards Ice Cream side, so that's going to give him alerted that, yep, our Palace spawn is under threat right now. Extra 60 seconds is added, but Carolina are just going to hold. Brezzy seems to have been figured out. Gwyn also gets a read over towards Hook, but the Rival 9 too strong in that position. Does get traded out, so at least there's some mid-map control. Problem is, you got to get rid of this player at Water Bridge.
Yeah, it all starts with at least this kill in towards Cafe.
Oh, here we go.
Now you're going to force this player over towards Water Bridge and Abuza to try to stay alive as long as he can. The nade is not able to connect, but TJ gets to the read. If he can win this gunfight, even better, but Brezzy effective on the trade. You're still going to put yourself in a position, though, if you are Carolina, put the game clock at a pause, but everyone falls around Gwyn.
Nice.
Last player alive, you got to make a miracle happen.
Well, he's done well to catch the first. Problem is, the Surge are all over the Carolina spawns. That's dealt with, though, and I mean, you've got Brezzy still way on the other side of the map. The spawns are not good here for Vancouver. That's going to be a first tick done. You've got help on the cross here for Ravens on this opening offense, and Fellow finds elimination. That should be enough for at least someone else for the Ravens to jump at the point.
Yeah, this is a scary situation right here. If you are Surge, and they do not find a single kill in the feed. Now the double stack, the triple stack is about to be in. Second segment already done. Gwyn is still going to be alive. Get your trophies down, but that is going to be the round. Okay, Ravens, the improvements on Invasion are definitely showing.
I mean, that's just a great hero play from Gwyn to start.
Yeah.
But I think more importantly, Vancouver spawning so deep out, Brezzy's just not moving fast enough, it feels like.
But that's the focus right there of Surge. The fact that they were thinking, all right, we got 2 players contesting over towards Gwyn at that 8 point. One of them are bound to get a trade. Neither one of them do. So the other 2 players are playing for those spawn kills, and when they were putting themselves on that B Street side of the map, you're not going to get those gas station spawns. You're going to spawn all the way around blue, so they didn't even have an opportunity to shut down that potential first segment coming in. But then when Fellow over the top catches a freebie with a nade, it keeps Gwyn alive for long enough, and then the rest of his teammates off the respawn, challenge to mid, win all the gunfights, and then the stack comes in. Perfectly played right there out of Raven.
Just domino effect, absolutely. Opening engagements over towards the B side of the map. Hook trying to sneak out a broken, not going to happen. Brezzy follows up for his trade. Abuza still holding on to mid while the rest of the reinforcers for the Surge continue to get over towards Brezzy's direction. First tick done, second on the way. Not a stack though, so it is just Brezzy by himself on the point.
And they still want to try to maintain a little bit of that mid-map control. You can already see on your mini-map, players like that only hitting this long route, trying to time this to perfection. Don't know if he's going to check right underneath him when he jumps over this wall, so Abuza should be able to catch a freebie, but the second segment is already done. The third is on the way, and here comes Abuza.
Has to follow up off of this in a big 1v1 win, with Hook clearing out DVD. Extra 60 seconds on the mark. TJ, oh, good read. He must have his headset cranked, are you kidding? So the snap is good, and now TJ knows that there's a threat through DVD, and he'll find a second as well.
Time has already been extended. TJ is able to find a double, so at least he gains the info that 2 players are coming off of the respawn. Where are the last 2 players from the Surge? They are trying to hold down that blue position to allow their teammates to get back into the play. Abuza is at least able to strike for 1, but Fellow over the top catches a spawner. And now you're just more focused on these players in the back of your spawn. You cannot allow Abuza to continue to slay you in your spawn.
Yeah, Fellow kind of in a similar position that we saw from Abuza last time around over towards Water Bridge. But he is by himself, and the Surge are deep through gas. Big first win. Gwyn follows up, taking the second and third. What a map we're starting to see coming out of Gwyn, 3 in a row. And all in the meantime, Fellow stays, at least for the most part, safe over towards Water. Trade out as Gwyn gets to 4 in a row.
Yeah, Gwyn's on 4 in a row. Finds the ace right there in that moment. It's the reset button now for Surge. They are trapped in towards the backside of Palace, and look at all the ground that Ravens have taken away from them. You're already showing presence over towards B Street, but if you're TJ, you can't turn your back on that angle because they are forced to hit that overextension, so now they have an angle of attack.
Yeah, Fellow knows he's in trouble, tries to go 1-for-1, not going to be allowed to, and now you've got essentially all 4 Surge members running forward, trying to get up and towards Cafe. Maybe a chance with one more set of kills to get onto the A zone, but TJ off the respawn. Does well to stay alive. Follow up from Gwyn, looking for kill number 5. Clean with the pistol. Now it's just down to can he find kill number 6, and he's going to get some separation at mid to try to play his life a little while longer, looking for the cruise.
Yeah, just continuously play these corners. Make your life a lot more difficult to be found. So now he switches it up. Brezi's not going to check it. Cruise missile earning the shots even better. The rookie of the year on 7 in a row. TJ across the map also finds the 3rd player. This is where you can tend to be aggressive with only 30 seconds left. Vancouver, you're going to waste at least 15 to even work out of your base.
Oh, big time. This has to go quickly and very successfully if you're Surge. No progress being made over towards A really at all this round as Gwyn continues to stay alive on this streak. Eventually shut down, but it does not make a difference. Last one to find would be 04, and Beans, even though he's had a slower map, he's still letting them know about it. Fellow on the cross is making sure there is no more action for Surge in this offense.
Just flawless right there on the defensive side for Carolina. Even though Beans isn't shooting the best with his AR, you got the rookie of the year for a reason. He is stepping up tremendously in these moments. And in every single time you were trying to fight for that mid-map control, it was always TJ in a position playing for those trades. So the communication is on point right now for Carolina. Surge with their backs against the wall, already down by 3 segments. If you're Carolina, just go towards B. Extend the time early on again, and now you have a cruise missile to work with for your attack at A.
Absolutely, and then you could also guarantee yourself the round 5 defense with that as well. So I like the call. Play it safe, play it smart, don't do anything too cute. And that's exactly what's going to happen here, Jay. It's like you've played the game professionally once or twice.
You know, been around the block a couple times.
2 members on trophy system here, TJ for first blood, and this zone might just be gone right here.
Double stack going. You have 1 player in Brezi contesting. He puts down great shots into Gwyn, only 52 HP. Has to now play his life. But the repositioning and still knowing that Brezi has yet to fall. Finally, he's going to be able to get that kill. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Second segment already going to be done. Can you try to contest this if you are Hook? But with that SMG in hand, those gunfights are not preferred.
Look, not to sound biased as a Charlotte resident, but this is a fun team to watch right now. This Raven squad is clicking. All these little micro movements playing off each other has been absolutely perfect in the respawn. And now you've got yourself a 3 life advantage, a cruise missile to play with. Gwyn is still finding kills across the map. If he gets this one with the pistol, oh my. Might lose my lid, but instead it's TJ to finish things off, and now Seattle, or probably again, Vancouver had to play around the backside of gas for Felony's waiting for him.
And look at Felony, he's just putting himself in the corner. He's waiting for the info off of the cruise missile before he decides to make his play. With all the comms are coming in, and Gwyn is actually able to connect onto 1. Fellow is going to give up his positioning, putting down shots onto 04, not able to get the kill, and now if you are Vancouver, this is your main focus.
Yeah.
You got to kill Felony.
Well, who clears out the front with the double. Brezi not able to chase down Fellow, who tracks back over towards blue side, and he's got himself now on the regen with help moving through this OE position. And he actually hears the door pop from Hook, but the Rival 9 in Hook's hands too strong as Vancouver now can set up their defense.
TJ again roaming around this middle of the map, playing his corners, finding another double kill. Gwyn as well finds the 3rd. So this is where it gets scary because no one's watching over to towards the street. So if you are Beans, you can get into the point for free. You would really love that cruise missile in this situation, but you got teammates watching your crosses.
I mean, Gwyn's a walking kill streak right now. 17-8, he's still locking down mid-map. You got Fellow watching the cross. Gwyn stuck on the reload. Awkward battle, and he still almost gets the better of Hook, but instead it's Vancouver finding the kills. Every single one of them, it's a full 4-man down. First tick gets locked, but again, that's pretty insignificant. This is just down to can Carolina 3-0 because they already guarantee themselves round 5 defense.
Yeah, that's guaranteed now. You can't make up 7 segments in 1 offensive round. So if you are Carolina, can you potentially end this round out here to close it out in a 3-0? They are working this overextension. Big gunfight battle between TJ and Hoop. TJ does get the better of him, but if more effective trades out of Surge, still holding down the map.
And this is an important final 40 seconds here for Vancouver. You've got a couple of players that have put together close to streaks, in particular Abuza now on 5. You need to get him number 6, big time. So he's gonna make a play up towards mid, and there it is, just wiggling around frontside mid tank, and Abuza starting to light things up, 19 and 11.
Only 20 seconds left. Carolina have 7 lives remaining. There's simply not going to be enough time for them to even think about that A objective, but you also do not want to allow Surge to have a couple players going into this next round with a little bit of streaks. You do have 0-4 on 4 in a row. He's getting aggressive up through that water street. He's able to find his 4th. Can he make it 5? As he's able to spot the player, but time is running down. Carolina do not have any time to work out of their base, and 0-4 with the snap finds himself now on 5 in a row.
Yeah, for a second I thought he was going to get the immediate transfer over for number 6, but not going to happen. Regardless of that, Abuza gets cruise missile number 1. 0-4 now in a position to possibly earn cruise missile number 2. Those are the tools you need to go back-to-back offenses.
And it has to start, I think. You just have to extend this time early on. Give yourself multiple opportunities at that A point. So if you're going to stack over towards B, the initial gunfights are a big case to that. You can turn this game on its head. It's now with Abuza with that cruise on 7 in a row, trying to set up 0-4 for at least his 6, so he can have a second one. But you just got to work this B point early on as that first segment is coming in.
Yeah, and 0-4 is just going to play the pivot, man. He'll be the one to rotate in late if there is action over towards this B zone. Not needed, at least not as of yet. First pick already gone. TJ up top at Treehouse. Throwing some defensive consideration in towards what Vancouver tries to do on top of the zone, but this is all about kill number 6, and how about it? 0-4 is able to earn the second cruise missile, and with that, kills are good here for Surge.
And this is where you got to get aggressive. You have to transition over towards that A point. You can already see Abuza taking a lot of space in towards Cafe. He realizes you can't cross for free, so you want to try to play for a couple of those kills coming off the respawn. Unfortunately, he is going to get isolated, swarmed by the players on Carolina, but you still do have a couple players roaming around their spawn and Hoop.
And Vancouver's playing off each other so much better than we saw in the first 2 rounds. Now you've got Brezzy on 3, Hook on 2. Extra 60 seconds has been early added, and there may be a chance here for this double hit through the OE to work out. Abuza, I was about to say, nearly has a free angle on towards Fellow. Nade trying to follow up behind this, but 0-4 finds success around the back, and here come the Surge.
This might be an opportunity where you want to invest one of those cruise missiles, force them indoors, but they were ready for those engagements. Gwyn and TJ combined for 2. Now it's going to slow down the approach from Surge, and as well, Hoop does fall around Mannequin. So the last player alive is going to be Abuza, and the entire kill feed is all lit up in white. Carolina get a clean 4 dead, and now all their focus on the OE.
Oh, and Brezzy loses a key 1v1 versus Beans. So again, that OE continues to be contested. TJ putting in pressure over towards the front, but this cruise missile should find some impact. It takes care of TJ, but Gwyn's able to reset, still play over towards the bridge side, and I don't know if Vancouver are going to be fully aware of his reposition. They're looking for him over towards the A-bomb site. Now they know he's at bridge side. But 0-4 can really only do so much as Surge are stacked at Cafe looking to break through.
And the second cruise does get called in as well. Nothing able to connect on it, so everything that you had in your back pocket to potentially take this attacking round, you threw it all away. And that leads to 3 dead already. Hoop, the last player alive in towards Cafe. He's trying to make a play happen, but TJ catches the timing. And now if you're Surge with a minute left, no cruise missiles, and you have to work out of your base.
And 1v1 that goes the way of TJ, keeps this A streak completely contested and bottled up. 19 plays 15, 50 seconds on the clock. Surge resorting to playing as a full 4-man stack over towards the OE. Initial cross being watched by Beans. You've got Gwyn a little bit deeper. He's able to tally up the first kill, and now all of a sudden, you've got a pinch on the way from Fellow. I mean, this has just been such a quick response for Carolina finding the kills on this pinch.
Yeah, this is probably going to be their last opportunity, and they need a couple kills to make it even possible. Booz is at least able to find that trade on the Fellow. 0-4 off the respawn, is able to catch a second. But this is where you continuously have to be aggressive. The kills have to go your way. Abuza setting the tone. Can he find this second? That would have been massive, but Gwyn with the team kill doesn't matter. Still shoots straight, takes down 0-4 as well.
Has to be Brezzy, and well, he's been dealt with by TJ. 10 seconds on the clock. Surge have to sprint. Gwyn holding over towards the A-bomb site. He's able to tally at least some information that there are players across the middle, and that will do it. What a map from the Carolina Royal Ravens. 3-1 the count, and they take the edge of the series.
That is unreal right there out of Carolina. Both of the SMGs who pulled out that 3rd and 4th AR really set the tone. TJ, multiple double kills around that middle of the map, but Gwyn just playing so damn annoying around that Cafe area. He earns himself the cruise missile, doesn't really even need to invest it. for the game to have any difference, Carolina was just slaying, dominating with that map control. Seattle Surge, especially in that round number 1, looked a little out sync. Like, it was just 2 players for Swan kills, thinking that we were going to get the trade. That was the turning point of the game. The fact that Gwyn made that play happen.
I think it's just an extension of what we were talking about map number 1. Just, this is Exhibit B. You know, Carolina are just playing off each other so darn well. It's not allowing Vancouver to get the setups that they want, whether that be on the break attempts from the opening hard point on 6-star, or even here, whether it be on defense or offense. They're just not able to control the map the way that they maybe used to. I know it's kind of a weird phrase to say, but it does feel like Carolina's controlling every bit of these maps in Respawn.
It's because if you think about the way that Surge love to play in their respawns, they like to play with tremendous pacing. And right now, when you're walking into the preams of these players, these guys are sitting in certain corners. It's catching you off guard in these moments. And then you're looting those trade fights. Those first initial pushes are getting shut down, and you're forced to hit the reset. Then you start to panic. I thought right there in that final round, it was a little bit of panic mode.
Yeah.
Because you have 2 cruise missiles coming in, 2 players coming off the respawn. They're all the way at Palace. They're not going to be in it to play, even if you find a kill. Just right now, Surge seem to be out of sync, and Carolina are taking full advantage of it. Now up 2-1 into the series, have the opportunity to send them home packing if they can walk away with this Rio coming up next.
And I will say, just to kind of throw another instance of, you know, exemplifying what we're talking about here, Beans, I think, finished 10 and 22, but he had 2nd highest damage on his squad. So again, they're playing off each other beautifully. Even if Beans isn't finishing off the kill, someone else is turning into 2, 3 in a row. Almost every single time, it feels like. So again, it just feels like this Ravens team, I don't know if it's just instant chemistry or if they've been able to work out some of the stuff with Beans in the mix, but regardless of it, it's working.
We talk about the honeymoon stage, man. It's always a thing in Call of Duty. When you bring in a fresh player who's ready to rock, who's ready to go out there and showcase his abilities, even though he's not putting up the best performance, when you talk about the statistic, he did it in map number 1. So you know the guy can shoot straight, but he's putting down the damage, setting up his teammates for these freebie kills. And they're just completely outclassing Surge right now in that teamwork aspect so far into this series. But now it gets a little bit scary if you are Carolina, because Rio on the season has not treated them well. Sure, 3-10 overall record. You're going up against a very fast-paced Surge roster who love themselves some tight SMG maps.
I just don't know if you care right now if you're Carolina on what the history was, because what's happening right now here in the present has been a present. It's been a bit of a gift to see this Ravens team play as well as they do. But you're absolutely right. In terms of how you bring this series back, if you're Vancouver, you go, all right, let's get to work. Let's throw away the mindset that we just carried in that last map, and let's just absolutely take over early here in this Rio hardpoint.
Yeah, and I think if the adjustments that you need to make if you are Carolina, because they are one of the more middle-of-the-pack teams, so you talk about that rotation, break percentage as well around the middle of the pack, but their hold percentage is very tough, especially when you're going up against one of the top breaking teams that we have on the map in Surge. You know how fast they can play. They tend to not really think about that rotation because they're always trying to just run around the map, play all these kills, but at certain points in this game, you have to make sure that you're slowing the game down. There's money hills, like the P3s and the P4s, where you need to put yourself in a better position to start off with that initial time if you are Surge.
And I think, you know, just to put a little bit of a spotlight on maybe one player in particular, I'm looking at Fellow here, you know, to kind of be the guy that can, okay, let's take a beat, let's get ourselves out of a good rotation, lock down lanes, and actually win fights. Because, let's be candid, there have been some hard points where we really haven't seen the Fellow that we kind of came to know in Stage 4, whether that be on the online qualifiers or at the major itself. So, need to see him, I think, really step up and make sure that Beans has some help here in terms of how the ARs start to move around the map.
Yeah, he did it in map number 1. Even though he didn't put up as many kills as Beans or as many kills as Gwyn, he was the player early off the rotation with about 20 to 25 seconds, thinking of how he can walk away with the W at the very end. But as we take a look at the head-to-head stats between map number 1, obviously Gwyn and Beans really set the tone. 41 kills is insane, 2.14 KD, and then when you thought Beans was starting to pull away, Gwyn comes alive. The rookie of the year, 1.48, almost 6 Ks damage between both of those players. They come out and play like that, this is over.
72 and 38 combined, bro.
That's nuts, man.
I mean, what? Stupid. Unreal things. So that's, again, the big problem here for Vancouver. You saw it kind of on the drive-by with our cam operators. What's on the line is not just elimination, but that key possibilities of being crushed at the hands of the Royal Ravens. So let's jump on into the action, friends. Rio, Hardpoint, Vancouver, Carolina, fighting for their lives.
Jumping into the mix fest of this early P1, it's going to be Carolina spawning on the preferred side to at least get a little bit of this time. And they are winning all the trade fights. A clean 4 dead right there from the Ravens, starting off on the right foot.
I'll say. And now all of a sudden, you've got players like Fellow watching long crosses. You've got Beans also doing the same thing with an SMG. Does get caught by surprise. 04 slips the net. Opportunity for maybe a break attempt to come through as there are Surge members here amassing from the front. Gwyn up top trying to play off angles, but at least forces out a teammate to come through. Fellow on the cross, back into the mix, and as he does, he takes down Brezzy, and it's more time earned for Carolina.
And that's where, if you are Surge, you find that initial kill through Bottomeskis. It's a 4v3 scenario. Let's just go up in there and try to play these trades, but when a team kill happens, it slows it down, and now Carolina are taking full advantage of it. Flawless here at this P1. Final 5 seconds to fight for. You can already see Felony making those plays early off the rotation in a one-on-one engagement between him and 04.
He wins the first, but Hook comes to save the day for Vancouver, who will still spawn on the right side of the map. Trying to push the issue is Hook just a touch, shut down. Brezzy going to take the cross now off boxes. But Vancouver very comfortable here inside P2 setup.
They have all their bases covered. You have Hook watching his deep pinch, but he is going to get some bad timing. And at the same time, TJ does put down a couple shots, but is able to get the better of him. Thankfully, you got the safety net in Brezzy, holding down his box position. Brezzy realizing that his teammates are still going to be spawning at least close to the hill, but now the spawns flip. Brezzy falls. You're going to be spawning all the way across the map, and Carolina instantly here for the break.
Really good stuff from 04. Oh my! I mean, we're talking half HP being hit from multiple angles, and 04 starts to light things up. 4 in a row. Carolina still spawning in the back. Not what you want right here as you look towards the transition from 2 to 3.
Yeah, this is the rookie that I'm definitely looking to try to take over here on a map like Rio. He loves to roam with that rival 9 in hand. He gives his team an opportunity to still try to contest this towards the very end, and they win the rotation over towards New. So now Surge in the driver's seat. Carolina spawning all the way across the map. It's going to take a little bit of time before they can even contest it.
Hook mid-map. Yeah, really well done. Shuts down the cross through mid. Spawns are still good for 04 as Vancouver, once again, comfortable in their opening setup. Next hit for Carolina going to be split. 2 through street side, and others just looking for some sort of an entry to get around the back of this play.
Yeah, we're challenging 1 by 1. Both the ARs fall over towards bridge side, so that's already your first bases covered. Now you just got to worry about this overextension, because TJ has potentially found the angle, but you're not going to get caught slipping when you're getting every single player on the left side of your mini-map. You have also pressure in towards top mid, but Felony and Gwyn, they combine for 3. The spawns are still going to be here for Surge, but Carolina are in.
Yeah, this is, again, awareness from Surge spawning on that top left side of the map. They know that there's going to be a hit over towards the bottom. 15 seconds to fight for. Beans, Carolina still fighting from inside the hill, and TJ has the last word. Now it's just down to this rotation as spawns flip hands once again. Hook will be the one kind of going, I won't say rogue, but he's trying to make a solo play happen on an island. He will slow down this rotation to touch for Carolina.
Yeah, he wins the one-on-one on the back, and now you have to put the focus on the back end, and Hook is able to get the better of Fellow as well. So what looked to be like Carolina were going to win the rotation over towards New. An instant break comes in. Now Surge take the lead by a little bit. They realize where the pressure is coming in. 04 going to challenge over towards the hot dog stand. Cannot be successful in those gunfights. And now to 2v4, you got to ice up.
Problem is, you've got success for Surge inside the hill, and the spawns are going to flip. This may be an opportunity for Brezzy to help out over through ramp side, but Carolina went out the hill. Now it's just down to taking care of Brezzy, who's trying to predict the top corner, but that's not where it is. Doesn't make a difference. 04 is there with them, and then re-break comes through immediately for Vancouver.
There's still a lot of time here to fight for. Good chunk of time, 25 seconds to go. And it's still Surge holding on for now, but TJ trying to make something happen, and Gwyn through boxes. He's going to turn it into a 1v1, and 04 with the rival 9 is able to secure the final remaining chunk time. Now you're going to force Carolina early off that rotation over towards New, where they got to make up this game clock.
And this is a moment like you're talking about in the pre-map setup where Carolina are taking a moment. Don't let this tempo take control of you. Get yourself a decent setup. Team kill gets forced, but still, Vancouver through the middle of the map, finding success, and that route from 04 is masterclass. 5 in a row, looking for kill number 6, and they have full awareness that Carolina are spawning backside P3.
They're just way too fast right now around the map for Carolina. You either have to match the pace or slow it down. And right now with 04 sitting on 5 in a row, the rest of the team still holding it down. Carolina trying to close the series out and forward, a potential comeback. Let's step aside and go to listening with Carolina.
Go together, guys. Go together. Wait.
And you on me?
Go drift on, drift on.
And one's our bridge there still, and one in you.
Go drift on, guys.
I need a time, hold on.
Front 2 time, 1 3 weak. Go to bridge stairs, 2 bridge.
One top mid, 04. 04 top mid.
bridge stairs.
04 top mid. Nice, good job. More bridge stairs.
I'm taking the deep route, bro.
Okay.
Stop solo chat.
Work for mid with me. Oh.
Chow together, bro. Wait.
I'm stunning our top SCs.
I'm waiting on the right here. Waiting on the right here.
Arcade one shot. He went boxes. Boxes. 04. He's in boxes in the corner.
They flip me.
Yeah, same out too. I'm gonna play bridge with you, Isaiah.
He's got boxes, bro. I'm not playing bridge. Bro, he's side ramp. 04.
One shot Esky Boozer.
Backside
bridge. Top you.
Info. Soda.
I'll go
Running
first.
around.
Top you, Hugh.
Down a
Top
5
you,
on
Hugh.
foot. I don't see you.
I'm gonna come side door.
Optic says. He's P2 on me, bro.
Right here,
I'll
guys,
pick.
I'm nading Soda.
I'm starting.
Well, you want to figure out where the tempo and the timing start to kind of go awry for Carolina. Every time they try to put together a break, they're losing track of the pinch. I mean, legitimately, the SMGs for Vancouver are just running in from the side and finding multi-kill after multi-kill.
And this is the same issue that they had versus Optic Gaming yesterday. Losing track of those SMGs is causing them problems. You can already see Bean saying, okay, guys, we got to chow together. But every time they're going for a chow, a pinch is coming in. Vancouver are coming out swinging. They do not want to go home here. They're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark, and they're still not slowing down. Final 10 seconds, they're at P1, but finally Carolina, with those kills in the feed, are going to have an opportunity to properly set up at this P2.
Need to find a first opener here if you're Carolina. Good route being hit, but even still, Fellow doesn't win that gunfight off screen versus Pressy. He would have had first shots in. Cruise Missile gets called, and now the surge from the front are finding success. Prezi, pistol out, not gonna win the initial, but the damage is easy enough to allow Abuza to get a trade, and the hold will be tested here for Carolina respawning in.
And Carolina still in, able to withstand that cruise missile coming in. So securing those back spawns. But here comes the pinch again from one of the SMG players, this time with the MCW.
Unreal.
Catches the timing, finds the first, finds the second. Able to at least make it a little bit easier for a potential break for his teammates from that front side. It's going to be Fellow, last player alive. He falls, and it's already job well done. Trying to keep him as much as you possibly can off of this hard point, because you already have the spawns for that new hard point.
Every pinch has been a double kill at least for the side of Vancouver. That one may have been just a window of timing, but here's Hook again. Guess where? On the pinch. That's now some very crucial scrap time for Vancouver to just very comfortably put the map away here with their setup on P3.
I feel like this has been the story of the Ravens throughout the entire season. When they are playing against SMGs who are playing like this, they used to tend to not find a lot of success. As Surge are looking to close out the game here, potentially at this P3. Again, another route being hit out of 04. His teammates are waiting around this boxes area. Brezzy effective on the trade, but 04 catches the timing.
There's one. Fellows stuck in the corner. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's legitimately flanks and pinches has been the key to success for the side of the Vancouver Surge. Carolina will get above the 100-point threshold, but now you've got Brezzy playing over towards Eski's unguarded. He's able to find an opener. Now the SMGs can fly. I mean, it is rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe they're born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh, my God. And 04 is able to find a double with the wall bang. Fellow responds with 2 of his own, but now the spawns do flip. So Vancouver are going to walk away with that final 10 seconds. They're already showing a lot of presence over towards this new hard point, and they have boxes in control. Carolina, they need a break, and they need it quick.
It's legitimate. The script has flipped from map number 1. Yep. This is how Carolina were finding success on 6-star, and it's surprising to see it just immediately come back to bite them on a map like Rio. Cruise Missile called in will be the nail in the coffin here for map number 4, as no one for the Ravens will get here in time, and we will see all 5 maps between Vancouver and Carolina in the series.
Fantastic way to start the day as Vancouver come out swinging. They keep their tournament hopes alive, and at least are able to force the game 5. But that was dominant, man. That was dominant. When we jumped to a listen, and you can just tell that Carolina seemed a little flustered. Being just sitting there, all right, guys, let's group up. Let's go for team chows. Okay, where's 04? He was just at boxes. Now he's all the way at Eskies. Now he's all the way at Bridge. Yep. Just losing track of players has always been an issue for this Carolina roster when you talk about the hard points. And Surge forced game 5.
And I think the thing, too, on top of this, for the side of the Vancouver Surge, is when they get the rotation win, AR watches left, AR watches right, and then it's just a passing of the baton between the SMGs of, I'm going to help support this side, you go hit a flank if you're Hook. Oh, never mind, now I got to do that, and all of a sudden 04 hits the opposite side. It's just the timing of when they know they have numbers advantages. It's like they're opting to take 3v4s on the hill, and then letting that 4th guy open up the map wherever they see the opportunity to do so.
That's beautifully played right there to Vancouver. Disregarding the player who's trying to hold down an angle to open up for that first kill, realizing where all the pressure's coming in and playing their man-up advantages to perfection. Obviously, it was a slow map right there from Carolina, especially out of the ARs. It's just, you could never get anything going. You're coming off the respawn, Felony was getting taken down by cruise missiles. You're coming off the respawn, you're instantly getting shot in the back by Hugo 04, and they're popping a double. So they're always putting themselves in these man advantage moments, especially on these SMG maps. They were happy as hell to see Rio get through for that map number 4.
Yep.
Now there's an invasion between both of these squads to stand to see who gets top 4.
What are you thinking about that map coming up here? Invasion Surge, map 5.
Well, Vancouver so far in the season are what? 7-0 in Search and Destroy versus Carolina?
Yep.
I know Tyler Fellow, he's a phenomenal Search and Destroy player. Beans as well. Gwyn does have his moments. But if you are TJ, you have the opportunity now to right the wrongs of that bad cruise missile in map number 2. But the battle of the First Bloods was the story. It might be it as well on Invasion.
Very well could be the case. Just kind of looking at the history, 10-6 overall in the season are Vancouver on the map. 7-5 though for Carolina. It's been one of their better Search and Destroy maps. Now again, the stats aren't going to maybe mean as much. The only other impacting thing, and I was thinking you were going to go to this, was the fact that smoke grenades will be available here on this map number 5. So I think there's going to be a lot more focus about how these SMGs work with the extra utility. I think in particular around the mid tank.
The mid-tank is everything on a map like Invasion, especially on the defensive side. You take mid-tank control, you're able to freely work that bomb plan over towards A, and then that's basically GG on the round. But for these SMGs who love to get aggressive up to broken, I'm talking about the Gwyns, I'm talking about the O4s. Investing that smoke grenade early on at B Street, not giving them any information on how many players on that side of the map, slowing down that attacking approach is probably going to be the recipe for success here for either squad.
Okay. Should be interesting, I think, just as this being the battleground in particular, let alone the history that lingers between these two squads in Search and Destroy in particular, let alone on a map like Invasion. The smoke grenades, as we already talked about a lot throughout the weekend, this is the only map that the teams are playing with it due to the live patch being the smokes are strong.
Yeah, they're big, massive.
They're absolutely massive. So Carolina's going to try to talk it over just a touch. And I think the extra life in Beans brings a lot to the table. So we'll see if that could stay composed as we head into, again, no double elimination. It is do or die time. Here's map number 4 in Invasion Search, and we come back on the backside of the break.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony? Welcome back to our opening quarterfinal matchup. Vancouver taking on Carolina.
Map 5, Jay. Lots on the line. This is one of our final events for Modern Warfare 3, but there's more than just the prestige based on this particular matchup.
Oh, yeah. We're going into a Game 5 Search and Destroy where a bunch of these players have been playing S&D wages. They play for like $50, $100, but imagine playing an S&D map for $80,000 difference. So you best believe the pressure is going to be on. This is the head-to-head matchup that we have between TJ and Abuza. TJ obviously led the column when you talk about those opening duel win percentage, but he fumbled towards the very end of the game. And Abuza with that AR in hand, he's always going to put himself in a position to either find that first one or at least find that contested trade.
Should be a really fun one. I think in particular to see how often those two find each other on the map. And that's the motto of the entire event. Absolutely nothing. Granted, everything would have to be earned. $80,000 for one map of Search and Destroy. Potentially 11 rounds to finish off your year for Modern Warfare 3.
That's insane, man. And it's on a map like Invasion where you know that the game tends to slow down a lot. Attacking rounds are very difficult because you have to play for the information that you're able to gain early on how the defensive setup is looking like. But it might just come down to the calculated risk. Who is able to outduel the other? 0-4 between Gwyn is the matchup that I'm looking forward to watching.
Should be a fun one. 11 more rounds potentially of action for one of these two squads before their year comes to an end. Lots of money on the line, but of course the opportunity to keep your tournament going and really have a chance to find yourself a payday. Stakes don't get much higher than this, friends. Let's jump on in. Map number 5, Vancouver and Carolina for the Invasion Search. Let's get it on.
And then early on, it's going to be the Surge on the attacking side. What do Carolina look on their defensive setup? It's looking like a double stack over towards B. Yeah, players like Fellow watching mid-courtyard. They tried to get early info, but now they're just playing a split map setup, just trying to get early in.
Very passive. And you can see this is kind of a response tactic for the side of Carolina. Not having trophies, you just don't want to get naded out of that tank position. So you've got number 7 and Beans watching the cross through mid. You have a really passive angle for Fellow. And then on top of the bomb, Gwyn is just watching to see if anyone challenges over through Dark Alley. This is a very passive setup.
Yeah, keep in mind, Carolina have basically not used any of their attacks yet. So they're waiting for the push to come in over towards B. The smoke grenade gets invested, but look at how aggressive Hook gets through it. Not able to find that kill, gonna throw the nade. He finds the first blood.
Trying to get out, not gonna be allowed to. TJ finds the kill. Watch for the quick pinch though. Gwyn is in dark. 0-4 gives away his position. Good shots from TJ, but 4 HP left. Now Gwyn trying to make his move, but he gets seen from Abuza, who's watching the pitch the entire time. Quick action. Now the defensive smoke comes through. Do they get a chance to flip this all the way back around? Is there enough time? Brezzy's stuck into a corner. Somehow still up, but Vancouver have to come back to him.
And he's the bomb carrier, so you got to try to keep him alive as long as you possibly can. TJ in a very crucial spot if he can find this kill, but Brezzy gets the better of him. 10 seconds to go, you got to plant.
And Fellow, I think he knows that that's the bomb carrier, but it does get picked up. The reset on the angle. And that's enough for Abuza to get the plant. Fellow coming quickly, stops the exit from happening, but does he know where the last player is? No, he doesn't. Fellow caught by surprise, but has a chance to turn it. Almost does with the pistol. Ooh, that would have been a tone setter, but instead it's Vancouver who get the opening attack.
The fact that 0-4 was still alive at the end of that round, keep in mind when he jumps back over towards that Cage's area, he only has 4 HP and a dream. He's able to stay alive, keep his team in the man advantage. Felony turns it into a one-on-one, but just simply reads the play wrong, thinking that he walked his way in towards Ice Cream, but 0-4 was playing the tractor. It got scary in that final engagement, but 0-4 gets the better of him. But it all starts off with Hook being the nuke, walking through a smoke grenade to strike first.
And I love that tempo and aggression for Vancouver, getting a read that they can get a deep smoke down. That just puts Carolina's defense out of commission. So a good first blood tally leads to a successful round, although it did come in dramatic form. Now we get Carolina's first attempt. TJ, bomb carrier and smoke player. How does he choose to run this one up? Keep in mind, rival 9 in hand here, so there very well may be some aggression being shown, especially with Gwyn getting all the way over towards Cage.
Yeah, they're already showing a lot of presence over towards B, so how do Vancouver handle this situation? It's both the SMGs ready to strike through mid-dark. You have Beans all the way across the map, playing for that deep pinch, but TJ strikes for that first blood. Now you can start to work that objective, but he doesn't see the door be cracked.
Or maybe he did, and just allowed him to stay there. Shuts the door back onto his face. Abuza able to find the trade, though. So this would be a 1v3, now turned into a 1v2. Bomb is down, and there is a little bit of space for Abuza to play with, just 33 seconds on the clock.
Right now, Carolina are just waiting it out. Trying to get an early read on what he is doing, but Abuza cracks the door thinking that the bomb is definitely going to get planted. Gives him his positioning, and then that forces the repositioning out of Beans. So the bomb is going to go down. Beans just putting down cover fire.
He knows where both players are now, but those tags do not really allow Abuza to confirm that Fellow had moved either back towards Cage or up towards Tractor. Bean's still the first one to watch this cross. Abuza trying to find some ground to work with, looking for isolation, can't make contact with anybody. It's just shoulders being thrown for Carolina, and that's a really good response for the Ravens.
Starts off with that first blood, man. It was the answer in that Search and Destroy of the game number 2. Seattle Surge were more successful in that category, so they walked away victorious, but it was a first blood in round number 1 for Vancouver. They take it. This time it's Carolina. They respond, tied up at 1.
Good, I would say just good dissections of the B site for both these attacks. Definitely something to keep in the back of our mind here. We are hearing, though, that the lobby, I think you guys all saw, a little bit of frame action going on. Will have us resetting here. So 1-1 the count. Any other takeaways in those first 2 rounds for you, Jay, kind of evaluating what might happen coming forward?
It was Gwyn. You remember that first round where Gwyn decides to time his flank and unfortunately runs into 3 players from the Seattle Surge. They were prepared for that gunfight. Just those calculated risks that we talked about before the map started. They had to try to go your way. You have to realize that in these moments, the pressure is going to be very, very high. Those little mistakes you cannot afford to have. Battle of the first bloods is always a big thing, but that's, so far, both teams are playing really soft and that B setup. So you might want to change that one up, put someone aggressively in towards broken.
I think you can understand it for Carolina's side, no trophies. You just want to make sure you're not getting naded out. But I think you're right in terms of the follow-up decision-making. Instead of trying to pinch through dark, maybe now you have to go all the way around DVD to make sure you stay safe on that defensive retake opportunity, because Abuza was locking it down the whole way through.
Yeah, and it's the same way in the opposing side for Beans, because there's 3 players attacking over towards B. You have 2 island players watching that deep pinch. Just depends on if you could find the timing or the angles to work your way around behind enemy lines to potentially open up for that first kill. But now we're going to hit that reset where trophy systems, again, not going to be on either side. Carolina going back to the defensive end, where I'm expecting them to invest a smoke grenade to take more ground away from them.
That's fair.
Make these rounds on the attacking side for those teams stall out a lot longer.
That's fair. Or otherwise, if you're not going to play aggressive over towards B Street, maybe you need to commit instead of Beans wrapping back over. He's got to cut through with Gwyn. Oh, okay. So we're actually hearing from production right now that the issue in round number 2 will actually have us resetting with just a 1-0 count for the side of Vancouver. So that second round will be replayed, essentially.
Okay. All right. So you will take that if you are Surge without question. In a 1v2 scenario, even if he wasn't lagging, most likely will lose that round due to the setup that Carolina had. But Seattle Surge are going to be the team going up 1-0 off of this reset. Just want to make sure the game plan is ready to rock. Communication on point. Beans trying to let everybody know of how they are playing on both ends so far. It's just about minimizing those little mistakes.
Sure, and I think it's not even, I don't even want to necessarily use the word mistake. It's just decision-making that you just get caught. You know, it's, you know, you've got an idea and it just gets countered. I mean, that's just the chess game that we see right now. Hard to really kind of label and cement any particular phrase over how things have gone, considering we've only seen 2-ish rounds, not even a full second, technically speaking. But I think you're right in terms of a lot of the focus for both these 2 teams being over towards the B side of the map. We don't often see a lot of engagement early towards A from either side. I don't think defensively there's really anyone that stands out in terms of we expect this player to always play aggressive into Cafe for those crossing angles. At least none that come to mind. Maybe 04, depending on if he wants to use a Rival 9 or an MCW on the defensive side of the map. But again, it's hard for us to sit there and say that here's a trend, here's a pattern that we need to watch out for yet.
And I think it's just early information that they're able to gain off of the crosses as well. You're jumping off of the attacking side, jumping through mid-tank to see if anyone's pushing up through mid-courtyard, or if they're trying to play around that mid-tank, and at the same time over towards B Street, realizing, okay, they didn't cross to the backside of bomb. There's no smoke grenade, no one crossing into broken, so we can take this side away from them, use that smoke grenade to put ourselves on towards the site, and then try to stay alive from all the attacks that are going to get invested, because neither team so far has really thrown stuns or nades right off the rip.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, utility usage over through the middle of the map is going to be available again with us this restart coming out with no trophy systems being down. So we'll see what Carolina decides to do on what will technically be their second attempt offensively. But again, this is their first offense based on how the scorer is going to work out.
But they might have a different game plan now, because this time they don't have any trophy systems to keep alive over towards that 8 points. So they're probably going to slow down this attacking round just a bit, play off the early information that they're able to gain. You just cannot allow 04 and Hook to dominate around that mid-map area.
All right. Well, you can see it, everyone leaning forward to touch. We're about to lock on in. Again, just as a repeat, due to the couple of issues in round number 2, it will still be a 1-0 round advantage right now for Vancouver. So Carolina's going to get an immediate second attempt at their first offense here as we jump on back into map number 5.
We're already loading into the game. Carolina.
Whoa.
Back on the attacking side, and Abuza all the way across the map. They find that first split. They send 3 players up through the water street. They take that side of the map away from them, and now Carolina are forced to commit over towards B.
This is a good gut check call, though. I think there's a call from the side of B saying that was more than one set of nades. So they're trying to get aggressive over towards the B side of the map, knowing that at worst they've got a 2v1 over here. They show pressure, but they don't commit to B. They're looking to see if they can catch the defense on a rotation around the back.
Oh, and the bomb was potentially going to get put down, but Abuza is watching that cross too from a different angle. And Brezzy is able to strike. Now you're going to set up Hook on this deep pinch. It's a 2v4. Felony and Gwyn left to try to clutch on up.
Yeah, that was kind of a crossing of the minds right there, where we either wait on the backside of the play to see if we catch the defense crossing, or we get aggressive to bully out the sole defender at B. Neither really working out, at least not convincingly as of yet. Vancouver now pushing forward. They know exactly where the final member is, and that will be a quick round for the side of the Surge.
Yeah, and I thought Carolina were going to throw a different look right there.
I thought so, too.
You just played the same exact attacking round that you did previously, and Beans was putting down shots over at that gas station area. So the communication from Surge is like, okay, they're probably going to throw the same look. If Beans challenges over towards the water street, everybody invest your nades for that first blood. And at the same time, you already had Hook the Nuke pushing his way in towards Mannequin. TJ spots him on the cross, and he knows he can't give up that flank for free. He's just relying on his teammates to find a little bit of success over at that B site, but they find none. Vancouver up 2-0.
Yeah, impressive opening set of nades for the Surge, but of course, Brezzy holding his life may have been the catalyst for that round coming through. So again, 2-0 now the count for Vancouver. Onto their second offensive effort, and they are heading in towards Cafe early here. Hook with an SMG in hand will be the one to kind of set the pace, set the tone, and see if they can open something up, as now you've got stuns and nades being tossed over in day.
He just want to make sure no SMGs are going to be playing close, but he does get a hit marker with that nade. So I don't know if he's going to slide out, preparing for him to be close by, but it was able to connect onto Gwyn mid-courtyard. The smoke goes down. Hook sitting at 83 HP. It's time for Gwyn to strike.
Propane system gets placed. Hook is able to stay alive with that. Vancouver worried about the backside of the flank, but there's not enough space for Hook to commit for a plant. They're looking to see if they can catch anyone on the cross, and they do catch Gwyn inside mid-park. That's enough for likely Hook to try to go for the plant.
No, they still do not have mid-tank. They need mid-tank if they want to work this A objective. So you see the timing from Brezzy, slowly working his way up through B Street, but 0-4 gets the better of TJ. Now Hook's turn to find that third kill of the round. Bomb getting planted, 1v4 now for Felony.
Yeah, and they know where he's at. Shots are already landing, and that is a flawless round for Vancouver. I mean, a lot of it looked like the opening nades were not just enough for Vancouver to commit to A, but I thought initially Carolina's defensive nades were going to be able to say, hey, we got tags, let's push into the smoke, but instead they don't, and that's where it kind of falls apart.
Yeah, as soon as they decide to not push into that smoke grenade, and when the smoke dissipates, you can put yourself in an angle where Gwyn goes for that chow, thinking that the bomb is going to get planted and then get picked off early. But then that's what I love about Surge, especially in Search and Destroy on a map like Invasion. They're sitting at one of the bottom teams at when you're finding successful plants. They barely plant the bomb. They only plant the bomb when they know it's absolutely safe. And once they take that mid-tank control, it was GG's. 3-0 so far for Surge.
Gwyn getting aggressive, though, through Broken. Defense for Vancouver, largely playing likely for maybe even that rewrap again. You can see what Carolina are doing, though. They're very aware of that possibility. Beans watching one side. Initially, Fellow was watching something a little bit tighter. But now the focus for Carolina is seeing if they can get Brezzy out of position with these nades. I believe a stun lands, but it's not enough to dissuade Brezzy from holding the angle.
And Hook the entire time is giving the comms. And thankfully, you got a player like Brezzy, who even though if he falls here, taking down one is already job dealt, well done. But he's still staying alive. There's another gunfight right in front of him between him and Gwyn. Don't want to give this one up for free, but Hook catches the timing onto Beans. Instant 4v2.
Just sees the barrel of the gun and is alerted towards it. More support for the former Wobabobs duo here on the B side as Abuza continues to lay down shots over towards the backside of Cage. Now 0-4 joins the party, and wow. These have been as perfect as it gets for Vancouver.
They are just gaining the info very early into these rounds.
Yeah.
When you're getting super aggressive over towards Cafe, you're watching that initial cross over towards B. Then when you realize, like, okay, Beans got first blooded with that nade over the top side of that tank, he's not playing that positioning anymore. They have to be committing over towards this B site. And the fact that Brezzy's able to get one, play his life to perfection, allows his teammates to work that deep pinch, find that second kill, and then trap them over towards that B side. This has been absolute perfection when you talk about the strategies that Surge are coming in with.
Hook just having a little bit of peripheral vision to see Beans down low is also one of those moments where if it goes the other way, maybe Carolina could continue to push on forward, but not the case. So now a lot of ground that has to be made up for Carolina. Not just finding rounds, not finding kills. It's just been everything turning up in favor of Surge, who have taken a bit of a pause here, try to play a little bit slower, seeing if, again, they can find the early info on where the Carolina Royal Ravens are set up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brezzy was able to spot a couple players cross over towards Broken, so not try to attack this side of the map for free, but at the same time, Abuza taking space over on the opposite side of the map, finds that first blow.
Oh my God.
Is able to set up the snap for the second. Another 1v4, this time for TJ.
That is borderline greedy, but it doesn't make a difference when you're snapping like that. Oh, mercy. 5-0 up our Vancouver, and wow, you can see just the faces fall for Carolina.
They're just completely countering them every single time. They said, okay, 2 people cross over towards B, so you're not as strong around that middle of the map. And if you're not that strong around the middle of the map, someone is picking up that angle. They're barely putting focus over towards Water Street. Abuza is able to find that timing for the first blood, also finds the second. And then the last 2 players remaining in towards Broken simply stand no chance. Abuza taking the ground away. Beautiful shots onto Gwen. That's now, what, 5? What are they at, 4-0, 5-0? Yeah, game point now for Surge.
And 0-4 on 5 in a row. So, I mean, this is one of those rounds where Carolina, you may just say, well, we just got to do something, just get some kills, try to find a way to create some momentum here. Opening trade does come through, but where do you go from here? And the defensive setup is still very comfortable for Vancouver.
Yeah, they wanted to switch it up this time around because every single round, Vancouver have been able to take that cafe control away from them, so they don't have an opportunity to rotate back over towards A. But now they're showing presence on this side of the map. You already know that Brezzy loves to play solo man at that B point.
Oh,
but Beans is able to get the better of one all the way across the map. Now you're going to start to work this flank.
Oh, little jump up 0-4 at least catches the noggin of one player trying to play for this mid-tank contest. But he's got to worry about the bomb as well, and there's kill number 6. Does he get out? Oh, he nearly cuts back into the closet. Not to happen. Brezzy looking for the trade. Shots are out, but cannot fully connect for the kill. Time becoming an issue here, though. And Brezzy, he tries to predict the rotation back. And now it's just down to does he get the check. Opening shots are decent, but the kill is through, and Carolina get there first.
Yeah, way to switch up on the attacking round this time. Not show a lot of presence over towards B. Trade effectively in towards Cafe. Give yourself opportunities at either side if you wanted to commit to it. But then once Beans is able to take down Abuza on the backside of that courtyard, you put yourself in the man advantage. You take control of that mid-tank area, even though you allowed 0-4 to get that kill. And now in the back of your mind, he has a cruise missile to work with.
Yep.
So Surge still at game point, have everything in front of him.
You just pop it right now, take this thing home?
Yes, yes. I would pop it instantly over towards that B site, force them to be aggressive over through Cafe, have like 2 players watching a pinch, and just work that plant insta.
Well, you can see what Carolina are doing here. Quick focus over towards Dark Alley, in towards Broken for a lot of this B defense, predicting that there's going to be some sort of a call-in for the crews to be played. And here it comes, 0-4 playing inside of this back bus stop position. Speeds up the cruise, tosses it backside ice cream. Doesn't find any connection, but that should be some mid-map control. Question marks, though, here as Carolina are able to essentially reset.
Yeah, they didn't want to contest them in towards Cafe. They realized that there was at least 2 players around that area. You don't want to put yourself in those engagements when you realize where all of them are. But this time it's 0-4's opportunity to try to take over towards the Water Street. Positioning now known, got to invest in smoke to get out.
Lots of Water Street control coming through. Gwyn trying to work on that. Oh, the timing here is beautiful for Gwyn. Could he take this to more than 1, though? The pre-fire decent, but 0-4 with the trade. Slide through for Fellow. And now all of a sudden, Fellow's on 3 in a row. Almost takes the better of Hugh, who now has to work his way through the remaining parts of this 1v3. Nade over towards mid-tank. Clears the space, and he's going to get the post plant.
Bomb is going to go down. Can Beans at least spot him on the exit or at least put him weak so his team isn't going for the chow, but Hook's able to at least play his life for now. Spot him if you are TJ, but Hook the Nuke is going to go for the chow, and TJ makes him pay for it. So Carolina Royal Ravens, 2 rounds in a row. They withstand that cruise missile coming in. They're keeping their hopes and dreams alive.
Felt interesting to see Surge not try to overwhelm mid-tank after they got Water Street control right there. Like you had called, I mean, it was a crossfire setup to see if anyone out of Cafe was going to try to make something happen, but that doesn't actually occur. And maybe you could discredit the fact that, hey, 04 is seen on that re-wrap over towards backside water bridge, but it did feel a little bit odd that they didn't just hold the angle of tank and go for post plant.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's also 04 with that smoke grenade in hand. He has to invest it not on the site, but for him to simply stay alive over towards Water Street. Would have really loved that smoke grenade if you were going to work that objective, but Carolina able to stay alive. Now back to the attacking side. Again, they're just going to not allow Hoop to take this map away from them.
Does that stun land? Yeah, sure does. TJ trying to push it forward. 1-for-1 the exchange. Big pistol battle, and how about the help from Beans? Okay, Carolina starting to show us some initiative here as they out-trade the opening fight and find themselves into a 3v2.
Now in the man advantage, you do have a player in Fellow who is putting himself in a position to watch this overextension, but he gives the comms to his teammates. He spots no one cross over towards B, but Brezzy in a very crucial spot.
Does he hear anything? Does he see anything? Hard to say as he now backs up, and the shadow has been seen. Beans will get fallen. So now it's 2v2. Abuza not far off. Bomb making its way very aggressively and very quickly in towards the B site, and this is looking like it'll be a 2v2 post plant.
Keep in mind, Brezzy still has a nade to work with, so do Carolina have any trophy systems to keep him alive in this two-man setup? This is the go-to in the 2v2. One over towards the cages, one over towards the tractor, and right now, Vancouver, they're splitting up.
Surge taking their time, clearing out the angles. And now it's going to be about how they break through. Like you mentioned, a very standard setup. Nade comes out, Abuza finds the first. Nice trade from Fellow. Still staying alive and dancing. 18 seconds on the clock, Abuza up top. Fellow trying to fight him off. Pistol out for Abuza, and he's able to take the win, catching Fellow off guard. Plenty of time for the defuse. And what has been the staple for the entire year continues to be the success point for Vancouver, still flawless against Carolina in the Search.
8-0 in Search and Destroy. They showed up with a better game plan in that map number 5. It just took Carolina a little too late to make those mid-game adjustments, to not give up all the map control towards the very end of that game. But Brezzy, he played phenomenal in that final round. The fact that he realizes, okay, they haven't worked the plan over towards A, I'm gonna sit nice and tight in towards the DVD. Hopefully the timing goes my way. He turns it into a 2v2. Now the bomb gets planted. He wraps his way all the way into the backside of the spawn. And even though he doesn't find the kill, he sets up Abuza for the freebie. And then in the 1v1, Abuza runs out of ammo with that MCW. Fellow was not ready for the aggression, and Abuza gets it done in a game number 5 to move on to top 4.
And after the reset, 9 kills for 04. It's been a story of his come up as a search and destroy monster. And that comes through once again. 7-3 for Abuza since the reset as well. So really good stuff, kind of not just on your point, but also on the young superstar that we expect to see pop off in Search Destroy for the Surge.
They just played super confident on the side of Surge, and on the opposing side, it looked like Carolina were playing very, very scared.
Yeah.
You were always going to the basic setup on your attacking side, having Beans initially start off on Water Street. Once he gets naded, now everyone's committing on that right side of the map, and then Surge completely blind counter you every single time, watching their crosses, taking advantage of the map that you don't have control of, and just using their teamwork and everything to perfection to close this one out.
Clean stuff, and how about the Vancouver Surge? Now in the top 4 position, extending to at least tomorrow. Should be a really fun battle to see who they get up against in that semifinal matchup. But down on the stage, we've got final post-game reactions with Hook and the Vancouver Surge as they make it into the top 4 position.
Vancouver Surge continue that victory streak right here on the main stage. What an impressive performance. I've got Abuza with me. Abuza, I've got to say, that hard point, we can skip past that opening hard point. It was a bit of a rude awakening on the main stage, I must say, but you guys turned it around. The S&Ds, they were just, guys put on a clinic. So is that something you guys have particularly been focusing on leading up to this competition?
I honestly think like we are like a good S&D team. We just start the match like slowly, to be honest. Like the first map was like weird for us. We have some good S&D, so we know like we need one respawn and that's it, you know, like.
But we did talk about the hard point, obviously, at the opening, but then you guys managed to turn it around on that Rio hard point. Again, you guys just pinching, flanking, it was just everything was working. What were the comms like in that moment?
It was insane, to be honest. Like everyone was doing like some crazy shit, so everything was good.
Well, like we always say right here on the main stage, this is the fun bit. It's time to claim your opponent's key so that you guys can crush it. So if I can get Fellow to come on over here, shake hands if you want to, but you can hand over that key. You are now in the semifinals tomorrow. What are you supposed to do with that right now? Enjoy it, feel it. I mean, how heavy is it? It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. That looks good.
It does look good indeed. Now, it kind of feels a bit more personal now. This is kind of the fun bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it was personal for me. Like, there is someone on this team like get the Rookie of the Year, and I still don't know how, but that's it. That's fine. I don't care.
Abuza, congratulations. One more time, everyone hear it. For the team that just took the victory, it is, of course, Vancouver Surge. He's disappeared into the backdrop, so for now, we're going to go back to the desk to continue the day.
The spice in Call of Duty never ends, and you just heard it from Abuza. He thought that Rookie of the Year award, he deserved it, not Quinn. Got a chance to prove it here in Riyadh, and you talked about it, Nameless. He mentioned he's uncomfortable in interviews. Abuza's doing everything right today.
Yeah, he just rocked it, man, especially in that Game 4 as well with his gameplay and then getting to enjoy that victory. And, you know, talking about the Rookie of the Year thing, I voted for Abuza. I thought he should have been it throughout the year. Incredible performance and proving it right there on that stage.
Two very talented young gamers, and they went toe-to-toe. And this, Ali, I felt like I was watching a heavyweight fight. Each team haymakering the other. The games were not close, but the match sure was. It went all the way to that Game 5.
Yeah, it went all the way to a Game 5. I want to say the Search and Destroys were weirdly closer than maybe the scoreline shows you, simply because in that map number 2, Vancouver Surge took a handed lead early on that high rise, but Carolina started playing, grabbing those first bloods, playing for the aggressive plays that Vancouver Surge and Hook were trying to make, and crawled their way back in it. It was just an unfortunate team streak that trades a couple first bloods and puts them in this situation.
Nameless, what was the difference in the hard points? Because you open it up with 70 kills between Beans and Gwyn combined in map 1. Then in map 4, it's tied around 70 points, and then it's all Surge in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Abuza talk about it in the interview a little bit. We just have slow starts, and that's exactly what happened on that map number 1. We get to the Rio in the Game 4, and 04 got active. I mean, he was everywhere. 29 kills on the map, dropping a ton of damage. Abuza right there next to him, and it was off the rip, man. The response there on that P2, once they got a couple kills in a row and they could set in and get comfortable, it was over.
And that's so incredible that you bring up 04, because in that map number 1, he went 14 and 30. Not a stat line we're used to seeing from this guy. So
bucket numbers.
Post that, he started to pick it up in that Search and Destroy and making huge plays in that Game 5.
Seattle Surge, they found their momentum late in this series, and they walk away with the W. They also earn our Bravia MVP. Who is it going to be in my triangle this time? Is it 04? No, it's Abuza, the man who just took the interview and was handed the key. Let's take a look at some of his best plays. This, our Bravia MVP, showing off his excellence.
Yeah, he also closes out the Game 5, right? With the big kill at the very end. Yeah, Abuza's a special player, man. Like I said, I believe he was the Rookie of the Year. He had a role swap in the middle of this year. Once he got put back on that AR, it's been lights out since. And he's got some good SMGs around him as well in Hook and 04 to set him up for success. But yeah, the guy's shot's insane. As you can see in some of these clips, he just simply don't miss.
He don't miss. And Abuza, again, my favorite thing about him was he was the most consistent player on the team throughout the entirety of the year. There were times I forgot he was a rookie because of the plays that he was making. I also want to tip Rezi in this series. He made a lot of huge plays in that Game 5, specifically the one that closed it out when it seemed like Carolina Royal Ravens were trying to climb their way back in. He said, I'm going to play patient. I'm going to sit in DVD. I have the sound cue. I'm going to get this first blood and set up my teammate for success to close this out.
Huge props also to Coach Rambo Ray. He's got 2 French speakers, an upcoming rookie in 04 who showcased his skills, and of course, a world champion from back in the Empire days in Hook.
Yeah, and Hook was vibing up there on that stage, man. His dad's here, he wants to perform in front of him, and you've seen Hook making some great plays. And, you know, this roster, man, they play at such a fast pace, and you could see Abuza with all those engagements throughout the series, so much damage. It's the perfect complement to fast players like 04 and Hook.
Huge finish with a 1.6 when it came to the S&D, including the final kill to send Carolina packing. It's time to take a look, though, and find out. You guys both called Vancouver Surge, so let's take a look. Did the fans also? Our STC play results are in, and 75%, 3 out of 4 of y'all are smart.
Yeah, they've been doing good so far this tournament.
They have been doing very good and consistently too, which is something we're not used to from Vancouver Surge.
After map 1, it was looking slow though.
Was looking a little slow. I was like, yo, is Beans that guy?
Right.
He seems to be. And then Carolina just turned into Carolina at the end. Let's take a look at the bracket. Unfortunately for Carolina Royal Ravens, your year is done. But you walk away with some serious money, $80,000 from finishing in the top 8. You played your hearts out. You fell just short in the searches, and now it's Vancouver, our first of the 8 to lock in a spot in our semifinals.
And there's some crazy paths in the way that this bracket can shake up here. 100 Thieves, they find oddly success against Toronto Ultra. If they're able to win that, we're going to have 100 Thieves or Surge in the final. Who knows? It can get wonky.
Allie, we still have 3 more matches. Toronto, 100 Thieves, Boston, the new retooled squad, bringing up the Challengers.
I can't wait for that match. I know what question's coming up next. I want to see the Boston versus Atlanta.
And why? Why should everyone be excited for that one?
It's exciting because Boston hasn't found a lot of success, and they've overturned their roster. They build around Snoopy again, and it sounds like it's working out. If there's any time for them to find success, I'd love for it to be against
Or
them.
like they just have 2 of the greatest players of all time in Purge and Awakening. That might not be facts,
I don't know
but
about
in my
that
heart,
one.
I believe
I don't know about
it.
the second person.
If there was a fantasy COD, round 1, Purge. Round 2, Gigawaker.
Yeah.
And I have those flipped.
Either way, I'm cool with it.
Nameless loves them. We love them. And they will be taking on the stage next, everybody. Big shout out to everyone waking up early over in the States. If you're in the UK, stay locked, because right after this, we got some of the greats. Boston Breach taking on Atlanta FaZe. You don't want to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Underrated, Overrated with Atlanta FaZe. We're going to choose a couple of these teams to see what their thoughts are about them. Optic Texas. Overrated or underrated?
I would say
underrated.
I'll say underrated.
Really? Wait, why?
I'll say underrated because they won champs.
Okay.
I think they're the only team who's won 2 events so far.
Okay.
Winning Major 3, obviously they bombed out Major 4, but winning champs, I think, can't call them overrated anymore.
Yeah.
They won champs, they won the big one, and this year, they're underrated now.
Wow. I was not expecting that answer from you. Cloud9.
I would say underrated. Yeah, I would say underrated again too. Yeah, I would say underrated.
I love Zach's pulling some.
Uh-oh.
Okay, why are they overrated, Zach?
I'm thinking overrated. They won 1 event, but I think after winning champs, winning 2 events the last year, I feel like they placed well. They just had a really mid first half of the year, which you wouldn't expect coming from a team who just won champs. And granted, they made a change coming into this year, but I think three majors having kind of mid placings and then winning Major 4 and getting second in champs, that's how they were supposed to be the whole year. So I think coming into this year, them winning 1 tournament, granted we have 1 more, I think for them, they would think that they should have done more, especially coming off how dominant they were the last year. So for me, I would say overrated.
All right, you guys both are saying underrated. Why?
I would say just because of the way they finished the year. I feel like they definitely weren't playing good COD at the very beginning of the year, but I think the fact that they turned up at the end of the year when it mattered most, which they didn't win champs, so you can't really say because I feel like what Zach said, it doesn't matter if you don't win. But they did win the event before, and they very well could have won champs. But I feel like them just turning up at the end of the season, that's why I would say underrated.
All right, now this is a spicy one. Underrated or overrated, Toronto Ultra. Okay.
Yeah, I would say, because I think going into this year when they made the roster change for Dylan, I was saying that it was going to be us and them, the top 2 teams the whole year. And I feel like they weren't considered a top 2 team this year. That's why I would say they were overrated, because they did win that first event, but ever since then, there's been no consistency for them. Yeah. I feel like it's kind of just been hit or miss. They haven't I feel like Major 3 was the only time where they had a chance to kind of find that consistency and win, and they got to the finals and they just didn't do anything. Yeah. So that's why I would have to say overrated.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think Major 1, obviously in the grand final they beat us, and I think at Major 1 they were the best team there. But I think after that it was inconsistent after that. So it was hard. It's hard to say they're I'm saying they're rated good. So.
Okay. Next team, guys. Underrated or overrated? Lore Gaming. That's Alex's team.
I mean, it just kind of depends how you're seeing it. I would only say overrated because I don't think that they will be able to do that much. I don't think any of the amateur teams will do a lot this event, but I think as an amateur team, I think they're a really good amateur team. But I think coming into the league or coming into this tournament, I don't think that they're going to be able to do as much as people think. I think the pro teams are going to show why they're pro teams. So I would just say for probably any of the amateur teams, they're probably a little overrated because I think people think they might come in here and show something. But I think the pro teams are going to get it done.
Yeah. Underrated?
It's hard for, I don't know. I'm like in the middle because I don't really know much about like the amateur teams. It's kind of like a, I feel like we're gonna obviously see like at this event, but it's like hard for me to tell because I'm not like really hard focusing on challengers like going, you know, like throughout the season. So it's like hard for me to tell where they're at as players, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna say underrated because, I mean, we don't really know much and I guess we'll see, like I said.
Yeah, no, I would say the same. I think for me, I'm not really sure who's like even on the team. I just know it's Alex.
But it's Alex.
I just know it's Alex.
He's not world champion alongside you guys.
That's how I know. I just know it's Alex on the team, but I don't know who.
Got
like,
two real Paul X. Sort of forgetting who their fourth is, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's the reason. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Next up, the Stallions.
I don't know.
Used to be FaZe Black.
Oh,
is that Ace?
Brack, Mason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably say underrated. I feel like that team
Yeah,
is probably the team to beat for these pro teams, for the lower half at least. I feel like they're coming in with straight passion. They've been sitting here winning all these amateur tournaments, and they've been waiting for this moment, so I think it's their time to shine. And I think that this is going to mean a lot more to them than the pro team that they're going to play. So I think it's kind of their event to show these pro teams how good they actually are. So I think coming into this tournament, I think that they actually might make an upset. So I feel like they're probably underrated.
Yeah, I would say like they're like the team this year in the challengers to beat. I feel like everyone always talks about FaZe Black, you know what I mean? Like, because I feel like that's the top challenger team to be on to like make it into the league. So I feel like they have a lot of like potential at this event to like upset a team. I feel like they're all all the players on that team have been pretty much in the league.
Besides Dylan.
Yeah, besides Dylan. So I feel like they have more potential to upset a pro team than all the other amateur teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. I think like all of them are pros in the past besides Dylan, so I feel like it has it's gonna be a lot like easier for them to play on the main stage.
Yeah, those guys got a chip on their shoulder to try to make it back to the pro scene, you know?
100%.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the roundtable of underrated and overrated with the Atlanta FaZe. Make sure you guys tune in for this weekend to see if their predictions are correct.
Six-time world champions Atlanta FaZe going to be taking the stage soon, but first, we've got to crush another key as it's 0-4 given the honors to send the Carolina Royal Ravens packing.
We'll see ya. Give me that key, and you can see big man 0-4 standing there. Crush that thing, man. They got to be feeling good. Top 4.
What I got to think about is if 0-4 got another massage today. I know he got one yesterday before their match. They fried, got one today, and they fried again. This guy's going to be 4 for 4.
Shout out to the staff here at EWC. They gave me a little bit of acupuncture yesterday, but
it's unreal
matchup. Let's talk about this one. Atlanta FaZe taking on Boston, and if you just watched that interview with Atlanta FaZe, they're talking to Study. We don't really expect a lot from the AMs. You look at Boston Breach. This is a team outside of Snoopy. Everyone got bounced down to challenges this year before coming back up for this event.
Yeah, and they've played against Purge before as well because he was on the former Vegas Legion before dropping down to challengers for who knows what reason. But I think the fun thing about this kind of matchup is it has an opportunity to give the underdog the win. Boston Breach, Atlanta doesn't know what they're going to throw at them.
It's time to find out, can Boston hang with the big dogs? Atlanta always at the top of the leaderboard at the end of our regular season. Awakening, Cammy, Purge, Snoopy, trying to hand them their worst placement in 2024.
Yeah, you know, we got some unsung heroes on this team. Obviously, Purge has been dropped a couple of times. Same thing with Awakening and Cammy, and now they find themselves in a situation where they're going up against Atlanta FaZe, one of the best to ever do it. Truly a David versus Goliath matchup, and as you can see, they're entering the arena. They are locked. They know what is before them. They know that they're going to have to go through tough teams to make a historic run, and it starts right now.
Purge looks like an NFL quarterback entering the arena, man. He's all swagged out. He's got his chain rocking, all calm, cool, and collected. They know it's going to be a tough road, though. They got to get through some of the best to ever touch the sticks, and we caught up with Cammy to talk about it.
I'm here with Cammy of Boston Breach. Cammy, first things first, we're out here on the boulevard. Bit different temperature of old Edinburgh, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm a little bit hot right now, but it's all good.
Well, you guys are actually pretty hot in the server at the moment as well. Did you expect to get to this point? Of course, Boston having quite a tumultuous year. This is a real chance to hit the reset button.
Yeah, I definitely expected us to get this far at least. You know, out of the groups and into the bracket. I think I know what our team's capable of. We just got to come out and play our game.
What do you think you are capable of? How far do you realistically think you can go?
I think we can make it to the Sunday. I think, you know, today obviously a tough game against FaZe, but just got to come out, play our game, not overthink it, and yeah, we'll get the job done.
There's one thing you can't overthink is just how incredibly powerful and strong they are at the moment. They haven't dropped a single map. What weaknesses do you see in them, if any?
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough question. I think we're just going to have to catch them a bit off guard, to be honest. I think they've obviously been playing really well. We've been playing pretty good too. I think we played Toronto pretty good. They're also a really good team, so we just got to come with the same energy and make sure we close out this time.
Any message to the Boston fans watching at home?
Shout out all the Boston fans. We're trying to turn it around as much as possible, and you know, last chance of the year, we'll do our best.
Of course, the safety net disappears now. There's nothing left. This is an elimination match. Once you lose, it's all over. You don't want to see your key crushed here, do you?
No, definitely not.
You got this?
Yeah, I think we do.
Best of luck.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the chat.
Yeah.
Great to hear from Cammy. I just feel like he's at home with a Boston jersey on. He's got the accent to fit in with the boys in Boston.
Yeah.
Now he's got a chance to make them proud, but he's got to go up against Atlanta FaZe. And if you missed any of the Call of Duty for the last 5 years, you know what Simp and Abizi are bringing to the table. But they went after Draza this year, trying to find that missing link to give them a W.
They have been shuffling this roster constantly, trying to find that perfect fourth puzzle piece, and they think they found it with Draza, but unfortunately, even though they won an event come champs time, they did so well up until Sunday, and that is an ongoing problem for Atlanta FaZe. So by that logic, they're feeling great in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Atlanta FaZe has had an easy road so far in this tournament, I'll be honest, right? You had to go through Falcons, and then you had 100 Thieves, who you've had so much success against throughout this season. I still think there's a lot of questions that need answered from these guys. As we mentioned earlier in the show, like Atlanta FaZe, will this roster even stay together going into the next year? Do they need a championship to keep this team?
No.
I mean, I feel like they should keep it, but it definitely is like over their heads. There's a dark cloud recently on Sundays, right? So for these guys, it is imperative that they get this win in dominating fashion and move on.
I mean, it is an insane question to be like, are we satisfied being, you know, top 2, top 3 all year with just the possibility of getting first, or do we keep risking it by switching out the roster and possibly breaking up the team?
It's like the Dallas Cowboys. We've got a great win-loss record, but we don't win the big trophy. Atlanta FaZe, though, looking to change things up here in Riyadh, and we caught up with Draza. Here's what he had to say.
I'm here with the man, Draza, of Atlanta FaZe, ahead of a huge day for you guys. Did you start the day right?
I started it amazing. I opened my blinds my first World Cup. The sun was shining. I was like, yo, I could barely see, but it gives me energy throughout the day. I love waking up that way, so I feel like today has so far been great.
It really is crunch time, and Atlanta FaZe have been here many times. A big Saturday of action. How do you mentally prepare to not collapse here? Because it can happen, right? You know that very well.
Yeah, it's a one and done tournament. Obviously, loser goes home, so it's big to play how you practice. We've been playing the whole year, and play how you practice, and that's how you make sure you get to Sunday and you win these tournaments. So that's the biggest thing. Play like you practice, and you know, just have fun.
Boston, of course, the heavy underdogs here. However, you're not going to underestimate them all.
Of course not. I think any team can catch any top team off if they have a bad day. So it's, you know, like I said, playing like we practice and making sure we're doing the little things right, and that should lead to the victory.
Just briefly, I am a massive fan of a good pair of sneakers, and these kicks are absolutely outrageous. Can we just get a close-up of these custom-made Atlanta FaZe kicks?
Yeah.
You've got to love these.
Yeah, these are amazing. Shout out to my girlfriend's dad, Jason. He does a kick every single event, and these Saudi shoes just look amazing. So
maybe
shout out to him.
If all goes your way, you might get a custom-made pair of EWC champions trainers. Let's see what happens, but best of luck. You've got to get through Boston first.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yo, Draza, I didn't know it was your girlfriend's dad making these
Those
kicks.
are fire.
Give me a pair, my guy. I'll send you the cash. Let's talk about this showdown, though. You heard in the interview, Atlanta, not really worried about anyone coming out of the semi-pro level. Do you think they put time in and watched tape from Boston's previous matches coming in, or are they just here to play their game?
Absolutely. I mean, they're always here to play their game as Atlanta FaZe, but I think they're one of our only top teams that will take everybody seriously at the same level. They will never get too complacent. They will never get too overconfident. If anything, they are going to be the hardest on themselves.
Yeah, you know, I talked with Draza and Simp this morning. I saw them in the elevator. I said, you guys excited about your matchup? They said, dude, we are going to cook these guys. Like, probably the best matchup they could have here to get to that next top 4, and I think they're feeling extremely confident. They probably did watch a little bit of film, but they know that they can just out-talent these guys.
On the other side, for Boston Breach, you mentioned they could get out-talented, but is there talent on this roster that can cause issues for Simp, Obizi, Selim, and Draza?
Absolutely. I think any of these players could. Cammy have had to go against these guys for years now. I think Purge at his peak, absolutely, but that's going to be the issue, is to go against Atlanta FaZe at the same level. All of Boston Breach has to play to their peak in this series.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this matchup, it's the AR duo for me. I feel like Awakening and Cammy have to pop off in this series.
Gigawake.
And we saw it. Seriously, Gigawake has to come out, and Cammy needs to replicate that same performance that we saw. We saw in each of the respawns, respectively, in the Stallion series, 30 bomb for Wake, 30 bomb for Cammy. We need it once again.
60 kills between the ARs is always a good time. Let's take a look at our maps and modes and see where they could potentially deal out that damage. If you're going to beat FaZe, do you have to beat them in hardpoint? Is that still their weakness? We got Rio and Subbase in the mix here.
I'll kick it off. Subbase hardpoint, we've seen FaZe. They've been scared to play it all year. They sprinkled it in a bit, and then at Champs, you're like, what's going on? So I think that that is a massive opportunity. And then for Boston, sneakily, one of the best control teams, 3-0 here so far.
Listen, I'm looking at Invasion and Invasion. Invasion S&D has been a pain point for Atlanta all season long. It was their auto veto. It's going to be map number 2. Invasion control, defense heavy. I'm thinking Boston Breach definitely have opportunity in the middle of the series.
Boston's one win against Toronto Ultra back in Group C was that Invasion control. Yep. They get that map for Game 3. And like you said, if you can steal that Game 2 search and destroy, maybe you look at an opportunity for Boston to upset. Let us know with your predictions over at stcplay.gg. Get them in right now. We've got 60 seconds before the players take the stage. Give me something to look out for in this matchup, Nameless. What are you going to be glued in on?
I'm going to be watching Selim and his pace of play. You know, he talks about it in the interview. It's been my main thing for these guys as we get later into tournaments, Saturday and Sunday. Looking for a big series from Selim.
Ali, this is just our second quarterfinal matchup of the playoffs. A Game 5 in the books already. Will we see another one?
Ooh, that one's tough. I don't think so. I think maybe this goes Game 4. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. But I do hope Boston pull out something special.
All right, well, let's get to the map count. The fans don't have to do it, but you two do.
Sure.
You crushed it last time. Neither of you saw a Game 5 coming. Nameless, what do you got for me this time?
I'm going to go with a 3-1.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go 3-1 Atlanta FaZe. I do think we're going to see some great moments from Boston, but Atlanta.
3-1 Atlanta?
I completely agree. 3-1 Atlanta FaZe.
I think we're going to see a second Game 5. It's Riyadh. It's $1.8 million on the line, and you double up your money with a win right here. Let's send it down to the Amazon Arena to get our playoff quarterfinal number 2 started.
As promised, this day is off to a strong start, and the journey of the Ravens at the Esports World Cup has come to an end.
We get to the playoffs, and there's blood in the water already. So, let's keep this train moving and invite our next 2 teams to the main stage. We've got Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach.
Can Atlanta FaZe remain the unstoppable force they have proven to be this year?
Or is the annual purge about to begin? Let's do this. Game on!
We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
Well, now here into bracket play we go. The final flight of the Ravens comes to an end here at the Esports World Cup. Now Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach. One of them will see their final series here also. Miles and Charles taking you through this one. Very interested to see where we fall. Boston, kudos for making it this far, Chance, but my goodness. what an opponent they find themselves up against now.
Absolutely, and it's an opponent where the narrative has begun to shift over the years, where we always talk about Atlanta FaZe, how dominant they are. They've struggled enough in the grand finals and actually collecting chips enough that the community starting to turn on them a little bit, and honestly, the community annoyed with the talent for us just constantly gassing these guys up. But one of the main reasons that we still have to is because of their dominance against teams that are not in the top 4. I think quite literally, they've had a single series this year against a non-top 4 team that they've lost. Other than that, their record is near perfect. Boston could make the dent, could make the impact. They could pull off an upset, but it would absolutely be an upset. And because we know Atlanta FaZe is an absolute juggernaut, I think the tone has to be set literally from that #1 for Boston to prove that they could get it done.
FaZe be phasing things as they usually do. I think the perfect example of this was the interview between both of the players. We heard Cammy talk about what are we going to do to win? We can catch them off guard. We can do something like that. What does Draza say? Anyone can catch you off guard. You've got to bring your A game. Yeah. And that's what FaZe have done this tournament so far. Not dropped a single map in the run to this matchup. Boston have had a tougher run, but hey, something's getting caught here.
It may be for the sense that Boston's at least played against a top 4 team already in Toronto and played them close, and they get some of the same maps, right? In Invasion Control, where the man you just saw meditating on your screen in Snoopy was the man that dropped a 1.75 on the Invasion Control as well. So the potential is here for Boston, but again, Atlanta FaZe is the force. We saw it in the Cam interview. He's like, they don't really have a weakness. Like, I get it. We're gonna have to catch them off guard. Like, and if we play at our best, we could get this done. So if that seed of doubt enters your mind from the first map, I mean, you're done. It is chalked.
Cammy, a man who has defeated FaZe in the past, one of the select few to win a tournament over them under the brightest of lights, technically online back in Cold War. You know, man, you know.
But one of the best clips of all time, though.
All time. Here we go, folks. The first map of the series. Into Rio we descend.
The tone setter, and no better man to start with than really aBeZy. Frontline man, First Blood King, and in a given game mode,
okay,
it's an explosion that actually takes it for Awakening, but aBeZy strikes.
Finds himself a Purge. Now looking for his next. Bit of a battle over towards the hard point as well, so we're seeing contest back and forth. His counterpart Sim finding them all, and oh, nice work out Purge and Awakening. The counter is on here for Boston. No more though. Draza there with a Renetti, cleans up, and now the time.
And I love that look from aBeZy as well, right? We're just watching him actually play nice and passive. He understands his job, take things slow, let his teammates get to work. And just a small little highlighting example of Atlanta FaZe teamwork is Purge right now trying to show off the goods on the flank. Great tags, great double kill. Time for Boston that they desperately needed.
Nice time as well, 10 seconds. But the nature of Rio, you can see the minimap already. FaZe are in a position to contest this time and maybe bring Purge down. New hardpoint up, Boston across the map for it. Can they set up in time? Here come FaZe.
And they got a lot of pressure as well on the front side. Snoopy getting very active, except the fact where they lost the spawn. So turn, tail, and run, and make sure you go back and block. You got Purge looking towards the back, and Cammy on the time, trying to get a little bit of help from Snoop. And looks like Boston coming out on top of the kills as long as they get these trades.
They've got to get the trades though. Snoopy dancing, diving. aBeZy selling him in the feed. aBeZy finds 2. Good for at least 2, it feels like, in the map so far. He's on a 4 spree. Gets to 6, gets a cruise.
Those were the trades that you needed, was on this very man, and there is not a trade to be found. Finally, Cammy shuts him down before he got a cruise. Things got a little bit nervy. Is that rotation gonna be even nervier? Simp takes a route, has the spawns for new. In the fight for the final 20 seconds, Simp really just wants to play keep away.
Second time we've seen Purge pick up a pinch and find himself a sweet set of kills. Simp there. Skeet shoots him out of the sky, going up against Big Wake now also. Will Awakening... No, he won't. Will Awakening find it? No. But good news there for Boston. You've got a lovely chunk of time. You have the lead for now. The battle towards the new hardpoint is on. Cammy's in. Draza there as well. Finds 2 out of nowhere. Magic as FaZe take the lead.
Yeah, the good news was Boston had lead. Bad news, they're losing the spawns, and they have no pressure on the minimap. You have Simp and number 6, Celium, working together, and each of them get their kills, and Celium's still alive, and Celium not traded out, and all of these Boston players are spawning so far away, and at least you get past Cell, but that is only step 1.
Yep, step 1. Here comes step 2. In the form of Draza. Oh, Snoopy doesn't check right. Awakening down as well. Draza has 3 in the feed there for FaZe, and this entire time it has been nothing but hardpoint play from FaZe as well. That lead is starting to get bigger and bigger. The next 15 seconds, very important, as is the rotation to the new hardpoint. Bottom side of the minimap, on we go.
Boston not even able to really sniff any contest time on this hill. Haven't touched the point since it popped in. Yeah, simply not winning any gunfights. They just got chopped down time after time on the old hill. At least maybe some good news. Cammy in position to at least try to cut off the reinforcements before they get the time, and Boston starting to win some gunfights.
You get one, that's good enough for now. Make sure you win the trades. Snoopy getting forward into the fight. Here comes Purge. Can he find these players on the push? Oh, timing's unfortunate, Celium. Great work. Now 3 through the garage, into the hard point. Snoopy on the pinch. There's 1. There's 2. Can he get the 3rd as well? It doesn't matter. His boys are in. Nice shots out of Draws. What a back and forth hard point we've got.
Draws is just keeping the play alive for FaZe as well as Purge. 1 frame at a time will be looking for the next gunfight. It's been 50-50. Sometimes the lag is just the caster view, and sometimes it's the player. So unbeknownst to us, but the game still flowing.
Yeah, flowing indeed. Well, hard point in the hands of Boston once again. And their setups have not been bad at all. They've managed to hold firm.
Oh, yeah, okay. That answers that question. Absolutely, players. If FaZe aren't making moves on the hill, got to pump the brakes and move about our business.
That's a shame. It was 85 FaZe had to the 76 of Boston Breach. A close match. We will be most likely restarting that from the beginning once again. And I liked what I saw from both teams' chance. I think Boston had nice holds. They looked very, very strong on the setups. Full reset has been confirmed, folks, but I think it was a solid-looking game chance. Both teams managed to win the rotations. Breaks were good. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
It is a pretty good example of like the prowess of Atlanta as well, because most of those hills, absolute battle. Even when you have Boston like getting the 3-piece. Snoopy goes for that flanking garage, picks up 2. It's 3 down in the feed. The last man alive for Atlanta FaZe, Draza, picks up the big 2 and stays alive to be the distraction inside of boxes and keep the play alive. When we had Atlanta FaZe on the flip side, get that rotation at P3, perfect lockdown, perfect funnel system towards mid. If you give them a small advantage, they just run away with it.
Yeah, it was very difficult to break that. Look at the bracket, though, folks. How do we get here? Where are we going after this? These are the questions I ask myself nearly every day. Well, good news, folks. We're still in the quarterfinals here. Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach will be going into the semis after that, where they'll play the winner of Optic Gaming and Cloud9. Who's going to get the dub? That's the question we've been asking all day long. Pundits all across the internet, whether you be on x.com, whether you be on Reddit, or even Instagram. I've seen a lot of chat there these days. Who thinks they're going to get the win? We'll find out, though, folks, as we get ready to get back into this full restart there on Rio Hardpoint.
I just imagine for the Boston fans, they're looking at it like, hey, this is our first series win we got on land in such a long time, or maybe all year. Then they get to winners bracket, and then they see the bracket they draw. They see Atlanta FaZe first, they're like, oh, God. And then if you get past them, you're either dealing with Optic or Cloud9. So Boston, it is the hardest road.
Well, it's the hardest road imaginable, but, you know, that kind of adversity that they seem to have thrived under. Kudos to them again for making it this far. I did not have them here in my, imaginary run to the tournament. We saw our power rankings, we saw our tier lists come out. Boston were not there. I will say though, our Saudi Arabian counterparts, they did have a lot of love for Boston Breach. All of them had Boston Breach in at least the B tier. Egg on our face, brother.
They saw something we didn't. Maybe Cammy's universal accent. He could fit in Boston. He could fit in right at home here in Riyadh. So a lot of love across the globe for Cammy.
Very much indeed. Wow, Cammy was cool as a cucumber in that interview, being outside, even in the Boston Breach hoodies.
He was talking about it being warm. Dude, you're wearing a hoodie. It's 120 or 48, I think, in Celsius. It just, come on, short sleeve shirt. It's okay.
Oh, no, it's all right. Cammy, it's a game day ritual, I would imagine. You can't take the hoodie off. Once it's on, it only finishes once the tournament does. Well, we're almost ready, folks, to get into the match once again. Again, I think a moment for the boys to just reassess. I mean, this is one of the gifts you get given when you can replay a map. How did FaZe hit that? What do we want to do differently? Where did we feel like there were weaknesses in our, not just opening break, in our rotations? Are we holding properly? What were those singular points of failure in our setups where FaZe broke us down?
Yeah, and any true competitor, when they're dealt this sort of adversity of a break in the game, a true competitor just bounces back. It's the goldfish memory wash away. Toronto Ultra actually is the perfect example of this. And we've seen them even at Champs Map 1s dealing with the issues. All 4 players immediately, it's fist bumps out. Who cares? We got to move on to the next thing. And then some players break down immediately and then just lose so many rounds in a row and complain about it in different periods of time. So a lot of different looks here we have in the Pro League, and in Riyadh specifically, we test the mettle of these 2 squads.
And I think that nerves are another big thing.
Okay, also, by the way, Snoopy is like 6'2". And he is sunk so far down in his chair, he looks like the shortest person. Snoopy's the tallest player on that team.
By far.
He's taller than Big Wake.
He's way taller. And that's saying a lot. Big Wake 8, the statue of a human in and out of game. I had a really good point there about pressure and Snoopy and all that. That was great.
So.
He's a big boy though.
Very
I mean,
tall.
for the folks who have met Snoopy, for many folks who come to any of the majors throughout the year, he's a big guy.
Incredibly nice kid.
Incredibly nice. Not so much in game though. He's a ruthless killer. But again, I was talking about pressure. This is the largest stage, actually, and definitely the brightest lights, without a doubt. Zuma wouldn't last a minute up here. The pressure is immense for these guys.
What happened the next 3 maps, Miles? What happened the next 3 maps?
Don't remember, I wasn't there.
He won all 3 in a row. Smoked him. Nah, he's doing great.
Oh, it's fantastic, but memes live on forever. For Snoopy, though, again, it is a very, very stressful place to be. We saw him preparing himself before the matchup, and again, an opponent like FaZe tests the resolve. Only the finest of players realize that they're all just men. Once we take him down, you get a 4 dead, you get set up, just keep the comms flowing, you do your thing. Bad news though, folks, it is still FaZe on the other side of the stage. They typically don't slow down on Saturdays. The Sunday where things go a little quiet is so far. Yep, that's FaZe, Abizi, and Celium. This is just terrifying. S&D, KD, brilliant either side. The respawns, terrifying. But so far, not bad.
Unless I have no concept of what Slayer rating is, I think typically if you're above 90, you're doing pretty well for yourself. 82, not too shabby there for himself. You're breaking 100 of easy is insane.
Well, this is something we talk about a lot in the pro COD scene. KDs don't look that impressive when you compare them to like your pub counterparts. Like, I've got a 4 point whatever. I've got a 5.
You're playing, if you have above a 2 point K, you're playing nobody.
Yeah, exactly. And the pro league, I mean, at this level, anything above what? As you said, a 9.
1.4 is either you are the best player in the game or you are baiting all of your teammates and are useless. And again, most of the guys at the top of this level, if they're dropping 1.4, that is truly absurd. So like, you know, IW formal champs, right? He has that KD across the tournament, one of the most impressive tournaments of all time. That's only a 1.4. Again, if you have a 2, you gotta hop in ranked. Actually test your skills against some good players.
We're almost ready to go, folks. Here we have it. Map number 1, take 2. Here at the EWC quarterfinal matchup between Boston Breach and Atlanta FaZe. The first go around, relatively close until P3. Will history repeat itself? Here we go.
I think I legit have a .98 KD in ranked, and I'm proud of it.
That's not bad at all, mate. That's absolutely not bad whatsoever.
It's not great, though.
Here comes Simp straight into that point. This time a very different look. We saw Abizi here in the first go around, and it's 3 in the feed. Whoa, it's Simp trying to get everyone. Boston win the opener.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, they started off the last P1 opening break down 20 and had to go on flanks to start to break it down. So much better look here out of the Breach boys, and now just trying to play containment as Atlanta FaZe. I mean, they're hunting, they are prowling, and Simp, that was his spot, but that is Cammy's Renetti.
It's nothing but good vibrations from the Boston Breach boys as they continue to hold the hard point with a lovely 20 seconds to go. And look at the pressure. Cammy not letting FaZe get close, passing the intel to his lads. If they've got enough HP, they might be able to take the fight.
And they got what? John Stamos on the SMG right now. The substitution's going crazy. Is that rotation for Boston even better? Draza the only man in the mix to really make a dent, make an impact, but not traded out. So there's Draza again, the bailout, the extra man, giving you something, and number 6 now blocking the spawns. A hero play for Atlanta.
Oh, and he saw Snoopy as well. This is huge. Into the point. Guns at the ready for Snoopy. Lovely stun check, though. This is still going to be a battle for the new hardpoint. FaZe have come out a little slow after the reset. Draws, though. 4 spree, nearly at 5. Great work there from Awakening for the 2. Hardpoint still open for a second.
I mean, still, again, tip it to Draza on that play. Instead of a clean rotation, he at least makes it mixy and allows his teammates to go and get those back spawns. So I know Boston still have the lead, but Atlanta FaZe, you're expecting to be able to fight for it and get the time. And you also have a Abizi going on a massive pinch through boxes, hoping to potentially flip those spawns, and that is exactly what he's playing for. Snoopy gives him the gunny, but Atlanta FaZe may be happy for this scrap.
Yeah, you're looking towards P3 once again. So Boston, lovely work on the restart. Snoopy once again finding these players on the big catch. Draws towards the end of the old hardpoint. He and Celium will find those final few moments, but this time the shoes on the other foot. Boston Breach, they get P3.
Yeah, trying to turn that beat around, and Snoopy again winning some incredibly crucial gunfights, and now you're trying to stave off the pressure. Abizi, I love to see the pace switch he always provides. One of the best players in the world for a reason. Can't always just run it down and fly at him. Sometimes you gotta wait for the teammates, and as soon as his teammates get mixed, so does he, but Purge guns him down.
Purge brings him down. FaZe still on the back foot. Awakening. Whoa, he got a lot of damage and a Celium there from the hip. Over to Snoopy. Nice shots into Simp. The second man not there for the challenge. On the turn, Abizi picks up 2, 3 in the feed for FaZe.
11 kills for Awakening, and he will stay right there, at least forces the team kill. But what, are going to have maybe a 25-point game going towards that new time in Atlanta FaZe. Early setup here on the rotation. Simp ready and waiting.
Waiting just very patiently. That old hard point's going to close. We're going to go to the bottom side of the map towards the garage, and this is where things are going to get hot. FaZe slowly but surely mounting the comeback. Not a huge amount of intel. Oh, an Awakening. Lovely work. Fastidious in his approach towards Nu. Can he find Draza as well? Catches one. Here comes Draz. Lovely shots.
Still cutting him off as well, so he's got a lot of help. And Awakening full sends in. Awakening gives you 2. Don't know how he does it, but Awakening right now shooting on the map, but his teammates still need to pick him up for the trades. Cammy delivers.
He goes by many names. Demon Joe, Giggle Wake, Turbo Wake, Awakening, you name it. And he's shooting tonight, boys and girls.
And the tides are turning.
Oh, here we go. Cammy back into the point. Boston holding it down. FaZe, the pressure is absolutely there. Purge in the feed, brought down by Celium. As Boston have done an incredible job here to hold on. Let's go for a quick listen in with Boston Breach.
Yeah, I'm close right in this corner, Joe. Come look over me. Come look over me deep.
One's gonna be cheers on me though.
RNG, dead. Nice. Initial. Watch out initial. What gonna be top bridge? What's initial?
He's in boxes, or sorry, P3, cell.
P3?
P3 cell.
He's gonna be top mid 2.
P3. Nice, just one on you.
He's gonna be top bridge, last guy. He's gonna be top bridge. Yeah, don't lobby. Watch out. Ask for a lobby. One bullet. You want top mid. Nice. Only missing one.
I'm getting top mid, Joe. I'm missing Draza. I got top mid.
Draza. Yeah, good job.
I don't see top mid, boys. Keep right cell, absolute boys.
Sunny.
It's the cell and Draz. Just keep this time in the corner.
I'm stuck in this right corner.
Deep. Can we pinch the lobby?
Hop up, absolute.
Yeah. I'm not easy. I need him right side time. Right side time.
Nice. Right side time. He's top bridge. I'm saying now. I'm leading absolutely now. Nice job. Nice. Shit, Joe. He's lying down. He's lying down. Can you get time? I can't. I'm leading absolute, bro. He's deep right still. I'm looking at you close right, okay?
Yeah, I'll help you mid off spawn.
Nothing close up.
Nice shit.
I'm trying to hold my ear now.
Right side, right side. Abizi right side down.
I'm trying from you. This side dead. I'm one shot. I'm trying to take. We got min zig. I have all zig.
Yo, listen, if he pinches it, he's gonna go deep maybe.
Yo, listen, I have all zig. You heard
for Simp, okay? He's gonna go deep, I think.
I heard you have all zig.
Okay.
2 back zig. Abizi one shot and Simp is also weak. 2 zig. 3 zig. 3
Simp zig. I'm weak. I'm stressed. There's two. Got one more.
Nice.
One more zig.
Zig, so yeah. I got this guy.
Good comms, it's even better shots. Boston Breach, what an opening map.
Yo, these ARs are piecing them up right now. Demon Joe's got 22, and Cammy's trying to give some highlights as well. They are challenging while one shot picking up kills like that. Boston playing with some spine.
FaZe are still fighting for this one, but back to P1 we go, and Boston have just held them down. Here's the attack. Purge, can't get any more. 3 in the feed. FaZe, break him to pieces.
And this is a testament of the moment right now. Atlanta FaZe get a wipe like that. Boston, it is a massive lead. You can take your time for the response, and they do it. 3 in the feed, selling now last man standing, and Purge here to hunt him down.
But just like you're not getting the next 3 seconds, I will try to find you. New hardpoint is ready. Boston are in position. Snoopy locking it down. Here comes Draz through the back, trying to play sneaky. No! Cammy reads it, takes care of business, and Boston are in control.
Yeah, you think Atlanta FaZe might take some momentum? No, Boston Breach. This game is looking like theirs. 80-point lead in the time, still singing sweet.
Still singing sweet. They're having fun here in Riyadh. Snoopy still on the point, soaking time. Has to tactically retreat. What a win against Sim. Hold in the hard point. Reinforcements from Spawn on the close right-hand side.
I love that play from Snoop, too. Hop off the time, try to play a guarantee. But there is a 4-man wipe against Atlanta FaZe, and this could be into the most important rotation of the game.
5 on the minimap. That man, Abizi, looking towards the top side of the map, not letting anyone get towards the new hard point. Final 15 seconds. The battle continues. Will Sil win it? No. Awakening. He'll have the next 10 potentially. New hard point, though, fully in the hands of FaZe. Despite the shenanigans from Awakening.
Awakening is having like potentially an all-time map performance right now. He's got 28, and if Atlanta FaZe start fighting back, which they're going to potentially on this hill right here, he could be breaking some records.
This is the turnaround. Snoopy openers up things with a big win there. Cammy joins it. The nades are good. Draza can't get any more though. Nice work. An open hard point for a second. Purge in.
Still a good play from Snoop as well, just to turn those heads and at least buy his team the time. So Boston, they've done the hard work. They got the spawns.
Draza playing bailout again, though.
No way.
3 in the feed, and Awakening can't get it done. Draza is built different.
I mean, I'm not going to say it, but he's very, very good. Draza, fantastic work. The 5 spree, staying alive. On the other side, here comes Purge looking for the toes. Can't get it. The 6th now for Draza, streaks, and he's shooting.
This is unbelievable. I mean, Draza, again, like 2 massive bailout plays we've already had on this map, but Boston still setting pace in another rotation where you can see the lead has been trickling away. What was once a 90-point gap, now cut down to about 45. Boston, you just need to play for these kills.
This is the map of the tournament for me so far. Unbelievable. Boston, here come the streaks. Awakening. Oh, nearly finds 2. Sends Purge in for the kills, though. There, he gets 2. Hardpoint now in the hands of Boston if they can get any closer. Abizi finds 2. Sensational work as FaZe. They're fighting back chance. Let's go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Wait.
I pinch.
Truck, dead. Right. Top right. He's being close up. Nice, come on, baby.
Stay down, Tyler.
I have a cruise. Come new me. Someone
I have your front, Tyler.
I can go.
Yeah, I have your front.
Person new.
Tyler, shake it.
I
On team.
Stay.
Listen, I have a cruise, okay? Listen, one's in bridge.
You weak.
Listen, I'm gonna use this cruise here. Nice, good job.
Nice,
Tyler. Yeah, one's deep. I can play this, Tyler.
Lobby on me.
Lobby and Eskies. Last
Here,
two.
listen.
One's going bridge.
Here.
One's going bridge traps right now.
Is there some time? There's a sit down. I'm a cruise. I'm cruising, step.
Alright.
Alright, listen, all over time. Red
stairs, one shot. Red stairs, one shot.
On time. Here. Yeah, listen, breach your
Give me time.
They're truck camp. Nice.
Time.
Dead. Bridge. Nice.
And you.
I have you.
Chime in.
I one shot. Stay down. Behind you. Here, try to help me.
Yeah. They're per steps.
This side done. Bridge. I didn't hit him. Bridge. Top bridge. He's still inside bridge.
Nothing middle.
Hey, help time.
I'm super steps away.
I'll help you.
Originated.
I don't see him right side hill.
Bridge awakening.
Bridge.
Their side of the hill. Their side. Kill me. He jumped off. Low. He's on time.
And somehow Boston still maintain control here in this absolute nail-biter of a hard point. Locking it down so far, Chance, things are looking good.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they have just fought back so well. I mean, Draza, again, unbelievable stuff. But now Purge trying to just kill that momentum, make sure nothing funny happens, and they have the numbers for this hill.
Holding it back to P1, 3rd set. This could be game. Purge on the run around. Good shots. Second, no hope. Abizi brings him down. FaZe in control of the point.
These boys are getting loud, too. I can hear them through the headset. They are so far away, but they're making noise. Atlanta FaZe right now. Stronghold on P1.
Still keeping it together. This is very doable. They can get back into this right here and now. Simp on the flank. Big damage. 2-piece. Abizi gets his. Awakening down as well. All 4 towards the new point, and Boston spawn out.
Yeah, they blocked the spawn. Simp too quick with it. That is the instantaneous reaction, and for the first time in such a long time, Atlanta FaZe
almost
the lead.
Abizi's in. 4 down again. Boston, the same spawn. They've got to take an alternate route this time, and they are in danger.
This is an awakening 40 bomb potential that might just go to waste.
We'll find out as Abizi picks up another. Can he find a 3rd? It was a single bullet to go. The hard point still. Simp! Nearly! Draza, he holds the hard point. The guns are steaming hot. Now 2:30 and climbing.
They're gonna get this done, man, on P2. Maybe Purge can make the impact on the flank, but Draza, the front line, man, continues to collect some kills.
Holding him down. Draza 2. Can he find another? Looking for the streaks again. Draza, the Alaskan assassin. 10 seconds to spare, and Salium and Draz hold back the entirety of Breach. No one close. Nobody home. No nades. No nothing. Map 1. What a banger.
And for what felt like a Herculean effort from Boston from the front half of the game, I mean, Awakening, 41 kills, near 7K damage, all for naught. Atlanta FaZe, in the end, slammed them.
Unbelievable performances from nearly everyone in that map. Draza, though, what a hero for FaZe. They could not have been more down and out, Chance, with Boston Breach swelling with confidence and incredible ability. FaZe somehow find a way. Meanwhile, plenty going on here at the Esports World Cup as FaZe take the lead here in the series.
And, you know, we didn't exactly get to see it. I hope we're going to be able to catch that highlight play, but Draza quite literally on a P3 in another situation where he's almost isolated as the only man from Atlanta nearby, makes an impact by picking up all 4 players on Boston. They didn't have the spawns. They didn't have the rotation. They just had a Draza, and for Atlanta, that was all they needed.
Yeah, the stats are spectacular. They're Awakening that 41, 30 non-traded. That is unbelievable. Well, folks, I think we've got ourselves one hell of a series here. Boston coming out and I think shocking the world with that performance. Again, we've tried to wax as lyrical as we can about the standings, where we're placing these teams, and as far as I'm concerned, that was a brilliant map.
And we tried to be very particular as well, talking about the importance of that map, one, just to see if Boston had the ability to fight. Yes, they did, but a loss like that could be absolutely dire, so we get to test their competitive resolve.
We do indeed. Well, speaking of competition, that was a dreadful way of doing it, we've got a lot of news from across the Esports World Cup here. Team Falcons have secured the club championship. Much more on that later on at the desk, but this is how things have gone down. The hosts have done an outstanding job across nearly all of the games here at the Esports World Cup. Again, more of that back at the desk later on. As you can see the standings there, sensational stuff. Maps and modes, though, still, as we march through this series, Chance, we've got a double dose of Invasion, and if the first map was anything to go by, my goodness.
Well, again, only if Boston can clutch up and have that sort of like dagger competitive mentality, because those types of losses that you just suffered in map 1 can feel almost insurmountable to make the comeback. Invasion is a good thing, though, for Boston to see, at least on the control. It is where they have had the most success in this tournament, but there's also no time to breathe. We are speed running through these maps. I mean, that's a minute-and-a-half break, and you got to get the gunny back into action.
I think no one's going to be missing a beat in this one. Invasion, though, a very different map. Long-range fights, and it changes nothing. Abizi there with a rifle 9 gets his first.
That was 15 seconds. He gets that first blood from inside of Boston spawn. Yeah, that might be an indication of how this map 2 is going to go.
Definitely not a record, though, for Tyler Farris when it comes to the first bloods. But we'll find out if Purge can get anything done here. He's being the man over by the B bomb site as the rest of his boys now creeping forward. 2 members of FaZe there on the inside, and they're getting close. They're going to dodge the nades, dodge the stuns. Here comes the gunfight. Purge sends it. Draza finds the first.
Yeah, angle's just too good, and everybody's going to fall like dominoes. Last man standing for a 1v3. Can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe are perfect, and everybody in that round able to get their kill. Abizi for the first blood, and then I like the angle from Draza. He knows his teammates playing over towards the sort of boxes area. He's responsible to cover his back. Purge technically makes a really smart play. Draza just reads it like a book.
Well, like a book. The man has been grinding Search and Destroy. And by grinding, we mean playing lots and lots of it. Few players in the league putting in a sensational amount of effort into the mode. It's not the easiest thing to practice as a squad. You don't want to give anything away to your opponents, and right now, good looks from FaZe, the first round theirs.
And now we're just waiting for Abizi to potentially get his next first blood. Or actually, Purge will be the one to strike, and that's a very aggressive play. He took an MCW into DVDs, and Abizi not going to be able to get that trade. Awakening has his teammates back.
Pressure's on. Will you push, though? I don't think so. Abizi, even with the bomb in hand, he's been slowed down on the inside here, but no one's going to be capitalizing on the damage dealt. So with that said, FaZe still down a man. We slow things right down for Boston.
And this is a gunfight. Neither one of these players are ever going to win. So Sally wants to take a little bit of map space. And Atlanta FaZe looks like they're happy to force this A site. And Celium just trying to be a nuisance. Shots ringing out. No kills just yet.
He's testing your metal with moments like that. Oh, through the smoke, Awakening down. Abizi forward onto the bomb site. FaZe with the numbers.
Big Wake is a psycho for that.
He really is, but damn, son. Abizi self find their kills. Cammy now in a 1v1 against Cell. And he's been spotted. Big damage. Anything to throw.
Talk about 2 players. They have squared up so many times. Might have been many years ago, but familiar with each other's game, and on a head glitch like this, good luck with that one. Cammy, though, backs him down.
Backs him right down. Now Cammy moving forward for the kill. Celium up and down. Oh, bullets. Ah, pistol. What a duel. Boston tied up.
Yeah, it looked a little shaky there for a second with the Renetti, but Cammy, that's not grow play. He's standing on business, gets him tagged up, and just goes for the chow. No cover needed. Cammy trusting his shot, and that is, quite frankly, a very important round for Boston to get.
That is funny, 2 players in the middle of the map, very, very wide open, little cover. Truly was a man-on-man moment there. And Cammy and Selim, throughout the years, many fights like that.
I just love to see the confidence again. That is exactly what Boston are going to need. And right now, the ARs have been putting in some serious work for the breach, looking for the SMGs to pick it up a little bit. Snoopy, that frontline man with the bomb, and Cammy getting some intel.
Intel's very helpful here. Does certainly inform the decisions you make on the attack here when it comes to Invasion S&D, and it has throughout the season, but this time around at BZ. Might not be on for the first blood. Little slower looks here from FaZe.
Really just no noise being made. You got to be concerned if you're on the attacking round for Atlanta FaZe players to be crawling inside a broken. I mean, 2 players they know are over there defending the B site. And Draza, maybe an opportunity to make a flank. He could pierce this setup. Doesn't have the benefit of the minimap, and Abizi might just get handed a first blood.
He might. Oh, he might be brought down himself, and here comes Draza trying to back him up. Oscillates from one side of the map to the other. Tags are there. Cammy wins it. 4v2.
I love that play from Purge. Him and Awakening. That is guys doing their homework, and Simp trying to bail you out for this 2 versus 4.
He's got to get one more to level it up, and this is how it happens. Awakening finds one, stays alive, and the dance is on. Selim getting involved. Can he find 2? Yes. Can he find 3? It's another 1v1.
We're testing Purge's metal.
What's he made of?
Butter.
Melted. He was indeed. He caught me aside there, man. Selim on the bomb. Hits the defuse. FaZe take the lead.
Yeah, Purge has had some issues this year down A Street on this map specifically, and add another one to the pile. Never fun. Typically, you blame the second man to fall in that 2 versus 4. Selim, I mean, he just catches a guy off bomb just sprinting. I mean, they threw that round away.
That's a tough one for Boston. A single round difference, though, which might be the difference you need at the end of the map, but we'll find out. For Selim, though, 5-1 on a 3 after that round. The second was so important.
The second
Snoopy
man in line, Snoopy just sprinting. Where was he going?
He was going towards the park. He was looking for a bit of grass. And unfortunately, down and out. Boston now spreading across the map. 2 towards A, 2 towards B.
Gotta say, Snoopy had a tough one in the hard point as well. Again, Big Wake dropped a 40 bomb with 7K damage nearly, but not enough. SMG's got to pick it up, and that is not the start you were looking for. Selim, first blood, and on a 4.
Yeah, it's a good thing for Snoopy, though. Managed to get himself on the board also. Selim, will he get 5? Oh, my goodness. Look at the aggression here. Awakening managing to get the full health regen. Simp's here to help as well. Selim might be in position for the pinch, and that is FaZe in a nutshell.
Had a sell for number 5 as well. Player just went through dark. I don't quite know if Draza had the angle. Not for dark, but for the flank, he does. Snoopy caught sprinting. And that way, 1 versus 3 for Cammy. You cannot afford to give Selim this kill.
Boy, guy does. Selim finds the last. That's a cruise. Very, very early on in the search.
That is worst case scenario, without question. Selim picking up 3 in that round.
Well, mild frustration there in the face of Cammy, so a slight shake of the head. That was a tough round for Boston. They were picked apart individually. FaZe didn't necessarily have to worry too much about being traded out there.
And this is what I'm saying, too, as well, about like testing the competitive resolve. There was no fear on the trades. It's a very flat round, and starting to hand some of these away, especially the one before. I mean, a 2 versus 4 at this level, at this time of the year, simply unacceptable.
Unacceptable. What is acceptable, though, is a big old hit towards the B-bomb site. We haven't seen too much plant action aside from the 1 round there from Boston. See if anyone can lay the objective. Abizi, you were so close to getting another first blood, my son.
He's mixing it up. He doesn't want the same result, but now he's got 2 players to deal with, and Purge catches him.
Trades. Selim versus Awakening. Another massive win. That's 8 in a row now for MC.
This is a record-setting performance potentially as well. And he's just punching through the smoke. Yeah, Selim is twisted. He is getting active.
This man sees the code. Very few players look this good. And Selim now waiting for it, but bad news for FaZe. You've lost track of the Boston boys.
And if they plant, he could just call in the cruise missile for the retake, force both these players into ice cream, and then just trap them in. I mean, you want to clear a little bit of space before you make that play, and the comms between Selim and Simp, if they go for it, are going to have to be perfect.
This could well be it. A safe space to do so. Eyes up. Anybody home? We might save the cruise. Here come FaZe. 2 by 2. Check every corner. You know exactly where Snoopy is. And here's the opening gunfight. Reinforcements from Cammy on the way. You have to jump the bomb soon. What can Cammy do from this position? He takes the fight, and Cammy gets both.
Nice wins. Good angle for the plant spot as well. I got a little bit nervous about the cruise play potential there, but Atlanta FaZe not electing to go for it, trusting in the gunny, and if they had a little more time to work with, maybe could have gotten something done, but the play on point there. Cammy was distant in the back palace as well, so they knew they had the angle.
And that is a calculated moment from Cammy there. You put yourself in a position to just be able to get that player off of the bomb. You have to be able to watch it. Cammy was the insurance policy. Snoopy goes down swinging. Nice round there from Breach.
If we've learned anything in this game so far, we can absolutely trust Cammy in the clutch.
Slow once again here from Boston. Not willing to give anything away on the defense. It's Awakening there on the minimap, letting his rifle fire. And for FaZe, it's a slow and dangerous crawl through Invasion. The problem, takes a lot of time, just a minute to play.
And this is a pretty clear B hit rolling through as well. Snoopy,
gone.
No trophy there, and the nades perfect from Atlanta.
Coordinated attack, Awakening. Oh, right through the front, he tries to go. There was the cruise in the background, and Draza fed. As Purge now gone, Cammy in a 1v3. We said he was good for the clutch. Let's see what he's made of here.
And if you were questioning why Awakening was soaring forward like that, because of the cruise missile in the sky, forcing it, and unfortunate now, we might trust him in the clutch, but a 1v3, too much to deal with. And for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, a good use of the cruise missile. Maybe you didn't necessarily need it because you have the 4v3, but for an offensive round, you are happy to guarantee it. I think they're going to be pretty comfy now in this game.
Yeah, it's whether it's to allow the bomb to be planted or to go for a retake. Word to Clayster. They managed to at least secure the round win. And there's a smile or two there on the faces. A 2-round advantage and an unbelievable run from Celium so far. 11-2. All of his kills non-traded.
And now they get to go back to the comfort of a defense on Invasion as well. Boston, not necessarily or not technically a must-win round, but based on how the map plays, you gotta get this one.
On the attack, we now go Boston far forward, but all the usual places considered now for FaZe. They're going to be in position here to take on all comers.
And if Boston move this direction, they're just going to walk into an absolute trap.
Yeah, it's a interlocking fields of fire. It's going to be a kill box just on the bottom side of the street. Simp forced away for a brief moment, and that's a piece of utility gone.
Yeah, good for Simp. At least they're not going to be dealing with that side of the map, but they're dealing with the smokes. Purge, nice first blood.
This worked out perfectly. You managed to walk away with a pick. Non-traded indeed, but FaZe now turn defense into offense. And Abizi's managed to get behind enemy lines. My goodness, he doesn't see the player to his left, and Cammy does! Wins the fight.
Shout out to that door being open. Cammy with the angle. They have lost a 2 versus 4 with Bomb down at A before, though, and it was Simp and Selim, the exact 2 players that broke him down.
Good luck, FaZe. And Simp in a position to maybe catch something out here. Draza towards the back. Oh, Cammy, can he catch another? Awakening finds it.
There you go.
All down to Celium.
Yeah, shout out Cammy. Yeah, Cammy locking it down, stepping up for the team as well, just to make sure you keep it a guarantee. And a must-win round there for Boston. You can't afford to go down 5-2, especially not with an offensive round there. But they do something very difficult. They clutch up and get it done. Shout out to Purge as well. 3 first bloods so far on this map.
He's been keeping pace really, really well in the first bloods. You get an advantage like that against FaZe, you absolutely have to drive that home as a round win. Here's a quick look at the replay. This was Purge on the first blood through smoke, so absolute mania in the middle of the map there, chaos. And Boston, they thrive in it. So a 1-round difference as Boston mounting the comeback.
Yeah, and you saw the dancing of Snoopy in the smoke is what bought Purge that kill as well. So nice coordination between the SMGs for Boston.
Oh no!
That's what you need to see for Purge. Well, that is a massive explosion. That's a first death.
He's got that boom, boom, boom. Cammy right back at it, though. And Awakening over by the bomb site now. Has a trophy at the ready. Makes defending the A side of the map a lot easier, but... Oh, that's a win from Draz.
Oh, wow, that's just an absurd read as well.
Snoopy with a smoke. And what are we going for here? This is the old smoke and joke. A lovely setup there from FaZe. They drop to the bellies on the inside. And Snoopy escapes into a different position. I wonder if FaZe are going to read this. They don't. Snoopy finds the kill.
They're so slow for the trades as well. Player underneath, Snoopy just not quite ready.
A little bit nervy maybe now, Cammy in a 1v2. Very doable. Lovely damage for both players. It was nothing but headshots there. Huge amount of damage and plenty there to send Simpin for the kill.
I was hoping Snoopy would have the read. Like, you know you're going to be surrounded. You just got the kill. They're looking for the trades. But obviously, with Atlanta FaZe players crawling around you, not easy to get that done.
Not at all. Ooh, here we go. FaZe starting to heat up. Invasion has been very, very strong for them. This is it, map point, to put themselves at 2-0 here in the series.
Maybe time for another classic Purge First Blood. He only has 3 kills on the map, but all of them were those first engagements. You need him to come out on top, but the fact that they're back against the wall, needing the offensive round wins. This is a tragic situation.
It makes Invasion so much harder. And there you go, Purge looking for his first. Plenty of eyes. Big stun. It does land. The smoke is going to obscure the play for a moment. Will he come out the other side of it into trouble? Yes, Celium is there. A big nade from downtown. Stays alive for a moment. Awakening there to reinforce.
Snoopy gets caught. Awakening wins a big one. Main advantage now for Boston.
Kemi dodges the stun. Draza now going to make his way towards the middle of the map. They've got to recover the bomb, though, as well for Boston, while still trying to fight off FaZe.
Well, bomb will be collected. Demon Joe, Rival 9 in hand. Are you ready for the close play? Not at all.
Draza, what a win. Celium gets his, and it's falling to pieces. Cammy swinging, and he definitely went down on his feet and not on his knees. But it's a 6-3 as Atlanta FaZe dominate Invasion.
It's just a team you cannot afford to make mistakes against. It's a 2v4. Simp and Celium clutch up, and Celium just gives you something extra. 14 kills on the map, and Cell had 3K damage as well. But make no mistake, rather, it was the clutch that is the difference maker in that game. Atlanta FaZe, too icy.
Too icy. Very nimble on stage as well, not to trip over anything and make their way backstage. But now 2-0 here in the quarterfinals. And a single elimination from this pawn out in the tournament. So Boston, the comeback has to be on. We stay on Invasion for the next map as well. So that's where Control will play. We'll see if they can take FaZe another map. But look at that, 14 from Celium, 3,000 damage. On the other side of the stage, though, Cammy bringing the very best he could there with that 11 and 6. But my goodness, what a difficult map to play against FaZe.
Yeah, and now one map away from your year being over. Sort of the last thoughts potentially we could have for these players going into the new year. I mean, Awakening, incredibly impressive in map 1. Cammy certainly showed up in map number 2, but other than that, a little bit flat.
A little bit. Well, highlights here from the search. We saw some madness in the smokes, that mid-tank area. And after this patch, the bloom covers quite a lot more ground. 1v1s, big clutches, you name it. We saw the retakes from FaZe and moments like this. Celium Soupy's there, the second on the Snoopy. Just a little bit of bad luck, a little bit of bad timing. But then to bring down Purge in this moment as well. Perfect reads, even better shots. That is a massive 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, Purge just gets left in such a tragic situation as well. The heart is pumping. When you have a 3v1 and bomb down and you know where the player is, you feel so comfortable, and 2 seconds later into 1v1, I'd be shook.
Yeah, that's the way Invasion goes there, that mid-tank. But this was Celium's game, man. This really was his MVP without a shadow of a doubt there for FaZe. We saw some nice plays, but every single time on Celium's POV, he was either making something big happen for his squad or winning huge gunfights.
He always has those terrifying moments too, even when he's not getting kills. When we're watching him run through the smoke, just throwing haymakers left and right just in case he can catch anybody. Yeah, Celium, without question, the biggest nerd that we have in the Pro League.
He definitely does think outside the box. I mean, whether you're thinking outside the box or you're living outside the box seems to be the way that Celium operates. But yeah, swinging through the smoke just in case. He's not swatting flies, he's trying to bruise Boston. And Draza feeling fantastic after that map 2 win. Can they make it to Sunday? Well, this is the way you get it done, folks. An opportunity here to continue running as Atlanta FaZe still proving to be an unstoppable force here in the Call of Duty world.
And that big old bright smile, Chip Skylark, without question, the most respectful player we have in the Pro League.
I mean, a top 2, and he's not 2, I think, as far as respect goes, but we'll see. FaZe very happy to be in the position they're in as well. Boston, happy to have made it this far, but they don't want to go home just yet. Can they turn it all around on that invasion control? The sub-base, that's where things get spicy, Chance. Not the sort of favorite map of the FaZe boys, I would have to say.
I mean, this is a weird thing in theory because Boston, they've been perfect in control. The invasion that they played specifically against Toronto picked them apart, like an absolutely godlike performance. And then if you look at that map and then the sub-base, you actually feel like there's a decent amount of potential for the map 5. If they could have just won one of the first 2 maps, we could be telling a very different story. But right now for Boston, it is back against the wall. Your year could be over on this next map.
Shawnee, letting the boys know. Lock in, lads. You've not got too long on the other side of this break. Invasion control. It might be the end of the road for Boston, or it might be the beginning of their highway to victory. And oh my goodness, non-stop memes there in the FaZe camp. They're always winning. We'll find out if they can win the next one after this. Well, surprise, surprise, folks. FaZe find themselves up 2-0 here against Boston. However, it has been a great series so far. That invasion was a banger, and the first hard point of Rio was so exciting. But we'll find out what happens in invasion control in just a minute, Chance.
This is the type of series that's going to haunt these players in their dreams, I'd say, for Boston. It was a 90-point lead. You got Big Wake dropping 40, not enough to get it done. You took a 2 versus 4, or 4v2 rather, I should say, in the S&D. What could have been, and maybe what could be, if the comeback is in, it would be a phenomenal series. However, it might end up being a 3-0. But you got to tip it to Cammy. I mean, first look against pros for him in a long time over there. And he's looked pretty good. Quite a few clutches we saw in the S&D. Got the double-digit game. Cammy, always an exciting player to watch.
Control's on its way, and Cammy, he has been a big heavy hitter there for the Boston boys when it comes to control. This is the way things are looking. Objectively, though, Chance, Snoopy's been the man at 2.2 ticks per attack. That's actually huge.
And the big thing for Snoopy as well, it was on an invasion control against Toronto where he went 35 in 20. He absolutely dominated that lobby. And Cammy, solid performance as well. So those two players, absolute stands out. Cammy, we have seen the consistency. Needs to keep it going without question, but against Atlanta FaZe, all 4 players have to get involved, have to bring their A game.
Dios mío. We'll find out what happens in a moment, folks, as we now descend into Invasion for one last time in this series. Snoopy, the objective man of the moment here for Boston Breach. Selim on the other side, an absolute slayer. Both the team's keys absolutely on the line in this one. Sort of physical embodiment of their hopes and dreams in this tournament that quite literally get crushed and bent out of shape by the squad that bring them down. Here goes Control, back to Invasion.
And Selim, I think, is going to be a fun player to pay attention to. Maybe that arrow on the mini-map, typically very slow on Invasion. But Cell, he's been getting active. Maybe try to get in the mix just a little bit more. Snoopy attempted a BZ, built different. At least he got the trades, the B hit. Fully out and about. Actually, Boston, they're making moves all over the place. Purge trying to make plays, and Purge gives you the gunny. Does get chopped towards A, but Awaken is here to stop that clock.
And that was a great moment there for a BZ to catch Purge. You'd have 2 players on the A zone right now, and you'd be looking at real trouble. The B zone giving up for a moment. Another one there from a BZ. He has been the hero on that side of the map.
Oh, and then he goes a little bit too slow, and Snoopy just going to get traded out. Not prepared at all, and this could be a blender setup. Selim wins the gunfight, had a little bit of coverage, and right now you got to work your way out of Palace. This is a tough spot for Boston.
Real tough. Still 2 members there by the tank fighting forward. A BZ, oh dear, he turns away at the wrong time. Will he turn back and just absolutely melt them? Very likely. Selim on the other side of the street. Oh, Cammy, what a win.
And he gets player up top as well. So, okay, you're at least able to stabilize. It could have been a tragic situation on defense, but now you have opportunities.
We've lost X-Ray for a moment, but doesn't mean these players aren't still there. Onto a BZ, fighting his way through the middle of the map now to pick up the pinch, and Cammy just turns at the right time to see it. Will he take the fight, though? No need. Purge is there for the save. Second segment of B gone. Chance, we'll have 1:38 if we can capture B.
Yeah, and I love Purge's arrow on the minimap as well. You can tell he's a very smart player. Nice flanks coming through. However, on the gun skill front of BZ, quite literally might actually have the best shot in the league. He's an SMG player, so it's a little bit tougher to evaluate, but BZ might be that guy.
Absolutely sound analysis, and I think that's something that we can be talking about on Reddit later tonight. Here we go, though, with 25 seconds left in this one. Boston have got another solid hit at this, but not when they're down 2 players. At half strength, there's no way they make it across the map.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even realize never cat B. That is tough.
Yeah, they got close, but absolutely did not finish it. Now Snoopy running forward, running out of time. 10 on the clock. Forward you go, lads. Heads up play to check the flank, but you've just got to get a body closer to the point. Sim with the tags. Damage is there, and so's the capture. Nice win, Boston. They managed to stay alive.
Oh, that's massive there from Snoopy. Big pickup and nice little 5-3 start as well. Can't complain about that. And with the added minute, frankly, not a lot of time. I mean, it was literally by the skin of their teeth they got the B zone. So you get maybe 2 solid pushes as a team. And with this sort of map presence they currently have, you want to see them execute here.
Now we wait for a moment. What good work for Awakening. That is perfect timing. The COD gods bless him with that one. Purge finds another. So now opportunity to fight your way forward. Awakening, yes, still running the hotel, finding the kills, but 30 on the clock. Purge has got to check right. Check's good on the point.
And he's got the trophy as well. Need to just stay alive in this moment. He's got a little bit of help from Snoop.
Blows the car up, slows these players down. Snoopy's there, trading these players out. Oh, and that's Cammy at range. Big wins from Cell, though. An open field to get in there, but Snoopy, no, can't win it. Over the big wake, down and out. That could be the round.
Yeah, you saw the trophy there from Purge, but Atlanta FaZe perfect with it. Every single player off spawn, coordinate with the nades. They did actually just get the close A street spawn, so maybe a little bit of a gift there for Boston that Simp. I mean, he simply does not care, but a neutral round for Boston. Maybe cut your losses. It was a decent fight for an attacking round.
FaZe one step closer to victory. And not a whole lot said there for Boston. They know exactly how that round went, and it is now pure focus on the defense. We've seen so many teams win defensive rounds here on Invasion. Here goes another.
aBeZy as well. Maybe the player setting pace. 10 kills on defense, trying to be that difference maker. Suffocated a third of the lives there for Boston. And there's going to be an A hit straight off the rip. So Boston, you got to make sure on point in this moment. Trophy extinguished, but they had a second in the back pocket that let that stun slip right through.
And that just lets you get towards this position. Fire tank, so you're able to get to the next power spot. Coverage there. Oh, and you're in. aBeZy. No trophies left for the zone, though. So with that said, will Boston be able to get in there? Guns have got to be at the ready. Anyone who comes in off spawn is going to be able to throw fresh lethals.
Yeah, but the problem is only one player off spawn. Now make it two. So actually, not enough activity off the start to get the nades back in the mix. An extra tick in the tiny tears, reigning supremacy on this A zone.
That's disgusting. 12 and 4 for aBeZy. Here comes the fresh tacticals and lethals awakening. Absolutely eviscerated there. Will we pick up the other side? Oh wow, Cammy. Thank goodness he won that one. Saves the second segment, but will Sim try to steal it? No. Good coverage. In the meantime, B is falling apart.
That was a scary moment. That second tick so close to rolling through. And in the meantime, I mean, Atlanta FaZe as a whole, happy to leave aBeZy across the map. And Draza happy to be the roaming slayer. Boston continually caught off guard.
See the guard go up. Here goes B. And Draza now getting the job done at A alone. Second segment on its way out. Here comes Danger. Snoopy. Oh, he might be peeled open here. Last segment. And FaZe reinforcements are on their way forward. You have to take these fights effectively. Good job from Purge there. Does get it done. Celium, the last man at the front forward there for FaZe.
This is already just such a good round from FaZe, though. 2 ticks rolling through, 2 minutes to work with, and aBeZy has not slowed down his production at all.
Very, very sound production indeed. Awakening knows Celium somewhere nearby. His spidey senses are tingling. Draza backs on up. So you've got an open street now, but oh dear, big problem, bad timing. And now plenty of players to attack the Awakening here.
That's a great Semtex grenade.
That was a very nice Semtex.
Didn't make a difference,
Even
but
better shots there from Draz with the fists. Gammy Purge find their respective kills. Trades outdone though. All down to Snoopy. He's got to hold the line for as long as he can.
Yeah, Celium though, I mean, ironed up again, a slower player. Wants to wait for his teammates to get in the mix, and aBeZy doing 360s. Couldn't find him. Snoopy, a ghost in the night, and Celium, I mean, he's getting some kills, but all of his teammates are falling. Right now, his job is just to stay alive, and if he can get a cruise, that's great.
It's a good thing that FaZe had 2 minutes to finish this attack, because so far, so good from Boston. You finally bring down Celium here towards the front side, and Purge, he's dancing. Oh, he nearly stays alive. What a shot from Draza. 1 minute to play. And FaZe are still struggling to get towards A.
All Simp at least made it through. Nice trades on Awakening through the wall, but yeah, one shot Purge is there for the trade.
Here's Need Cell back in there. Oh, Cammy. Beautiful shots with the MCW. 45 seconds to go and still a single segment.
They're going through B Street as well. I mean, those stuns are sort of tipping the push as well. So Snoopy, good play here. Ironed up, wait for the kills to roll through as help from Awakening. Great coordination between those two. Snoopy, maybe a little bit of an overheat, but at least you get the intel.
Going right now, 8-8 on the life count. Who's going to walk away with the win here and take the lead? It's going to be Sim. And with that, 20 seconds left on the clock. Draza now going for the deep hit down the street as well. So this is it. Crunch time on the defense for Boston Breach. They must be a bastion. Can't let anyone through.
Kind of like around at S&D as well. Purge gets the call out, one shot, goes hunting as well. Love the activity and gives you a big 2. No respawns remaining for Boston, but there is no time on the clock. Good news for Boston, you win the round. Bad news for Boston, you gave up 2 extra ticks at A. So Atlanta FaZe, that is a still strong offensive round.
We highlighted the fact that defense on invasion, typically what you want. But that does mean you have to show out as much as you can in the offensive rounds. Capturing segments, the team with the most will secure defense for the final round. And that's the way we're trending.
Yeah, Boston, though, on their first offensive round, showed signs of life, right? Purge has a couple nice flank plays. They sort of toyed with the idea going to the A zone, created those small windows of opportunity. And that's not easy to orchestrate. And maybe a situation on the minimap where they could do the same thing once again. Purge and Awakening roaming towards mid. Depending on where the kills roll through, they can make a play. But Atlanta FaZe, you can see that defensive setup. 3 players by this A zone. They do not want that window of opportunity to open.
Number 1. Number 2. Awakening with the beautiful shots to start this one off. Purge is in. So sneaky. And that's the game plan. Hit the nade towards the back truck side. Lovely snap on the Draza. Gets it. Keeps the capture going.
Oh, he nearly did it. Cammy, I guess, didn't get him weak. That is a tough moment, but Snoopy can keep it up. Knows he has one player isolated on the zone and can't get it done. Simp shot too clean.
Meanwhile, though, Awakening back to Old Faithful, captures the first segment of B. Lovely work. It's honest work, but someone's got to do it. And Awakening after... Okay! He's back at it, folks. Big Wake never left.
I mean, that's the player we've always wanted to KC check. And yeah, that's sort of a statement little moment from him. Awakening. Yeah, he's scary.
That was a deep cut back to the first season of the pro scene.
Ramaza, never forget.
Never forget. Awakening vision. We just saw it there, folks. Over to Purge, though, still keeping this side of the map as safe as he can, waiting for his boys to get this. They can get into the point, but now you've got FaZe with a man advantage. Snoopy's got to get 2 here to really make this capture possible.
Yeah, he's waiting for a little bit of help as well. They have the intel.
There you go.
First kill rolling through, and
that's
someone
it.
should at least be able to stop the zone. That's the 2 you asked for. Snoopy delivers.
Bad news, Cruz. Even worse news. Draz is on the flank. Connects upstairs, doesn't manage to find a kill. You've got 2 segments on the way out of B.
I love the position on the minimap. Sim just making sure he's got the A Street under control. So playing a little bit of a safety net. Purge able to hunt down Draza. 3 in the feed. And look at those Boston arrows moving.
They're running. They're flying forward. Snoopy gets a kill. Now to the players on spawn. Can Snoopy catch 1 or 2? That would be perfect. But the next fight is going to be so important for Boston.
It's just the second wave. You're looking for the second wave of kills.
Oh, will Snoopy check close? No, he doesn't. BZ and Draza get there. Simp as well. Awakening last man down. FaZe now fight forward.
Such a good opportunity, instantaneously squandered.
Ooh, that's such a tough... I mean, you don't want to hear anything squandered in a game of invasion like this. Sim, good for 2. No, nice work. Boston fighting. Celium keeps the play alive for FaZe. Boston slowed again.
Now they got Draza pushed out over towards the bridge. That's such a tough moment. They actually made the perfect play. They got the wipe, they got in position, and then they just get ran.
Okay, Snoopy wins a big one.
Gotta love the high ground.
Always Anakin. Now he's fighting out of this position. Snoopy's got good timing, doesn't matter. Purge is there for the wins. You've still not got a player on the zone, but you're fighting for this position right now. Can they get out? Can they get to the A zone? 20 seconds on the clock.
And they don't know it yet, but Draza is in the nerd spot. He's gonna be watching the cross. Never mind, they do know it. They got the reads, and they got at least the trade in. But with 10 seconds left, Cammy, you just gotta sprint for it.
Has to make something happen. Celium, what a nade. The old white car gone. 5 seconds, and man, Boston didn't have a lot of time, but they fought for their chances. FaZe, match point.
This is tough. Back against the wall, and of course they didn't give you anything extra. Boston, if there is a hope and a prayer to get defense for the final round, they are gonna have to body them on this defensive round.
It has to be so good. This is a great game of invasion from both teams. We have come very close to the offensive round wins. It's nearly a guaranteed victory if you can get at least one of them. FaZe, absolutely outstanding production in the damage department. Boston lacking somewhat there. They're going to have to turn it around here in this round.
I just know for Boston, when you're going against this team, it's a 4-man effort. They have just not shown enough.
Not over yet, though. The lady ain't singing just yet. As FaZe have got a lot of presence on the B side of the map. They were waiting for an hour or 2 to show up, and they do. It's trades either side, but still the capture is done. Nearly. Oh no, that's bad news. And Abizi somehow doesn't take any damage. Snoopy from the top rope.
Oh, Celium. He's over here making the play. I know Abizi got the kills, but Celium was toying with like 3 people on the mini-map, and he just sets his team up perfectly, and here this A-zone goes.
Trophy's gone. Awakening stuns it. That should be the cleanup. Yeah, it is. Abizi's 2 kills, though. Make sure that Draza stays well and truly safe over by B. Now trying to redirect the attention towards A. Reinforcements flooding through the top side of the map.
Even his hipfire bullets connect.
There's been a lot of hipfire in this series. I mean, an inordinate amount. And FaZe, in particular, winning fights like that, they might know something we don't.
And they've already got the defense for the round 5 guaranteed, but frankly, they still have so much time on the clock because of the solo B capture in this level of activity. This could be a round FaZe end up winning off of the kill count.
I mean, look, don't go to the final round if you don't have to, I say, FaZe. Can be battling back. Simp has been isolated on this 4 spree. Here's the fight. Again, there's something. There's something we don't know. The Phenom, no. Awakening gets it, stops the cruise, and now you've got to hold the line.
Oh, poor Purge. You just never expect to die in that situation. Simp, his awareness might be his best trait.
Oh, man, and that is saying something. 21 lives to FaZe, 17 lives, Boston Breach. FaZe with a moment to kill here. Before they get going, Awakening holding it, but Boston are defending this very deep in their spawn. You don't want to lose these fights, and somehow Simp nearly wins the second.
And again, shots like that in awareness might be his best trait.
We'll keep an eye out for more of traits that make him a brilliant player, but right now his teammates are going to be the ones to fight forward. Big damage from Purge. Keeping the defensive line as sound as he can. Celium's there for it. Snoopy finds a big one. FaZe stopped again.
Just cut down immediately, though. I mean, just caught in no man's land in that moment in FaZe. This swarm is unbelievable. And again, Boston, they have 11 lives, and there is 53 seconds left in this round. They might just lose the game at TDM.
They're trying to slow it down. They're trying not to take as many fights as they can. Problem, Abizi wants those fights. Draza gets those fights. Cammy now caught out in the open. They've got to get back inside the zone. It's time to turtle up. Try to reinforce. No, Abizi and Sal get the kills. They're on the zone.
Yeah, it is going to be GG. I mean, 7 lives and you stop the clock, and you see they don't need to stack it, but they can win it either way.
Here we go. Boston trying to hold it. Can they get inside? It's going to be a cruise for Cell if he finds it. Yeah, that's that. Cammy, he's up next. He and Purge now trying to get the break alone. Abizi's there for it. Snoopy last man. The wall bang, the Renetti. He's got to get moving soon. The final fight of Boston Breach. Here it comes.
Win the impossible. Good luck with this one.
Celium looking to wipe them off the map, and he does it in emphatic fashion. It's a 3, and it's all down to Cammy. The last fight of Boston Breach is nearly done. There's simply no way. 25 seconds on the clock as Cammy does everything he possibly can here. A heroic finish, but Atlanta FaZe simply too much. A sigh of relief. You did not fall prey to the underdog team here at the Esports World Cup. FaZe fight onwards.
A very interesting series, though. Going into the new season, the final time we get to watch those players for Boston. A memory that will stay in my mind, but for Atlanta FaZe, setting themselves up. It's a big tournament, a lot of money on the line. It's a single elim here in this playoff bracket. They're on. It is started.
That is the end of Boston Breach. What the future holds for those players and the staff, we do not know, but they certainly put on a fantastic show for us here. They stunned many. And a fantastic placement for them. For those players, they should absolutely hold their heads high. They did certainly outperform expectations.
Yeah, I mean, look, Draza had some massive bailout plays in map number 1. EWC in the control setting pace, being utterly destructive on the map. And Cell, of course, 14 bomb he dropped in the S&D, goes on the spree, gets the cruise missile. Everybody taking turns for Atlanta FaZe, as is tradition.
As is written in the stone of Call of Duty, as that is that. Not even the mighty Cammy or Awakening.
It's fun watching him play again, man.
He has had a tough year, and Cammy certainly turned it around. A brilliant look from him. Snoopy, a very young player with a long career ahead of him. But that is the end of it. This FaZe. It's not necessarily the most explosive reactions at a chance, but happy for the dub.
Yeah, absolutely happy. And of course, the one player we didn't mention for the individual prowess, calling him out, Simp. And Simp, obviously, godlike performance as well.
Sensational work from the Phenom, incredible moments. It's all there, and he's also on the stage with Barney Banks.
A message loud and clear from Atlanta FaZe, from the Amazon Arena here to the rest of the world. We are here and we came to stay. Congratulations are in order to Simp. What a great performance, a clean sleeve win. What's the secret for it?
I mean, right now we're just having fun, and I think our confidence is kind of showing. I mean, we haven't lost a map this tournament. I mean, like I said, we're just having fun.
Just having fun, you heard it. From champs to here, stepping up in Riyadh, what changed for you guys?
I mean, honestly, not much, but I feel like we came into this tournament with a little bit of a different mindset, a little bit less stress, and not stress, but like pressure, I guess. And I feel like we've just been having a fun time, like I said.
For your own fun, of course, our Savage costume here, we would like to ask Purge to handle the key. Of course, a clean win, and you will get to destroy that key. Of course, Boston Breach are sent off with $80,000 bets. That's not what they are here for. They are here to get their key into the trophy, and you get to destroy that. How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's about to feel amazing. I don't think we've pressed a key yet, so it's gonna be our first of many, I hope.
All right, of many. Let's get to that. Which 3 teams you're gonna use to decorate your trophy?
Oh, I mean, I think I have to go with the other top 4 teams, not from champs, but like throughout the whole year. I'd say I'm gonna have to put Toronto, Optic, and New York in there, or C9.
All right, the X mark on their back. Let's see if FaZe can pull it out, and we go back to the amazing talents at the desk to see what they have to speak about this game.
Congratulations to Atlanta FaZe. They power into our semifinals tomorrow, but we have something bigger cooking here in Riyadh. We've got Alleycat, Clayster, and a very special update. Let's tune in to our club championships. What can you tell me about the org that locked up the top spot?
Yeah, honestly, we're all happy here that Falcons managed to win the championship club trophy. Congratulations. I think we all should clap for them.
Yes, absolutely.
For Falcons.
And
yeah,
very well-deserved honors. As you can see, no one was even close. The only team to win 2 trophies so far, 4,000 points. That's over 2,000 over Team Liquid in second place. Now, Toronto Ultra there at number 9 could still break into our top 3, but no one is catching up to the Falcons. How did they get it done?
honestly, they started up very strong in the first 2 weeks when they won Call of Duty Warzone and they won Free Fire. They actually went so far beyond everybody, and then later on they actually also participated in a lot of games, and they competed in a very, very good place, like usually in second, third, or maybe top 8 places. And this is how they managed to actually have a good start. And for now, just because in StarCraft, the other teams, Liquid and
as Liquid got knocked out, right? They secured the #1 spot.
Exactly. No one can get close anymore.
Well, they earned the first ever club championship trophy, and we caught up with the CEO. Let's hear what he had to say.
And here we are with Team Falcons Musad himself. First of all, I mean, I know you haven't started your game, so if you have a couple minutes just for this, Team Falcons just confirmed the winners of the club championship at the Esports World Cup. Setting the game aside, what does that mean to you as someone who was kind of a pioneer in Arab and Saudi esports?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I want to thank everyone. All of our fans, all of our supporters, all of our employees, everyone have worked hard, have done their best. The amount of pressure that we've done on ourselves due that it's a home event. We promised ourselves that we want this trophy to stay at home. I think now finally we can stay. It's home. It's home. It's home. It's home. The trophy is Saudi. It's for all the Saudi people. Believe in yourself. We'll do it for you, for everyone at home. It remains in Saudi, and nobody can get it from our country.
That's a very inspiring message and a great one for your fans and the Saudi people and Arabs in general in this space. Of course, there's more to go through, and Falcons is competing in every single game. So what are we talking about for the rest of the tournament? Does it mean now you let off the brakes, or are you going to go harder to get even more points?
I think to enjoy, to be honest. Now there is no pressure on any of the players. Me and Mecca have been dealing with pressure to make sure that everyone here is happy. Now we have the rest is to enjoy and to earn more points in it. But we're now just getting for more trophies because we know our players are the best players in the world.
There you go, Sad. Thank you very much. One more time for your EWC Club Champions, Team Falcons! Good luck with your matchup, and good luck. Thank you, all of you. Back to our commentators.
Making the Saudi people proud, that is Masad Dosri, CEO of Falcons, the man who brought all these teams together, who helped find players like the guys that represented on Warzone, with Hisoka Biffle taking home that very first tournament that I was here for at EWC. But what I found most impressive here, Atik, was I was in the green room and I saw him in a Falcons jersey. I didn't realize he was also the CEO. He was playing in EAFC. He was up 4-0. The man's got game.
Yes, of course. Like this scene, everybody plays the game, and this is how he managed his team. He was the first champion. Actually, he won the World Cup before in FIFA in 2018, and then he actually switched to started managing the team, and his performance actually got reduced a little bit, but he still managed to actually increase this with spread his experience with his team.
This is incredible. What a win for Saudi Arabia. What a win for Team Falcons. We got a Falcons jersey. They came to dinner last night and dropped off some prizes. Ali was already in bed. But Clay, they've treated us awesome. The fans have been incredible. It's been great to see them here.
What an amazing event. And they said they wanted to keep the trophy home, and they did just that. That is awesome to me that he plays still and competed in the tournament. Like, I wish my boss was playing in the esports scene. That might be one of the coolest stories I've ever heard, Chris.
So passionate and so involved, right?
Exactly.
Like, you don't see that very often from CEOs, and that's something special about esports is how passionate and involved these owners are and how much they care for their players and the people under them. You could see it in that interview. Just congratulations to Falcons. It's incredible.
We were tearing up a little bit. Had to wipe those away. He's just a few feet offset. I want to run over and hug him, but he's in the middle of an interview. For anyone who doesn't know about the Falcons, what should the fans from around the world tuning in know about this crew moving forward?
What can we say more than they are the best club in the world? They won the championship club trophy in the Esports World Cup. Beside that, I'm Saleh Dosiri. He lost the match in FC, but he was tearing up. He was happy for winning the championship because he didn't perform very well. He was worried and he was so excited.
Yep.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him while he was playing. So this all pressure now is gone, and he's celebrating the win with everybody.
And the tournament isn't even over. Esports World Cup continues next week. We'll have even more games being played. We'll have the closing ceremony next week. But he gets to celebrate. It starts tonight and it continues tomorrow.
Exactly. We still have more games to celebrate with other teams as well, and we still don't know who's going to be the second and third and fourth, or the top 10. Basically, it's going to change.
Great stuff here across the board. Phenomenal stuff here on the Call of Duty stage. We'll be getting back to the action in just a moment. Clay, real quick, final thoughts here on an epic moment. The first club championship and $7 million going to Falcons.
Look at the emotions on the LED screens right now. He loved it. It was very passionate. That is what I love to see in esports, is just the absolute passion coming out of the CEO of the org who just won the club championship here at the Esports World Cup.
We're going to make sure he hears us right now. Put your hands together. Team Falcons, the first ever club champions at Esports World Cup.
And here we are again, 0-4. You managed to win against Carolina Royal Ravens, and you crushed their keys. So how does it feel right now?
It feels amazing. We stuck to the game plan and just executed.
Well, honestly, the game was closer than everybody expected, and you were very confident earlier, winning against them, but like it almost went off. So how did that go?
You know, you can't play perfect every map, so you know I didn't have a very good first map, but I came back, bounced back to S&D. They took the control, and then I told the guys we wasn't going home, so we just had to kick another gear for map 4 and 5.
And now you got a couple more keys to crush until you get the trophy. So how's the plan right now?
Just prep for the next, look these matches that's coming up, and prep for the next team we're going to play.
Good luck. Then I'm rooting for you right now after this performance. So good luck right now. And back to you guys.
I'm Mars Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap from Toronto Ultra. And we're going to play Who Is. Who is most likely on the team to clutch a 1v4?
We're going to go with Insight, for sure.
Captain Clark. Who's most likely to choke on your team?
Choke? Probably me. If I'm going to be honest, probably me.
Who's the best trash talker?
Come on now, that's me all day.
If you couldn't say yourself, who else is the best?
Clay. Got to go Clay, for sure, yeah.
Who is most likely to friendly kill you with a nade?
Oh, that's Dylan Envoy every day of the week.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy in game?
Kleenex, for sure, Toby. Beast.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
Dedicated to practice? I'd say Dylan. He's always trying to get better every day.
Envoy, got it. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Insight. Sure.
Who's the most improved player?
This year, I would say Insight as well.
Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Insight as well.
Doing tricks on it.
Iceman.
Who's the best team player?
Team player? Insight.
Who is most likely to get a surprise 1v4?
Oh, Toby. Toby for sure, yeah.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
You're looking at him right here. Myself.
Who's most likely to rage quit a match?
You're myself again.
That is that. That is the who is.
Yeah.
Bang. My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Joe Deceives of 100 Thieves.
What's good, Miles?
Everything's good, Joe. Thanks very much. How you doing?
Pretty good, you know. Feeling excited.
Chilling. You've been here, what? You got late last night?
Yeah, I got here super late last night, yeah.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah.
Having fun?
Place is insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
cool. Really cool.
Player lodge is insane. The hotel's insane.
Insane.
Crazy.
You know what else was insane, Joe? You guys at Champs. Well done, man. What a great run that was. You beat Ultra. That was a big surprise. Obviously, the crowd was crazy. You in particular, I thought you had a really good tournament. You were so exciting to watch. You were chatting a lot of this. How did all that feel? How was that event for you?
I mean, it felt great. You know, obviously, like, some of the losses hurt a lot, but, I mean, just, you know, playing those matches, having those close matches, you know, winning with that first round versus Toronto, taking my headset off, hearing the crowd go insane, best feeling in the world.
Yeah. You want to play Toronto again this event?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Right always fun.
Always fun. Right on. We've seen your team progress quite a lot throughout the year. A lot has changed. Has much changed since Champs? Because obviously this is the first time in a very long time that there's been an event after a CDL championship. How's it going?
I mean, I feel like a lot has definitely changed in, like, a positive way. I feel like our teamwork's gotten even better, which is insane to say, I feel like. I feel like we've just gotten more confident in each other, especially after, you know, how we played at Champs, so, yeah.
That's really cool, man. It's exciting to see you know, what's going to happen this weekend. Joe, you were a Challengers player for a single event last year. What does this event mean to you as a rookie or as a young player, as a chance to show your skill? Do you think this is a big deal with the Esports World Cup?
100% it's a big deal, you know? I mean, the prize pool's big. You know, there's a lot of teams here, international competition. I mean, it's a really big event, you know? It's just another big event. I'm excited. I'm always happy to play at these.
What do you think this means to younger players like you were to get a shot against CDL pros and to play on the biggest stage COD's ever seen?
I mean, you know, for my first event last year, I got to play at the Pro-Am, and playing against those, you know, I played FaZe, London, Seattle, you know, playing against those teams that I watched a lot, you know, growing up when I was thinking, you know, I could go pro, and playing against them was a great feeling. So I know how it feels for those challenger teams, those young players. I know how it feels to play against them for the first time.
Cool, man. Well, it sounds like you're very confident going into this one, and good vibes all round going into the tournament. Let's put on like a hypothetical question now.
Yeah.
Black Ops 6, 2 months away. What do you want to see in the game as the submachine gun player? What are you excited about?
I mean, it's always the map. I feel like, you know, a lot of these games that we play have great mechanics, but the maps just aren't always, you know, the best. But yeah, I feel like the maps are just make or break.
Oh, interesting. What about the ARs? Anything there?
Nerf patch multiplier, please.
I think you're safe. Don't worry, man. I think you're safe. Speaking of that, there's been a lot of maps where in this game, in MW3, 3 ARs, you know, 3 SMGs, a lot of changes there. Is that something you like as a player? Is that something you think adds a layer of skill to the game?
I think so, yeah. I think having flexible players like that just make the game more fun, because like you said, you see 3 subs, which I know viewers love seeing, you know, Rio, stuff like that. I know 3 ARs is a bit boring, but even just like as a skill thing, I feel like having that, like a player like that that's super flexible, I think it's always great to see.
Always great to see, man. Well, dude, last question for you. Who do you want to play in the tournament? Who do you want to absolutely body this week?
FaZe.
Didn't hesitate for a second. Joe, thank you very much, man. Good luck in the tournament.
As you all just witnessed in the Amazon Arena, Atlanta FaZe is our second team to secure their spot in the semifinal tomorrow. Welcome back, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless and Alley Cat. And sorry, Clayster, I just called you Nameless. We've been arguing back and forth about fantasy football. Talk to me, though, about Atlanta FaZe here, Clay. And also, congratulations. Scrap said he's the best trash talker, but you're number 2.
I'll take number 2. I'll take that gas from Scrap in that segment we just saw. Atlanta FaZe came out here and dominated the Boston Breach. I mean, let's be honest here. I don't even know if Boston Breach is still going to be an org. Maybe they're #orgless throughout this tournament, but they did represent.
Some would say.
Some would say. Atlanta FaZe really just had to make that comeback map 1, and after that, it was smooth sailing. I feel bad. I feel bad for Awakening. He went 40 and 27 the first map with 30 untraded and just went negative 27 from the rest of the team. Like, can we get this guy some help? Can we get Giga some help, guys?
You're up 106 points and you lose the game. Gotta finish stronger than that, Boston, but also credit to Atlanta FaZe. And who kept him in that hard point? He is our Bravia MVP. Allie?
Roll
you
it.
want to announce this one?
Yeah, I'll announce it. I mean, it's Draza. I mean, that one's pretty. I don't have my.
Is he coming?
I don't have my
Is
key.
he coming?
I don't have my key with his face in the middle. But it was Draza. After that map one, when they went down versus the Boston Breach, obviously it took everybody by surprise. It was as if Gigawake was 1v4ing, but it was that second set of rotations. Draza realized their position, and he was like, all right, that's fine. I'll match his pace. And he was in takeover mode. After that second set of rotations into that P3, Draza ends 35 and 22. He had a very slow start, ends up cleaning it up for that map one win, and then the rest of the series, like Clay said, just wasn't close.
Well, we also have to kind of call out the Atlanta FaZe interviews, talking with Simp, talking with Abizi and Selham. We were asking them, what was the reason you went after Draza? They said, we've always stunk at hardpoint. We wanted to get better at that game mode. I feel like Draza is that X factor, the man who can give you the multi-kills to swing hills at times.
Exactly. He is one of the best slayers in the game, and I've always rated him incredibly high ever since he moved from Alaska and was in Challengers. Draza brings a level of energy and passion to the game that I think these FaZe guys maybe got a little lackadaisical on with winning so much and how successful they've been. They needed somebody to come in with that hunger, and I think Draza brought just that. He's got the clean shots, the clean movements, and the clean kicks on every single tournament.
Not only that, he's probably top 3 in trash talkers if we're going to talk Scrap, you, and then him. He added a level of confidence to this Atlanta FaZe team. Typically, their other force in the past have been very level-headed, very IGL-based, where Draza, he comes in and he's like, we're better than everybody. We better start acting like it.
Incredible stuff across the board as Atlanta FaZe takes care of business. They lock it up on invasion control and they power through to Championship Sunday. Can they keep the vibes up? That is the question. If this man keeps playing the way though he did against Boston, I think Atlanta FaZe is going to that grand final.
They talked about improving their hardpoint, and look at what Draza did right there. 1.59 in hardpoint. That means he's getting quite a few kills all around the map. There's a cool looking AR we got.
It took us a minute to chisel him out there, but we got him on.
I do have to give a shout out to Selham though. In that invasion search and destroy, he had a 1 versus 3 that really swung the momentum into FaZe's favor. And I gotta wonder what Snoopy was doing. Purge had his cross and Snoopy got off bomb and just ran out in the open. I see stuff like that, and it actually it upsets me, and I'm not even playing, so I can't imagine how his teammates would feel.
Somebody hire Coach Clayster Falcons. I heard you just gained $7 million. Maybe you can send a contract his way. For now, though, we have to see, where did the fans weigh in? What was the total? You guys are 2 for 2 on the day. This time, 82% of the audience getting the prediction correct, Allie.
Yeah, most of us definitely saw that one coming. It was a little bit worrisome in the first half, but by the time we got through them at number 1, it was easy going for the FaZe boys.
Great game so far, and we are only halfway through the bracket. So much more action coming your way, but first, let's see the hopes and dreams of Boston Breach, the new lineup crushed in front of us. And it looks like everybody getting in on the action, Clay.
And after seeing this hydraulic press crush so many keys, I went back and watched a bunch of hydraulic press videos online last night. I love those videos. And everybody gets so hype about it. He was biting the key like it was metal, I guess. But here's the bracket.
Delicious gold medals, Atlanta FaZe crushing up keys and powering through to the next round. You can see, though, we still have 2 more games at the end of the night. It's Optic Gaming facing off against Cloud9 in the World Championship rematch. But before that, Scrap and Toronto Ultra take the stage as they face off against 100 Thieves.
We got another Champs rematch right here.
Yep.
We just saw the segment with Joe Deceives talking about how good it felt to beat Ultra at COD Championships. And they got a rematch in round 1 again, Allie.
It's like a fun little triangle. Like 100 Thieves can beat Toronto. Toronto is the only team that can beat Atlanta, and Atlanta beats 100 Thieves, and the cycle continues.
Well, now they have to face off against each other once again on the biggest stage of the year here in the Amazon Arena. Let's start with our rosters. We got about 3 minutes before this match is ready to go, so we'll make it quick. You guys want to start here with the Toronto Ultra? Let's take a look at this lineup. And Clay, talk me through the team representing Canada.
They have the core three in Insight, Kleenex, and Scrap that played together last year and that brought the same roster into this year and only made one change. They brought in Dylan Envoy from the Thieves. They all have a very clear and defined role, and I really love how they all really own up to that. You know, they have their main AR, they have their cutting AR, they have their objective sub and their slaying sub, and I really love how they all own up to the role that they've been given.
And Ali, yesterday we saw Toronto play, and it was Dylan Envoy earning MVP. Can he keep it going now that we're into the playoffs?
He needs to keep it going. He was the player that had a slow start to the season and had to pick it up near the end, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them to get a World Championship there, but possibly here for EWC if he keeps playing like that.
Keep in mind, Toronto Ultra not just playing for more money as they will double up to $160,000, but also this team is playing for those club championship points. If they win this tournament, you get 1,000 more points. Their opponent in their way, though, goes by the name of 100 Thieves, and we got to highlight this squad. 100 Thieves looking glorious in their white and gold.
I love these jerseys so much, and also just I love this team because it's the on average youngest team that we have in the Pro League, and they were able to have some incredible feats despite the whole roster having to basically start from scratch when the previous one broke up. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. Some of them are still kind of playing for their spots after some lackluster performances, but they have been in this situation before against Toronto Ultra, and they're happy with this matchup.
Clay, you had a similar swagger when you were 16 years old. These guys are 18, 19, 20, and 21. So talk to me about the lineup. How do you get the Zoomer swagger so early in your career?
I was just about to mention that. We got the Zoomer swag on these guys. We saw Krep the other day. He said, oh yeah, no cap, bet, as he walked by. I can't even keep up. I'm 32, getting up there in age. But I think the confidence these guys has comes from their practice and their tournament results. They just went to champs and had their best placing all year, so they're feeling extremely confident going into the...
Let's go to our fellow Zoomer. What do you see?
I was going to ask, am I considered a Zoomer?
Oh, absolutely.
Am I a cool Zoomer?
Yeah.
I'm only 24, guys. Come on, I'm getting up there. All right, looking at the maps and modes, though, for this, I love the Vista Park point for both of these teams. I think it allows the very aggressive SMGs on both sides to get warm and comfortable early in the series. Maybe opportunity for 100 Thieves to steal one early.
All right, we got 30 seconds till this match kicks off. As the countdown kicks off behind us, get your predictions in right now. stcplay.gg. Y'all are 2 for 2. Let's make it 3 for 3, and here on the desk, I have a feeling we're both going the same way. What do you got, Clay?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going 100 Thieves. I think they're going to do again what they did at Champs and beat Ultra again.
Really? I don't know. I feel like we're going to be leading a lot of favorites this weekend. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. I think they get it done.
Right and true. When tested on stage, 100 Thieves pulled off the most recent upset, though. How do they do it again? Who are you looking at?
I think they got to take this map one. The first map is always the most important when you're considered the underdog, so they have to come out swinging this map one and steal it away from the Ultra right away.
It's time to steal the first hard point in the best of 5. Let's head on over to the Amazon Arena.
The last time these two teams met, it was at Champs. They are currently 1-1, so this next series could close the chapter for this year.
Next matchup cannot get any spicier, so let's get into it. Bring me purple, bring me gold. It's Toronto Ultra versus 100 Thieves.
Two Titans enter the Amazon Arena, and only one can make it through to Championship Sunday, while the other's key may just become a placemat in the other's trophy.
So let's find out which key has a better keeper. Let's get to it.
Let's go. Turn it up.
Definitely feels like it could be anyone's series here with Toronto Ultra and LA Thieves sharing a lot of history between each other at Champs, but now the 100 Thieves banner enters the arena. I don't know, man, Jay. This feels like it very well could see 5 maps.
Yeah, it could see 5 maps, but already the strategy from Toronto Ultra was like, okay, the last 4 times that we played Hardpoint versus this team, it's been on the same 2 maps, the 6-star Hardpoint, the Rio Hardpoint.
Yes,
so already in the vetoes, we completely get rid of both of them. We got Vista to start this one, and then that map number 4 being sub-base. And I heard that that's touched on it, like, this is a close matchup. So far in the season, 100 Thieves have only been able to beat this roster one time. And the one time that they were able to get it done was by finally securing their very first control win versus this Ultra lineup.
And that was on a map that we're not going to see in this series. It definitely feels like Toronto are looking at this matchup as a reference towards what we got in Dallas, where, yeah, get rid of the 2 hard points that we lost both times against these boys, and let's just make sure we're playing onto one of our most rehearsed and our strongest control. So they get the high-rise control. They get a very solid map in Vista, a little bit of a wild card in sub-base. So where's your path to victory if you're 100 Thieves trying to beat this Toronto team right here in Riyadh?
I think it has to be the opening hard point because you want to come out with that intensity because Search and Destroy really hasn't treated you fairly versus this squad on the side of Toronto recently. 3-0 in that category at Champs. So now if you are 100 Thieves, starting off hot, starting off on the right foot, the same way that they ended the night last night versus Lure.
Should be an interesting one, but we're jumping right into it for the Vista hardpoint map number 1. Toronto Ultra, 100 Thieves, and it's going to be Ultra in the purple. Already starting off from the stronger side with Scrap coming out with 3 in a row. Woo, okay, here we go.
You can already tell that Scrap is chirping a little bit. Gets a free 3-3 top mid. And now Toronto Ultra holding down perfection at this P1 hardpoint. That's another 4 dead. Has anyone even fallen yet from the side of Ultra? I do not think so.
Really slow start here from the side of 100 Thieves, and you're right, not a single kill tallied yet. Finally, Kremp gets something to go for 100 Thieves in the kill feed. Now it's down to them trying to find a way to re-break. Good nades coming through. Scrap though off 5 in a row. Just the pistol to finish number 6, but nasty. Shuts down the streak, but Ultra have the final word.
And this is where Ultra start to get aggressive on the map. Flawless so far into this one at the P1. Now they're going to think about that rotation over towards New, and now it's a CleanX opportunity to potentially pick up a cruise of his own. 6-0 start from Toby.
Absolute runaway. This is what you want to see if you're a Toronto fan. No slow starts. Right on in, all action. And that's all we've gotten to this point. CleanX good for number 7. Not going to find the 8th as Kremp is there for a trade, but still, it's one of those situations where Insight's pretty comfy in the hill, at least for now. A couple of trade back shots coming through, and that's enough for 100 Thieves to get themselves some points.
Yeah, it's a good break. But for how long? Because you already see the routes being hit from the Ultra players. They're thinking if you are Kremp, they have to be attacking me through top mid. You're not expecting a flank to come on in. CleanX is able to take him down, but it's still, for now, 100 Thieves holding on to this hard point. Nasty having a couple clutch kills through top mid. Is going to spawn Ultra pretty deep away from still this P2. So now with 25 seconds left, you're going to start thinking about that rotation in the back of your mind.
Decent route here from Ghosty. Shuts down the follow-up play from Toronto, and on the same foot, it also actually gives them an advantage here on rotation to do, like you mentioned. So a great bounce back here for 100 Thieves after a pretty miserable start. Now it's just down to, can you get a secondary read on this next push for Ultra, and Envoy will take 3 and an opportunity for a little bit more scrap time to go the way of Toronto.
Yeah, and Ghosty, unfortunately, is only going to be able to find 1 around that mid-map area, so now you have to be ready. Put your irons up. The pressure going to be right in your face from these Ultra players. CleanX again pushing his way through Dark, wins a one-on-one, Scrap through the back end, and Envoy finds a 3rd. Last player alive is going to be Kremp, but he's only able to take down 1, but that double still allows 100 Thieves to keep those spawns.
Yeah, that's going to be a 3-man flood coming right up to the front. Insight gets the first cleanly, and a team nade out. Uh-oh, not what you wanted. 100 Thieves were quick to try to find a way to re-break, but instantly shut down, and that's all 4 down. Insight off 3 in a row. Toronto flipping the spawns with still 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, now this is a good chunk of time right now if you are Ultra, because you got to keep in mind that P4 is right next door on the opposing side of your mini-map. Because now with 20 seconds left, you at least force 1 player in CleanX all the way across the map due to the route that Nasty is hitting. You're just hoping that your teammates can find success at that old hill. Dan Ghosty finds a double. They find the break for the final 10.
Insight also on 5 in a row. Stun goes his direction, does not land. Joe deceives inside the hill. Should be weak pistol out, and oh, no, Insight doesn't win the gunfight. So big bounce back there for Joe. May not seem like much considering there wasn't much time left, but avoiding the cruise and having a chance to send numbers to do is good news for Thieves.
Yeah, now if you are Envoy, you just want to play your life to the best of your ability and then strike when your teammates are nearby. He's able to find that first kill onto Kremp. Ghosty knows that all the pressure is going to be towards the backside, so him and Nasty setting up the team shots. They're able to find the initial 2, but effective trades coming in from Ultra. They're still able to hold on.
Well, to say we're watching the cross pretty fine here if you're 100 Thieves, but after 2 kills come out, there's no flood into the hill, and Envoy just deals with it 1 by 1. Shout out to our fans from Dubai sitting inside the venue. We see you guys. Rooting for the Ultra, now up 70 points.
And this game is starting to get out of hand. If you are 100 Thieves, you need to have a response over at this next hill, but you got to keep in mind CleanX still has that cruise missile in the back pocket to break the setup of the 100 Thieves players. But trades are going back and forth. You're still going to have a late contest from Dan Ghosty. Unfortunately, he's not going to win that gunfight onto Envoy. He's on 4 in a row, soaking up all that hill time.
Cruise missile going to get called in on this rotation as well. Trying to put pressure on this 100 Thieves setup. Scrap looking to be the first one forward. He does drop, but it's a simultaneous trade with the Crews. So 100 Thieves in the hard point for now. Now it's just down to receiving this next hit from inside as Kremp does well from P1.
Yeah, and it starts by maintaining this mid-map control. Unfortunately, Kremp is only able to take down one, but Jodeci is able to fill that gap. How many more can he find? Not anything, and the rest of Toronto Ultra just fly their way on into the hill. So now if you are 100 Thieves, backs against the wall, you have to try to take mid, and they're making it very difficult for you to even find success there.
I mean, look how far out Kleenex is taking these fights. He's forcing 100 Thieves to have to stretch themselves so darn thin, and in a lot of these moments off the setup, Ultra are finding a crack in the armor and jumping right through it. So you're going to get a little bit of a 50-50 battle here for the scrap time of 18 seconds on our final hill. Ghosty going to be tested, and Insight with the pistol wins the battle. Follow-up good from Ultra, as now they have a chance to go from scrap to initial from 5-1.
And at least the spawns do flip, so you put 100 Thieves in the advantage position. Here to set up properly around P1, but just still a lot of players from Toronto Ultra hitting those routes. Envoy again on the pinch, able to win that one-on-one gunfight. Scrap through the front end. They are starting off the trade fights perfectly. That's 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Nasty. He falls, and Ultra, they are slamming right now. Let's just go to a listening with the boys.
Yeah, they could go low. Like, spray me.
One table. Joe.
Yeah, my low.
Trash corner. Yeah, I do low. Two on me.
Mid.
Table.
Outside couch.
They're in dead. Outside couches. No couches. There's two. Both there. Nice.
I'm still laying there. I'm still laying there. I'm just finessing.
Mid couch. Door push. Don't push it.
Nothing rails. Mid,
one shot. Absolute close. I have the push. Don't put us again. Cram. Gun bar.
No contest.
Nice.
Yeah, my mid.
Look for Ghosty and...
Wait. Dead once. One more.
Nothing else you?
Careful rails.
Nothing else here. Could pitch retry maybe?
Yeah. I'm
Rails
rocking
me. Rails dead. No one rails. Rails again. Two there.
Oh,
Joe's weak. Two there. Last two there.
Still there.
Cram. I'm going left, right? Let's go. Yeah, two middle. I'll be now, okay? Two off spawn. Same mid push.
I'm challenging low. Left, right.
Push out, trash
Mid's open.
Sun mid.
I see
burger
mid.
chance. Our side mid. Weak burger as well. Him and Nate.
Low. One low. Top burger on our side mid.
Yeah, our side mid. Top burger.
Top mid table.
Mid dead. Two mid dead.
I'll see
nice.
top burger.
ATM. Let's go. Same time.
I got it.
I'll try you. He's laying cold stuff.
Careful block.
Two there. I'm blocking in a sec.
Two mid. Two mid. One more. Mid step.
Two mid.
He's on a mid heady.
One's really weak. Cramp. Mid heady, really weak.
There's two. Hold
still holding there.
We have nades and sons. Bro.
One fellow is dead.
One third. Nasty.
Come here right now. One's misstep somewhere.
Yeah, mid right now. Mid and their side.
There's two mid.
On mid table and then their side.
I'd right. What's your missteps?
Absolute runaway from the Toronto Ultra, still in a position at mid-map, and that may be the hot spot right now for Toronto. They're just continually winning this mid lane.
Yeah, they're dominating that mid lane. Either the ARs are filling the gas properly or the SMGs are just pushing so far in front of you that you have no space to even work that middle of the map area. But finally, LA Thieves find a couple kills in their side. 100 Thieves are going to be able to breach that 100-point mark, but you see the contest. You see the game plan from Ultra. They're thinking about that early rotation anew.
Well, you got Kremp in the back. He has not had a good map as of yet, but could be a pivotal moment here for 100 Thieves to work their way back in, but loses the gunfight. Actually never has a chance to take the gunfight. Kleenex just surprises him, and we will rotate back over towards P3 with full comfort and control for Toronto Ultra. Mid, again, being wrapped on by Envoy. 220, 105. Final moments here for 100 Thieves that they can't break.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quickly because Ultra just continuously running up the scoreboard, and the SMGs are always finding these routes. 24 and 15 from Kleenex, 25 and 16 from Envoy. That new SMG duo are playing outstanding so far on this map. Number one, these do, though, work their way through the front, trade effectively. Nasty and Ghosty combine for a couple kills for this 25 seconds.
Spawns are still good for Toronto, though. That's the issue. So 100 Thieves need to win out this next set of gunfights and push across the map. Good start to the first condition, although inside does it himself with the double. 13 seconds of scrap, and now you got to take your eyes over to Ghosty in the minimap. Number 5 in white has to try to find a way to open this thing up, but he's not going to get here in time to at least foil the early setup, but can he surprise as soon as he jumps in?
They're setting up the proper pinches, but effective trades again coming in from Ultra. 2 for 1, 3 for 2, make it all 4 dead now. Only needed 9 seconds to close out this game. 100 Thieves get those back spawns. They have one more opportunity to find a break, but again, the kill feed lighting up purple. Ultra come out swinging in the opening HP.
Comfortable from start to finish.
Very.
I mean, the majority of points for 100 Thieves comes by way of one break, really. Everything else was just rotation for Toronto. And hey, we've seen this squad dominate this map before. We've also seen them pull off some heroic comebacks before. And a lot of it comes by, I won't say one thing in particular, but it stands out in the forefront of my mind, their ability to win mid-map and individual gunfights and use that as their pivot point. Whether they're rotating between hills or setting up breaks, Doesn't seem to make much of a difference. They dominate that mid lane.
And they had a perfect start to the game. Like,
Yeah,
Scrap goes
straight up.
5-0. He's not able to earn himself the cruise missile, but then Kleenex is still 5-0. He ends before dropping at 7-0, already a cruise missile earned. Ultra just dominated the left side of the map, and that's where majority of hills pop up. That's where you want the preferred spawn. Spawn over towards that palm tree, so you can get those spawns, and every single hill's there. You get the P2 spawns. That's where you want to be. P3 towards the backside, a lot easier to work your way in. And then right next door is the P4. So those are the 3 hills that they were able to combine. And then at that point, you're already finding yourself up by 100, and you got a cruise missile to break over towards bridge.
I think the other part about this for 100 Thieves, you know, obviously it kind of stands out looking at Kremp 15 to 27. He's the one who's trying to like hit a weird route and then use that as a chance to open up hills, but it felt like time and time again, Kremp was not necessarily forcing fights, but was almost too individual, which is like weird to evaluate just by words. But in a couple of examples, I think you can kind of even see it. Like even right here, for instance, like he's by himself trying to open up a 1v3 when his teammates are spawning behind the hill. Like I understand you're trying to be the guy who's on the weird side of these hits, but you gotta wait for the full force of the rest of your team to also be there so the pinch is actually successful.
Yeah, because you're not a Superman. You're not just gonna fly on in and get it done by yourself. You need these team pushes to come in, and that's where Ultra was simply outclassing them. Every time you're thinking, oh, it's a one-on-one gunfight, no, there's a crossfire setup. Someone's instantly right behind him to play for that trade, and he was always popping a 2-piece at the very end. So if you are Ultra, job well done. You finally were able to take down this squad in a hard point for the last 2 months, because all the while chance it was 4-0 in favor of the Thieves. Now you're going into your more preferred mode on that search and destroy, where they did match up multiple times at champs on Rio S&D, but it's 2-0 in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. And, you know, again, it's one of those situations that this 100 Thieves squad, you have to give them a lot of credit for what they were able to do at the end of the year.
Yeah.
They kind of flew under the radar in my mind, took charge when they needed to, both at Major 4 and at Champs. But coming into this event, I don't think anyone was taking them lightly.
No.
There's no way you overlook them after the performances they had at the end of the year. And I think you're right turning into the conversation about how the map veto process has worked out. Get rid of that, Rio. Get rid of anything else that's been in your way. If you're Toronto, put yourself on more square ground, and we're going to see the same thing show up here with a Rio Search and Destroy.
And what Ultra did last time very well versus 100 Thieves roster is show a lot of presence every single time at that B site, but the smoke retakes were key.
Yeah.
Now that we don't have smoke grenades, how are we going to change the game plan?
And I think at the other front, everyone knows that Joe Deceive is going to try to wallbang you.
Yeah, from that A site.
Yeah, we've learned that lesson already. But how about this for an opening defense? 100 Thieves looking to get aggressive over towards the P2 side. Insight is in a world of hurt, but there's been a lot of time killed off this. I mean, that's a significant play for Thieves, but that told Toronto Ultra going to get a post plant that allowed them to play bridge side.
And Toronto have already gotten to read it. They're not pushing that flank. They're not committing on the flank, so Kleenex gains the info and is just going to back down and play his life. Multiple players lined up right in front of him. Envoy strikes for the first, but Kleenex finds that second kill.
They've pinched it up perfectly. The read is so good, and now all of a sudden you have team working out the last remaining players. I mean, yeah, you bully out the first blood onto Insight, but he gives the comms of, yo, there's multiple here, and a quick call to get the plant in ends up being the success factor.
And the same thing is that Kleenex was there to assist him. Even though he wasn't able to find a kill, he was trying to keep his teammate alive, but he realizes, wait, they're not pushing this flank. They are working their way back. So Envoy, you can take a little bit more ground on their side of the map and potentially catch a freebie. Once he gets that first kill, Kleenex strikes forward that second. And then the rest of the 100 Thieves players are sitting there like, wow, this is not what we were thinking in the 4v3 retake. They just get picked apart.
And the two players on the post plant towards bridge are just watching each other's crosses through the window, so it's as safe as it gets in terms of taking a 2v multiple. Yeah, really clean stuff from Ultra. Good adjustments considering the very odd and monkey wrench style play that 100 Thieves trying to throw in round number 1. So what is the response here for 100T? Looking towards B for now. You've got some pressure towards Ghosty's direction, not amounting to much at the moment, but he is the one responsible for this flank where two Ultra runners are at.
Yeah, they were playing a little bit slower on their attack because they have yet to earn the trophy systems. Now that those have started to develop, you take top mid away, Kremp is able to find that first flood. Now the bomb is getting planted.
Oh, but Kleenex somehow still able to get, oh, that's a wallbang. I'm pretty sure he does that from Joe Deceive's spot. I was like, wait a second, he's not anywhere near this. So he finds Joe on his own angle, and that now leads to a flood up top trying to contest the exit. Ghosty good for a trade. But where are the remaining members for Ultra? That's got to be the question if you're 100 Thieves in this post plant.
Still a lot of time to work with to dissect what the setup is looking like for 100 Thieves on this post plant. Nasty only at 8 HP. You're going to absolutely send it on to him. Now it's Ghosty left in the 1v2.
He's trying to force the issue, though, and clean shots onto Scrap. Catches him with a pistol out. Where has Insight gone, though? And this read could be perfect. Oh, Ghosty falls. Time should be plenty for Insight to get back for the defuse. And how about just a little bit of your own medicine there, Joe?
And that's 2 3v4 so far from Ultra. They fall short in that early engagement, but the micromanaging to make those mid-game adjustments, to realize what the setup is looking like, and to time those pushes perfectly. CleanX obviously helps when you hit that wall bang to take down that player putting down the bomb. Because then as soon as the next player goes to put down the bomb, there's already 2 players from Ultra attacking you through top mid. Fantastic plays from Insight to clutch on up. One of the most clutch plays that we have in Search and Destroy.
It's going to be really interesting to see if this is going to be just a continual part of the defensive setup of use multiple members, bang out the bottom side of the map, use that A cross through the wall as a way to defend B. Not going to be the case here for 100 Thieves, as they largely have a heavy stack in the middle of the map. They're going to get at least some space for Kremp to work off of, but Ultra holding back, waiting for their time.
Yeah, they invested a couple stuns and nades through top mid, and they did get a couple hit markers. So 100 Thieves deciding to play aggressive through this B bomb. Now Ultra slowly trying to dissect what the setup is looking like. This is where CleanX is able to strike this time for the first blood.
Yeah, if you're going to give Ultra the bridge side, they're going to use that to make sure they can cross into the site safely. So they bait out the shots. CleanX finds the free first blood. Now 100 Thieves have to essentially play retake. I say that with some hesitation because there actually is no retake to come through. It's a full flip back over to the A side of the map.
Now this is going to be a lot more difficult to try to retake over towards this A site. You do have Ghosty potentially going to try to contest it, but he is going to fall. Now Jodeci's and Nasty in the 2v4 working this bench.
The only thing that could really stop this post plant is if Insight gets caught on timing. Not going to happen. Good for now 3 in a row. Joe the one to fall. And Nasty just trying to see if he can force some timing. Not going to work out, and this has been perfect from Ultra.
This is looking like the first time that they played at Champs on the Rio, where they were able to dominate in a 6-1 fashion. And so far, 2 3v4 clutches. This time you find the first blood, and the mind games come to play. As you were showing a lot of presence through top mid, and Ultra just hit that rotation back over towards A. Do not give 100 Thieves any opportunities.
Need to see something different right here from 100 Thieves. I mean, because right now it's Ultra, like we said, just essentially baiting out all of these plays. It's worked out really nicely from both sides of the bomb. So what can 100 Thieves try to do to get themselves going here with the initiative on offense? Nades over the top through mid. Most of it denied early. Envoy stun, not quite able to connect. And once more, keep your eye on this double setup down low. This is all about Envoy giving info, and then there's going to be some team shots through the wall here.
CleanX is set up again for it. To do 100 Thieves fall for the trick again. Now this time they are actually deciding to push through their spawn, and Envoy is ready for it. This time he strikes the first blood.
It's not even Envoy ready for it. Scrap is also playing super deep as well, but both players do get taken down. So now there's a lot of space on the map that 100 Thieves can play with. The only question mark will be, is this double tier setup towards the A side of the map going to re-wrap us? And actually, they're going to figure it out by just forcing the fights to happen on the A site.
Next might have just played this to perfection. I thought he was going to hit that rotation back over towards B, but he gains info on some 2 players, and at the same time, Insight is able to find one, so it's still a 2v2.
And CleanX is out of there. 100 Thieves are searching for him, but he's gone. Oh, man. And now time's becoming a bit of an issue. Ghosty does have a trophy system to play with, and it looks like 100 Thieves have gained the certainty that they can get this plant down.
So now in a 2v2 scenario, both Ultra players did not decide to engage in those early gunfights. Because now with 40 seconds left, you're going to go for the buddy system treatment. They're both going to try to double stack through their side of the map, and both players from 100 Thieves are split.
Can they get a shoulder? Can they get information on Ghosty, who's still sitting in a very safe position for now? Long range action from Nasty. There's the opening shots. There's the bait and the switch. Insight from the other side, now on 5 in a row. It's just down to can they find where Nasty is. Now they know. Shots are clean, though, from Nasty. Insight gets through into Garage, but Nasty has the benefit of the clock and just backs away, and he's called the right move. No chance for the defuse to come through, and now it's just down to the kill, which Insight does secure, so Cruise Missile will be earned, but 100 Thieves get on the board.
It's great plays in the 2v2 to allow that time to get away from you. Even though Kremp was going to fall in that 2v1, there was only 20 seconds left for Ultra to try to work with. Nasty finds himself in a perfect position to at least get that player crossing out of boxes, and then realize that the game clock is my friend here.
Yep.
You're not going to just instantly try to hop that bomb, and he plays it to perfection to finally secure the first round for 100 Thieves.
But now you've got to deal with a 2-round deficit. A lot more action that needs to give us some, I would say, definition that, yes, this 100 Thieves team can start to turn the patterns their direction, and you have to fight up against a Cruise Missile. This would be an important round to kind of counteract some of that instances right here. No, right back over to the top of the A site. CleanX staying safe from a well-cooked nade, to be fair. And that may lead to some false information for 100 Thieves.
And I love when I watch CleanX, instead of running that SMG rival on, being the aggressor through top mid, whipping out the MCW and changing up his playstyle and his pacing. Because he's playing early on for this information. Realizes that nothing is going to be able to connect through top mid. 100 Thieves are going to throw this 3-pan push through that flank again.
Yeah, and Envoy realizes that this is not just one member up ramp. There are more over towards this backside heady on the ledge. Gets the regen out, though. Dead Silence has been already popped. Ghosty close, getting tagged up in the foot. CleanX will finish off the damage that had been dealt. Meanwhile, other side of the map, it's enough for Nasty to get 100 Thieves elimination towards the B side, and that puts a little bit of issue here to Ultra of, where do we go from here?
Yeah, because Nasty just gets that beat down over towards bridge area.
Yeah.
But with only 25 seconds left, you are not going to have the opportunity to even think about the objective at A. So the bomb is going to get planted over towards B. The 100 Thieves find the timing to work their way through top mid. When you check this corner, CleanX finds one, but the bomb goes down.
Trade is decent, but that's enough for Insight to decommit from that flank watch and now be a part of the play here over at B. Envoy top bridge, tough battle. Decent shots on both sides. Insight will drop, leaving it just now to Envoy, and he will not reload the rival, at least not initially. Now he's fully freshed up. So maybe an opportunity to kind of collapse through, but no, Nasty right there to pick up on the trade, and all of a sudden he finds himself on 4 in a row.
It's great plays, man, from 100 Thieves, more specifically Nasty, playing it super patient. Even though he was baiting his teammates a little bit, it works out to perfection. So he now finds himself on 4 in a row. Was able to initially find that kill once that bomb goes down. Put them in a man advantage, and then winning that one-on-one gunfight on the backside onto Insight. Allows them to isolate onto Envoy, who was already weak around that bridge area. You just go for the double chow. Able to successfully trade and secure the defuse to take your second round.
This is how things could start turning around here. Liking what I'm seeing these last 2 rounds from 100 Thieves. One coming by way of a clutch, the other coming by way of just good map manipulation. And this round, they will stay pretty passive on the opening offense. This gains a lot of free space for Ultra, already playing the middle map.
Great shots from Nasty, not able to get the kill though onto Scrap.
Obi
able to walk away with his life. There's a lot of presence already through top mid if you are Ultra. So if you are Insight, the play is coming to you. How many can you find?
Oh, he's stuck here. Or is he? No way.
Don't forget, he has a cruise.
A very true point, and he's going to call it. Ultra are set up to try to play retake here. Bomb will be planted, though, so it's going to take a little bit of time. Can you find anything off the cruise? Scrap able to isolate for 2 in garage. That's enough now for space to be claimed by Ultra. 4v2 situation. How's the flank watch happen? And I think they've seen Ghosty. Sure have. He does not get the time to get into boxes. Diffuse is on, and Nasty will just try to keep his life on 4 in a row still.
Yeah, and it all comes down to Insight gaining that info, playing his life beautifully, backing up to his teammates, calling in the cruise, even though it's not able to connect onto anyone, but you are forcing them indoors. You set up Scrap to find that easy double in towards garage, and then at that point, the bomb is planted on the backside of that A site, so you can't watch it from boxes. You have to be able to at least contest it from the top side of Humvee, but in a 2v4 situation, all those angles are being covered. Ultra perfect on that retake.
This is a really important round coming up right here for 100 Thieves. Get this to a 4-3 tally, maybe earn a cruise missile, and it feels like a brand new search all over again. However, Ultra on offense have looked really solid. They own 3 of the first blood so far, 4 of the first blood so far in this map. Trophy systems down for Thieves, denying a lot of the opening utility from Ultra, but no one going to take the risk of initially playing in towards mid, but with a little bit some more support, now Thieves will step forward.
And look at Insight, though. Again, he putting himself in that position over towards that A site. He's gaining all the info, but this time 100 Thieves send it through top mid. Joe deceives. That young man is roaring with confidence. He strikes for the first.
That's a bold challenge. I don't believe there was anything thrown by Nasty to allow him to do that. He just says, I'm going. And it works out nicely for first blood. Thieves now looking to kind of stack up a little bit more together as they recheck over towards the A side of the map. I don't believe Insight was seen initially, but now Joe will confirm that, yep, Ultra still have some presence here on the side of the map.
And how do Thieves decide to play this now? Because just Insight showing face on that side, they're probably thinking that the play is going to be over towards A. And now Ultra are attacking through top mid, but Envoy is going to get overwhelmed. Scrap is at least able to find one, but more effective trades, more bodies on the side of 100 Thieves, able to secure the defensive round.
That close, though, from Ultra, finding the perfect timing for pushing through and actually over-isolating that backside of the site. But good reactions, good responses coming out of the side of 100 Thieves. So now you're in a 4-3 tally. Nasty, I believe, did fall in that engagement, though. So I don't believe he still has the ability to play for a cruise missile. And yeah, that's indeed the case.
You brought the game all the way back to if you are 100 Thieves. As we take a look at the aggressive play coming in from Ultra. When you're always in a man-up advantage, just got to play the buddy system and play those trades. Now its score is going to be 4-3. Back to the Thieves on the attacking side. Using all their attack through top mid, and Ultra just throwing those trophy systems, blocking.
Yeah, at least the lethals. Joe still has a stun available. So he could have some sort of a secondary check to see if anyone's playing on these staircases. And Kremp has found a pretty aggressive angle here at bridge. Help nearby. Not sure if Scrap saw any of this as far back as he was. A couple of tags over towards the staircase, and now it's going to be a decision time for 100 Thieves. Do we commit to try to get this bomb planted here, or do we wait to see if there's going to be a recontest?
You can already see Inside is setting up for that wall bang, so the bomb's not going to be able to go down for free. And it's already been 45 seconds wiped off the game clock. Now the play is going to fall into the hands of Insight. His teammates are no longer gaining any info through top mid, but he at least spots one.
Yeah, the frag nade also connects, so he's going to have help from Kleenex on this cross. You don't have to overchow this if you're Insight. But 100 Thieves show pressure and then re-wrap back. This is looking decent, and look at the route from Kremp. He is all the way around the back, and he'll stop at least some of the Ultra hit from reinforcing.
Fantastic plays to be the island player on the opposing side. You take the space away from Ultra, and you're able to find a double. Ghosty at the same time find Kleenex. So now it's Insight still going for the wall bang in a 1v3, but now his chances become a lot more difficult. He only has 24 bullets left.
Just trying to steal the round right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this becomes very improbable, and Kremp, off of what was a heater of a round, will take, I believe, 3 in total. If not, maybe, did he get the full ace there?
I think he got 3, because Ghosty got 1.
Oh, good point.
But that one just came down to 100 Thieves playing the mind games right there. You show all-out presence over towards bridge initially to start. You're forcing Scrap to instantly back on down, and then you're putting yourself in towards top mid, and at the same time, you're already hitting that rotation back over towards A, but then you work your back over towards B. So Toronto Ultra were just simply caught off guard, and it all started with Kremp staying alive on that side of the map. Finds his first blood onto Scrap, finds a second trade onto Envoy, and then the final kill. Great shots onto Insight.
Well, Kremp will take 4 in a row with him here now into round number 9. 4-4 the count. 100 Thieves gonna, again, get Joe in position over towards the A side of the map. Insight gonna try to throw some sort of contest, but largely just watching for the flank, as already we're gonna get the bomb plant coming down. So we got 4v4 post-plant situation. Kremp on 5 in a row. Number 6 up and over, and oh, nice team shots with Ghosty. Will confirm the kill, and now you're in a 4v2.
And I love how they're using their information to their advantage. They're realizing like Scrap loves to play as a solo man over towards this bridge side, so we're gonna isolate him for that first blood. Now in the 1v3, Insight, you stand no chance. 100 Thieves have turned this game on its head. They are adapting, making those mid-game adjustments, and now they find themselves at game point.
Yeah, I really like the call and changing the timing up for Ultra, but Kremp gets that aggressive read through bridge with the rival, and that completely foils any sort of the post plant. Really well done by Kremp in particular. So now we got, all of a sudden, 100 Thieves really pulling this thing back. 5-4 up now, and a chance to possibly just hit some sort of a go call and just put this map away.
Because it seems like so far Ultra are relying heavily on that wall bang to contest over at that B site with no smoke grenade now. So do they decide to change the pace up just a little bit, and you can already see Envoy switching up that corner, playing mid connector.
Frag being cooked. They know the trophy system for Toronto is up and over on the middle of the map, so you know you can throw utility here at A. It does land, not enough to get a kill, but it puts the pressure on, and now all of a sudden with that damage dealt, it's going to be a hit over towards the B side of the map. Joe on the cross. Ooh, lots of damage in. Envoy good for 1, not the second. Trades are out. Ghosty also guarding. And now you've got number situations, but is this taking a little bit too long? You've got Ultra hitting the full wrap through A.
Trying to push through the spawn, but Ultra have gotten a read on it because Insight is not spotting anyone on the flank.
Nice.
A man advantage in favor of Ultra instantly gets wiped away as Kremp finds that kill on a Kleenex 2v2.
But is he stuck here? Uh-oh, this timing could be everything. Nasty, good bounce back. Pushes Scrap away, but Kremp can't quite center up onto Insight, leaving Nasty by himself, no bomb 1v2.
30 seconds to play with. Bomb completely across the opposite side of the map. Nasty's gonna waste a lot of time just hitting this route. He's gonna crack the door thinking that someone is even close, but Ultra have that crossfire set up.
Maybe gets some timing here on the Insight, but the problem is gonna be trying to find Scrap, and he's not gonna find either of them. And not getting that information is pretty much just win condition here for Ultra, and Scrap will finish it up. Wow, I mean, that really comes down to just individual gunfights. I get the idea for 100 Thieves trying to take Ultra by surprise by pushing an extra step forward, but they actually get caught.
Ultra were just ready for it, man. Ghosty gains the info early on that there's 2 players playing around that site. You just take too long to try to retake through top mid. You were able to find that trade onto Envoy. You put down shots into Scrap, but you got to work that objective instead of pushing through their base.
I think you're absolutely right. The damage that was tallied holds off all of that A hit from Ultra, but instead they try to maybe capitalize on the damage that was dealt, and that ends up being what costs them the round. So round 11, 100 Thieves on the offense. Ultra, 3-1 split back onto the defense. Nades and trophy systems on both sides, largely getting evenly exchanged, as I think everything's been thrown right there besides maybe a stun or 2.
This time Envoy has changed it up. Look how aggressive he's playing over towards this bridge side. Nasty able to gain that info.
I don't know if he saw him. I mean, we're looking right at him because he's in bright purple, but I don't know if Nasty actually saw the jump across.
Well, if he didn't see him, then Envoy's going to be the playmaker this round.
Yeah. We're about to find out. Door pops. Okay, Nasty knew. Clean first blood, Envoy isolated, but is 100 Thieves going to get a little bit too cute here? I mean, you've got numbers, you got bridge control, but they're going to re-wrap back over to Kleenex.
But this time it's Nasty being that island player to slowly work his way on the flank. He's able to find his second kill onto Scrap. Insight is able to take down 1, but do you have a clutch moment? 1v3.
Here comes 100 Thieves again, pistol out, he gets the isolation. Hold on a second. There is a world where Insight can do this. 1v2 now. Time is running out. Shoulder check, sees no one on. Does he get the read? Oh my goodness. The hunt is on. Insight backing over towards the A site and gets surprised. 100 Thieves pull it back and take a round 11 to tie us up in this series.
Fantastic plays from the boys on the side of the Thieves. They slowed down the game. They started to rely on a lot of individual players to make those big time plays. It was Kremp who really starts it off with that initial 3-piece on that deep pitch, being the island player over towards bridge. But in that final round, Nasty gains that info onto Envoy, plays it nice and slow, doesn't want to really get Soundhorn in that situation, working his way up the steps. He finds the first blood and then continues to hold that position. Scrap's thinking, okay, I can start to work this pitch, but Nasty shoots him right in the bag.
Yep.
And that is 100 Thieves tying up the series at 1.
There was a moment in there where, like, my second guess was like Nasty didn't immediately snap back over. It looked like he was still looking at that cross, and I wasn't sure if he actually caught the timing of was he looking center screen or not, because it was a fraction of a second, but the isolation works out nicely. And 100 Thieves continue to just mold and adjust how they look on this Rio search.
And that's why it was a little bit scary for me for Ultra, because they usually find themselves a lot of success on a map like Rio when they have the smoke grenades for those retakes to contest around that B site. But with no smokes, Envoy was trying to make individual plays. He puts himself in towards mid-connector one round. He's at least able to find one, but he doesn't want to give up that bridge control for free. Maybe if the defensive setup was a little bit more split up in a 2-2 split, you allow Envoy to take that positioning while Scrap is watching over him. Nasty's not able to take that advantage spot versus him. But since they were so far spread, not allowing that bomb plant to go down at B, relying on that wall bang, simply didn't work out for them.
The other part about this, and you called this out for just a brief moment in that last round, is with 100 Thieves rotating around the map on offense a lot, that last round, they keep someone in place to watch to make sure no one's tracking behind it. That late, long lurk ends up working out for another key kill that allowed essentially just too many odds to overcome.
Now, so far, this is completely different than what we've seen for both of these teams at COD Champs.
Yeah.
Because it was Thieves taking the hard points. It was Ultra icing up in the search and destroys. Completely flipped on its head now, but the only difference now is that we're not going to have that invasion control for map number 3. It's going to be High Rise, where Toronto Ultra spent basically 2 months just practicing on this map, and they're basically undefeated now on it.
And there's still a sub-base still to come, which is another map that, even though we haven't seen a lot of it, historically speaking, Toronto have found some good success on that map. So there are some elements here where we still need to see 100 Thieves overcome some adversity, and it starts immediately as we get into the control game.
Yeah, because they've only been able to beat them 1 time in control, and that was at Champs. It's 4-1 overall in favor of Ultra. Now they get their bread and butter map in high-rise control, where it's simply going to come down to the slaying. We know how much of a player, how much of a nuisance a player like Kleenex can be, especially running that AR. He can also switch it to an SMG at times, depending on how aggressive he wants to get through pot and pit.
Yep.
You are 100 Thieves. You cannot lose track of these players the same way you did in map number 1.
I absolutely agree with you. And I think there's going to be a couple of individuals that we're going to try to highlight eventually as we start to tee up what's to come here with this high-rise control. Of course, still on the backside of that, if we do get to 5, a Karachi Search and Destroy, which does kind of feel like an even battleground between both these two teams, doesn't really, in the forefront of my mind, say it leans towards one or the other. So there are opportunities for this 100 Thieves squad to still rip away this series from what is the favored seed. And again, just continue to prove that these guys should not be taken lightly.
No, they should not be taken lightly. They have figured out how to play Call of Duty together at the very end of the year, and that's the perfect time to figure it out because you want to be able to play for the big bucks. Put yourself in great placements. But it's just this control map is the only thing standing in front of them because Subbase has not treated them well so far in the season. They have a 3-7 overall record.
Yep.
High Rise is everything in this series.
It's all adversity for 100 Thieves coming into map number 3, but they're going to talk it through, and we're going to send to do a break before we come back and figure out how High Rise goes the backside of the break.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, one and all, as we're always seemingly coming back from a break with a 1-1 count between our two squads. Toronto taking on 100 Thieves, and we've got a high-rise control coming up. Again, the history, like you'd mentioned, Jay, leans very heavily over towards Toronto, reinforced extra by the fact that we're going to a high-rise, but there are a couple of key players for us to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, there definitely are a couple of key players that we got to keep lookout for. And it's going to be the head-to-head matchup between Jodeci's and Nasty. They're both sitting on the same team, but they have been stellar so far this weekend in control. Both versus Lower Gaming, 1.22 for Jodeci's, 1.14 for Nasty. And you're going to have to bring that same exact slaying prowess here because you're going up against an Ultra roster. Like I said before we went to break, they've been basically playing high-rise control for the last 2 months. We went back and actually looked at the numbers of how many times they've played it and how long they have been winning at it. They're actually 10-0 in the last 10 times that they have played it. So if you are 100 Thieves, this is going to be a tall task.
Yeah, and you know, I think the thing about those numbers for 100 Thieves is, yes, they look good on paper, and yes, 2 of the 3 controls that 100 Thieves have played have been on high rise, but that was against Lore Gaming.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's a little bit, I don't want to sit there and say, like, you know, we're comparing apples to oranges here, but you're comparing a Challengers Champs team to one of the best teams in the Pro League all year long for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and this is not going to be easy, man, because obviously you have a little confidence. You beat Lore twice on that map, but this is a completely different beast now. You have to be prepared for what Ultra are going to throw at you. Every single player on that side of the map is going to be running an AR. CleanX at times might switch to that SMG, but you cannot lose track of the players because that's when Ultra are at their best.
Jay, it's a small map. You can't lose track of players on a map like this.
Yeah.
I mean, just flat out. Just watch your bases. Make sure those windows stay safe because we know how quickly Ultra can find one wave of kills and all of a sudden they're putting you in a bit of a spawn trap. That's been where a lot of their success has ran and snowballed towards. And you can see the numbers behind that on the season. 2nd place in attacking win percentage, 4th in defensive win percentage, and a round 5 record that is some of the best in the league.
Yeah, Ultra are basically unstoppable at this map because at the beginning of the season, their overall record was about 1-3. They did not like to play high rise. They could not figure it out, but then they went into the lab. They put in the work. They understood what spots they needed to dominate and how they were going to be successful at being victorious on a map like High Rise Control. 10 in a row has been the streak. Can they make it 11?
Yep. I'm feeling feisty right now, Jay. I've got a feeling that this map is about to get spicy. So let's jump up to get down.
I'm down. You know, I like the boogie a little bit.
I know, I've seen it. Video evidence to come. But it will be offense to start here for the side of the Toronto Ultra. So no trophies to help them out on this initial approach. CleanX looking to get some helipad control, though, and he will get stunned. Kreb, that's the one to actually toss one his direction. Doesn't seem to make a difference, though. CleanX able to the first one, no problems, and eventually the trades come out. So good start here defensively for 100 Thieves.
Fantastic start from 100 Thieves because they're holding a majority of these power positions beside that B Street. You have Kreb already finding himself on 3 in a row. Showing his presence over towards this blue area. It's already been a minute wiped off the game clock, and Ultra have not been able to get close to either one of these points, but finally they're on B.
Yep, Ghosty reads a little bit of a threat over towards the B site. Nasty from the helipad stairs, able to help isolate just a touch, and that's enough for Ghosty to follow up. No worries there. First tick completely depleted. Trophy systems now being earned are placing now an opportunity for 100 Thieves for just lock down the map, and honestly, they could get aggressive here if they want to defensively.
And it's going to be a lot easier when you're finding not just one, but every single time a 2-piece off of the respawn onto the players of Ultra, and they find it again. Now CleanX is at least able to get one. He's roaming his way down through Underground alongside Envoy. So he's wrapping back to find that kill onto Joey DeCease. Now Ultra already working out their spawn, but there's only 25 seconds left.
And Nasty's done very well to keep his life. Now, a lot of nades were thrown his direction. Ultra trying to get the isolation on him. They eventually will, but Scrap finds himself the last one remaining here for the Ultra offense on the A zone. Rewrap on the way in. That's going to be Kremp to find the kill. Trade from Envoy may keep this play alive, but it doesn't feel good, and Ultra will try to find something desperately towards B.
Yeah, you cannot go over towards A. It's just not going to be easy. You have to try to dominate over towards that B Street, and it starts off with Envoy putting himself in a great position. Now with 12.4 seconds left, all of the 100 Thieves players are spawning towards that back right window. They're going to invest the stuns. They're going to invest the nades, and Ghosty with that double. It's going to make it a lot easier for this break attempt.
Yeah, the only thing that 100 Thieves don't have defensively right now is B alley, so they're trying to hit this retake through mid. And hold on a second. Toronto's finding a couple of eliminations. Krep trying to hit a pinch, gets shut down. We got to take a moment here if you're 100 Thieves. Second tick is gone. The stack is in. Third very well. They give them the extra 60 seconds, and Toronto are only down 3 lives all of a sudden.
This is scary now because you don't have any B Street control. Everyone forced to iron on up, clutch up in these moments in these kills. So you can sort of put Ultra in a little bit of a trap, but they are trying to dissect the setup of the 100 Thieves players. Nasty strikes for the first, but instantly traded, and you can already see. Joseph's not getting caught off guard. I'm watching Underground.
But Envoy gets some space from the Underground stairs, leads to an insight. At least 1v1 over towards the top of the A point, but Scrap now again, the last one left alive. No trophy system to keep him up. Trying to just keep cover underneath the boxes. Not going to work out, and 100 Thieves have reclaimed the A site nicely.
No more respawns left for Ultra. CleanX is at least able to find one through the middle of the map. Now you're going to slow down this round as much as you possibly can, but Nasty again, finding a clutch gunfight, making it a lot easier for his team. Ghosty from top heli is able to find another one. Now there's only 2 Ultra players left.
And now it's just insight. How much damage can he deal here with really not much time, nor many, not much space.
There it is.
I'm trying to drink some hot tea to stay fresh here, Jay, and it's burning my mouth a little bit.
But you are sort of devastated about that round if you are 100 Thieves, because in the final 10 seconds, you still give up those 3 segments. So you will absolutely take that if you are the Ultra. Able to make something shake on the attacking side, but now they're going back to the defensive end, where they do tend to prefer it a little bit. Sure. We know how Scrap loves to play. We know how Inside loves to play, dominating those power positions, and then CleanX, he's just everywhere.
See if this amounts to any sort of advantage after Toronto kind of save their first offensive attempt. What do 100 Thieves try to call out here? Looking for nade presence over towards the B alley. Insight there to meet it. Nasty pushed off the angle, but Ghosty will get top propane. There's the isolation, but this is good information for Toronto. Yeah, Ghost is going to get stuck up here as CleanX finds 2 through mid.
And they know Ghosty is absolutely one-shot through top or pain. He's not going to be able to assist his teammate in this engagement. Now the health regen comes in, but it's not good enough. Scrap ready for that fight. Now all the players from the Thieves coming off of the respawn, and you see how aggressive Ultra are getting up on the map.
Yep. And this is not where you want Ultra to live. CleanX on 5 in a row, does not get back into the safety of mid-map, so at least the streak is shut down, but Ultra is still punishing you at the windows.
Just not going to be easy to work out of your spawn. Thankfully, the stun is able to connect. Insight still able to find one, an Envoy there for the trade. Now can Scrap get anything done? Okay. He's able to find one, CleanX find one. Effective trades overall for the entire Ultra roster. But with everyone dropping, 100 Thieves now have an opportunity to work out of their spawn.
But it's got to be good, whatever this is, and there may be more space than you would imagine here if you're Joe Deceives, but Scrap picks it up off spawn. Envoy also making sure this B alley stays completely safe. And just as much as we thought 100 Thieves set up a really solid defense, they don't just get one up, they get essentially triple down on, as there will be no ticks of progress here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's a tough way to go out on your attacking round, especially because you allowed Ultra to walk away with 3 segments in the final 10 seconds. So Ultra do it a little bit better on their defensive end. You had CleanX, who was on 5 in a row. He did end up falling, but I'm telling you, when that young man gets lost in your spawn, he's very hard to keep track of.
Oh, yeah. It's just so surprising because you know it's going to be right at one of the 2 windows. It's just funny how fast they get there. Okay. A lot of work to be done now for Thieves to try to put together another dominant defense, but not let it slip. I think that's the biggest part about it here, as Ultra will have the tick advantage, and Scrap will be on 4.
And this is going to be way different of an attacking round because Ultra now have trophy systems to work with. So they're going to go for the 2-2 split. Early Childs over towards B Street. Ghosty finds that first kill onto Envoy with Scrap at 24 HP. You simply got to play your life.
Yeah, he was trying to get isolation over towards A. Not going to happen. But Insight, how does he just walk up underground like this? Able to see the contestant that he wants, which is Nasty on the outside. Oh! Okay. Heck no! Nasty with the turner up top on the tightrope. And now all of a sudden off the regen, he's going to save the B zone as well. What a map from Nasty.
Fantastic plays, clutch kill after clutch kill. He usually is the player on this roster doing the dirty work. But he has himself a couple moments, key moments for this team to keep their dreams alive. It's now already 45 seconds gone. Ultra starting to work this overextension. You got a route being hit out of Envoy. Not a single player from the Thieves are going to be aware of it.
Yeah. And that is enough. Ooh, I thought maybe to take care of Nasty, but he tucks himself into a corner, and it's CleanX to eventually find the kill. Still, though, you've got 100 Thieves members in good spots to hold off the hit from Toronto and possibly retake B quickly. Kremp trying to get up and over, but cannot track down where CleanX is. Transmit the info over for Ghosty. Joe trying to follow up behind it. It's a pinstripe kill feed. 21 plays 23. 28 seconds on the clock, and Ultra have to resort to playing off B.
And they worked their way into the objective, and they're already working on that first segment. Nasty gets that kill onto Envoy, but it's still Scrap contesting from top propane. He eventually is going to fall. And now Insight with his hands full on the left side. Joe Deceives is able to catch him off guard. But again, this is what Ultra do. CleanX is just going to get out, make sure the game clock is at a pause, give his team more opportunities.
Well, there it is. Scrap for 2 deep. Nasty clearing out the 8-point, but gets caught in his own right. And now again, here come Ultra. Shots from Ghosty, decent, but not good enough for the double down. CleanX stun out. Gonna be able to isolate onto Kremp here. Sure will. Scrap wins another one, going over towards B. And here we go again. You've got Ultra on both points at the same time. 2 ticks done today. 3rd on the way. First one's on at B. Nasty and the rest of the crew try to get here to contest, but they're not there. And Toronto winning the kill feed.
Oh, this is perfection from Ultra. They realize, okay, A is a lot more difficult to capture, so let's stack on this side of the map. trap. All you need is one gunfight towards B Street. As the second segment comes in, it's a double stack. 100 Thieves, you gotta get in.
Scrap has won 5 different individual 1v1s. Now he's just a kill away from pinning himself on the cruise missile, but Joe Deceives double. Keeps the defense alive for a time for 100 Thieves, but Envoy in a corner gets the double. Insight will join him, and it's a full offensive capture for Toronto.
It's the late round heroics from Ultra, man. Every single time, if you're 100 Thieves, you are begging for a 2-piece, not just a single kill, because Ultra are so damn good at finding those trades. The fact that Scrap currently is sitting at 20 non-traded kills out of the 23 kills that he has in total is insane. He's the guy that keeps it alive over towards B Street, but CleanX again putting the game clock at a pause with 22 seconds left, allowing his teammates to get back into the play while he's finessing around that point, and then relying on your best player, your MVP of the entire season in Scrap, to just dominate over towards that left side. Ultra now up by 9 segments. Yeah, this might be over.
Yep. I mean, that's just late game heroics, 2 straight offensive rounds in a row. Feels like the situations are improbable, if not impossible. But that's where Ultra apparently find ways to thrive. 100 Thieves. Not able to find the first blood, but Nasty does get some success through the bottom side of Pit, and that turns into a double kill. And Crep following up means the clock can stop with focus on the A zone.
You can already see CleanX said, don't worry about it, guys. You guys can figure that one out off spawn. I'm going to be the cutoff man. Can I get anything done? Unfortunately, Joe Deceives gets the better of him, and that leads to a 4 dead. So now the Thieves in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
They're going to go for the stack over at this B point. And at the same time, Crep solo capping for at least 1 segment here at A.
He also wants to make sure, though, the defense can't get out of the window safely. So it's kind of 2 things at once all of a sudden for Crep. And in that moment, he does get punished. First tick done, though, on both sites. The second tick likely going to be completed at B, and Toronto are going to take their time, maybe even considering just chalking this B point up a touch, because you got Envoy playing forward. That's enough to take away the middle of the map, but they don't get there in time to stop the 60 seconds already being added.
Yeah, but Ultra, they're not worried about that.
Yeah,
they were playing for the exit kill. That leads to a clean 4 dead. All of the Thieves players coming off of the respawn, and this is when you put yourself in the power position to trap them as long as you possibly can.
Oh, they've got the lanes locked. Inside on one side, CleanX on the other. Envoy playing over towards at least this mid ramp, at least in some ways. Crep has snuck past, though. Nah, maybe not fully. Whoa, clean shots! Takes care of Scrap up top of the elevator. Trades are good. The play, though, not dead yet. Ghosty trying to force his way forward. Up and over. Doesn't quite get there, at least not cleanly enough to stay alive. And with that, we'll get tied in the lives as 100 Thieves set up their next push.
Yeah, they have a lot of time to work with and a lot of B street control and bottom pit, so the initial 2 kills go in their favor. If you are in sight, holding that cross from that helipad steps, you're just trying to make sure no one is going to jump on for free, but Nasty gets the better of him. Now they're on that A objective, but at the same time, they're already showing presence at B. This can get dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely could. The mid presence is definitely being felt for 100 Thieves on this offense. Nasty, good timing, takes care of Envoy. Second tick of progress, going to be locked. Third going to be on the way with 2 players stacking up. Nice shots for Nasty over the top. Not quite able to finish things off, though, and somehow, some way, it's Insight who sneaks in, finds a double, and clears the point.
That's the thing, man. If you're going to go for that chow, you got to guarantee that kill, because now it leads to 4 dead and Ultra taking the map completely away from you. Now you are forcing them to waste at least 15 seconds even working out of their base. And all the players from Ultra ready and waiting with these MCWs in hand, leading by 1 life.
On headies that are just so difficult to take gunfight-wise. And now Envoy, again, pushing forward, just making sure 100 Thieves can't get out of spawn. Trades are decent. Kremp reads that there is at least 1 member for Ultra in the middle of the map, but this is it. You've got to find a way to break through this and get on the zone.
Final 20 seconds. Ghosty, unfortunately, is going to lose that gunfight to CleanX. Scrap again finds his 30th kill off the map. It's a 2v4 scenario. Joe Deceives and Nasty trying to get something done, but they both fall. No more respawns in favor of the Thieves. Wow. 8-1 in lives remaining. Ultra stay flawless in high-rise control. That's now 11 in a row.
How many months have we watched this map? 8? That still blows my mind, how Ultra can still find ways at the brink of losing offensive rounds within 10 seconds of barely even finding any progress. They somehow delay, manipulate the defense to be stretched out so thinly that you not just find good counter kills, you find ways to get the extra 60, and then it's all business after that. That's just unreal offense from Ultra.
Yeah, they did it in the very first round in the final 10 seconds, securing 3 segments. That gives you momentum going into your next defense. Okay, we have a shutout round here. We're going to put ourselves in the advantage position. And then when you guys scrap, just winning one-on-one gunfights every single where around the map. 27 non-traded kills. And while he's doing that, you still have to account for where Envoy's coming from, where Kleenex is coming from, because they were all running those MCWs, but somehow, some way, they were always in your spawn.
Wild stuff, man. We can watch back those offensive rounds and find a million different things to talk about. And the fact that Ultra finds success the way that they do sometimes feels borderline miraculous. But regardless of how it happens, it still happens. And that means now all of a sudden Ultra find themselves 2-1 up in the series with a sub-base hardpoint coming up. And again, it hasn't been a map that we've seen a lot of over the course of the last couple of months, but when we were playing it quite often, Ultra are finding a lot of success.
Ultra enjoyed it in the beginning of the season, and then the opposing side for the 100 Thieves, they do not play this map at all. They haven't played this in about 2 to 3 months, and the reason why is because they struggle very, very badly when you talk about those hold percentage, when you talk about finding success in the breaks. You can put yourself in a position to win that rotation, but versus a team like Ultra, they are going to figure out how to manipulate the map to find successful break that leads to good time.
And I think the thing about it, you know, you throw the optics in the conversation, even FaZe near the end of the year, we're finding good success on subbase. One of the things we often hear about subbase as a map as overall is that it's inconsistent.
Yes.
It can be difficult to predict, but our top 4 teams that are out there in the league figured it out, at least into ways that they could manipulate the madness. That hadn't been the case for 100 Thieves. They either were beating teams by a small margin or they were getting blown out on this map. So we'll see how much prep they actually have on this map coming into this event.
Yeah, obviously, since they haven't played it in quite some time, you're still going to be scrimming it every single day. You're trying to perfect your craft going into the final tournament of the year here at EWC. But it's just the way that Ultra is shooting right now.
Yeah,
all the ARs that they have put in every single player's hands, they are very, very comfortable with these long range distance, putting themselves in those power positions and basically dominating one side of the map the same way they did on Vista.
Good map, though, from Nasty. So I think you kind of maybe shift the focus his direction for the first, maybe not the first time, but at least this time moving into a sub-base. I think often the conversation is so easily dominated by what Ghosty does. But I think if Nasty continues to shoot like that in a couple of tight moments, tough gunfights, heady v heady, if he can find a way to win a couple of individual fights, stop Scrap from going piece to piece, kill to kill, maybe there is a chance here for Thieves to actually fight back and maybe send this to a 5th.
Yeah, he had a bunch of clutch moments in that game to not allow Ultra to completely run away with this game and absolutely stomp them. But you're going to need a better performance out of every single player here.
Absolutely.
Now your backs are against the wall. I'm really looking at Dan Ghosty, who I feel like is not really showing that Superman super suit that he's always been wearing throughout this entire season. He's been one of the top 5 ARs throughout the entire season with the way that he's able to get it done. I know that the team is playing around him, but you need him to be that slaying AR to really set the tone on the map like Subbase.
I agree with you. I mean, no one's absent for the conversation. It just feels like at moments throughout this entirety of the year, when we look at this 100 Thieves roster, it kind of starts with Joe, maybe then goes to Ghosty. We talked about Kremp quite a bit, but Nasty kind of flies as the 4th guy under the radar. But after a map like he just had on High Rise, maybe a time for him to spotlight himself. Do or die time for 100 Thieves, trying to get to the top 4. But Ultra standing tall in their way, hold the edge currently in the series as we jump on into the opening moments of Subbase.
Now the good thing for the Thieves boys is that the fact that they're swanning on the preferred side to start off at this P1. Can you make these initial kills count? As Joe Deceased is able to strike first, Kremp whips out that SMG to get aggressive through top comms, and I love that play call, but the rest of your teammates fall around you. Now you have to play your life.
Well, you do have some focus here for 100 Thieves on the rotation. Envoy trying to play some timing, gets shut down. And now things start to kind of stabilize a touch for 100 Thieves, allowing them to get a little bit of time here on P1. But the follow-up fights from Ultra will put the map into a bit of jeopardy here with focus towards the P2 side. But here's Ghosty right into position to find one, and that will allow 100 Thieves to regain on the left side of the map.
That's perfect right there out of the Thieves, because you're going to walk away with this final 10. You are putting yourself on a preferred side off the rotation over towards New. And now you're forcing Ultra to hit that overextension. It's going to waste a lot of time. You can't make these gunfights easy for them. It's now Ghosty playing that power position, realizing where the pressure is coming in. Gonna put himself in a position 2 top 3, but Kleenex might have snuck behind enemy lines.
Very well may have, and whoa, if he stays up here, That could be all that Ultra need, but instead he changes up the angle. Nasty reads it. Good kill coming through, and that'll be enough for 100 Thieves to, again, still spawn up close and deny Ultra a single point to this point.
And at the same time, Kremp is already showing presence in towards top warehouse. Nice. He's able to find 3 in the feed. Nasty flies in for the 4th, and now the young man is on 5 in a row. We were looking for one of these AR players to step up, but what about your main SMG in Kremp? Whips out the MCW. One off for earning himself a cruise missile, and Ultra Team today have now made the decision. We got to cut our losses.
Well, they can't hit this through warehouse. They know that Kremp is up top there. You can't just push him that direction, so they're going to try to clear out snow by playing through either tunnel or top glass, and they're not even going to do that. You're absolutely right, Jay. They're just going to hold off and put together a very reserved, bunkered up setup behind the next hard point.
It's a 70-0 start for the Thieves, but if you are Kremp, you are playing for this cruise missile here. I would love to see someone hitting that overextension around the left side of your minimap to potentially block those back spawns and try to contest on the Kleenex. But Kremp, is he going to check the corner? He checks it, he spots him, but he's not ready for the gunfight. The effective trade comes in from Joe Deceives. Ghosty was thinking, okay, now I can fly in and try to contest this.
Spawns are still here, though, for Ultra, so Ghosty has to hold his life, and so far, so good. Dan for 3, pistol out, looking for the full wipe. Dancing with the door, but not able to find the kill. Nasty following up behind. He secures the trade. Spawns are still 50-50 on the left side of the map, and the hard point stays neutral.
And it's the route right there from Kremp, realizing, okay, how do we make this hill a little bit easier? This time I'm going to put myself in that position to block those back spawns. 100 Thieves find success in this break, but for only 20 seconds, this is what you need to take, because we know how effective that P4 can be and how difficult of a break opportunity has to be on their hands.
That is a huge punishment from 100 Thieves. If Ultra's going to give you full time at 2, they're expecting to get 45 plus on 3.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they get 15 seconds is wild. So now 100 Thieves, next task. How do you break this 4th hard point? Already decent information on the Kleenex. That'll work. First kill good. They also have a read that Scrap's playing top P2, so they can just cut this through maze.
And look at how spread Ultra are playing right now. There's only 1 player left on the hard point. Let's just send it towards the hill, because they're spawning all the way across the map. Potentially the spawns are going to be in for the Thieves, but no, Ultra trade more effectively, so they're still going to spawn it on the back end. The break comes in for a small second, but Ultra, more bodies on this side. They get it right back.
Impressive shots from Envoy wide out in the open towards Ghosty on a heady at the top side of P3. So now you've got time being accrued for Ultra and a chance to possibly still win the high ground battle. 100 Thieves setting up their next attempt, looking for some mid-map control, but Envoy's already here.
And Scrap also finds that kill onto Nasty. He was trying to work his way out of warehouse. You do not want to be spawning warehouse at this P5 hard point. Now you're making sure you're covering all your spaces on where the hell the rest of these players are. Because now it should be the Ultra winning no rotation over towards New. You already have Scrap contesting through top warehouse, and you're forcing all of the Thieves players to hit that overextension.
You even get a spawn for Kleenex towards warehouse side, so Ultra will be, again, very confident that their full focus needs to be at the middle of the map. Scrap on 4 in a row, looking for kill number 5. Finds it down low, but can he finish? Yes, he can. Ghosty drops, and now all of a sudden, Scrap's got some help around him as he looks for kill number 6.
And this is basically going to be a tie game now, because you're forcing the Thieves to hit that overextension through that water street. They do not want to work their way through warehouse, because you're going to simply get mowed down. As now Ultra and Scrap earns himself that cruise missile. Basically a tie game now, trading effectively around the middle of the map. Thieves, you just got to flip the map on the opposing side.
But Kremp does get some warehouse control here. This could be big in terms of jumping into the hard point and also finding space to own the last bit of time, but instead, it's going to be Envoy to keep things a bit more neutral. Oh, nice shots from Nasty. Woo! Off the pistol, straight to the MCW. Scrap time goes the way of Thieves, as they technically will win this rotation to hills.
And now they have a lot of presence around that middle map area. Just need to sync it with this next wave of kills to flip Ultra on the opposing side. As with Insight finding that double, they're able to stabilize the spawns for now. You're showing contest through that top 3 story. They know that they're in a 2v4 situation. Players already coming off the respawn. Kleenex finds a double, almost makes it a triple, but sets up his teammates for 2 left.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-4 exchange. Ultra going to be able to get a lot of time and also put themselves in prime spots to stop any rotation from coming across the middle of the map. Envoy off a double. Once again, just keeps 100 Thieves completely bottled up. You got Scrap on the other side, top side warehouse, and it's just so difficult for 100 Thieves to work through. Eventually they deal with Scrap, but now is the difficult task of getting to the middle of the map.
And now it's Ultra's opportunity to potentially have a 70-point swing from this P1 to P2, because the entire kill feed is lighting up in purple. Insight and Scrap, everyone turning up at the right time. 100 Thieves backs against the wall, down 2-1. Let's go to listening with the 100T.
I caught me as well. We need to pick a side together.
I'm trying to get up on
Let's just go top server. It was fucking Envoy. I'm gonna got through mid. Yeah, I might be through. I'm gonna take bunker. For Envoy. I'll stay in third. Envoy's one off service on one. One shot loading on me. One shot loading in third. Loading in third. Top caution, bro. Nice one, top caution. I'll stay at third. Nate, God, I can't move. He's not third. I'll come on, hold on. I'm with you. Oh, kills you, my fault. Top ammo, scrap. Okay, listen, 1/3 stairs. Nice, okay, third stairs, loading in time. He's gonna go top left third, okay? Right there. You can go top ammo, Swan. I'll send Carlson holding us. I see Toby. They're playing tight, bro. They're playing tight. Sunday. I'm top. Karam? Well, he's laying down in the middle, like, time. Leave him, hit time. Wait, he's Gossip as well. Gossip's in time. I don't see him secret. Gossip's in time. He's on time.
Pitch me plat, scrap. Plat weak.
We have to hold this new, boys, okay? I think you just fill out Cat's ammo fan.
Probably Toby, guys. We're missing Toby.
Fill top.
Scrap's the guy in old. We're missing Toby for sure. I'm picking up the right.
Fill Toby. I have low ammo.
Picking up the right, by the way.
Top ammo dead on one shot.
Picking up the right.
I'll fold my go. Dead.
Inside slash grab. Inside. You can bump him.
I'll see. I'm out. Come on, you might take the right.
Yeah, honestly, I'll pick it up a bit.
I'm holding you, bunker.
Can you go to time?
One top server, okay? One top server. I think back there. Only top stair to caution.
One deep server. Yep, we're gonna spawn out.
I spawn out. I'll go. Yo, nothing bunker. I think they're doubling it.
Tower. Back ammo steps. 100%. Back ammo steps.
You get Toby.
Toby dead. One shot Toby on time. Nice. One more on time on you, Barn.
Andy right.
I saw bunker coming up, guys.
I'm flooding. Deep right, scrap. Dead. One more close left.
Need deep.
Now weak.
You gotta block, Joe.
400 Thieves have statistically not been great at breaking any hills here on sub base, but as their backs are pushed up against the wall, they've done a nice job here on this hill.
Yeah, it was a 70-point swing. They withstood that cruise missile coming in, and even though Ultra were able to take those back spawns away from them, they flip it right back. So keeping themselves into this one, only a 30-point difference, but now you're forced to find a break in towards P4, which is not going to be easy.
And it wasn't good last time that we were here, as 100 Thieves also had to break. Scrap looking to hit a bit of a timing route. Will be caught. He should just spawn right back up behind the hill, though, so really nothing gained, nothing lost. As now 100 Thieves looking to play off the high ground. Okay, here they come. Really, with a lot of force. That's 3 dead. Cruise missile, the only thing still left. It finds Ghosty trying to play for spawn priority, but Ultra will still spawn out. It just comes down to can Thieves get Scrap out of the back of the hill and put together a good solid setup from the front. So far, so good. Scrap in a bit of trouble, but he's still holding on to his life.
So all it comes down to how much more can Scrap get done from this angle, because his teammates are trying to approach the front, but they are all falling. Stuns, nades, everything starting to connect. Scrap eventually falls. So the Thieves bringing this game right on back. Withstand again, another cruise missile coming in, down by 10 points. They have flipped the switch in this game. Everybody's streaking.
CleanX, though, does get it off spawn behind the old time. Traded out by Kremp, but it slows down the rotation for 100 Thieves. Try to get some top priority around Snow. Ghosty late in the gunfight. Envoy right in front. That's going to be enough for at least an initial kill. No one comfortable enough to get into the hard point as Joe makes a play for warehouse control.
And Ultra do not want to be at warehouse. They want to try to work their way on out. That's why you see the route being hit and developed out of CleanX. He's going to work his way to top 3-story. He should be able to find a freebie onto Ghosty, but he is maneuvering. He's moving around the map, and now they have figured out where CleanX is, and they're still holding on to warehouse. The league champs comes in. 100 Thieves breach that 200-point mark.
But now they're just completely bottled up, trying to hold over towards this B-side balcony side. Joe stuck in a corner. Kremp, nasty, trying to keep him safe. So far, so good on that pursuit. Oh, how about the route from Ghosty around the back? Oh, the help is there. The team shots are perfect. It's 5 in a row for Kremp. Joe also on 4, and 100 Thieves will take a massive lead late in the game.
You wanted to slow down, because if you earn that cruise missile, it's basically going to be a GG, but the final 15 seconds in favor of the Thieves. They're going to get close to that 240-point mark. Joe Deceives holding down the power position, and Ghosty finds that double through top comms. Great plays from the Thieves. They have flipped the switch. They are activated. They are trying to force this game 5.
They can finish it right here as well. The only one they need to get out of the point is Scrap. Playing over towards base side. Joe finds the kill. Nasty left alive inside the hard point. As JD gets to 5. Trades are decent. Last one left is Ghosty, but he's taken out of the point. Still 3 seconds needed. Toronto trying to hold on desperately from the front, but 100 Thieves are coming quickly.
They're coming quick, and the stuns and the nades, everything is getting invested. You're even finding a team kill. But Ultra, no, we cannot allow them to get into this hard point. Joe, Nasty, everyone from the Thieves striking in the kill feed. It's 4 seconds until they force game 5, and we got it on our hands.
Heroic as hell from 100 Thieves. It starts, I think, first and foremost, during the listen-in, they don't get a lot of awareness on where the hit from Toronto is coming from, largely because they know they have to survive through the cruise missile. They bounce back, though. They stop Ultra from getting the break on 3, and then most impressively, that break on 4 the second time around.
And Ultra should know on a P3 hardpoint, that is not the hill you want to invest the cruise missile on, because there's so many different angles you can stay alive in that moment. Even though they were able to find that break for a small couple of seconds, the fact that when you hit that rotation over towards P4, you are fully set up. Scrap is giving the information with that cruise missile, but while the cruise is getting called out, all of your teammates fall. And then Thieves were able to take their Scrap towards the back end, get themselves back into the game, and then just dominate that side of the map for the rest of that map number 4. That was ice in the veins right there from the Thieves, man. Everybody had their moments. Everybody had a time to shine, and there's no better way for this matchup to end than a Game 5.
And it's going to be on a Karachi search and destroy, where neither one of these teams really look at it and say, this is our map. It's going to feel like a pretty neutral battleground. It's just the fashion of which this map started, though. All of the players you wanted to see start to turn up absolutely did. Ultra playing very patiently, you know, kind of trusting in the metrics that they come into this matchup with, which is they're going to out-rotate you, and they're going to be pretty darn good in their holds, especially against a team that doesn't break all that often. But I think the most impressive part is right here. Nasty Joe absolutely saving the day on that P4 rotation.
That was fantastic, man, out of the Thieves. You have to bite down, you got to iron up, you got to clutch up in these moments. The fact that they made multiple clutch play after clutch play, because they started off 70-0. And then Ultras respond with the P3 a little bit, with the P4 and the P5 to take a nice little comfortable lead. And then they chained that to the P1 and the P2, and then they grew a 70-point lead. But this time the Thieves, they were able to withstand that pressure at P3, a very successful break at P4, chained it to that P5, dominated around those power positions around the middle of the map. And there's the showcase right there.
Yep.
Practice makes perfection. They haven't played the map in a couple months, but they still get the job done.
Clean stuff, man. What entertaining sub-base that was. Both teams really good, heads on their shoulders, but all things told, all it comes down to is another $80,000 match on Karachi Search and Destroy, where, again, it's hard to look at the numbers and point to one team or the other. The history reads pretty evenly, not just on the individual teams individually on this map, but even particularly in the search between these two squads, it's felt pretty even.
And keep in mind, on Karachi, again, we're not going to have any smoke grenades. So it's going to be very difficult to even try to retake over towards that B side, or even take that B side on your attacking rounds. We always talk about it when you get into Karachi Search and Destroy. The way you usually win this, the recipe for success is through your SMGs. The playmakers need to find the timings, need to be able to win those one-on-one engagements to open up the map for the rest of your team.
Well, we'll see if those executable mentions will actually unfold for us, because at the moment it is, again, just an $80,000 match. A COD
just
casual.
80,000.
What are we talking about? Unreal seats. But map 5, Karachi Search is what's on the line, as all of our teams are just trying to take a deep breath, make sure the game plan is ready to go without any second guessing. So we'll let the teams converse as we drop away for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Map 5 coming up after this. It's an $80,000 map of Karachi, Search, and Destroy. What?
Every time I do this, you know what time it is. We're going to a game 5, baby.
Oh boy, it's going to be a good one. We've had a couple already on the day. This is all about, though, who survives to see another day of Modern Warfare 3 where they will take on the Vancouver Surge, who also had a Game 5 winner earlier today. There's a breakdown of the prizing. We still have so much money on the line, but going from 8th to 4th, everything just doubles up. It's just a flat scale until we eventually get to our top 2.
So the pressure is going to be very, very high.
Yes.
All of these players in this lobby come from the S&D scene. They play S&D wages, just like I said in our first series. You get to a map number 5, you're probably playing for $150, but this is an $80,000 match. It's all going to come down to who's going to make the less mistakes.
Yeah.
And the pressure is definitely going to be on. SMGs need to reign supreme on a map like Karachi. But I'm curious to see, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time we actually see Karachi this entire weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah, I think maybe the B stream had a couple of matchups that saw Karachi Search, but for the large majority of this main broadcast, we haven't seen it very often. It's been in the picture, but it's mostly been map 5s that we haven't gotten to. I think the Optic had it in a map 2 once, if I'm remembering right. So we'll see how things unfold here. Again, we kind of talked about it before we went to break. Neither team has very many consistent nor demanding results in terms of who holds favor here. So how appropriate to go into a map where it's just who wants it more, maybe. Let's find out how it goes.
All it's going to come down to, Alan, who wants it more? Game 5 is upon us. Ultra v 100 Thieves. Here we go into the round number 1. Ultra on the attack.
Opening nades over the middle of the map for both sides. And again, remember, no smokes. One of the things we were talking about kind of casual in the agreement is that makes that B hit so dang hard. And look how much focus 100 Thieves have over to the A map. So both their teams are very aware of that.
And now if you're Ultra, you do not want to contest these gunfights. They're a lot easier for the 100 Thieves players. Ghost is going to gain a little bit of info that a potential rotation is going to be abound. But Scrap finds himself in a very, very good spot around red. He potentially might get isolated, though.
Shots are out, tags are in, but Scrap stays very healthy. Joe still playing the backside of this P2 diner. As Ultra, again, you get to see the frustration here. I mean, there's just no easy way to execute on either one of these sites besides just trying to move the defense around. And Ultra seem to think that they've pulled Thieves heavily towards A, but here comes the rewrap back.
The only way you're going to be successful at this B side is if you take over that bridge control, and it's not going to be easy. 22 seconds to go. Great shots from inside, but here comes Scrap on the pitch for the first blood.
Oh, the timing through mid-map is absolutely exquisite. The one that was responsible for that was Joe DeCease, but it's going to be Kremp who finds the exchange. Bomb still planted, though, and Kleenex, rival 9 in hand, will get some bridge control here.
Now this retake is only going to be more difficult for the Thieves players without that smoke grenade. Have to find their angle of approach. Joe DeCease puts himself in that angle to at least spot Kleenex. They're going to try to isolate onto him, 94 HP.
All he's got to do is just stay alive a little while longer. Insight rewrapping to see if he can make sure the bomb's not being defused. He's clear. And now you've got Scrap still hitting a pitch up towards top 3rd. Yeah, 100 Thieves have regained bridge control, but now you've got Envoy up top. He just needs to check the bomb here in just a second. Need to make sure he can find the kill, but not going to happen. The coverage is good, and 100 Thieves will get the retake.
That's perfectly played right there from the Thieves. And if you're Ultra, you're just playing way too safe over at Coop side. You have to try to assist Kleenex over at that bridge area. That is the power position that you want to hold now with no smoke grenades in play. As the Thieves successful on that retake opportunity. It all started by isolating onto Kleenex. Kleenex was thinking, okay, I'm stalling out a lot of this game clock. It's already been 25 seconds gone. I know they're committed for me, but they still don't know where my other teammates are. But at the same time, Joe DeCease was able to spot Insight bottom Coop. At the same time that Kleenex falls, Insight falls as well. And then Envoy with an SMG in hand, GG.
Great reads from 100 Thieves going back and forth between A and B. For a moment, it felt like Scrap's route was going to completely destroy any possibility of that continuing to happen. Instead, the quick trade comes out and it wins the round. Now first blood. Tallied up for Toronto, but the response from Kremp is good. And there's a lot of space here at A. I mean, we're going to throw nades and then immediately try to hit this, and that's going to be enough for a plan for 100 T.
Yeah, we're only relying on the cross, and Envoy sitting nice and comfy in towards bottom fountain, but that bomb is going to go down for free. Now those two players on that side are just going to wait for the play to develop out of Scrap, who's working his pinch.
And he's been able to find Kremp just down to Ghosty at vending. Decent tags, but no way he stays alive there. So Ultra just as convincing on the retake, if not more so, than we saw from 100 Thieves. It just was a little puzzling that they were essentially allowing the bomb to be planted so freely in the first place.
And it all starts with Scrap being aggressive through top AC with that AR in hand for that first blood. Even though Crep was able to respond, still turn it into a 3v3. You get the bomb down. No one was paying attention around that middle map area. Insight finds the first. Scrap catches the timing on the pinch. And the last player is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Ultra successful on the defensive round.
Love the stun check from deep at mid, too, just to see if there's going to be a play a day. So free to be able to tell if the actual execution was in or not. Also bold to Scrap to go the Rey Mysterio skin.
He's ready to swanton bomb somebody.
Well, he's going to get the top red very quickly on a couple in a row. And whoa, opening shots over to Joe Deceased pushes him off his heady, but at the same rate, Crep gets aggressive through Coop. And that's enough to find first blood into Insight.
I love the way that Crep is playing right now. He is setting the tone, not shying away from the moment, no nerves in his body. He's able to strike for that first blood, but Ultra slowly working up this bomb plant. You can just see Joe Deceased trying to time this.
Good tags onto Ghosty, keeps him down, allows an exit to unfold here for the Ultra post plant. They're going to have to be very cautious if Kremp is not seen. Is he on this pinch still after that first blood comes through? So a very scattered post plant right now for Ultra, looking for information. Here's Kremp trying to find an opener. A couple of shots come through. Nasty's the one to find the kill. And look how deep Kremp still has to play, because they're still not sure if there's going to be a flank or not. But now he's got to come back to the play, and he's being completely guarded. Perfect from 100 Thieves.
And I love the way that Joe Deceased played it, even though he was just holding down the backside of that cafeteria. He stays alive to not allow any Ultra players to take that side of the map away from them. You trap Ultra over towards red, and like you said, Kremp got lost. He finds that kill on the deep pinch. You're thinking if you're Scrap, okay, he's eventually going to hit this angle, but he works his way back to his team, keeps the man advantage in their favor, and then they trade it out to perfection. All-out defenses so far, 2-1 Thieves.
This is coming after some very successful post plants, though, I will say. At least healthy post plants, maybe is the better phrase. 2 first bloods for Ultra, just the one so far for 100 Thieves, but after the initial clutch up on round number 1, doesn't really feel like the opening first bloods have really resulted in too much favor on either side yet either. Bomb in hand, this time it's going to be Joe carrying. Focus for Thieves, just waiting for nades to come over to the top of market first. They're going to be playing largely through the middle of the map, and Ultra, similar setup they had in the first defense, very adjustable to say the least.
Got a couple trophy systems to work with, so you're able to take a little bit more space around that B site. But the Thieves are just trying to cause a little bit of noise over here at B to potentially pull the players from Ultra who are watching around that mid-map to open up a lane for Kremp.
Well, Envoy's position should at least allow him a 1-for-1 if there is some sort of a heavy-handed cross here from 100T. Insight playing a little bit deeper, a little bit safer. Trophy system will be placed. Envoy still holding solidly, and maybe he starts to make a bit of a comp because here comes Scrap on the re-wrap back over.
Scrap is going to assist him, but they're in the 3v4. Envoy times it perfectly, and he's able to strike for 2. Insight finds that trade onto Krep. Now it's Nasty left in a 1v3. Only 20 seconds to go. Bomb is not going to be in his hands. And this should be Ultra. Yeah, even the production knows. Yeah, Ultra winning this round.
I mean, I love that call, though, timing-wise for Envoy. As soon as Scrap gets the top apartments, he says, I know I can try to find a timing play, pop up, see if I can catch one, because I've got teammates who can still hold on to the site. The timing and the execution on that is absolutely brilliant, and it ends up essentially winning the round.
And these attacking rounds just continuously go on to be a lot more difficult without those smoke grenades. You're wasting about a minute on the game clock for both of these teams to even think about that objective, but every single time you go over towards B, there's so many different spots that you have to try to check on your way on in. And if you don't check the right one, Envoy is going to make you pay for it. Starts off with that double with the trophy system to put himself in that position to tie the game up at 2.
Ooh, could be an idea here for Ultra with this trophy system down at mid. Yeah, for some team shots up to where Ghosty usually holds. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Ultra offense. Oh, and Envoy sees the push through over towards junk side as well. So now you've got guns up ready for this. Joe, Kremp, a bit caught here, trying to see if they can get out. And okay, at least they're able to stay alive and keep this 3v4.
Yeah, this is what you should say. Screw the flank. Let's just go attack over towards that B site, because there was at least 2 players showing presence on that side, and they time it to perfection to catch the isolation gunfight onto Nasty. Now in the 4v2, Kremp is actually able to take the bomb carrier down, so still a manageable play.
Oh, and he knows there's a player mid. Whoa, what a set of shots out of Kremp. Scrap able to follow up. Joe had been tagged in the process, so bomb will be planted. Scrap was looking for the hunt, but now has to respect the fact that Joe's fully healthy. And he's actually found an MCW to work with here, too.
But still, these gunfights are not going to be easy.
No.
If you are inside, throw your shoulders, make it a lot more difficult for you to fall. And now Jodeci gives up his positioning. Scrap is going to set up the crossfire.
And I don't think Joe realizes that Scrap is actually maybe the one who took shots at him. Doesn't make a difference. Inside from top bridge. There's too much of a power position to deal with. So Ultra take a narrow edge here, 3-2 up. And initially I thought, hey, 100 Thieves, that little push through junk, it may have actually baited Ultra a bit, but instead of being caught by it, they instead play for the plant.
Yeah, like if you're nasty in that situation, you were holding down that B side the entire time. You just get some really bad Call of Duty timing on that decision to try to push through, to trap them on the backside of that coop area. But it all starts with doing your homework on your opponent, realizing what Ghosty loves to do, using all your stuns and your nades to find that first blood on top AC was fantastic from Ultra.
Yeah, really good stuff. We're 5 rounds in, by the way, and Kremp is 8-3, so he's having a whale of a game. As some opening nades will be tossed over towards the B side of the map, but the full focus for 100 Thieves is all purely towards the opening at A, and Kremp will get to now double digits. Bomb going to be planted, and this is up creek without a paddle here if you're Ultra in the 2v4.
And Kremp is just having himself a stellar game number 5. I know he was beating himself up at Champs, losing that one-on-one all the way into game number 5 to allow Ultra to make that top 3. But if you were looking for something to right the wrongs, an 11-3 start 6 rounds in, this young man is ready to go.
Also carrying a streak of 3 now. Just to keep that in the back of the mind as everyone looks down towards what the call is going to be. And it looks like 100 Thieves are very aware of what they want to do here coming into this next round to see if they can go back-to-back rounds in a row.
Just don't allow that B-bomb to get away from you.
Fair.
The same way you've been playing around that A site, basically giving up the bomb plant for free or showing early contest at that ticket booth area has led to success, but this time they're gonna go for the 2-2 split. Got one player sitting on the backside of Palace and the other one in bottom fountain. But all the attacks that are getting invested from Ultra, they're sort of getting a reading. This is where the play's coming in and Ghosty strikes first.
I was about to say, there's a lot of space given here for Thieves, but they're still able to throw shoulders from Nasty, a castle, and make sure no one jumps through. This is still a very passive but very successful setup as 100 Thieves will get first blood. And now Ultra have to be a little bit worried about what's happening on the pinch here. They don't necessarily know if anyone's rewrapped around the back through junk yet.
Still 45 seconds to work with. You have Nasty in a position trying to contest over towards the B side, but Ultra do not want to plant this bomb at this moment. You do not have top bridge.
No.
Multiple different angles that you have to account for, but they're just going to try to get it down.
You have to commit to it. And this is the right call for Ultra. It gives them a lifeline in this 3v4, now having the clock to your favor in this post-plant setup. Kleenex is in a timing position. This is all about, does he catch intel? Sees one up top. Now it's just down to can he get the read over towards front rubble. Shots are decent, deals with the first but not the second. Ghosty gets 2. Now it's just down to Envoy. 1v3 setup. Trying to play it safe. Does not see the initial cross. And now this might just be down to timing. Stun will land. Shots are good from Nasty. And now it's back-to-back for 100 Thieves with Ghosty on 4, Kremp on 3.
Ghosty was able to find 3 on a round. He strikes for that first blood. They would just prepare for that B push to come on in. You get that early kill. You play your numbers advantage to your advantage. You retake through the middle of the map to find that double. And then the Envoy into 1v3. You had no idea where he was, but once that stun connects, everyone turns their arrows. You get that kill. You secure the defensive defuse. And Thieves take the lead.
And I love the idea after the last couple of defenses. Think about it. 100 Thieves, first round defense up. They get that little double A hit around the back through junk. That gets red. They have to back off. Ghosty was found through the middle of the map. So the call is, let's just play a read and react defense. See if we can catch anyone making an aggressive play, and that's exactly what happens. So now back to the offense. 100 Thieves go, seeing if they can get to 5. Nades up and over towards top third. Neither team really sending any members to contest this until Ghosty finally clears things out, and now he can make his move for top control.
This time Kremp is playing super aggressive in towards top red. So he's going to put himself in a more advantaged position as the rest of his teammates are slowly working their way up through top 3. But he's just waiting for his teammates to make a little bit of noise before he strikes.
And Ghost is just trying to see if he can bait out shots. He eventually gets what he wants, which is shots out of insight deep through Castle.
Didn't touch him.
No, it didn't. Kremp is still very much so tucked away at mid-map. But again, the question is, what do you need here if you're 100 Thieves to actually commit to get the bomb onto the site? And now Kremp is going to see if he's found a window. Oh, but he's getting seen. Yeah, Kleenex watching the cross, finds the kill. And now you're, again, in a little bit of a dicey spot if you're 100 Thieves.
And Ghost is at least trying to even up the numbers quickly, but unfortunately was not able to find that kill. So now if you are the Thieves,
wow,
3v4, the bomb is going to go down, and Ghost is going to find the perfect time in a strike.
I mean, that is a play call from Ghosty. Bomb now down. Ghosty clearing out Castle, making his way into top bedroom. Re-wrap on the way from Ultra, though. This is just all individual gunfights likely to come through, but time is favoring that of 100 Thieves. 30 seconds on the clock. There's still so much space that Ultra has to clear, and they haven't seen anybody yet. They got to be thinking, where are these guys? Finally, Scrap opens the door, but Ghosty from top bedroom's being chased, and he gets out of there. Hold on a second. Scrap's going to have to be the one to make the play. Ghosty stays alive, bottom shops. It's just down to one. Scrap, 1v2. Not going to be able to pull off the ninja, and 100 Thieves are around away.
And Ghosty's on 7 in a row, so he's able to pick up that cruise missile. Another round where he's able to find 3 in the round. He starts off with the perfect timing on the flank, puts himself in that position towards Fountain, finds a second kill, cruise missile earned, but the turn and burn onto Scrap with that Renetti in hand. Leads to him being on 7 in a row. Thieves now at game point with the cruise in their back pocket. This is theirs to lose. They cannot lose this scenario.
100%. It's a guaranteed safe 4v4 post plant at worst if you want to save it for an offense. A lot to ask of Ultra to come back through. Double trophy systems down for the 100 Thieves defense over towards the B side of the map. So even that, Ultra's not going to find any information off these opening nades that they've thrown.
And you got to play this round real slow, because you can see how safe Ghosty is playing. With that cruise missile in the back pocket, you at least want to put someone in a position to watch this cross. Don't give up the B side for free. And now you put Nasty in that position to watch it.
Yep, absolutely. Ghosty tossing a late frag just to make sure no one's already broken through the B archway. He is just trying to get a shoulder information. Scrap at range. He wants the battle, but opening tag goes the way of 100 Thieves. But there is a play for Ultra to at least make their way over towards the B side of the map.
Scrap has worked his way in towards Fountain, but this is going to be the time where Ghosty is going to invest. It already wasted a lot of the game clock, and the bomb carrier is going to be stuck on the lower side of the bridge. But you're using this cruise missile to simply gain the info. Your teammates got to move.
The bend does not take Envoy out of commission, though. Scrap still holding down low, has found Ghosty off of the retreat from the tablet. Now it's an opportunity for the plant. Kleenex, all trouble, tries to stun himself to safety, and no, Kremp finds the kill, but the bomb goes down 3v3.
Now, if you are Ultra, you got to try to assist Envoy over towards the bridge side, but Scrap takes a good positioning behind enemy lines. I don't know if Jody Seeves is going to check it. He checks it, but Scrap gets the better of him.
Icy from Ultra. Last chance here for Thieves on this retake attempt. Nade up over towards bridge side, not going to land. Nasty trying to clear things out through market, but the Ultra post plant is largely in and around the site. Insight finds one. Kremp tried to do something himself, but not gonna happen. Ultra stay alive. 5-4, no more cruise missile.
They do not crack under pressure, man. They realize the situation at hand. Everyone was staying close quarters to somewhere where they can stay alive from that cruise. But the fact that once Ghosty gets out of it, he's giving all the comms, but his teammates weren't moving. You got to be able to take space away from Ultra in that scenario and at least make it a lot more difficult for that objective to go down at B. But when Scrap gets to Ghosty, bomb gets planted, you have bridge control already to man advantage, and then you lose track of Scrap. Was the most important part. Ultra stay alive.
And there is something to be said, though, about Ultra making that cruise missile ineffective because they were so spread.
Yes.
That, we can't just overwhelm one player or the other because everyone is in weird spots of the map. And so now we get into round number 10. Envoy once again trying to get forward, a different spot for him, but also Kleenex doing the same thing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Envoy's going to the day one corner, but he's just going to switch that one up because, you know, that's instantly going to get checked when you're working over towards that B site. But Kleenex, he takes away ticket control. Still a 2-2 split, and this is what the Thieves did so well on map number 2, the mind games, of where the objective was going to be focused.
Now Kleenex will, again, put himself into a spot where he isn't just isolated away from a possible rotation. So he gets into a little bit more of a passive spot around the backside at A. 100 Thieves showing nothing, not even throwing nades. Oh, and CleanX, he's seen Kremp bottom lights. Scrap's gonna come back over to rotate to help.
Just cannot allow them to take halfway away from you. And just instantly with CleanX getting that info, you're gonna back them down, but Kremp is able to strike across the map for that first blood. That early man advantage in favor of the Thieves, and they're gonna hit that rotation back towards B.
Scrap, if he reads this, he's got Envoy in a spot to win the map, but it's all gonna be down to timing. You see Envoy top window. Scrap has not seen anything. They're gonna trap back over to A. CleanX is gonna say no one's here. So where is everybody? Envoy stops the bomb from being planted. 7 seconds on the clock. Scrap will drop. Can anyone pick up the bomb and plant in time? Envoy will drop. It's just down to CleanX. Bomb will plant. 1v3 setup. 100 Thieves putting themselves safely over towards Coop side, and CleanX is gonna have to make a miracle happen. First shots are decent, finishes it off cleanly, steps away, tries to get the 1v1 on the Nasty, not gonna happen, and 100 Thieves send Toronto Ultra packing.
And I'd be chirping too if I just had a performance like that in an $80,000 Search and Destroy game number 5. Kremp was very, very devastated at Champs when he lost that 1v1 versus Envoy and eventually lost that series, but he rights the wrongs here. 15-5, multiple first bloods, 12 non-traded kills with 2,200 damage. The Thieves move on to top 4.
The definition of a mic drop. Oh, mercy. What a series. And you think this doesn't matter? Are you kidding me? Devastation on the side of Toronto. 100 Thieves reeling with a chance to possibly make it to a grand finals. They're one series away from it. It's the story of a lifetime for this, not just team, but this organization, considering what the start of the year looked like.
And this series was completely different from what they played at Champs. It was Thieves taking both of the hard points every single time. It was Ultra taking all of the Search and Destroys, but this time Ultra take the hard points, but we know S&D wins you championships. The fact that Kremp did not shy away from the moment, had his big time plays all throughout the map, but Ghosty as well, evolving, going on that 7th street, giving themselves some hopes and dreams with that cruise missile, even though they fell short in that round. They just seemed a lot more relaxed than Ultra, and that's very hard to do.
And there it is, the devastation. Commiserations to Toronto Ultra. It's a season that was built as a way to correct the wrongs for Modern Warfare 2. And after a 3rd place finish at Champs, now it's just a top 8, but I mean, you can't take anything away from this squad. I mean, what a series that is. But Kremp, the monster performance is down on the main stage with Barney.
Our closest series yet, and 100 Thieves close it out against Toronto Ultra. I've got Kremp with me, the redemption arc. That must be a good feeling, buddy.
Oh, it feels fantastic, man.
Fantastic. I've got to say, if you can cast your mind back slightly, that second map, that S&D, managing to close it out in map 11. You guys had a 5-minute break afterwards to go back and kind of reconnect and have a chat. What were the comms like when you guys had that break? Give us a peek behind the curtain.
Well, to be honest, our S&D kind of fell off. So it was kind of like we just found our flow again. So it felt really good. We lost map 3, it was like whatever. Like I'm pretty sure that had a 10-win streak on that map. But then once we got to another search, like I got my flow back. You feel me? Like.
Yes, you did. Now, speaking of Toronto Ultra, you know, you were 1-on-1 with Champs. Now, does this feel like this is the nail in the coffin?
For this season, yeah, but they're great players, great team, so it is what it is.
I like the props, I like the props. Now, speaking of nail in the coffin, this is the fun bit. As we've been saying here on the main stage in the Amazon Arena, it's time for you to claim the key from your opponent, Toronto Ultra. Can we have your key to be handed over to Kremp from 100 Thieves? Kremp, come over here. What you doing? Why are you running away? Come back here, come on. How does it feel, man? How does it feel?
Feels fantastic. It's a little heavy, but feels amazing. Look at that.
Well, I tell you what, I don't want to kind of load it on a bit too thick, but you've got Vancouver Surge coming up. What's your thoughts about that, man? You know, you're feeling confident supremely, I can imagine.
Yeah, they're a great team. I feel like we match up really well against them, so we'll just take it map by map, and hopefully we win.
Hopefully you win. Kremp, stay right here, okay? But thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. What a performance we've had. Give it up one more time for 100 Thieves and Kremp. Let's go back to the studio to round out the day because we've got one more series.
Toronto Ultra, we'll see you fudging later. On behalf of Chance and Nate Shot, man, that has to feel so good. The young guns for the squad clutching up, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to the OG Nate Shot, bang, bang. That roster for Toronto Ultra, we might never, ever see again, eh?
You got another tagline? You got a third one?
Nothing right now, man. I'm just hyped for Kremp. That kid played out of his mind in the Search and Destroys. 100T, back-to-back huge championships that they are making a dark horse run.
And they take out Toronto now. Clay, I thought you were crazy when you said 100 Thieves can handle the pressure on this stage. They're going to beat Toronto Ultra. You are the Oracle once again. You saw this one coming from map 1.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of the 100 Thieves members last night, and they seemed so incredibly confident. Dan Ghosty looked at me and said, you better vote for us to win again, because every time you have, we've won. So I had to give some love to my boy Dan Ghosty and, you know, give him my energy.
Yeah, you know, versus the top teams, they said they're the most comfortable up against the Toronto Ultra. They played them twice at Champs, went 1-1. And then they see them in this matchup, map 1, they got absolutely rocked. We're like, how are we going to respond to this? Well, it's a search and destroy. Kremp starts off slow, bounces back immediately, finding 3 first bloods. And when we get to this game 5, you're talking miraculous plays that only happen at big tournaments like this. And Ghosty in particular, Chris, went off.
Now, can we pause for a moment? In this round, you saw Dan Ghosty on the 7 streak. He used his streak, and you both were losing your mind. You're like, they just lost it right there. How did the Thieves stay in it? What went wrong in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, right, like you want to play the cross to the bomb. Look at Coop. Well, they back all the way up to their spawn. They call the streak in, and you just have no advantage there. You're giving away the map control, right? So you lose that. But then in the next round, Ghosty makes a massive play taking space, which leads to their victory. So he bounced back.
In that game 5, you got to give Ghosty a huge amount of credit for his streak, but it was Kremp leading the way, dropping huge bombs. If you look across the series, though, our surprise MVP for a lot of people at home is Byron Plumbridge. Give a shout out to the man, our Bravia MVP. Clay, we're highlighting his role and what he does for the team. He was Mr. Consistent every single map.
When it comes to in-game for Nasty, I've always considered him a very talented player. I had a conversation with Dan Ghosty earlier in the year when they were trying to retool their roster, and I actually suggested, I was like, hey, if you can sort the visas and get this guy over here, his out-of-game stuff can be worked on. In-game, though, this guy's a monster. He showed it this series, even spotting this guy in the round 11. S&D wins championships, and we saw it here with the island plays out of the entirety of 100 Thieves, forming around the map, and I just loved seeing the way he flowed.
Yeah, in order for people to find success in the slaying department, you have to have a guy who's going to make the same play over and over. He's very repeatable, and in the moments where you need him most, like you saw in the round 11, he's going to take his time, get that information, and then he's relaying that to his team like, guys, I think I can work a first blood here, right? So Nasty is one of those players on your team, like, he's never going to get shaken, and he's always going to make the correct play, as we're seeing this montage of him throughout the series.
It's so cool to look at the Esports World Cup, and you look at the teams that are now locked in for the semifinals. We've got Europeans galore. You got Abuza. You got Brezzy coming into this one. You got Nasty now representing the UK as he sends home some of the greats from Europe in Insight and Kleenex.
Yeah, and I loved in the listen-in on that sub-base, Nasty team killed somebody and goes, oh, sorry, I team killed you. They love and respect each other, and in the middle of an important match, you're apologizing for a teammate. We look at the stats here. He dropped 17K damage, a 1.33 in that S&D, which we just talked about. A phenomenal performance out of Nasty.
And we should talk about that sub base as well. Some huge plays by them, setting up the spawn trap, P4 and 5, putting them in that gauntlet. That is a high-level play. And if you think on the season, Toronto Ultra, one of the best sub-base teams in the game. Some unknown territory for 100 Thieves. But when the going got tough, they turned up.
Ali talked about it. It's rock, paper, scissors amongst the top teams. And for some reason, 100 Thieves have Toronto's number. They win once again. And we asked you all before this matchup, who was going to take it? Our STC play results are in. Let's take a look. 73% went Toronto's way. 27% of the audience and Clayster caught it right. Clay, can they keep going?
Yeah, I think they can. I might know a little bit about Call of Duty, Puckett. The fan vote was definitely one-sided, but in the crowd, in here in the arena, we definitely heard the 100 Thieves fans. There's a lot of 100 Thieves fans out here in Riyadh, and I think they use that energy to carry them through the match.
Shout out to Jamil, one of our Arabic talent managers. He has been rocking his jerseys loud and proud. He will not shut up about it, and I am excited for him. He'll be celebrating tonight. Let's take a look at our bracket as 100 Thieves move on forward in our tournament. They now face off against Vancouver Surge for a spot in our grand finals. That's right, 100 Thieves, Vancouver Surge, one of them is guaranteed to be playing in that 900,000 plus matchup.
Insanity. I don't think anybody thought that 100 Thieves or Surge would be competing for the title here. One of them will be in the grand finals against Atlanta FaZe, Optic, or Cloud9, and I'm mind blown, Ant.
I mean, this is an incredible storyline, right? Surge, we've been waiting for their breakthrough to make that run. 100 Thieves, they did it for top 4, couldn't get to that final. It's truly revenge, man. It's going to be special.
And why did Vancouver get that spot at the bottom half of the bracket? They beat Cloud9 in groups. We go all the way back to day 2 in the importance of group play. Vancouver giving themselves an opportunity. 100 Thieves, despite losing to FaZe in groups, now surging forward. This is going to be an epic showdown on one side of the bracket, and on the other, we have the most stacked bracket we have seen. It's a rematch of the grand finals from Worlds, with Optic Gaming taking on Cloud9 for the honor of playing FaZe in the semifinals.
Yeah, and we know how that match has gone throughout the season. Cloud9 are out for blood. New jerseys. They've been losing to Optic on LAN over and over. Can they get over the hump? Hydra wants to be named as the best player in the game. You got to beat the world champs to do it.
3 matches down, 1 quarterfinal to go. When we come back, it's the rematch from just a few weeks ago. Cloud9 gets a second chance at Optic Gaming. You don't want to miss it.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm with Pred of Optic Gaming, and we are playing Who Is. Pred, are you ready?
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Dashi.
That's facts.
That's an easy one.
That's quite an easy one.
He's done it. I've watched it plenty of times.
Who is most likely to choke on the team?
Can I pick myself?
Yeah, you can.
I'll say myself.
Yeah?
I'm not going to say my teammates are going to choke.
That's my girl. Who's the best trash talker?
Oh, me, for sure.
Yeah?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think everyone knows that.
Are you hitting the Z key you going in this season, or like you hitting the in-game chat this season?
Oh, no, I actually haven't. I save it for LAN.
Saving it for LAN.
I'm not a keyboard warrior.
All right. Who is most likely to team kill?
He's going to get so tight, but I'm going to say Dachi. Because he's going to say me if he wants to do it.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy?
All my teammates can do that, man. Ken and man. I'm going to say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to go rogue?
Shotzi.
100%.
Yeah.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
That's a tough one. I'm going to say Kenny.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Man, we all make each other laugh, but I'm going to say me.
Yeah, that's good, man. Who's the most improved player?
Dashi.
I don't know why I got really serious there, like, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Man, that's a tough one. Because, like, S&D, I'll say Dashi, but, like, I don't know. We're all, like, I'm going to say Dashi, just because of his clutches, S&D.
He's got the numbers.
Yeah,
there.
he's literally clutched, like, big time. He's won a tournament by from clutching.
Who's the best team player?
I'll say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to get a surprise ace? Out of nowhere. Down and out, count him out, pulls it out somehow.
Man, it's a tough one. I'll say Ken.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Me or Dashi. He's going to say me.
Who's most likely to rage quit a game?
Me.
Yeah?
I'll say me, yeah.
In like a scrim, or like, you know, when you break the stat screen at the end of the matches?
Oh, no, I'll say for a scrim. I don't think we've ever done that, like, match. Yeah.
Too pro?
Yeah.
Too pro, bro, too pro.
No, too pro for that. But yeah, I'll say myself.
Mate, thank you very much. That is Who Is. Cheers, Brent.
Appreciate it, man.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Kismet of Cloud9 New York, and we are playing Who Is. Kismet, are you ready?
Yes. Let's ruin relationship. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying.
We'll try, but your bond is strong with that squad, brother. Okay. Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Skies.
Who is most likely to choke?
Skies.
Who is the best trash talker?
Ooh. Recently, Paco's been up there. He's been getting a little loud.
He's been hitting that Z key,
He's been getting a little. He might have a little something under there. I didn't know he had it.
We saw him hit that in talk.
I will say, I still think I have the edge.
Yeah.
Like if I get loud,
it's a little deeper.
Yeah. But his is he's showing me a side.
I love that, man. Who's most likely to team kill you?
Oh, myself.
Really?
Sometimes I'm bad.
Who's most likely to pull off something crazy?
Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a little talent.
Yeah, a little talent. He's all right.
A little something. He's all right. He's all right.
Who is most dedicated to practice?
I'll give it a Hydra. Yeah, he's up there.
Wow, okay. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Caesar.
Yeah.
It's guys, yeah.
Yeah. Who is the most improved player?
I would go Sib. Coming into a new team, I think he proved himself well, and coming into a champs team, so.
He had a lot to prove, and he did it. Who is the most reliable player under pressure?
I would say myself.
My guy.
You
My
know,
guy.
Confidence boosting. Repeat that.
Who is the best team player?
Best team player, myself again.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. We would have probably picked that as well. Who is most likely to get a surprise ace?
Surprise ace?
Out of nowhere, like, nah, he doesn't have this, and he gets it.
I feel like Sib, yeah. He has like random little moments where he's just silent and he's got 3, so. And then he might as well give him the 4th, so.
That's happened, you know, nearly enough. Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Oh. Just it.
Yeah.
All right, Sib. Yeah.
Sib,
He likes the little fine line. You know, if we have to be there at 10:45, 10:44, at 45 seconds, he's just pulling up. He's really close sometimes.
Lastly, who is most likely to rage quit a match?
Oh, a match or like
that could be like the end of, you know, like stat screen, like you're out early, or like a scrim.
A scrim. Paco, he gets a little angry.
Yeah.
He's got a little fire to him, a little French. He starts speaking French to us. Yep, no, I'm kidding.
I was going to swear they're in French, but that's not going to happen. This is the World Cup, and everyone speaks it. Okay, man. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. My guy. My guy.
What an amazing match we have seen. 100 Thieves against Toronto Ultra. Not gonna lie, it was very intense, and you managed to crush the key. Let's take a look at it. It's actually amazing. So how does it feel now?
It feels good. I'm just glad we won some S&Ds. It was a tense match for sure. I'm just glad we iced up. And Carl's insane, so.
And also good luck in your next matches. You know that you got now to the next step, which is the semifinal. It is going to be also intense. So what's your plan there?
So we play Seattle or Vancouver Surge now. We've played them before, so we kind of prepared for how they play. We just have to come with the same intensity we came with today. Don't start out slow like we did map 1, and we'll be sweet. Just keep our S&Ds good, and we'll be fine, honestly. I feel like we can win the match tomorrow easily if we keep our S&Ds good.
Well, good luck, and keep your keys safe here with your hands. Not this one. This one is already crushed. Well, good luck in your next matches. That was it for our interview. Now back to you guys.
Thank you, Atik. Congratulations to a very happy Nasty getting the honor of crushing Toronto Ultra's key. And you got to think, if they go on to win this thing, that key's definitely going in their trophy name list.
100%, right? Scrap Talk Strash, you got to take his key and put it in there. I didn't like how Hunter T wasn't behind Nasty.
Yeah, where were
Showing
they?
some love. MVP coming off a huge
They're
performance.
signing autographs, I'm told. You know, they were busy with the Sharpies. For now, though, we have to transition from the bottom half of the bracket back to the top side, where we have a rematch from our grand finals just a few weeks ago. Optic won the battle 5-1 against Cloud9. It was a 5-1 total. Clay, for anyone who missed, champs, how did it all go down?
It was a walloping. Optic Gaming absolutely dominated New York, who is now Cloud9. They dominated them in the grand finals. A lot of players on that New York team underperformed, so I want to see them perform a little bit better here.
Let's name names, Nameless. Who needs to step up today in the rematch?
Well, if you're talking about the side of Cloud9, I think it's going to be Skies and Kismet. Those two guys underwhelming in the finals there. I thought Sib actually played phenomenal for them. He was shooting, willing them to certain scenarios. But if you think about it, earlier in that tournament, it was a game 5 that Optic was able to take down. So in a best-of-5 format, went the distance, and Optic took it in 5.
We've already seen an upset. It just happened on the stage. Will another one occur? Let's start with our rosters, though, and we got to start with the champs, right? They're wearing the rings for a reason. They were the best team in Modern Warfare 3 to close out the regular season and champs, and you can see the two gentlemen in the middle. It was a battle for MVP between Pred and Shotzi.
Yeah, both of them absolutely taking over. You look at that series, and if you're an Optic fan, you've been following them all year, you would say they didn't even play to their true potential because Dashy underwhelmed throughout that one. He knows he could perform better, but it was Pred and it was Shotzi, the two guys in the front that got them out of the tough.
We got some new jerseys.
Yeah, we got some new jerseys. I was just about to point that out, Puckett. I'm glad you brought it up.
I like that.
This team is oozing confidence after their champs win. You can tell they think this tournament is theirs. They don't care who's in front of them. They're excited for this matchup because they think they're going all the way no matter what.
Who's oozing the most confidence?
I think Dashy, did you see him acting? He might have a role in a career in acting out in Hollywood after this.
Kenny's looking good too. That's the freshest fade I've seen in Saudi Arabia.
Well done, Ken. Optic is looking clean on the other side. Cloud9, not the cleanest tournament so far. You had a bit of a slip up in your matchup against Vancouver Surge. That's why you're in this position right now. Hydra, always the star for this lineup, but you mentioned it. We want to see more from the gentleman in the middle. Skies and Kismet, an off match back at Champs, but when they're at their best, that's when these guys earned a ring of their own just 2 years back.
Yeah, and in this matchup, so for Cloud9 when they won their championship, it's because they were dominating hardpoint, winning 11 in a row. But in the matchup versus Optic, it's been a struggle in that game mode. So they're gonna have to try to find some success there. And I really do think it's Skies. He's the main player I'm looking at throughout this one to find some more kills in the slaying department in order for them to take down Optic.
Cloud9, Optic Gaming, a showdown for just top 4. An epic rematch this early in the tournament, and we talked to Skies about it. Here's what he had to say.
I'm here with Cloud9 Skies. Skies, this is a big one, right? It's the Champs rematch. Is there revenge on the horizon?
Personally for me, yes, because to be honest, they've had our number at majors, so I feel like we're due to beat them at least once. I'm trying to finish the year off on top at least. So this is a revenge match for us.
Do you think that might drive you to perform even better, knowing that you've got that, you're out for blood, really?
Not really. I just feel like if we just stick to our game, I don't want to have any extra pressure or anything. Just play our game, and whatever happens, happens. Let the game come to us.
Yesterday was a bit of a mixed bag for you guys. Do you feel like you're coming into this in the right sort of momentum after, sending home gentlemates yesterday?
Yeah, I feel like yesterday we didn't play that bad. We just had to slow down in certain situations, but today, we all feel really, really good. I'm surprised I'm not tired yet because of jet lag, because every day I've been getting tired at 6, but right now I'm wide awake, and it's I don't even know, 8 p.m.
Yeah. Do you feel good playing in the evenings when you can get that rest in the bag?
Yeah. My favorite game time is around 3, the third match of the day, but this is pretty late, so I've never played this late, and I'm wide awake, so I'm excited to see how it is.
Obviously, this is just the quarterfinals. If you get through these guys, you're going to get into the semis and then the grands. Do you think it would be a huge statement for Cloud9 if you were to win here at EWC?
I mean, it'd be great for sure because we got the actual Cloud9 name in our name now, and it'd be super cool for the org if we just come out on top first tournament under their name.
What's your prediction for this one?
3-1.
Good luck, man. Thank you.
Yeah, yay. 3-1 us.
Let's be clear.
It's so easy to love Skies, such an entertaining guy and so fierce in the map. Last time we saw him on the stage, though, he didn't have to shoot anybody. He went 13-13 with 3 minutes of hill time in the hard point. He's in all high spirits, but Quay, does that resonate with you? He says, I play my best when we're the third match of the day. If they win this and they move on, the third match of tomorrow is a grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does matter. Every player has their preferred match slot. Some people like playing first thing. Some people like playing last. If Skies wants to play third, I mean, make it to tomorrow, and hey, he might be playing in that third match.
That first match is the best. But yeah, you're right. It does matter, right? The timing in which you like to get on that stage, go about your day, that stuff matters.
On the other side, Optic has played first in the first 2 days. Now they're playing last, something they're very familiar with. Do you think time is going to have an issue at all, or is it purely just going to come down to the gameplay?
I think it comes down to the gameplay. When I think about Optic, like we said, they are full of confidence, and they're firing on all cylinders. And then also, on the side of Cloud9, they played gentlemates twice to make it into this position. Optic's sitting there thinking hey, we've had a tougher road. We had to go through the Royal Ravens, who were shooting quite good. We know that we're more confident. We just beat them. We're ready to go.
Optic has not been flawless in both of their series. They finished 3-1, but that's 2 Ws, and we talked to Kenny about it backstage. Here he is.
Kenny, last time we chatted, it was just before everything kicked off on day one. You were talking about that World Championship mentality, that you were going to bring it straight into the tournament, and you guys have been doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, we obviously won our champs, and we wanted to come in and be the big dogs.
Yeah.
We started out a little slow in our first match, but after the match, we kind of just talked to each other and was like, we need to get our energy up, get hype, make sure we just kind of lock it in. And now that we're in the bracket, I mean, we have one life, so we're looking to show out.
Does that play on your mind? Because obviously you guys have been to the mountaintop, but still, there's got to be glimpses of doubt that enter your mind when you know that there isn't that safety net underneath.
I mean, with us being the #1 team, I mean, we kind of just have the mentality go in and do us. As long as we do us, we won't lose. We feel like if we lose, we beat ourselves. Just because, like I said, at the end of the day, we're the champs. There's a little doubt because you don't have a safety net, but at the end of the day, if you can win out, throughout the whole tournament and play the best teams, I feel like that cements you as the best team.
It must feel so good to just say we're the champs all the time.
Yeah. That's a go-to.
Cloud9, right? You know you've got their number. Obviously a different jersey this time around, but you beat them to win that World Championship.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've got this in the bag again?
I mean, yeah, we've had their number all year. They're a tough team. They're really like gritty team. So like for us, we're just trying to go in, obviously stick to our game plan because it hasn't been negative to us all year. But just also not get too cocky and too overzealous because they're a team that like can consequence you for it.
The champs are humble as well then.
Just a little bit in game until the score says victory.
All right, cool. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking.
Yeah, no problem.
Kenny, a two-time world champion. He did it with 100 Thieves. He's done it now with Optic Gaming, and today he's looking to get another W against Cloud9. This is our final match in the quarterfinals, and at the start of the day, we said this was going to be the tightest. Can it actually be tighter than the 2 Game 5s we see in the bottom half?
Absolutely not. We had 2 Game 5s down there, and they both were exciting. They were intense. And we look at the maps and modes here. We're starting off with 2 6-stars. I'm a little bit uncertain of how we ended up with 2 6-stars here at the beginning, but Ant, what do you think?
And Namus, I was going to say, there's no more smokes on 6-star. You also saw no smokes on our last search and destroy. How is that going to change things up?
I mean, it changes it up completely. We saw multiple scenarios in that last series where it's like you're scared to jump out through Coop to try to get that bomb down on Karachi, and we know the retake on 6-star relies on that smoke, and Optic have been thriving with this change. I will say, though, in this map set, 6-star in Rio, I like it for Cloud9.
Why?
When you can keep that sub in Pred's hand, he's got the battery in his back, he's playing a little bit more aggressive, they tend to fold in those scenarios. When he's had the AR out, they found a lot more success.
I love that call out. Big brains on both sides, not just on the stage, but also in the coaching booth. And we got to get your predictions before the big battle kicks off. Head on over to stcplay.gg. Get your answers in right now. And I need answers from you too. Clay, you've been on fire. 3 for 3 on the day. Where are you going for match number 4?
Honestly, we're at a tournament here. There's no drum cheese. Shout out Hitch. I'm going Cloud9, baby.
I was going to go Cloud9. He told me he was going Optic. Well, I guess we're both going Cloud9 because I think they're going to take this.
Well, if that's the case, I need to know some map counts here, gentlemen. We still got about 30 seconds before we get to the stage. So, Nameless, you're going first. 3-1?
I think it's 3-1.
How's it break down?
And here's the reason why. Sib is the only player on that stage that does not have a ring. He tweeted out after, like, I am going to remember this situation. I will never let this happen again. I think Sib has an incredible series, and they get it done.
And we think about how Cloud9 made that roster change after winning champs. Sib is not the type of person to feel pressure, if you know Dante, but he does have a lot of pressure on him. They didn't win grand finals, and they have a chance here to get redemption for the first time in Call of Duty history. I think he's going out there and he's trying to fry.
I get a chance to hang out with Scump and Hex here in the next few weeks, and I don't want them to be mad at me. Optic Gaming takes this one. Let's head to the Amazon stage.
Yesterday, we did speak about vengeance and dominance, and in our upcoming match, there is both.
Like many of our players have claimed this week, Champs usually draws the line in the sand and ends the competitive year. Well, let's see who's still got it, shall we? Please welcome to the Amazon Arena, Cloud9 and Optic Gaming!
Kismet did call you out yesterday, Optic Gaming. It is your key he's after. What are you gonna do about it?
Stop what you are doing, grab the popcorn and get comfy, because this right here is a repeat of the final at Champs. Let's do it.
Well, it's a lovely warm night here in Riyadh as we go deeper and later into it, and we've got ourselves an absolute treat. The main event of what should be a brilliant day of Call of Duty is upon us now. Cloud9 taking on Optic gaming. Well, well, well. Something I didn't think I'd get to say again in my lifetime, Chance.
Yeah, I thought Invasion Control was going to be the end of it, but here we are, and I gotta say, I love it, man. They've had their number all year long, and now Optic Gaming, look, they've already won the big one, and that just means they get to play with freedom. They get to play relaxed. They get the permanent last laugh on the year because they win champs, but that does not mean that the prize pool, it still justifies the competition. C9, they want their revenge. They are gonna be hungry for it. Question is, can they get a taste?
All right, a name was brought up perfectly. Sib, the only man on the stage without a championship ring, hungrier than ever for a little bit of revenge. Will Kismet have enough beef there to add a little bit of extra pressure to the bite? There's not much of a bark, but that doesn't mean this isn't going to be a ferocious performance. And there, the Canadian Psycho. Will he have the same level of, precision and absolute dedication to the crafting of this key going into this matchup?
He truly does have an eye. He's got that extra vision so far beyond 2020, and I gotta say, just down the line, they're cracking me up about the game because Kenny's having so much fun with it. He's just got to be incredibly toxic on the timeline, calling everybody out. And why wouldn't you? Literal world champion. He has earned that right.
Ian saw it in the interview when he was talking about, we are the world champions. He got to say it twice, and he really said it from the heart. You felt it. Shotzzy, though, we haven't talked about him whatsoever in the build-up to this match, and that's because strictly business.
Yeah, dude, and one of the best, if not the best, just like controller players of all time, let alone in COD. He has stormed the scene since he's joined us.
Has indeed. Well, folks, we're almost ready to go. How are we feeling? Amazon Arena, we ready to get this game going? Absolutely. Well, here we go. We start things off on 6-star, Chance, and we stay on it for Search and Destroy as well.
And that is exactly how I will remember the map being said as well. It's going to be so much fun, man. We even got the desk drumming up some narratives as well, so we're going to leave it all out on the battlefield today. But the beauty of 6-star, it is a lightning-paced map, an absolute square-up. One true money hill of a P3. That is the most important rotation you are going to see, but it is hyperactive in the engagements. Everybody's got to be in the mix. Everybody has to bring their A game.
We're worried about how late the game was going on for some of these players. Sky saying, well, maybe I don't like to play too late in the night. That is Cat, boys and girls. He's a grinder, and we're about to find out who walks away with at least the opening hardpoint seconds chance.
Yeah, we saw you, Skies. Those 3 a.m. S&D tournaments back in the day. We know what you're built for.
Yeah, come on, son. Opening time, going to Optic. The battle for the bar is going to be a good one, and so far there's 3 dead in the feed. That gives Cloud9 an opportunity to rethink the opening attack.
I love the showing off of the camos as well. Ken's just rocking the one that he worked hard for, and Pred now pushed out, getting those kills. C9 already feeling the pressure of their spawn.
Yeah, massive work already from the boys of Optic. Kenny looking for the snap onto the second. A nice spree, and he finds himself 3.
Oh, there's the extra. Oh! Do it with the pistol. Why don't you? The perfect start for Quavo Ken.
Looking, though, towards the rotation. That's where Shotzzy's going to be, but all of Cloud9 as well. Pred on the cut-off kill. Here comes 1, 2. Can't get it. Hydra, great shots over to Shotzzy. Nice work. Keeping the hard point as safe as possible, but Kismet, the man who manages to get on the inside and get the rotation, should see at least 10 to 15 seconds here before Optic can get in for the counter-attack.
Oh, Ken just being annoying right now. Yeah, playing for the spawners, has a guy tagged up. That's going to be Skies that is going to fall for the cruise unless Shotzzy steals it from you. But right now, Optic really just need to steal that time. New York are going to get it, and they shut down Ken.
Here we go. Ooh, big one from Caesar Skies off a spawn, straight back into the point. Cloud9 so far locking it down. The lounge is all theirs, and it has been non-stop uncontested kills here. Hydra was on a 4, finally goes down, and you're looking at Elite change soon.
Yeah, that is the type of resolve you expect from the C9 team, and now you got the routes being taken as well. So Sib, he has slipped the net, and again, we talked about this being the most important rotation, so while Skies dukes it out for the scrap time, Dashy might try to take it, but you see on the minimap, Sib wins the big one against his former teammate, and they get the spawns.
Yeah, that's big. 7. Pro Shotzzy, he's going to be there next, wins it. So all that hard work, is it for anything? We'll find out. Sib off of spawn, right back into the point. Shotzzy still holding this alone, keeping the control. And now Optic are back in it.
Oh, and you see just a confident nod in the player cam there for Shotzzy. He knows the play he just made. Potentially a game saver as well. So they're going to have the lead and then some. Skeet shooting now for Ken. The damage output always there. Shotzzy thinking about some easy trades.
There he goes. It's going to be an easy flank as well. There's still one more player there. No worries. Pred picks him up. Optic full control of the bar on 6-star.
And I got to say, that's one of my favorite aspects of Kenny's game as well. He's always there to get that extra damage. He knows where the chows are going to be coming from. Such a heads-up player, and he's leading the lobby with 10 kills so far.
10 kills to his name. Well, this hard point's nearly finished, folks. 15 seconds. We'll go over to hard point number 4, the last one here on 6-star, before we go back to the middle of the map. And that's exactly where C9 are right now, looking to get themselves back into this, not too far away from the comeback.
Yeah, and look at that demonic setup they have, too. Number 5, Sid, pushed all the way out into the deep pocket of the map. You got number 8, Kismet, pushed out on the opposite side. Pred might take him down, but right now, Optic, no real open avenues of attack. They're working the flank, but Sib, man, they got to get past it.
He managed to isolate this 1v1 fight. So, oh, look at this from Sib. Massive work. Kenny wins the fight, but still, tons of information passed over. Hydra, 12 and 8, 3 spree in the hard point. What can he do? The answer is quite a lot. Dashy there with a pickup. And out of Kiz, looking to slow down the hit, and he does just that. Can he get the hard point break as well? The answer is no. Optic are in.
And that is a demonic setup C9 had that Optic Gaming break down in pretty much record time, so not too shabby there. And now it's all guns for the green wall. They are coming out hot.
They're looking a bit orange tonight, but no worries. They're still all good to go. 13 and 5 for Kenny. He said at the start of this competition that the Esports World Cup was going to be his. He was going to have a good tournament from start to finish. And honestly, Chance, a man of his word.
Yeah, and again, we talk about this as a map for the shooters. Kenny right now delivering for the team, doubled up the score of their opponents, and now flank rolling through, and Hydra gets the best of Pred in that moment. That reaction time, I mean, look, I know it's the French phenom. It's still impressive.
It's always impressive. Well, first hit of hard points are complete. Optic walk away with a solid lead. C9 now. Full control of P1. Coverage there from Sib and Kismet on the inside of the hard point. Kiz, up into the fight he goes. And this is a fantastic hold on P1 so far.
And a small little moment, too. We obviously, or Miles, you had the interview with Pred. You asked him the question, who team kills the most? He kind of laughed. He said Dashy does, but he said Dashy would say him. Pred got the best of them there. The team kill with the Semtex. We have our answer.
We have our answer, indeed. Well, Kiz, full spree while we get back into this. Hydra in the PIP. Absolute resolute focus. Can we get one more here for Kismet and get a cruise missile again? Very useful on this map. The answer is no. Pred assassinates him from behind. Final 10 as P1 is almost over. Will Cloud9 be able to get to the point once again here?
This is definitely the hill where they thrive the most, a 20-point gap, and they do have those back spawns, but Ken, the first one to strike. Optic Gaming will be in the hill first.
Cloud9 looking for the break here. Let's go for a quick listen in and see how they attack.
Nice. No, for AG. He's on the right corner. Nice. Hold the time. What can you do?
Team shot.
Last guy Kenny.
I'm not dying.
Deep play.
Yeah. I'm not dying.
I can get out of spot.
I have spot. Help time.
Yo, I got you. I got you.
What's the spot? Out of spot.
I say front. What's the blue? Yo, out of Tiki. Oh, I thought we had him. Out of Tiki.
Heard you.
Stay down.
I'm watching my stuff.
Start over hill.
Front square, bro. Front square on the left.
Hand spot.
Yeah, really weak.
Rotate. Rotate this one.
There's 3-0.
I'm rotating.
2-0, sorry.
Kenny, first one. He's going statue Kenny, first one.
I heard you. I'm gonna go left with you.
No, he's blue. One blue.
Con weak. He went back to P1.
Kenny.
Yeah, he's con.
I don't see Mark Con.
What's gonna be long?
Con can challenge you guys.
Con weak as fuck. Con dead. I'm one shot. He's gonna be long one.
Oh, no, he's came.
I need.
The guy from water steps. You want water steps?
Come.
Last guy want water steps.
One shot, front hop.
Have her up in the back. I got need to challenge shit.
Let's bully. I'm here.
Have your iron.
He's close corner. Try left.
We go right.
We got shot twice.
Water.
One shot. Back up.
Time dead. One more behind the
One shot, bro.
Nice. Stun hill.
One shot.
Wait.
He's behind the bar. Front bar.
I stun him. Heal. I need your outer. Outer Brandon. Watch out. Absolute outer. Two of them. Outer and hop up. Last year.
Lobby. Last year. Okay.
Yo, challenge Shotzzy, bro.
Even in the far reaches of the world, the Let's Go Optic can be heard from space. Well, with that said, let's go to the other side of the stage for a listen in with Optic Gaming.
Lay down. Close up. Front half. One's bar.
I got it. Absolute half. Make sure you get
I'm going.
I spawned kind of deep. Somebody should lay play. Oh, low key. Lay play right.
I'll play somewhere.
We'll be office ready. Yeah, it could be. I'm going deep.
I'm in.
Take your time, man. We're deep.
One shot. Pull steps.
Won't keep you office, Brandon. I stun office for you.
Who says that?
Yeah, in office. At the steps.
I'm in office.
All right, top office, top office. He went window.
You shoot him bad.
In the window office, top office, Caesar.
He went you, Parker. Dante.
What's our office, Caesar?
Nice.
Top office somewhere, bro, Caesar.
Last two curve.
Hey,
Nice.
Office, Caesar, still. Office. I can't get him office yet.
Yeah.
Low office. What's up, office?
Nice.
Oh my God.
I have mid.
Absolute.
I have curve. I have mid.
They keep me check out. I hear you, Brandon.
Mid.
Nice, I got you. Get your foot. I'll be white. Get
One more white, Ken.
I got you.
I named him, Ken.
I got it.
I have poo.
All right, we're good. I'm naded.
Poo, Ken. Poo.
Two. One P1 on me. Close up, DJ. Weak, DJ. Last two mid. Two mid. Three. All three. All mid.
Ivy. Sit down.
All mid.
In the curve.
I'm mid.
Last one. This side, Dante.
Nice.
Nice. Give me, Ken.
I had mid.
I have third side curve.
Wait.
Go.
I'm on fucking Dicky. No, we're good.
World Championship caliber communications, folks. That's exactly what it sounds like. Back over to the boys of Optic, who climb over 200 points.
Yeah, Optic Gaming right now, their own personal hype men in the comms, with the small talk also on point. So they're doing everything, and Pred continues to piece. You know, he's roaring in the comms as he gives you 4 in a row in the P1 time. Is gonna feel
There's
good.
number 5 as well. Pred on a tear. Number 6 now. Kiz is there for it. All down, though, in the mid-map. Third set of rotations might be the last one. 39 seconds to go here, and Optic can find it.
This is a dominant lead as well. You feel that momentum building, and if you didn't think they were gonna win, there's a clean 4 down. Optic have run away with 6 stars.
C9, they're out. They've got to find a break here to stay alive, and it's not looking fantastic. Shotzzy forward he goes, picking up number 4 in a row. Pred there in the feed also. Final 15, you can still win it, and Shotzzy, a 5 spree now. IDs the spawners, 10 seconds for the win. We're gonna see a P2.
This is going to be it, man. Optic Gaming, you just get to see how much of a flow they get to play with. Full confidence in one another. No pressure on their backs. These guys are on cruise control. Optic Gaming, what a way to kick off this series.
That is a sensational start. Pred on his feet as the Amazon Arena rocks with a map 1 victory to Optic Gaming.
So funny in the comms, and again, these guys playing with freedom. This is a victory lap of a tournament. They just get to have fun.
And it feels like it's truly, this is the parade. This is what they wanted. After you win the big one, what happens next? You get an incredible opportunity with the World Tour. Kenny, ear-to-ear grins. And he has to feel good about that performance. 30-9 for Kenneth Williams. Great damage output as well, and it was piece after piece for Pred. Map 1 in the books. OG up top.
And I really do like the listening we had too. Just those little small moments from Pred of like, yes, he's getting hype. Yes, he's roaring. Anytime he gets 1 kill, let alone a 2-piece, he's going to let you know. But he has those moments and he's like, hey, Ken, I'm picking up water. Oh, because he's there. Let him know where he's coming and making sure the communication always on point as well. But for Optic Gaming, straight down the line, everybody performs. Kenny gives you a little bit extra. And on the flip side, Sib and Kismet struggled just a little bit. Sib, typically a shooter, well, suffered in this matchup, struggling there on 6-star.
Dashi as well, the king of the hill, the objective player of the year, 1:44 to his name, as expected. But everyone there on Optic looking good. C9, it was a decent start, but it was not quite enough to finish. The stamina certainly ran low, but what a way to get things going for Optic Gaming again. I think there's a lot of consideration chance coming into this matchup. We've talked to no end about it. Pressure, though, for Optic doesn't seem to be there.
Oh, no, these guys are feeling great, and even for the moments, you think the most pressure is going to be on those P3 rotations, but Shotzzy started making some hero plays on both of those rotations. So C9, so much extra emphasis on those back spawns. Those are the moments where he thinks Sib's making the rotation, getting his teammates to spawn, but Optic Gaming, out of time for time, able to just hold it from the front. So even when things are going poorly for this team, able to thrive in the chaos.
Chaos is a ladder, or if you're Optic Gaming, it's sort of a, I don't know, it's like a little jungle gym. You just fly around it whenever you want. Great start to the map for them. Cloud9 bounce back opportunity right here. We're staying on 6-star for the search and destroy. And again, we've seen both teams have their fair share of victories here on the map throughout this MW3 year, which has felt like a lifetime for me personally, Chance.
Yeah, it's going to be so much
I didn't do half of it.
Oh, there you go. But for these guys, it has been 9 months of a pure and utter grind. Granted, 6-star was a later addition to the year, but still the amount of repetitions these guys have, second to none.
And even in this matchup alone, I remember Kismet just sort of dominating that little underground route that we have over towards that A bomb site, really taking him to task, but Optic obviously have made the adjustments as well. Just the other day, we get a some play on 6-star, and Dashy had an absolute feast on this map, so got to be on the lookout across the board. Clutches will occur on this map.
It's going to happen, folks. And we are expecting players like Dashy to be very, very clutch in the 1v4s and the 1v3s, you name it, those high-pressure moments. We expect it of them.
Keep in mind, though, Dashy was not the clutch player of the year. That award went to Caesar Skies Bueno, who has invested in those clutches. Be on the lookout for a good old 1v1.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go. For the new ones amongst us, it's first to 6 here in Search and Destroy. As the opening trades come to a close, Kenny quickly recovers that bomb. Oh, and tries to make the move forward towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, if you're slightly off with your movement, which Shotzi rarely is, Civ, one of the players that will absolutely punish you, but a 2v3 clutch opportunity already from Optic. But an awkward way for Civ to shut him down. And I will just throw this out there. I might have been one of the guys that voted for Skies, honestly. I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
So I make the joke, but I might also be at fault.
Nice start there from Sib, 2-0. The C9 walk away with the opening round. Again, solid start to the trades there. Leave Optic's game plan a little bit shaky. They capitalized on some great shots and a tiny little mistake there.
Yeah, but Sib, again, the bounce back, a little bit of criticism. One of the poor shots that we saw on the hard point. Well, immediate bounce back gives you 2 in the round, and especially the gunfight win against Shotzi, or at least, maybe not gunfight, just catching him out in the open enough to seal the deal.
We've seen it happen so many times. You don't finish that kill, that player gets away, and if they live to fight another day, it's a bad thing for you. Now, though, for C9 over towards the A-bomb site, slow but sure. Kismet, the lone man, over towards B.
I'm very concerned about the flank as well. You're going to have Kismet be distance, and, well, Civ in the meantime does get picked, and that's the player with bomb. So Ken wins a difficult gunfight, and the island player there from Pred, from up top rather than down under, he gets you.
Hydra manages to find one. This immediate reposition is lovely, but I don't think Shotzi's going to take it. What a snap from Hydra!
Good trades, 2v2.
The advantage is now dissipated.
And Optic, we're looking for some information too. Very spread, each player for one bump site. Pressure gonna be on Shotzi first.
This is a dangerous moment, but it looks like C9 might be leaving each other as well. This could be 2 separate 1v1s across the map.
Oh, a plant here. Oh yeah, Shotzi. And look, they're just not together. An uncharacteristic mishap there, but Hydra, natural habitat.
He's got to finish this quick. Oh! Please tell me we got the slow-mo reaction of Hydra's face there.
Yeah, blown away in and out of game.
He knows that that was a funny one. But Shotzi, you thought he was in trouble. The hunter certainly became the hunted then.
I was so close to doing my best Hydra impression. Not the time to embarrass myself. I'm also jet lagged.
Well, this is a quick highlight of Hydra's play. Again, he wins a massive 1v1. The second snap was really the difference maker, though. And it was around, we think it's here, but that's fine, boys and girls. You can always rewind if you're on YouTube. Here we go, though, again towards the A-bomb site for the boys of Optic. And they are thick together.
Oh, those nades hurt, too. That absolutely stops Optic Gaming in their tracks completely. An amount of map space right now that C9 has. I mean, they know this play is going to be over towards A. They're going to be playing for this retake.
Yeah, the problem, again, is Hydra is going to be so far from this fight. By the time the guns get going, he's not going to get into the action. We could be looking at a 1vx situation for C9 if it doesn't go their way, but Trophies doing what they do. Kiz, I can't take that fight.
Hydra needs to start getting active as well. Sib, at least he gives you one.
Brilliant shots. Skies. Are we trying to get on the board here? We're trying. Shotzi with a bomb recovery. Wants the fight. And still a slow journey from the right-hand side of the minimap for the boys to make their way into the battle. Pred pulls Caesar Skies from life. Sends him to the next round.
It's all about the flank, though. 2 players working the flank. Pred, it's an interesting angle.
We got here
late. One got through.
We got here late. Is it going to pay off for Kiz? Maybe. And again, Hydra nowhere to be seen. And there it is. As written, 1v3.
Yeah, nice play just to get out of dodge, and this is a 1v3 that is effectively hopeless to clutch. Phenom at his best, but yeah, there you go. Instantaneous trades, Optic Gaming on point.
Okie dokie. C9 go down by 1. Optic. Momentum starting to feel a little more real. That was a very, very calm round for them. Mistake-free moments, Chance.
Yeah, I just like Optic Gaming not going for the bomb plant straight away, pushing out the site, knowing you don't have the intel just yet. So perfect play calls there. And I think Cloud9, truly one of the teams that sort of set that trend on 6-star as well. They're happy. If they have extra time on the clock, they will not rush things.
Again, no smokes to play with either here on 6-star. Only on Invasion we're going to see the smoke grenade used. A gentleman's agreement, and we're all gentlemen here in the Call of Duty world.
Ooh, we might be testing the shot at Dash.
Good enough for me. Player managed to get away with their life. A little bit of a reshuffle here over by the pool side. It's going to be Kismet. We saw him lose a fight in this exact same spot in an earlier round. But for now, slow things right down for Optic on the defense. That 2-2, Dashy through mid.
Play G on one side, Kismet on the other. And Shotzi is also taking enough space over towards A that's why Dashy's going to wrap back. They're expecting to be hit to roll through. And there you see those Optic arrows starting to get active.
Oh, is the Predator. Catches Kismet Louchin. This
good wins.
Second man goes down. Here comes number 3. Skies manages to win it, and it's getting awkward. Over the top goes Dashy. Last man Sib.
One frame at a time. Yeah, we have seen this story before.
Yeah.
Not the first time in this one. It is truly unfortunate. Now we're going to have to wait for some sort of call to get made. You see Sib in the player cam just knows, he's like, this isn't, can't deal with this right now.
He's unable to sort of summon the referee here, but I do think, I mean, we can all see what's happening, but until a referee makes a call, we're going to play this round out, and it's essentially going to be 3-1. Again, we will wait for an official ruling from a referee before we call anything, but either way, a very patient round played by Optic their chance, and when it came to an opportunity, they took it.
It is constant as well. Optic have so many different ideas in S&D that they can be playing with, but all fun here so far. And this is for, again, just a top 4 matchup. Loser goes home.
And that position from Fred, though, from the inside, that little bit of foliage, just enough to cover his player model, but again, I do think that in that kind of situation, you're probably going to see the diamond before you see anything else, but it does look like we are going to try to restart this one, folks. Whether or not the scoreline is 3-1 or 2-1, we will confirm that ASAP, but you saw it as well as we did, and in the interest of competitive fairness, we are going to pump the brakes on this lobby, rebuild it, and get things going once again.
Yeah, LAN is somewhat of a myth, I believe, around these parts.
Well, we do it elsewhere, but it's a little different out here. Just a little different.
Well, not technically.
Referees on stage there, just getting everything set in stone. But so far, an exciting search and destroy. 6-star has been one of the most welcome additions, I think, to the MW3 season. Actually, all the new maps. Vista, Rio, they're all great.
And colorful, yes. Absolutely fantastic, lovely addition. Frankly, in a sense, I mean, save is definitely too strong of a word, but really gave a massive benefit to the year for sure.
A shot of life into the arm of the map pool always helps. That guy's loud.
How many continents have we heard this chant in now? At
least 3 continents.
At least 4.
At least 4? Where? North America?
Oh, I don't want to test my geography skills right now.
Not tonight. We do have confirmation, folks. It will be 3-1 Optic when we get this lobby back up and running.
What continent are we in right now?
This is the, I mean, I think this is technically the Asian continent, based on how large it is.
4.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I've got a computer in front of me. I'll find out.
There you go.
There you go. Chance, tell us about 6-star.
I heard about tectonic plates a long time ago. I know so much more about 6-star than I do tectonic plates. Again, I do like the map. You know, one of the bigger themes that we've seen over towards that B side is just the smoke retakes and the fact that they're not here. We have seen a ton of sort of like B pushes in the flanks that are rolling through to get to those top window positions and put the pressure all the way on the flank rather than just cutting in through you. So we're spreading the map a lot more. We saw it in a previous round as well from C9 being on the receiving end of it. So yeah, a couple different looks, and these teams have had 2.5 weeks to sort of make these adjustments and get the feel for it. But these guys, especially in the land of professional Call of Duty, are used to adaptation.
Yeah, the very best survive and adapt, and that's a tough one. I mean, I've been talking to other players from other games, you know, here at the Esports World Cup, and not everyone gets the blessing of a brand new game every year. So again, only the finest survive in the Call of Duty world. You have to improvise and adapt, and that's exactly what these players have done. True testament how great you are at COD if you do go from game to game to game and maintain that brilliance. And I suppose that's like teams like FaZe consistently been so solid. But while we speak about other teams, folks, getting the lobby still ready here. We'll take a quick look at the bracket once again. And I was right, it's the Asian continent. It's an absolutely tremendous piece of land. Looking at the bracket though, folks, FaZe waiting in that semi-finals. The winner of this match will move on to play them another sweet best of 5. 100 Thieves, Vancouver Surge. That's gonna be a lot of fun as well.
It is hilarious. Surge get the one quote-unquote upset, and then it just makes that bracket look just absurd towards the top with 3 of the quote-unquote top 4 teams, but obviously 100 Thieves had something to say about that. Very impressive for those guys to see them get their revenge against Toronto, get that win, and really ice up in a game 5. So happy for those boys on that end, but I know the top side and bottom side of the bracket looking like a tale of 2 different years that we have seen from those squads.
I mean, it almost could be a point standing, right? that bracket from top to bottom, first place all the way down, but Boston managed to sneak in there. Wow, they already changed things in a different universe. They were 4th or 5th there in the standings. Not this year, friends, not this year. So when we come back into this game, we're very close to getting the lobby absolutely set in stone. 3-1 Optic will be the scores. For those folks at home, for those folks in a watch party, and for you here in the Amazon Arena, 3-1. We thank you all for coming out. It's been a fantastic tournament so far and a great day of games. Upsets galore and nothing but exciting Call of Duty. We're only in map 2 of this one as well, John.
Yeah, it's a tournament that can, in sort of awkward ways, really put the pressure on, but I know C9 certainly a team that has a phenomenal competitive mentality, great coaching staff as well the whole way around, and a squad that has really grown. Civ, in a sense, was a gamble, certainly from the community sentiment, especially with the way C9 started their year. They opened up a major one, getting 12th. All of the doubt that is then placed upon them, and I mean, overall, still had a phenomenal year. Second at Champs is obviously something that is going to sting for those guys, but ultimately, incredibly impressive Call of Duty, and obviously, they're looking to stamp their year with a dub in the end. But Optic Gaming, the largest of green and now a little bit of orange wall that they have to get past. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. Not in the same way, but we're so used to that. That was the season stats for 6-star S&D, and as you can see, C9 at 7-7, but statistically very good at it. 3-5 for Optic there, nothing too impressive, but as we do know, we sort of saved that one in the bag, pulled it out a little bit later in the season, and really started to run away with it. Here we go, folks. We're almost ready to get back into this one. 3-1 will be the score for Optic Gaming. C9, a lot of work to do, Chance. Will they be able to sort of cool off? You know, they've had a little bit of time to refresh themselves. Will Optic be in the same sort of flow state when we get back into round 5?
Yeah, sort of an interesting vibe from this tournament is we have actually gone from map to map at lightning speed. I know these sort of resets sort of kill that momentum, but what we're typically used to in the Pro League is those 5 minutes between every single map. We have been rushing through, so anytime a team has had the hot hand of one map, oftentimes they have been able to carry that through. Optic Gaming certainly we're seeming to shape up in the exact same way with the 3-1 lead that they have. So yeah, maybe Cloud9 happy for it. Admittedly, they lost the round, so definitely not happy. Look, you're down 3-1 to Optic. That just, it sucks. That's not fun.
Get this man on the desk with analysis like that. I mean, it could not be cleaner.
Also jet lagged, you know?
Dude, tell me about it, brother. In we go, though. Another round.
This is the strat, the biggest one that broke Optic down initially, and Hydra strikes, not for 2, nearly.
Wow! He bounces a concussion off of Kenny. Oh, Caesar manages to land one in a pred, which kills him.
They're doing style points for these kills.
Adley Ho, Neighborinos, big shots in a shot. See now, are they able to press the advantage?
Oh, what a read!
No! That should be illegal. Kismet, he was weak.
And shout out to the crowd, educated. Everybody knows, literally globally, that Shotzi is a superstar. There has never been a doubt.
We got some big C9 fans in the house, and some very loud Optic fans, and hey, absolutely. I think folks out here are watching the flank.
Again, just the most obvious thing ever. My favorite Shotzi story is when he was coming in from Halo. I was being told by Halo guys, they were like, you don't understand how good this guy is. And I was like, nah, I've seen him playing Black Ops 4. Like, he's good, but like, he doesn't know COD. 3 tournaments later, I was like, that might be the best player I've ever seen. Like, the Halo guys were just right.
they were just right.
Look at him go.
Look at him go. Pred picks up the second here. Sib and Caesar, they're in trouble. Optic are all over the place. Shotzi.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting in the wings, and now it all comes down to Skies. Mr. Clutch, can he do a 1v4 in a state like this? I don't even know if it's actually possible, Chance.
Frankly, if he gets this, he deserves that award.
Oh,
that would remove all doubt.
Hand it over. It starts with 1. I don't know why. But it did start to feel pretty impossible there, Chance.
It does not matter how hard you try against Optic in a 1v4. Nothing cooking there.
In the end, it didn't even matter. Well, Search and Destroy, we came back to this one pretty quick, and we're rolling through these rounds at record speed.
And frankly, the way Optic are playing, the amount of freedom, you think they were just hanging out in a Lincoln Park. Nice sunny day outside. Everything is great, and they are just one step closer to a victory. One more round, and they'll go up 2-0.
Here we go. They started the search pretty quick. And I'm not even kidding. I mean, we've ripped through this one. It's map point.
Yeah, C9 right now looking faint.
We'll see how numb they are. There's the opening salvo of shots, pushing Shotzzy away.
I literally hear a bird. That is a phenomenal whistle.
Yeah, very loud. Opening salvo. Hydra v Pred. The 3-man stack here from Cloud9, trying to buy at least one, avoid the trade scenario. But there are 2 players over by the A bomb site who might be able to get this down.
Oh, Dashy's taking space, too. Dashy's going to be flanking in the middle of the map. He's going to have everybody in his sights. There's number 1, ironed up for number 2, but Hydra there for the trade.
Damage dealt, Shotzzy's going for the kill! That's it, the map is over! Optic Gaming. Map 2 barely, it was a flash before our eyes. C9, nowhere to be seen. Clear skies ahead for the Optic boys.
And I think Optic Gaming might be a little bit confused, might need to go across the stage and check on their opponent, see if they're okay, because on that map, they were not shooting back.
Dashi looks a little disappointed, you know, like he wanted more out of that. You know, he just looks a little sad, like, is that it?
Canadian Psycho.
Yeah, man. That's pretty next level. Yeah, he's just like, damn.
Bruce Bale?
Damn, dude. We're really done already. Meanwhile, Cloud9, again, a degree of discourse, and the way the first 2 maps have gone, it has been very fast. You do start to wonder, is this really a sort of worthy rematch? They've not necessarily shown up in the way that they wanted to. C9 staring down the barrel of a vicious 3-0 here in the quarterfinals.
Blown him out of the water on 6-star, and I mean, shout out to Dashy, call him Bruce, call him the Canadian Psycho, maybe just the machinist.
Oh, nice.
Storming through this game.
Nice. Nice. Chance has got a hay bale full of good references there. Lovely stuff though in the highlights here. Again, not necessarily too clutch, but just the pieces there from Optic all fell into place. This was just before the reset. Pred there, great work alongside Shotzzy in that moment, and this is a big tag from Hydra. Semtex doesn't work out. The concussion did. Not that it mattered though. As C9, as much as we wanted to sell this as a fantastic rematch, you know, between the champs finals, it has not been that clean so far for them. Cloud9 absolutely have to pull out all the stops here on this upcoming game of Control. Otherwise, it is a top 8 finish here at the Esports World Cup. You weren't wrong, Chance, about Optic playing loose as well. You find that championship ring and your opponent's who gave you a solid run for your money in that finals, just, yeah, feeling the heat, quite literally here in Riyadh.
I mean, Killa has known this for the longest time in Call of Duty. Confidence is king. Delusional confidence is even better. And Optic Gaming just get to walk around with the swagger of being world champ. So don't make it any doubt about it. C9 capable of making the bounce back, but Optic right now certainly looking like they are in final form. 6-star, steam rolling, and Karachi has been their playground. An absolutely destructive team and a force on that map, and be on the lookout. We might have a hot 3-0.
We might have a hot 3-0. Who knows, folks? Well, that Karachi control is not too far away. When we do get into that, I mean, part of me thinks that it well could be. C9, though, a team you can never count out. We talked about the mental fortune, we talked about the coaching staff. It's all there. All the pieces are there to try to make this game go a little further. We'll find out if they can actually get that job done. On the other side of this break, don't go too far, folks. This is the Esports World Cup.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, folks. We're ready to get into map number 3, and so far, a blowout, John.
Not even close. I mean, 250, 140 something we had in the 6-star, and then a 6-1 pretty dominant win in S&D. Optic, I mean, just quite literally on this year, they have had their number.
They have, absolutely. And so far at the tournament, we can take a look at the stats for both of our squads. And this is how things have gone down so far. 2-1 records in the map count. Team KD, it's just a slight edge there to the Optic boys. And this is control as well, folks. So the attack record and the defense records, there's a clear-cut difference there, John.
And everybody knows in many sports, defense wins championships, unless you're Optic at the World Championship. In this case, damn, that did not roll off the tongue. In which case, they won on an offensive round on Invasion. I got to slow it down for that.
It's all good. We're going to slow things down and go to Karachi, play game of control. This could be a hot 3-0, boys and girls. Cloud9 have got to find it. They've got to turn it all around, and this is the map to do it on.
Cloud9 versus Optic. I'll go no further with that one. I apologize, fans.
In 2024.
That is crazy.
We're back, baby.
Yeah.
We are back. And this game of Karachi is going to really dictate a hell of a lot. The next round of the tournament as well. The winner of this goes on to play Atlanta FaZe, who are sitting in the wings, licking their lips.
That is so much fun. I'm calling Shotzi Masterclass right here.
Here we go, into the point. Well, Shotzi eats a concussion to start things off. C9 down low. They'll be on defense first and foremost. Shotzi might have, no, he didn't get spotted, he's gone.
I think he did, but before the call-outs can roll through, he's just already there.
He's double back.
Oh, no. Oh, welcome to your spawn.
You know, Sibs, 1E back there, a minute to go here. No one's actually been able to get into the point, so we're watching Shotzi go on a sort of walkabout magical mystery tour, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is the objective. Finally, we get a player inside it.
I mean, look at it. He's just controlling the other team. Every single player off spawn for C9 has to take the long route just because Shotzi's here.
We're staying on board with Shotzi. It does look like one of his ranked play videos as he hops around and seemingly spawn traps some of the best players in the world alongside his teammates now, one segment down at A.
Poor Skies. This is like round 4. Just watch the kill feed for a second. We'll see what happens. Sky, he's just dodging them. He's not taking the gunfight. He's running away. And the rest of Optic, as you pointed out, no success actually going to the A zone. Finally, they clear out Shotzi, and C9 have, in fact, stabilized.
We saw a lot of fun there, but it absolutely amounted to nothing. Kismet. Oh, okay, one more bullet. That's fine. We can go chase this one down. Great shots. 21 seconds to go here. If we get yourselves over towards this side of the map, the A zone is really where the party's taking place. Hydra's the man who's trying to contest towards it, but very slowly we are getting the job done here. Dashy there with the overtop coverage. Sib and Hydra trying to pick Shotzzy out of the point.
Oh yeah, I would never feel safer if Dashy was the one top third looking above me, because if you're on his screen, he's getting the tags in, but it's the flank coming in from Skies that actually makes it to the zone, and Skies is able to pick up two. Dashy right now just trying to hunt everybody down, but he is doing the correct thing. You're a main AR, you keep the power position.
And they're doing a very good job of balancing on the knife's edge right now. 10 seconds on the clock. Dashy still up top, 4 spree. No one's been able to evict him from here. He's still sitting up top, finding the slays, and with that, A is captured.
And shout out Waldo. I love that extended view there from Dashy. That is beautiful stuff, but now we swing over towards that new zone. Shotzzy continues to be a menace. He dodges everything, stuns, bullets, death, and now he's getting active, but Skies off the car, able to rip him. But the streak from Dashy continues, picking up from his fallen foes. 1 kill off a Cruz.
How handy Cruz would be. Sib sees it. What a reaction. Sib finding the kill there. Kiz to back him up. Lovely work from Cloud9 there on the defense. A single life differential now tied up. Now the lead back to C9. Can we find another from here, Kiz?
Everybody spawning close, though, so you get a 4-man wipe, and you got to keep it moving as they are. And now Kismet blocking spawns. The comms for C9 right now in this round have been flawless.
And this is big work out of Kismet. It's a 4 spree and a ton of pressure. Now 20 seconds once again for Optic. We're in the red. Beautiful shots. Dashy managing to punch a hole, but it might not be enough time to get across the map. Look at the setup here from C9. Perfect coverage. OG out of lives.
Yeah, Ken's going to have to find a way just to make a dive bomb over towards this zone, and that's the introduction, but the trade's instantaneous. And C9, that's what it's like at the pro level with 2 teams at the highest. You have a Shotzzy in your spawn, and even if the spawn kills aren't successful, C9 is having to spawn up and run over towards the dumpster and take the longest route of all time to go and defend the A zone, and they make it work. That is such a well-orchestrated effort, and they turn that into big plays through and through. Credit to Skies, able to get 10 kills on the round. No, that's Kismet. I read that wrong. Sorry.
Kismet 10 and 6. Solid even damage across the board, though, from everyone there on C9.
My bad, Kismet.
My bad, Kiz. We are very familiar with your game.
And I said Shotzzy Masterclass. Wow, did I jinx him?
He went 2 and 8.
Shotzzy.
That's wild, man. I mean, the eye test, you really have to see the bigger picture. C9, they are back in it, and they're alive and kicking. Let's do a quick test and see how they're feeling with a listening.
I'm on top bed. I have her bottom red.
Yo, you Dash, dead.
Nice, I have her bottom red. Watch your team. Watch your top bed. Bottom. That shit on.
Nice, that's him.
I have A2. I have A2.
Top set.
I'm going P5 to point. I'm going P5 to point. I heard you. I'm going P5 to point.
I have A2 right now.
Top leg, guys. Top leg. Kenny. Top leg.
Kenny, absolute dead.
He's out. One more top leg. One more top leg. I think.
Stop fireback. I'm saying.
Spawn out. Top bed, guys. Top bed. I have top bed. I have top bed. Don't worry. He's not top bed.
Look at single.
He's not top bed. I think
A1.
He's Balk.
Balk?
P5, going front door now.
Two dead. Front door. Last two there. Last two B.
Where?
I have the whole left, guys. On me, P5. Get listen, push out. He's gonna be vending. Kenny, or fucking Shotzzy's gonna be vending.
I'm seeing you dark. Bum me up point here.
Dark. Shotzzy dark.
Watch your right.
He might pinch ramp. Yeah, he's gonna pinch ramp. Yo, one stop, Jens. Watch your ramp. I don't have ramp yet. I have it.
To quote my friend Chance, damn!
That's a great comp. I mean, hey, that's not bad. And C9, as expected, flowing. Maybe a small mishap.
This is the round
they made, instantly corrected, and yeah.
That's the round.
Damn.
C9. Welcome back to the quarterfinals, gentlemen. 1 round away from the win.
Just had to get either woken up or just away from 6-star.
6-star was not very kind to them, was it? Goodness. Well, they're 1 round away from a victory here in Karachi. 4 minutes and 37 seconds of in-game time. Congratulations, boys. You really want to get to Rio.
It is not over until it's over.
That's very true.
I would stop talking with all the caster curses that I've been dishing out, but that is my job. So here we go.
It's part of the fun. 14 and 8 from Kismet. He is on the revenge tour. As Riyadh tries to will Optic towards a round victory. We'll see if they can find the attack here.
I don't know why it took me this long to think of it, but you just had C9 get that round win with 12 kills. I don't know what the minimum amount taken is, but 12 is not bad.
It was very low indeed. Well, kills are already looking a lot better for the Optic boys as they managed to get themselves into A, the first segment, complete in a moment. With that, though, you've got a lovely position now for Shotzzy on the other side of the map. Lying in wait for the rest of the boys to find their kills, and he's not going to double back towards the objective and go for the two, zone capture. He might do now as he does lose a teammate on A. So there we go. Objective prowess, but Cloud9 have adapted very well, and they have reacted quickly. Here we go, Dashy on the coverage. Will he be able to take care of everyone? The answer is no. Shotzzy, the next man in the zone. Can he stay alive?
Yeah, that is two-time world champ decision-making, by the way. Shotzzy was completely out of the play near an objective. Takes him 10 seconds to figure out, and he's right on the zone.
3-mans now for C9 towards that B zone. They will take care of the second segment and make sure that nobody from Optic is anywhere near it.
Fred loves that position.
Also loves shooting up against his old teammate. Sib staying alive. Might do better than that. Oh, lovely shots there from the Predator. Finds his 9th kill of them out. Optic swarming over the B zone.
This is an awkward situation, though, because C9 have the presence here to actually stop him on the defensive end. And if you get caught in the cycle of forcing over towards B, the game clock is just going to start ticking down. So Optic might be forced to reposition and go towards that A zone, but it is not fun taking that route. Number 2 and number 4 taking it as we speak. And again, not ideal. 34 seconds. If they get stopped, it's going to be a problem.
This is a very, very difficult moment. Lovely shots from Pred there. That's going to be the 2-zone capture at the same time. A's on the way out. Kismet's got to win a big fight here, and if he can, that's all good, but that's it. A's gone, and B halfway complete now. Kenny now reinforcing 2 members of Optic over towards the B zone. Massive wins out of Sib.
How the turntables. Now it's going to be Shotzzy flying at you from the back line. He gets red on the mini-map, but Sib's going to be the guy forced to look for those trades. You see the Dolphin diving in the background, but where Shotzzy falls, his team right here to pick him up.
Sib may have been spotted out here. Oh, no, nice damage to Kenny, not enough for the kill. The back alleyway battle now. They line up. Kiz gets a pair.
That is habits. They die hard.
20 and 11. Not the year, it's the record that Kiz has got right now. Lovely shots, the KD flowing, over a minute to play, and they're making the B zone safe.
Yeah, what a map he is having so far. Pop that dead silence and soar forward. It's straight into the arms of Dashy. Like an angel, he gives you 2, but Hydra right now, the thorn in their side. He's forcing the deep spawns, but Optic have now opened him up.
Less than 50 seconds remain. Skies wins it. 2 players below him now. Kiz expecting the hit through bottom side of red. Sib with the big comms. Trophies are down, and Shotzzy cannot escape. Sib has got him round the neck.
In 7v5 as well. This might be the victory lap, and yeah, my bad, Shotzzy.
Sib has certainly had him on a leash this map so far. Hydra now on the pickup once again. Final 4 lives of Optic, and you can say goodbye to Karachi Control. This was all C9 from start to finish.
Kenny gives you 2, and Shotzzy gives you the next one. They have an opportunity.
It's not over yet. My goodness, over to Skies. On the inside, Dashy with the big tags. Nothing there out of Skies. Contest is on. Reinforcements arriving. Kenny! Kenny! Can't get any more. Sib's there. Dashy goes down. 3-0. C9. Signs of life in Control.
So close and yet so far, ladies and gentlemen. We might have ourselves a series.
And there is a steely focus on Kismet's face after those first 2 maps. That last one, 24 and 13, pushing 5k damage as well.
That's clinically absurd, by the way. That is a Titan in the lobby in that matchup. Kenny kept up in the kills, but the damage output was clinically insane, and Kismet gave you 20 on the defensive end. Miles, ask me to predict something for map number 4.
A chance? Could you predict something for map number 4?
No, I will not. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
There we go, folks. Map number 4 not too far away, but 2-1. C9 make a game of it. That was a very, very surprising turn of events. Everyone was putting their feet up, pre-booking the cars home. Absolute madness. Well, C9 says, no thanks, boys. The forecast did not necessarily have this many clouds over Karachi, but my word, did they find it.
And look at that scoreboard too. How often do you see Hydra go -7, only 11 kills, almost no production, and Kismet the hard carry, but 99 Kiz. He shows up every now and again just to remind you, and it's not like he needs to. Again, just as a teammate, as the guy that sets you up, Kismet, I mean, very few players are comparative to what he actually brings to the table. Guys like Envoy come to mind of just what they can do for a team. They make everybody better. Kiz is a monster.
Yeah, an absolutely outstanding teammate, and it goes to show moments like that. Highlights here, folks, from that very, very fast game of Karachi Control. 3-0 Cloud9 back in this one. Again, this is a best of 5. It's a one and done, folks. So if you lose, it is over. We're playing for top 4. The loser gets top 8. It's still a fantastic prize pool to be going home with, but not necessarily the case. All of our players, they are truly hunting for glory here at the Esports World Cup.
And obviously a lot of credit towards Kiz here at the EWC as well, but I think C9, just their decision-making they had on defense, it was multiple times they were having to deal with sort of the spawn traps and always making the right call. Just don't deal with Shotzzy. You don't got to worry about it. If you're taking the long routes, it's all good. You can sort of leave him on an island and fight the 4v3 elsewhere. The timings might not be great, but you can get it done, and that is JP, Krez, and Sender on your screen, two phenomenal coaches. Both of these teams.
Pair of world champions. Respective years. As you can see, we are almost ready to go, folks, into our next map. And I mean, I was just thinking about this chance, but another thing that Skies brought up in that pre-match interview, the first time that the boys here have been wearing the black and blue and they want to show out for Cloud9, they want to bring home a chip this early on. It's been, what, 3 weeks since they've been wearing it now, so this is the place to do it. They've got to get through that Rio hardpoint first. We go back to Karachi for game 5, and that's the only way. I mean, we're going to see a C9 win, so we've got to find ourselves there, hopefully in a moment. Because let's face it, folks. I mean, I've got no skin in this game. I don't want necessarily either of these teams to win or lose. I just want to see a great series of Call of Duty. So I'm all about that game 5.
Hey,
I'm all about it.
So far, so good. And right now, I'm just stuck on the color schemes. We have the green wall in orange and the subliners who have been yellow for however many years now in blue and black. So we're mixing things up like crazy. If someone is colorblind, then they didn't even notice.
Yeah, I think a few folks will be dialing in and being like, well, I need to adjust the settings on my device, on my laptop, my television, dare I say it. But for right now, it's absolute pandemonium in-game as well. 2-1 the score so far as we load into Rio. Now, this is guaranteed to be a spicy one, folks. We've seen these teams go up against each other in Rio. Optic love it. C9, absolutely no stranger to it. And at the end of this series, one of those keys from that stage is going to be underneath that trophy. Smashed and shattered, along with the hopes and dreams of glory here at the EWC. Here we go. Map number 4, Rio hardpoint.
And for what might be the trolliest aspect of the tournament, that walk of shame to hand deliver that key to your opponent. Not a fun thing to do, and it's slightly annoyed we didn't have to see Draza or Scrap walk into one another.
Imagine the handover.
So good.
We can use AI to create that moment for our viewing pleasure. For our viewing pleasure right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, it's right into the hard point for C9 and Pred doing the best he can. Shotzzy on the flank. Shotzzy on the flank. Can he get 3?
Yeah, you can't always get what you want, but Shotzzy can, and well, now he just gets to play with his food, gets 2 kills, and now you gotta find him. He is in your spawn, causing all sorts of problems.
3-0 so far for Shotzzy, a perfect opener for him. As for his teammates, also in that hard point. 30 seconds to go, nice work out of Kiz there. Rubber9 in the right place at the right time. Finds a nice big one. Shotzzy closes the door, nice manners. Civ on the other side, hello. Oh, what a win with the MCW.
That's a huge win as well. That might quite literally be for the spawns and rotation. In the meantime, C9 are also collecting that time, so might be able to take the lead here on P1. Kenny gets caught on rotation, and Kismet, yes, he gets overwhelmed, but happy for it. He'll spawn up over towards New, and you have C9, again, one of those demonic map spreads they have for the rotation.
They haven't accounted for Shotzzy, though. Just sort of flown through the back.
Yo,
wow.
Never mind.
They let that one happen.
You know
what? Demonic setup.
Play tighter setups, maybe. That should be the key.
I mean, Optic Gaming brought the Exorcist because that demon is long gone.
I mean, 5 kills already in just 2. Hill, Shotzzy out here, piercing setup. Sib, though, shooting. Bounce back with a nice 2-piece and attempting to keep Kenny at bay. So, COD giveth and COD taketh away.
Right back in this hard point we go. It's end-to-end Call of Duty right now, ladies and gentlemen. Breaks on breaks. Fred now going forward. Another break on the cards. 1v1 done. Optic. That's their point.
Yeah, big gunfight window. Shotzzy hunting him down, flying straight at him. Shotzzy, why don't you?
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like Shotzzy? That didn't come off the tongue, did it?
It didn't. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, new hard points nearly open. Shotzzy once again, 7-3. He did not look great on the control, but he looks absolutely fine in the Rio. Sib, though, has seemed to have his number in the 1v1s. They're really important They just seem to be at the right place, the right time with each other for those fights.
Yeah, they've been having an absolute battle, and in the meantime, look at the positioning on the mini-map. Well, Pred gets one in traded, now all guns forward.
Forward we go. Kenny's trophy eradicates Dashy as Kismet over the top. C9, big breaks, 3 down, spawns flip.
I mean, that is a steamroll as well. They just walk on through to the other side, and now Optic Gaming, this is too much time. That ain't scrap, that is 40 seconds of absolute gold.
Absolute gold there. We're rocking in Rio. Pred with a big win on the Kiz. Over we go. Dashy beats Skies as trades on trades. 20 seconds still on P3. Optic are going to have another hit of this, maybe. Looking towards the rotation as well. Bottom side of the mini-map. Lead change in a moment.
Oh, they just won all the gunfights as well. Well, final 10 seconds collected. Hydra's going to give it to you, but on the rotation, Pred is going to be behind you. Player in garage, guy on the van, and Shotzi pushed out for the flank, and that's where the action's happening.
Here we go. A wave of Cloud9 players through the right-hand side. Shotzi, look at this spot. I don't think we've seen that. Ah, okay, Skies. He's seen that one before. He knew how that one ended. 2 for Skies. Dashy picks one. Straight into the point we go. Deal with Pred, and you've got the point, boys.
There's Pred on a 4, and Pred on a 5. He wants the hill time as well as that cruise.
Where it's so easy to bring down Pred. 5 spree for AG. Another kill gets a cruise. Super handy here on Rio.
And he's going to be baiting out Shotzi here as well. You see those 2 errors on the minimap looking on the cross, and, well, Shotzi makes some noise, and Pred times it perfectly. If Pred's got to bait somebody, he's going to do it right.
I sadly got a Tika, so we're going to see how this one goes. That spree's a little different.
Oh, good call.
Can he get it? Kismet walks right into it, and there we go. Doesn't manage to make much more of that life. Skies ends it, but 12 and 6 for Pred, 10 and 9 there for Shotzi. As pressure now mounting for Optic Gaming, they've got lovely pressure across the map. But Hydra winning a couple of big fights, and that should be the point on opening.
Yeah, Silky Smooth, as always, jumps into the zone as soon as it pops, but too much pressure on him, so he gets picked out of it, and Skies gets red as well, but clean shots coming through. The MCW close range occasionally can fry.
There you go. Kismet comes in with a wham-bam. Can't get any more out of it. Hydra down, break complete. Optic in.
And they are trying to feel themselves a little bit. We had Pred go on a tear. Now it's Ken's turn, collecting the time and on a 4.
Well, he's nearly there. Over the halfway mark towards that cruise missile. Shots at range against Sid. Not an ideal fight to have. Damage across the board. Kenny got bullets into everyone. That's going to help his teammates out, or is it? You've got to deal with Kismet. Shotzi now trying to pick up the rest of the trades. Good golly, Miss Molly. Shotzi down.
This has been a game for Shotzi. If I think he's going to win the gunfight, he loses it. If I think he's going to lose it, he just fries you. But either way, first set of rotations is in, and honestly, C9, if not for the botched P2 hold, they'd be in the lead, but you make a mistake against the world champs, they punish you.
The Rock and Rio hardpoint continues. Shotzi v Sib, back-to-back fights, endless gunfights between those two, and it has been a lot of fun. Tons of intel passed over. We're going to watch Shotzi dance around back over towards P1. A contest situation now. Big win. Looking for the second. Not going to be there.
Yeah, Skies can't do anything about that. And now Shotzi, this is just freedom time. Let the kills come to you.
Oh, they do. Kismet brings a little bit more than the kills. He takes it. 30 seconds to go here on P1, and it's still a 26-point game.
Oh my, yeah, every single gunfight. So tough to predict it. That is a 4-man wipe. Cloud9 again coordinated their kills to perfection.
Yeah, the toughest thing on Optic right now is their trophy systems. They have been getting absolutely bodied for the last 40 seconds. Final few moments of this hardpoint is going to go their way. Skies, what a win that was. Sensational shots. Not necessarily impressive from the C9 KD perspective, but they have got a wonderful bit of game flow right now. Can they get towards P2? The answer is no. Optic are in. Now they got the back control.
Oh, huge win from Shotzi as well. Not the best nade I've ever seen, but he picks up at least the first player off the flank. But this is the moment where spawn gets weird. Shotzi's going to spawn out. Number 4 is going to spawn in the back. This is chaos on the minimap.
Pandemonium. Here we go. C9. A 2-man advantage right now on the spawns. Nah, Dashy's got the back alley covered. Wins a big one. Towards the front side of the hard point. Can't win it. Sees a Skies. Well invested in holding the hard point. Can Kenny do something about it? Oh my, nearly gets 2.
Oh, great damage, Elise, but the long term I saw was going to pay off for the spawns. There you go. 30 seconds left, and Sib trying to make a dent. He absolutely does so. This is a battle right now on Rio.
We're watching two teams absolutely slug one another. Endless attacks onto these points. A very valuable 15 seconds, unless Pred can cut it down. And Sib, exactly exactly that. Loses the time, 10 to Optic.
I mean, these guys almost barely have to calm. They know where every single spawn is rolling through. They know the tendencies of their opposition. These two squads right now dialed in.
Perfectly rehearsed. They've done this so many times in their head, in the build-up to champs even, and now you find yourselves in this sort of dream-like state, playing each other in the desert. My word, folks, what a tournament this is. What a match this is. Optic trying to get in towards the point. C9 full control. Caesar pressing the advantage. No, doesn't get it. Sib on the pickup. Now you've got the point again.
Dashi Al-Gaid there for the 2, and now Hydra flowing in. This could be the 6-3 for him, and finally we might actually see a cruise missile in this game. 4 different players have had the attempt. Can the French Phenom be the one to give you that something extra?
Oh, we might have cursed it. He's got away with his life, and now he's on the flank. It's going to be dirty shots. He's got his guns up. There it is. The stage will erupt in a moment, folks.
Yeah, and that's Cruz for 1, but that is hill time for Optic. In the meantime, they were able to get the break, so C9 right now playing the long game, but with the lead exchange, it only lasts for but a moment. Optic Gaming holding on, but just barely.
With the skin of their teeth. Some folks call that enamel. 2-piece there for Optic. Here comes the Cruz. Hold on to your butts.
Oh, that is not the start you want to have. You call on the Cruz, you say, boys, you need to stay alive. Everybody falls. The second he calls it in, that's a wasted Cruz. That is hill time for Optic.
We fought so hard to get that one as well. These lads must be off the spice. 40 seconds to go. Optic will be passing the 200-point mark soon. Can Skies get involved? Can Sib get in there as well? As Kenny finally brought down one avenue of attack to go from. Guns are at the ready, and Optic, it's a firing squad. Woo-hoo-hoo, over the top. Dashi, team kill, and Kismet somehow picks them all up.
And off that team kill, well, Kismet will be the one to get back in the mix. Kenny trying to make that frontline impact, and Kismet continues to shred. Movement like that in the hill, we call that the Chalamet.
10 seconds to go on this point. Optic, this is it. Can they find a big win? This final hard point could be the one to close it out. Kismet and the boys of C9 are in position now to hold on to it. The counter-attack is in. The hard point is open for business at Cloud9. They're putting in the hours.
They got a long way to go, but that is the kills they needed to start this hill off right. And now you get Sib in prime position on a 4 spree and easy cut-off kills. Kismet can't give you 2, but you almost expect the trades.
Sib now has got a big task ahead of him. Oh, wins the fight. I don't know if Pred got the regen, but either way, Sib's on a 5-6. Beautiful work. Another cruise and another attempt to hold on to the point.
And if things get spicy, he will call that in. And, well, Shotzi on the flank, red again. C9, these two squads, how many times have they played this map against each other in scrims? They know everything.
Here's Sib, endless kills. Everyone on a spree, and now Cloud9 very much back in this. Shotzi battling for P1 control, winning the gunfights, left, right, and center. The third gets it.
This is going to be cruise missile time. Sib there to get the entry kill, but I assume for P1, it might drop this bomb.
We've got an opening window. Kiz looking for the perfect break. No damage. Optic hold. Trades there on point. Here comes Skies. Kenny locks it down. Dashi there. Hydra on the other flank. Can't get the second. Kismet finds one. Here's the cruise.
It was no cruise, no break. You got to do it on try number 2. Nothing.
When the smoke clears, who's going to come out on top in the battle for P1? Stuns are down. Lethals to be thrown. Here come the tacticals. Over the top, it's Pred. Kismet there in the feed as well. The contest continues. It's 2 for Kiz. Pred on the retreat, but the contest is still on.
And the pressure is on right now for C9. This could be their year.
Pred, can you find any more than one? The COD gods don't smile upon him and his teammates. No, they're there. Hydra, 10 to go, and it's over. The battle for this hard point. No, it's an open field. Look at Shotzi. Caesar reads it. We've got a game.
This could be the last map Cloud9 play in MW3. They got to hold on. They got 38 points to go.
One final push is potentially all it will take. The rattle of gunfire. The MCW getting the job done over to Shotzi. He climbs it again. It's a masterclass. The pistol, though, doesn't work out. 2 members of Optic now on the point.
They're going, they are going. Last lives off spawn. Dashi there to give you extra, but C9, they have the break. You can slow it down, you can stabilize. You hold this front line.
Front line is all you have to worry about right now. Dashi brought down. Beautiful shots from Sib.
Look at the spawn. Look at the spawn for number 7.
Oh, 7 and 6 now, one from behind. This could be huge. You've got to hold all this time, but the spawns, perfect awareness. C9, keep on fighting.
And you got to contest as well. If you're Optic, you got to contest for a second. They've done enough to force it to do, and they've done enough to win this game.
It's game, it's over, it's done. They can feel it. We run it back. There is one undulation in the road, and that was a Karachi control, but otherwise a smooth journey for Optic into the semi-finals.
Death, taxes, and Optic Gaming with Cloud9's number. At least an MW3.
At least an MW3. Terms and conditions apply. No shortage of Optic fans worldwide now. They are undeniable. They bring down their old rivals. And I have a feeling, Charles, I mean, the New York Subliners, may they rest in peace. This is the beginning of the rivalry with Cloud9. And what a fantastic way to start that saga.
I mean, hey, we could point that narrative if we want to, but it's up for Cloud9 maybe next year to get that response, because it has been a lopsided victory from Optic, at least in this game. But the world champs continue their run. They've made it past stage 1 of the single elimination bracket. And I mean, quite truly, just unfortunate for Cloud9 to have to match up against the champs in round number 1.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Well, Cloud9, top 8 at the Esports World Cup. Optic now move on to the top 4 position. They'll play Atlanta FaZe with the most ridiculous.
So that is so good.
The most ridiculous bracket a COD fan could ask for. Can't wait to see how that goes down tomorrow. What a sensational matchup that was.
Yeah, EWC, it's going to be full of terrors tomorrow. Going to be so much fun to watch these guys square off. It is always a battle, and they've traded off year over year. Who's had that edge?
Yeah, the edge certainly there. Well, that's all from Chance and I. It's now down to the stage. We're talking to Dashi.
The emotion, the drama that we're having here at the Amazon Arena, and once more, Optic Gaming proves they are on top of their games. They are taking it here, and joining me, Dashi, how does it feel to be Cloud9 on this stage?
It feels insane. I mean, the crowd here is insane. We appreciate you guys. Yo, the green wall is really global, yo. You really got to tip it, but shout out to my teammates, man. We're playing some really good COD, and that's a great team over there, so nothing short of our best game was going to beat them, so.
Talking about good COD, what happened at the SND, the control, sorry?
Yeah, I mean, they're a really good control team, and obviously, I mean, they just came out hot, and sometimes, like, a team like that, they come out hot, like, something like that could happen, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. And talking about that, let's get to the drama bit here. We have the captain, Hydra, from Team Cloud9 to deliver the key. Be careful what you wish for. Cloud9 aiming to crush the key from Optic Gaming, and now the reverse, the Ono card basically happening here. How does it feel to crush that key particularly?
I guess it feels nice, but I mean, we're still trying to win the tournament, so we're still trying to crush some more keys, let's just say that.
All right, walking into the semifinals, you guys have a target for the keys you want to place underneath your trophy if you win?
Probably just the teams we beat. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see along the way. It's still early. You know what I mean?
Oh, still early. All right, back to the studios. It is early to talk about it. Let's see what our talents have to talk about this.
Congratulations to Dashi and Optic Gaming. Not only do they beat them at Champs, they beat Cloud9 once again. But Cloud9 started to heat up right towards the end of this matchup. Nameless, it was a good thing they sent him home in 4.
Yeah, man, it was getting wild there towards the end. And none other than Dashi, who clutches up with a massive 2-piece at the very end. Some high-level Call of Duty we all just witnessed, but it's Optic Gaming once again beating Cloud9.
Clay, you mentioned it. Dashi's been competing for 8 years. He just got his first ring, and he seemed pretty humble in that post-match interview. He's not counting a first place yet. He knows they got a tough road ahead of him. What did you see, though, from Optic Gaming that could give them an edge?
I saw just pure confidence. We keep talking about it, but after a Champs win, this is unlike any other season where we do have another huge tournament after Call of Duty Champs. So whoever wins that ring is coming into this absolutely firing, and we saw it displayed here. I mean, the first 2 maps I don't even know if we can consider him close at all. Sure, Karachi Control, it's Karachi Control, guys. And then this Rio, at least Cloud9 did not go out without a fight. I mean, it came down to the very last moment.
It's really interesting to see how, like, after a championship, how the confidence plays a factor in how they approach the game, because majority of the year, Kenny didn't have those takeover performances in the hard point. That first map, all Kenny, like straight up dominating. And then the search and destroy, no smokes, completely different game plan. Shotzzy goes off. We get to the game 4. It's a gritty game, but in the end, Optic.
And I want to point out the play call from the IGL and Optic Gaming. They went for that last 7 seconds on that hill. It was very, very risky. I might have called a rotate right there. And they said, no, we're winning the game here on this P2. We see the reaction out of Pred. He's saying, go home, get out of here. Brandon a little reserved because, like you said, it's still a little early in the tournament, you know?
It's just the round of 8, baby. Let's all settle down. We're not on Championship Sunday yet.
You know what's crazy, Chris Clay? I like the play call from Cloud9 at the very end there. That's just a testament to how good Optic is to be able to adapt on the fly.
They went down too big, too early if you're a Cloud9 fan, but you showed some life. Unfortunately, this is the end of your run in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at EWC 2024. Optic moving forward, but it doesn't get much easier. You got Atlanta FaZe waiting for you in that semifinal. Before we get to that, though, we got to crown an MVP from this match, and our Bravia MVP is...
Who's it going to be?
We had a lot of highlights. I have a feeling it's going to be the Australian. It's Pred.
It's Pred.
Of course. I mean, he came over from Australia last year and really made noise in the CDL, playing for Seattle Surge, and then comes over to Optic this year, and honestly has been performing exactly how they wanted him to, Chris.
What I find most impressive is the amount of pressure this young man has on his shoulders, and it's not just from the fan base. Everyone was saying in the offseason, Optic, please pick this man up. Hottest free agent out there on the market.
Yeah.
Optic dropped the bag. They bring him onto the roster, and it wasn't always easy, but Pred saying, I put the pressure on myself. I want to succeed. He gives it his all, and he showed it again tonight.
Yeah, well said, Chris. I mean, you know, in the offseason, he could have went basically anywhere that he wanted.
Anywhere.
Right? And it's very difficult to say no to like a team like FaZe or a situation where you feel like you're going to win multiple championships. He goes to Optic where there's so much criticism. And for a lot of this year, he was being criticized, saying plays too aggressive in the search and destroy. Pred's the one costing us games. Never shook him whatsoever. And this guy continuously improves. And now Optic, their best year they've ever had in the CDL.
And he earned a couple nicknames throughout this year. You know, Cred AG, Lay G. He had all these people criticizing him all year long and really showed up at the end of the season and continues to dominate here at the Esports World Cup.
Not just in game, but also on the ping pong table back at the Players Lounge. Pred is taking on all challengers in his search. Shut up, haters. That's a 1.5. Hold that W, Pred. 13,000 damage across 4 games as well. The man, he's a slayer.
I'd be so confident if I was sitting next to Pred. He's always talking trash, backing it up, and he's gassing his teammates up as well. Anytime they call a play, you know what? Pred's down. He's got your back.
Is it too early to ask for a Pred scrap super team? I'm trying to turn this into the WWE. I think I won't break you all up yet. Congratulations to Pred. He earns our Bravia MVP for his excellent play in our quarterfinals. But we had so many awesome games and a lot of great predictions from the chat. Clay, you almost went 4 for 4.
Almost.
You went with Cloud9 at the very end. Did the fans do it as well? It's time to find out. No, 81%, including what felt like 95% of the crowd here in Riyadh, all believed in Optic.
Listen, I don't blame the people, all right? I understand. Optic, they're now 5 straight matches against Cloud9 on land. They have won.
Dominance.
But Cloud9, it just felt like they were getting somewhere, right? Like with the revenge, with how Sib was talking after that match. Optic's just too good.
Great stuff here from Optic Gaming. That's just the quarterfinals, as we mentioned, and we got to update you on the bracket. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up here at the $1.8 million event. Optic Gaming, again, their third 3-1 victory. Atlanta FaZe, their third 3-0. Toronto Ultra bounced by 100 Thieves, something only Clayster saw coming. And, of course, Vancouver tested against Carolina, but they won that game 5.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the 100 Thieves and Vancouver Surge match. Those two teams, we've been waiting for a breakthrough. One of them will be in our grand final. And then obviously the classic match, Optic versus FaZe at the World Cup. Come on, what are we talking about?
The E-Classico, baby.
Love to see it. Let's take a look at the best moments from day 3 before we sign off tonight. Thank you all who woke up bright and early in the States. The folks who tuned in this afternoon up in Europe, you saw all of the action, including plays like this from Draza. FaZe brought him in to win the hard points. He did exactly that against Boston with these multi-kills.
Yeah, and they needed him because Awakening on the other side was going nuts. They were down 100 points in this game. They rallied a miraculous comeback to get the momentum back, and it was Draza, the guy who's trying to get that sweet revenge and make a run.
I always love seeing the reactions after somebody does something cool in these games, right? They're always locked in, and as soon as the round's over, they're just, oh my gosh, here it goes. Inside doing plays, unfortunately, did not make it out of that round of 8 to continue on in the tournament, but still, he was doing his thing up there on the stage.
By the way, Kremp, super negative in game 1, bounced back huge in all of the searches. Let's keep it rolling, though, to what Kenny was bringing to the table. Woo. This is how you set the tone at the start of a series.
Yeah, I think he started 24 and 13. He was just lighting it up, and you could see how turned he was. Absolutely locked, laying down the comms and the gun skill.
They're building a whole city for esports. That is Qadea, and of course, those were our Qadea plays of the day for day 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. For now, though, let's check in on the macro level. Who's our top 10 Slayers right now? Who's got the best KD in the tournament? No surprise for me, it's Celia MacArthur. Continues to hold down the #1 spot with a 1.45. He is always there, and you can see right behind him another AR and Scrap. Unfortunately for Scrap, Toronto is done, and the FaZe crew right in the mix as well. But everyone's saying it online. I'll say it here on the microphone. FaZe has not been tested yet. You've had the easiest run in the tournament. Tomorrow you play Optic Gaming. This is going to be a showdown of the ages.
Yeah, you finally get your first true test of the tournament, right? They've been kind of breezing through, just playing whoever's in front of them. You can't control that, so it's no knock to them. But tomorrow is when things get real. They're going up against Optic Gaming for a spot in the grand finals. It's going to be a tight one.
I got bad news for FaZe. It got kind of loud in there in that stage. There's some Optic fans coming out here in Riyadh. They were getting loud for them, so FaZe is going to have to surmount that as well.
And of course, history was made today as we reflect on what the Falcons accomplished. They invested in the best players around the world across multiple titles, and mathematically, they have secured the club championship. Let's relive this one more time. A CEO, a player still competing here at EAFC, one of the best to ever touch FIFA, continues to live on, and you saw the tears in his eyes when they announced that he is keeping the club championship trophy here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. You know, they put together an amazing roster across a bunch of different titles that showed excellence throughout these weeks that we've been here watching all these games, and definitely deserved it, and they won it by a wild margin.
An extreme margin. And I was looking at some of the other teams trying to make it into that top 10, and Toronto Ultra, G2 Esports not going any further in Call of Duty. So who knows who's going to get into that top 5.
I just love the hype from these fans.
I love it.
They have been loud since day 1, week 1. We saw it with Warzone. It continued here with EAFC. And they will, of course, celebrate all night long tomorrow and all next week as the club championship is officially the Falcons. The question is, who else is going to join them? The piggy banks are about to be overflowing. $7 million goes to Team Falcons for winning the Esports World Cup 2024 Club Championship.
You can't forget that beautiful trophy as well. We've been looking at it every time we walk into this arena. Deservedly so, Team Falcons.
Great stuff on the day. And we got to take a look at Pred crushing the key now. He's backstage. It's all smiles, I have a feeling, from the man rocking an orange jersey for the first time. They're 1-0 with this one on.
Yeah, not too bad. I was a little confused about the orange. I might have to get a little more information why they're wearing the orange. It's something a little different.
Yeah. It's an ode back to the old Huntsmen. They had orange in their jerseys, right? It's the lore. You got to know the lore behind it.
I think Optic's coming out with their own Mountain Dew flavor, but you let us know what you think is happening here as we take a look at what went down backstage.
And here we are with Pred after you crushed the key. I saw you enjoying it.
Yeah, honestly, look, these guys, you know, New York, Cloud9, same thing. They yet to beat us at LAN. So yeah, it's great to end the season knowing that, you know, my friend Dante Sib hasn't beat me yet at LAN. So yeah, this felt really good, man. But yeah, now honestly, shout out to them. They're a great team, and yeah, man, mad respect to them.
Do you consider having their keys on the base of the trophy?
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna put them at the top.
Okay, good luck. And then that was it for our interview. Now back to you guys.
It's not done. They get the last laugh here tonight on Saturday, but Sunday they start off bright and early. If you're wondering at home in the States, that is 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. in the UK and the Central Europe. And what a showdown to open things up. That is just our first semifinal of the day.
Yeah, people are going to be waking up over in the States getting ready for an absolute banger. As you mentioned, E Classico, Optic versus FaZe. I can't wait.
And of course, 100 Thieves Vancouver. Our second semifinal will follow that matchup before we have our best of 7 grand final to decide it all. Who is walking away with the $600,000 and the Esports World Cup trophy? Who puts that key in the trophy? And which keys do they select to be cemented in history, Clay?
Yeah, Dashy was being a little humble up there. He's like, oh, I don't know whose key we're putting in there if we win. He's putting Cloud9's key in there 100%. And some final thoughts on the day and of the tournament in general. Some of these rosters really experimented with changing players out. We're talking Toronto Ultra, we're talking Cloud9, and they failed, in my opinion. You know, one of the only teams that's actually seen success is Optic Gaming after they retooled their roster coming into the season. So a lot of questions to be answered.
100%. You know, I agree with that. But also, I just got to say, it feels special in this place.
It does.
We're in Saudi Arabia. It's the first Esports World Cup for Call of Duty, and we are going to crown a champion tomorrow. The first of anything is always sweet, and to be that first World Cup champion is going to be amazing.
We want you all to share your experience. How do you feel the event is going down? Simply scan that QR code, head over, answer a quick survey. We would very much appreciate it. And on behalf of everyone on the talent team, shout out to the chefs here in Riyadh. They are about to have sushi at 1 a.m. in the desert. This is so dope. What a special place and what a treat it has been for all of the players to make it out. On behalf of everyone that's worked on the show, thank you for tuning in. We will see you once again. It's 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time in Europe, 1700 here in Saudi Arabia. We'll catch you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.